Hi, magandang umaga po sa lahat. Good morning, everyone. My name is Archie. I will be your moderator for this morning. Welcome to the second day of IECEP Singapore's fifth annual General Membership Meeting and Convention with the theme Realms of Knowledge from Cyber to Outer Space. For our event program today, we have 4 technical sessions. In the morning, we have topic 5, PDPA, Privacy and Digital Ethics During and After the Pandemic, and topic 6, Maya 3 and Maya 4 Satellite Development, as well as presentation from BDO Remit. In the afternoon, we have topic 7, Virtualization, 8, Cybersecurity, IoT, OT and IoT convergence. We also have a governor's report announcement from COMELEC regarding the result of the election, charging of new officers, as well as oath taking. Just a reminder, the IECEP Singapore's chapter election of officers for 2022 to 2023 opened yesterday and will be available until 12 noon today. Please cast your vote via myicep.net. If you need any guidance on how to vote, please contact Engineer Paulo R. Laguna or send a message in IECEP SG WhatsApp group. We will also be sending some instruction in the WhatsApp group. Thank you. Now, let's put ourselves in the holy presence of God. Dear Father, we offer everything and thank you for everyone gathered here today to walk with you. May we ask you for your blessing and the guidance so that the activities set for us undertaking be successful. We ask you to open our eyes to see the wonderful things from these activities. We ask that you open our ears so that we may retain the invaluable knowledge. Open our minds for us to think while sleeping. Put us with understanding, cooperation, and peace in fulfilling our responsibilities. Open our hearts so that we may receive your everlasting love. And open our spirit so that we may know that you are with us all throughout the day. We ask this in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen. Ilagay po natin ang ating kamay sa dibdib para sa pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
For our opening remarks, let us call Engineer Chris Andrew B. Trinidad, Governor from 2018 to 2019 and current National BOD. Sir Chris?
Thank you. Morning. Good morning, VIP guests, chapter officers, colleagues, and fellow engineers. Welcome to the second day of IECEP Singapore Annual General Membership Meeting and Conference. The first day was an eventful day with Mr. John Basie discussing about the space, aeronautics, and avionics technologies. Mr. Fo Jung Meng, topic of IT, I think, versus OT, others think in the SCADA world. and Engineer Melvin Kalugay elaborate about satellite communications and the geostationary orbit. And Engineer Elvin Jan Gingo talks about satellite telemetry, tracking, and commanding. Today, another sets of learning topics that includes PDPA, Maya 3 and 4 satellite development, virtualization and cloud computing and security hardening, and cybersecurity, IT, OT, and IoT convergence. Again, good morning to all and enjoy the learning, and always remember, natuto ka na, may CPT ka pa. Thank you.
Okay, maraming salamat po, Sir Chris. Now, let us call, Engineer Elizabeth C. Cortez, our Associate Director for Communication, to introduce our first resource speaker. Ma'am Beth?
Thank you so much, Sir Archie. Good morning to you. And good morning, everyone, IECEP SG members and guests. It is indeed an honor for me to introduce our resource speaker for the first session of our today's webinar series entitled Realms of Knowledge from Cyber to the Outer Space. He will be discussing the topic PDPA, Privacy and Digital Ethics during and after the pandemic. Our resource speaker originally hails from Tondo, Manila, and is currently residing and working in Singapore. He earned his bachelor's degree in Electronics and Communications Engineering in Pamantasa ng Lungsod ng Maynila on April year 2000, and currently pursuing a master's degree in Electronics Engineering, majoring in Artificial Intelligence and Automation at the Polytechnic University of the Philippines. He'd taken the board exam on November 2000 and earned his Electronics and Communication Engineer license in December. He upgraded to Professional Electronics Engineer on April 2019 and conferred as an ASEAN Engineer on September of the same year. He has a total of 19 years relevant experience in the field of communications and security systems for the oil and gas and railway industries as well as public safety sector. His most cherished project deployment to date are the ad hoc CCTV systems under the Singapore Police Force for high-profile events such as the 2010 to 2013 National Day Parade, 2010 Singapore Youth Olympic Games, 2010 general elections, 2011 presidential elections, and the Singapore F1 race from 2011 to 2013. He's been actively participating in IECEP activities since 2016. He served as the Singapore Chapter Director of Communications from 2017 to 2018, Vice Governor for Education from 2019 to 2020, Governor from 2020 to 2021, and the current Chapter Secretary General. He is also recognized as one of the 10 Outstanding Electronics Engineer of 2021 awarded by IECEP Incorporated. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let us all welcome IECEP Singapore's very own pride, Engineer Paulo R. Lalaguna.
Hi, good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Ma'am Beth. Thank you for that wonderful introduction. Before I share my screen, before I go on with my topic, I would like to acknowledge some of our VIP for this morning, namely our National BOD, Engineer Chris Andrew Tindad, Governor Myra A. Manalo from IECEP Batangas, and our ever supportive IECEP Superman, Engineer Ornan S. Vicente, President of PhD. Gandang umaga po. And gusto ko rin pong magpasalamat dun sa mga so far nasa 59 attendees na po natin na gumising ng maaga ng linggo para makinig dito sa topic natin. So maraming salamat po. Okay, so if I may share my screen. So bali, since linggo, umaga, lang tayo, chill lang tayo, no? Medyo kwentuhan lang. So far, I just want to check, okay yung audio ko, Sir Archie?
Yes po, loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. So parang magkikentuhan lang po tayo. Let me take you to at 3. Okay. Nakikita na po ang aking ano.
Yes po, yung screen niyo po.
Okay, thank you. So, the title of my topic for this morning is actually PDPA, Data Privacy and Digital Ethics during and after the pandemic. Okay, so before we actually start with the topic, before we talk about the topic, no, let me take you on a journey, no? Kwentuhan lang po tayo ng konti. Okay, before we arrive to what we have right now, let's take a look back on what we had or dun sa past po natin, no? So yung mga may hugot dyan, medyo mag-nostalgia tayo ng konti. Okay, tingnan natin sila X. Okay, so since the dawn of time, man has always been fascinated by the things that he couldn't understand. Ano? We always look in the stars. Either we look for inspiration, we look for answers to the questions, yung mga mystery na hindi po natin hindi po natin maintindihan, okay? Or we look for the motivation. And because of this, man had been able to perform or complete different tasks or activities such as discovery, no? Or yung ingenuity to create his own tools, no? Even the creativity to create something of value, of utility, or of expression. And lastly, man also, by looking at the stars, have managed to invent. And lastly, build something out from basically whatever is available at that particular time in history. Okay? We are always fascinated what is beyond. Palagi tayong nakatanaw, palagi tayong nakatingin. Ano po? We always look over the horizon, ika nga. Palaging palayo yung tingin. And this drives men or drives the human for his primal need to explore. Lagi tayo nag-explore. Whether we explore for sustenance, for food, for the hunt, no? We explore to expand our empire, no? Yung to conquer other land. Whether we explore to trade or rather to colonize. We explore for the progress, or we explore just for the sake of exploring because marami pang mga tinatawag natin during that time uncharted territory, no? Even to the point of we go beyond our planet to explore other places and be the first to say that we are the first creature to have the footprint on the moon. Okay? So laging naglalakbay ang tao for whatever reason. Palagi na yung nakatingin palayo. And all of this exploration, all of this adventure actually happen in what we call the physical space. Okay? The physical space is simply the unlimited expanse of the universe in which all material objects are located and all phenomena occur. Basically, kaya siya tinawag na physical space. Ito po kasi yung space na kung saan yung all the laws of physics apply. But that may be true a few decades ago, that may be true a few centuries ago. But now we can say that aside from this physical space, we also have another or an alternate universe, an alternate location na kung saan tayo ay nag-exist, tayo ay nagpa-function, no? Our physical space may be the city, our physical space might be under the sea, our physical space might be the outer space, or our physical space might be Mars, which is the next frontier, But the thing is, we are also existing now in what we call the cyberspace. The cyberspace is defined as a global domain within the information environment consisting of the interdependent network of information system infrastructures, including the internet, telecommunication networks, computer systems, and embedded processors and controllers. So, itong cyberspace na ito, no, kahit palagi po natin na ano, no, this is actually real. And this place really existed. And this is so real wherein you don't know, we don't realize that there's a battle going on in real time. Yung nakikita niyo pong video ngayon actually is a live DDoS attacks, no? Na ni-record ng isang company na tinatawag na Norse. Then as you can see, no, that this space is so real, this space is really existing wherein meron na ring war na nangyayari. Ano po? All throughout man's history, to be able to conquer new places, to be able to colonize new places, there has been wars happening. And the cyberspace is no different from our physical space in terms of this kind of human activity. Okay? So basically, it is like saying yung real life natin is actually also connected to our virtual life or our cyber persona. Okay? But so before we go on into the other discussion of our topic, let us also look back on man's history, or rather our society's history, and relate it to what's actually happening today. Okay? So I bet these past few months, these past few years, especially during this pandemic, we've been hearing a lot about what we call yung Industry 4.0, Society 5.0, digital transformation, Internet of Things. Kung kayo po ay yung mga suki natin dito sa Singapore, sigurado madalas nyo nang naririnig itong mga ano na to, terminology na to. But let me just quickly go through the definitions and how it relates to our lives. Ano po? So the Industrial Revolution is actually started, no, in Great Britain and continental Europe. It is what they call the transition to new manufacturing processes. In the period from about 1760 and sometime between 1820 or the 1840s. So basically, it started with Industry 1.0 during the 18th century, Europe, the Americas, and the Great Britain, no, wherein this was dubbed as the era of mechanization, na kung saan yung water and steam power and mass production had been dominant or prevalent of the time. Okay? Then, around 19th century to early 20th century, we had experienced what we call the second industrial revolution or Industry 2.0, wherein the era of mass production, electricity, and assembly line has been observed. No? So during the Industry 1.0, steam power, nag-upgrade siya sa electricity. From mass production, nag-upgrade na siya into line production. Okay? And then during the Industry 3.0, wherein this happened on the 20th century, specifically during the 70s, this is what we call the era of computers. During this time, gamit na po yung mga electronics, no, electronic systems, nagsimula na ring na-realize yung value ng information technology, no, yung IT. And lastly, around the 21st century or the early 21st century, because we're still in the 21st century, ito na po yung tinatawag nating era of smart machines and globalization. And this is where we at now. We are in what we call the Industry 4.0. And Industry 4.0 is characterized by, ito madalas yung naririnig, Internet of Things, big data, automated robots, system integration. Okay? So definitely we will be progressing some more. But at the moment, our industry, or rather our technology, is at its peak on Industry 4.0. And every revolution, every industrial revolution is actually preceded or succeeded or being matched by what we call the social transformation. So actually, before we even have the first industrial revolution, nagkaroon tayo ng unang social transformation, or rather, yung unang society po natin, no, which is what we call yung society 1.0, is a hunter-gatherer society. So during that time, ang mga tao ay nomads. Kung saan may pagkain, no, doon lang tayo nag-i-stay. We still don't know how to make our own food. Rather, we hunt and we gather for food, for clothing. Okay? And then, Society 2.0 came around, and this is what we call the agrarian society, when humans finally settled to one place. And this is where, during the history class, ito yung matatandaan nyo, palagi ang pinag-aaralan natin. Lahat ng mga center of civilization focus around the riverbeds. No, palaging may katabing rivers, palaging may katabing body of water. Because during this time, no, people learn how to plant, people learn how to create, or rather make their own food. And this is during the agrarian society. Okay? So lahat ng mga lahat ng mga pinag-aralan natin sa ancient civilization, sa world history, this happened during this time. And yung mga first, kumbaga masasabi natin, first recorded history is during this agrarian society, or the society 2.0. Okay? Then came society 3.0, wherein the industrial society. And during this time, from the word itself, industrial, dito na nagsimula pa lang ang industrial revolution. So yung industry 1.0 happened around the time that society 3.0 is actually happening. Okay? Then the next society is the society of information technology, or information society, which is where we are right now. No, so we are at Industry 4.0, and our society is at Society 4.0, wherein information is the basic currency of the land. No, siya na yung bagong gold standard, siya na yung bagong ginagamit ng mga tao to transact business. Okay? And we are hoping to arrive actually on what we call a society 5.0. So we would like to realize this. Kasi, kumbaga, sabi ko nga on my other discussions, on my other topics, pasmart yung technology. And dapat ang society in itself, nagiging smart din. And this is one of the main characteristic of the society 5.0. Basically, it says, Society 5.0 is a human-centered society that balances economic advancement with the resolution of social problems by a system that highly integrates cyberspace and the physical space. That's why initially we defined yung physical space, we defined yung cyberspace, we defined, or we actually realized that we are now existing in both spaces. No, so two spaces, one world. Okay, and to be able to attain the society 5.0, no, the world actually had come up with what they call the global goals for sustainable development, or rather sustainable development goals. And ito po yung characteristic na dapat ma-attain before we can proudly say or proudly proclaim that we have arrived at society 5.0. And again, all of these sustainable development goals should be applied globally sa buong mundo. So when you say no poverty, when you say zero hunger, when you say good health and well-being, hindi lang po yung mga first world, hindi lang po yung mga developing countries, but rather lahat po. No, basically, kung magkaroon man ng third world, even after achieving society 5.0, it's not because yung deficiency or yung lack ng mga basic needs natin as a human being. Okay? So if we are going to relate, again, Industry 4.0 and Society 5.0, ganito po yung itsura niyan. So Society 1.0 and 2.0 preceded the first industrial revolution. So Society 3.0 coincided with the first industrial revolution until the second industrial revolution. Then during Society 4.0, doon pa lang po, no? Doon naman na-attain yung third industrial revolution, and at the moment we are in between societies, yung Industry 4.0. So basically the technology and the people's capability, or rather the society's capability, is catching up with each other. And ang main goal nga natin, again, is to attain a super smart society, okay, around this century, hopefully, 21st century. And all of these are made possible by what we call digital transformation. Okay? So ito, palagi rin natin naririnig yung terminology nito, digital transformation. Digital transformation is just saying that it is the integration of digital technology into all areas of business, fundamentally changing how you operate and deliver value to customers. It's also a cultural change that requires organizations to continually challenge the status quo, experiment, and get comfortable with failure. So basically, we are transforming all of our legacy businesses or analog businesses into the digital platform. So itong ginagawa natin, this is one form of digital transformation. Before the pandemic, alam natin, meron ng option to do this type of gathering or this type of meeting online, pero hindi siya ganun ka prevalent, hindi siya ganun ka popular. But these past few years proved to us na one way to transcend this pandemic is to actually perform this digital, or embrace rather, this digital transformation. So ngayon, halos lahat ng parte ng buhay natin, we already have one foot pretty invested doon sa digital world or doon sa cyberspace. And again, from digital transformation, all of this has been made possible also by what we call the Internet of Things. Okay? And Internet of Things is the extension of internet connectivity into physical devices and everyday objects. So basically, lahat ng mga gamit natin to be able to monitor, control, and supervise them over the internet, as part of our digital transformation, has been connected to the internet. It was given internet connectivity and other forms of hardware such as sensors and actuators. These devices can communicate and interact with others over the internet, and they can be remotely monitored and controlled. Okay? So, yung ginagamit nyo pong gadget ngayon para makita nyo yung presentation ko, pwede natin yan i-count as some of those devices that are actually part of the Internet of Things. Kasi you are connecting through the internet, and we are controlling, supervising, and monitoring different activities, with our devices. Okay. So I would just want to share one of the inspiring words by Niccolo Machiavelli, the author of nung book na The Prince. Sabi niya rito, whosoever desires constant success must change his conduct with the times. So if we would like to always be relevant, we have to change with the times. Okay? So ibig sabihin, we have to adapt with the different kumbaga, we have to adapt with the different progression kung ano nangyayari sa atin. So we have to understand yung mga na yon, yung revolution, industrial revolution, yung society transformation. Okay? Okay. So again, Industry 1.0, nangyari siya. We are at Industry 4.0. But honestly, nung mga panahon na yun, hindi ka-aware. Hindi tayo masyadong familiar dun sa mga terminology. we might not even realize na nandun tayo na nagkakaroon nangyayari yung industrial revolution, no? But with the current occurrence or the current happenings, no, nagkaroon ng catalyst to be able to accelerate yung mga transformation natin, to be able to accelerate yung ating industrial revolution to the point na lumabas na siya sa business operation at pumasok na siya doon sa ating daily lives. And that is because of one of the what I call the catalyst for this acceleration. And again, I think everybody is pretty familiar with this thing, no? It happens, no? The acceleration happens, the disruption happens because of this little guy, no? Little pero deadly, COVID-19 pandemic. And when this thing happened, we had performed or come up with different safety measures just to make sure na hindi natin ma-spread yung pandemic, hindi pa natin lalong mapalaki, no? Because of that, our daily lives have been disrupted at nagkaroon na tayo ng mga bagong procedures to be able to cope, no? We always wear masks every time we're in public, every time we go out, to the point that sometimes, no, we also use face shields. Yung pag-i-scan ngayon ng temperature, naging normal na kung saan dati mag-i-scan ka lang ng temperature kung feel mo talaga may lagnat ka. Ngayon, kahit saan ka pumunta, kailangan i-scan na yung temperature, no? Contact tracing has been the new norm, na kung saan kailangan malaman sino yung mga na-meet mo, sino yung mga nakasalamuha mo at one particular time. And lastly, no, kailangan natin ng social distancing. But man, as a social animal, could not really operate this way, no? These are the safety measures so we could control the spread of the virus, but man actually transcended this pandemic. And we did it in such a fashion na kung saan parang sa ngayon, wala na. Oo, meron pang virus, ramdam pa natin yung virus, pero we continue with our lives. And how do we continue? Again, we digitally transform. And those things na akala natin before, ang hirap i-transform digitally, nagawa natin ng paraan at siya yung nangyayari ngayon. Things or activities such as online learning, online schooling, no? Lahat ng mga school from primary to the universities, even masterals, even the graduate school have opted for the online classes. Okay? We have what we call itong ginagawa natin, webinars, no? We've coined a new term. Before it's just seminars, trainings, nagkaroon na ng word na webinar. Okay? Karamihan sa atin, work from home. And I can tell you honestly, kung ano yung costume nitong lalaki dito ngayon, medyo yan, similar yung ko ngayon, yung costume ko dyan. Okay? We also can have online meetings. No? Hindi mo na kailangan magsama-sama sa iisang room, hindi na kailangan bumiyahe para makapagkita kayo, makapag-meet kayo ng buong team nyo. Anywhere in the world now, we can have online meetings. Okay? Even yung ating pagpapakonsult, no? We have teleconsulting na kung saan you don't really need to physically meet the doctor to be able for the doctor to diagnose kung ano yung ailment mo. And most of us are actually guilty of this, no? Kung saan yung online shopping kaya na rin gawin sa ating mga day-to-day activities. No. So if you can see, this covered up the whole thing that started what we have right now, no? Because this is the testament of the human spirit na kung saan, no, hangga't kaya nating mag-transcend, hangga't kaya nating mag-transform, hindi tayo ma-obsolete, no? Okay, and all of this happening is what we call the new normal. Okay? Basically, yung new normal na terminology, hindi na siya bago. The new normal na terminology actually happened way back 2007, no? Just after the financial crisis. Nagkaroon ng financial crisis na 2007, 2008. Okay? Yung mga Lehman Brothers, kung narinig yun. Okay? And then, aftermath ng global recession ng 2008 to 2012. Okay? Pero, hindi natin alam yun. Kasi yung new normal basically applies doon sa state of economy ng mga panahon na yon. But during this time, lahat apektado. Lahat nakarealize na talagang may new normal na nangyayari. This is happening now while we are coping with the COVID-19 pandemic. So every time there's something that hits the world, no, globally on a global scale, at nakapagpabago on how we operate, we come out with a new normal. Okay? So kung some of us might be wondering, no, kailan tayo babalik sa normal? Actually, hindi na po tayo babalik sa normal. We are adapting to a new normal. So, anong ginagawa natin ngayon? Magiging parte na po ito ng ating day-to-day lives. Magiging parte na siya ng operation natin. Hindi ito interim na solution. Ano po? Okay. And because of this new normal, because of the Industrial Revolution, we are what you might not realize it, but we are actually starting to have on what we call, or the world is starting to have on what we call a paradigm shift. Okay? Paradigm shift is from the traditional values or the traditional kumbaga currency that we have, na kung saan lahat naka-base sa gold standard, lahat naka-base sa dollar, lahat naka-base sa physical na pera. Ano po? But this, the one I'm going to discuss now is what we call the new currency. For the new normal, the new currency for the cyberspace. This is what we call data. Okay? To be able to process that data, we would be needing data science. Then this data science will be applied to artificial intelligence, machine learning, and deep learning. So mabilisan lang po ito. Actually, ilang beses ko na itong ilang beses ko na siyang na-conduct din sa ibang mga sa ibang mga speaking engagement ko. But just a quick lang po. Just a quick review lang po. Okay? So, alam ko sa ngayon talagang mataas po yung tumaas yung presyo ng gasolina, but recently alam ko sa Pilipinas nagka-rollback na diyan, po. Hindi ko alam dito sa Singapore kung nagka-rollback kasi dito sa Singapore hindi mo masyadong mararamdaman yung pagtaas nung gasoline kasi gamit na gamit yung public transport. Tabo, bibihira yung merong sariling sasakyan nila. Okay? But without being insensitive doon po sa natin, sa pagtaas ng presyo ng lakis, we can say actually sa cyberspace, sa cyber world, data is the new oil. Just like oil in its crudest form, ang data po kailangan natin i-refine to be able to be useful sa ating mga operation. But there's no denying na itong data na to, yung mga data po natin ngayon na naiipon at nako-consume sa cyberspace, ito na yung bagong currency. And this is the paradigm shift that I'm talking about. So from gold, from oil, now we're talking about data. Okay? And if we would really want to hit the jackpot, we should look at big data. Okay? But just a quick definition. Data is basically, these are facts and statistics collected together for references or analysis. Okay? Yung philosophical definition niya, data is things known or assumed as facts making the basis of reasoning or calculation. So, ito po yung mga quantities, characters, symbols on which operations are performed by a computer which may be stored, transmitted in the form of electrical signals, and recorded on magnetic, optical, or mechanical recording media. So ito yung data. Ngayon, again, if you want to hit the jackpot, ang titignan mo ngayon, yung big data. And big data refers to data sets that are too large or complex to be dealt with by traditional data processing application software. So this also refers to the large, diverse sets of information that grow at ever-increasing rate. It encompasses the volume of information, the velocity or speed at which it is created and collected, and the variety or scope of the data points being covered. So kahit ano ba na matisod nyo, pwede nating tawaging big data. Okay, any other kumbaga lahat po nung na meron lahat po yung mga information or data na nag-accumulate sa internet natin or sa cyberspace have to be qualified to be able to be considered as a big data. And that qualification actually falls into 8 categories. So hindi ko na po isa-isahin ito. By the way, all of these slides will be shared kapag po nag-fill up kayo ng ating evaluation form later. Hindi ko na isa-isahin to, but just to point out na any big group of data has to be qualified to be able to be considered as a useful big data. So this falls into what we call the 8 V's of big data. So merong nag-come up na yung mga qualities niya, lahat nagsisimula sa letter V, as in victory. So we have a volume, ang tanong nga dito, ang guide question nga dito ay, can you find the information that you are looking for? So it doesn't matter na sobrang laki ng volume kung wala naman doon yung information na hinahanap mo. Whatever group or large amount of data that you have happen to chance upon, is not actually considered big data. So it goes on, so on and so forth, to the point na pati yung huling yung huling V niya or yung huling qualifier niya to be considered as a big data is yung virality. Does it convey a message that can be shared with a large audience? So from you finding the information that you're looking for to the large audience relating to the information that you have found, lahat po yun category or qualifiers para masabi natin na of value yung big data na natin, na natisod natin or naipon natin or na-acquire natin. Okay? And bakit natin kailangan ba ng big data? Ano ba yung mga value niya? Ano yung benefits and advantages niya? So, para po sa isang business entity or para sa isang business operation, yung pinaka-central na benefit or advantage ng big data is to understand trends. Because you have to understand what's happening around you. It's not only what's happening in your business, but also what's happening around you. Okay? And then, because you understand the trends, ang isa pong magiging kumbaga side effect niyan is you could increase your revenue for your business. At the same time, you could decrease the cost of your operation. Okay? And because you understand the trends, you know how to keep your data safe. So these have something to do with the cybersecurity or data privacy or data protection. Lastly, because of all of this, na naintindihan mo yun, you would have an improved customer satisfaction. Or rather, yung paborito kong ginagamit na yun, you would have an enhanced user experience. Okay? So, maibibigay mo lahat yung value na yun, yung benefits na yun, yung advantages na yun, if you manage to qualify and then make use of big data analytics. Okay, again, just like oil, data has to be processed, data has to be enhanced or anong tawag dito? data has to be processed to be able to become useful. Okay, so and this is made possible by what we call data science. Data science is defined as an interdisciplinary field that uses scientific methods, processes, algorithms, and systems to extract knowledge and insights from noisy, structured, or and unstructured data, and apply knowledge and actionable insights from data across a broad range of application domains. So, ano po itsura nun? So, sabi siya, interdisciplinary field siya, no? So, that uses scientific methods para mag-process ng data. So, imagine your data as a stack of Lego sets, no? Lego bricks. So, kapag ka mas madami yan, obviously, it's going to be considered as a big data. So, the bigger your stack, the bigger po yung number o yung volume ng iyong data. But this data is not yet usable. Wala ka pang gamit yan, wala pang use yan. So you have to enhance it, you have to process it. Okay? And one type of processing data is what we call yung sorting. So you have to sort first. Now that you've sorted your data, makikita mo ngayon anong kulay o anong type yung mas madami. Okay? And from sorting, you could arrange it. And by arranging it, magkakaroon na ngayon siya o magagamit mo na ngayon siya for different type of applications. You could either use it to be presented visually. Okay? So, this is in itself, ito na yung output ng data science. Kapag kaya mo nang i-present visually yung iyong data, kasi from the big file, you have made the you have sorted and then you have arranged it, or you could use the data to explain a story, okay? To tell a story. Or lastly, you could use your data to come up with actionable activities or actionable items. Okay? So basically, ganito po yung itsura niya, no? Kung pinaprocess natin. So, itong big file of data na to, ito yung iba't ibang klaseng data source. Then from that data sources, different data sources such as the database, legacy systems, SaaS, apps, different application, web services, and files, no? Papasok po natin siya sa data loader. And from data loader, sila na po yung nagsosort, no? From raw data, later become trusted data, and then later become service data. Okay? And then after sorting it and arranging it, no, ilalagay po siya dito sa data lake. No, later for cataloging, discovery, or lineage. Okay? And then ito yung tatlong output na sinasabi ko. Kapag yung data mo kaya nang i-present visually, it could be applied for data sharing. Wherein, kapag inano mo siya for data sharing, kaya nang i-monetize. No? Pwede ka nang mag-gain ng financial dyan. Okay? Or, could use it to explain the story. Ang application po nun actually is this one, yung data visualization. Or pwede mo rin siyang ipasok sa mga insight stores. Okay? And lastly, yung mga actionable or useful application is pwede mo siyang gamitin yung data mo for ML development, machine learning development, or pwede mo rin siyang ilagay sa AI store for different types of machine learning and deep learning algorithm or training. Okay? So yan yung value ng data. And imagine if you have big data, mas marami kang magagamit, no? Again, for data sharing, data visualization, or yung iyong ML development. Okay? So yan yung ginagawa natin. And after that, yung data mo, basically, hindi na siya basta data lang. Yung data mo na pinrocess through data science or simulation science, magiging information na. Okay? So useful na siya. Useful tool na siya. And this information, once na mo siya, na-attain mo siya, once na-enhance mo yung data mo and turn it into information, you could create model domain entities. You could use this for interactions. You could use this for rules of engagement. This information could give the user or give the organization awareness, perception, models of variables in interest to the enterprise. Again, once you have this information at naibigay mo siya do sa mga tamang tao, they will come up with informed decision, and that is what we call the application of knowledge. And from that application of knowledge, you will have different, you will come up with rules, experience, yung lessons learned, belief, answers to enterprise questions, okay? Answers to questions about the problem domain. So, dahil nagkaroon ka ng information, di ba, madalas naririnig natin yung term na informed decision. And this informed decision is actually an application of knowledge. And when you have knowledge, you could have wisdom when you be able to control, influence, or give effect to different type of knowledges or different activities. Okay? And to the point that you could also come up with strategies. So, ibig sabihin, dahil from a single point na nagkaroon ka ng data, na process mo yung data, nag-attain ka ng knowledge, and from that knowledge at paulit-ulit mo ginagawa itong process na to, you will eventually be wise enough to sometimes identify the problem na dumadating kasi well-informed ka. Okay? And this is the value. Kaya ito yung bagong currency. Kaya ito yung bagong oil. Because sa cyberspace, na kung saan iba ang rule, hindi the rules of physics doesn't apply in the cyberspace. And cyberspace is a borderless entity. Walang bansa doon, So ibig sabihin, kung bagong territory 'yon, the more information that we have, the more knowledge and wisdom that we have, the better for us to traverse this cyberspace. Kaya yun yung bagong yun yung bagong currency ng cyberspace. Okay? It all boils down to the data. Okay? Okay, there are two school of thoughts that I'm looking at actually. Yung isa yung sinabi ni Kofi Annan, na knowledge is power, information is liberating, education is the premise of progress in every society, in every family. And this is true, As we traverse the cyberspace, if you have the knowledge, the necessary knowledge or necessary information, you can be free. The whole cyberspace will become your playground. And again, this is space. This is a location na kung saan lahat ng tao, lahat ng pamilya, lahat ng member ng society could actually attain progress. Kasi hindi na dollars and cents ang pinag-uusapan dito eh. It's more on what you know than what you have. Okay? But on the other hand, sinasabi naman ni Marshall McLuhan na yung daw World War III will be a guerrilla information war with no division between military and civilian participation. Again, because it's a flagless entity, because it's a borderless entity. Ang cyberspace ngayon, paglalabanan na, diyan na magkakaroon ng World War III. And ang imbis na missiles, imbis na bala, ang magiging weapon na natin diyan sa sa domain na yan is information. So who got the most information, who got the most data could actually win dun sa cyberspace. Okay? So yung mga natatakot po dun sa currently, I mean, again, I don't mean to be insensitive, pero dun po sa mga natatakot dun sa nangyayari ngayon, sa buong mundo, with respect of what's happening in the Ukraine, what's happening in the Russia, again, yan yung mga remnants of old history na yan eh. Remnants of old society na yan eh. Okay? So hindi po mangyayari kasi I don't think that I don't know if I'm just trying to be trying to be hopeful or trying to be optimistic, but I'm not seeing that World War III will be happening in the physical space. Kasi I think everybody is aware na yung mundo natin, kailangan na nating i-save. And kung ano man yun, with what, kung yung type ng weapon na meron tayo ngayon, isa lang yung magkamali na alam mo yun, isa lang yung, for lack of the better word, isa lang yung mabaliw na magpasabog na may iwan tayong lahat sa alabok eh. 'Di ba? So I think if there will be another terrain to conquer, it would be the cyberspace. And the weapon of choice is definitely information. That's why we keep on talking about how you have, that's why I'm driving to the point wherein we have to protect what we have now in the cyberspace, which is our own personal data. Okay? So later on, puntahan po natin yan. Okay, but again, touch up lang natin ng mabilis yung application nung information or nung mga data, no? So basically, data is used for artificial intelligence. And this term, artificial intelligence, it was coined actually hindi na bago ito, no? 1950s, 1960s, 1970s, naririnig mo na yung terminology na to. Basically, artificial intelligence saying that this is the engineering of making intelligent machines and programs. So, intelligence is basically saying na yung mga machines natin will be capable of mimicking human functions such as learning and problem solving. And ginagawa natin to, or rather, dinevelop ang artificial intelligence is to help humans, no, na makapag-process or solve ng mga problema na hindi natin kaya at our pace, no? So basically, kaya rin nating i-solve yung mga problems na nasusolve ng machine, is just that they will be doing it on a much faster pace. Okay? So, and then from artificial intelligence, we come to what we hear now, yung machine learning. And again, machine learning is not new, no? Pero lately, nagiging parang household terminologies na siya, o naririnig mo na palagi. Machine learning is basically the ability of machines to learn without explicitly program. So yung AI, pinrogram mo pa yun, okay, to mimic human functions. Pero sa machine learning, kaya niya na ngayong kaya nang matuto ng machine without being explicitly programmed. And again, this goes way back. It was first developed during the 1980s hanggang nitong 2006, nagagamit pa rin siya until dumating yung new or much deeper methodology, yung deep learning. And deep learning is learning based on deep neural networks. So dito naman, kumbaga mathematical functions or mathematical operations now tend to mimic yung firing of the neurons ng human mind. So again, we're still looking at humans. We're still looking at animals. We're still looking at kumbaga sentient beings na sa pagre-react. And ito yung tinuturo natin doon sa ating mga machines. Again, to help us, this will be our tools para ma-attain natin or para makapag-transform pa tayo into a better society. Okay? Pero hindi ibig sabihin no, actually ito yung mas magandang representation ng AI, machine learning, tsaka deep learning. So ibig sabihin hindi porke may deep learning na wala ng AI. May AI pa rin ngayon. No? Hindi porke may machine learning may deep learning na wala ng machine learning. Meron pa ring machine learning ngayon. So basically, lumalaki lang yung sphere, or rather mas nagiging focus yung sphere depende sa nagiging breakthrough or sa nagiging application. And because we have what we call yung AI boom, no? Mas dumami yung mga breakthrough sa deep learning. Okay? So kung gaano tayo ka comfortable no, opening our phones just by scanning our faces, no, or yung pakikipag-usap natin kay Siri, kay Alexa, all of those things. It was made possible, it's all made possible by this deep learning, machine learning, and artificial intelligence na invention natin. And again, all of these have been trained, no? Na-train natin yung machine natin by using yung large amount of data, or rather large amount of information or process data na na-acquire natin. Okay? Okay, so now tapos na tayo na sa discussion ng why data is important, kung saan ginagamit ang data. Now let's go back to, or let's go towards what we have called as a personal data. Okay? So big data is out there in the internet, no? Pero kapag hinimay-himay mo yan to its very so-called purest form, o yung pinaka-basic form niya, babagsak din tayo ulit sa personal data. So kung yung big data is the currency of the cyberspace, yung personal data, ito yung nasa wallet natin pagka nagpupunta tayo or pagka magtatransact tayo sa cyberspace. So we are now going to discuss or define what actually meant when we said personal data. Okay, we're going to discuss PDPA, or yung Personal Data Protection Act, specifically here implemented in Singapore. Okay, we will be talking about cookies. Ano ba talaga itong mga cookies na nababasa natin palagi, no? Every time we visit some sites. Okay, cybersecurity. And lastly, data breach. Okay, so first, let's define what is personal data. So personal data, according to the PDPA, this is any data, whether true or not, about an individual when used on its own or in combination, can explicitly identify the individual. So kahit anong piece of data, no, na kapag ginamit on its own or in combination sa iba pang mga data, ay makakapag-pinpoint o makakapag-identify ng isang individual. And again, tignan nyo yung nasa loob ng quotation, whether true or not. So, hindi mo kailangan i-validate. But the thing is, if it can pinpoint to a specific individual, it can identify a specific individual, then it is what considered as a personal data under the PDPA. This data can be in electronic or non-electronic format. Personal data of a deceased person who has been dead 10 years or less is still protected by PDPA. So sinasabi dito, especially dito sa Singapore, no, kahit 10 taon na or basta hindi pa umabot ng lumalagpas sa 10 taon na matay yung tao, lahat ng personal data niya pinoprotektahan pa rin ng PDPA. Because you might not even realize it, but some of the businesses could actually transact. Though later on, they will realize, patay na yung tao. No, namatay na yung tao, namatay na yung individual, but yung personal data niya is ginagamit pa rin to operate, ginagamit pa rin to transact in the cyberspace. Okay, so kaya dito sa Singapore, kahit hangga't hindi siya umaabot ng nung 10-year anniversary ng kamatayan niya, pinoprotektahan pa rin siya ng PDPA. Okay? Okay, so ano ba yung mga tinatawag nating personal data? Okay? So basically, unang-una, yung full name natin. First name mo, middle initial, last name, yung buong combination na yun, that is your personal data. Yung date of birth mo. Okay? Because we are already transacting in the cyberspace, your email address, kasama na yan sa personal data mo. Your mobile number. Dito sa Singapore, kasama din yan. Kasi yung mga mobile number natin dito, naka-register mismo dun sa pangalan mo. Okay? Unlike, I think sa Pilipinas, no? At the moment, hindi pa na-implement yung i-re-register yung mga handphone number dyan sa Pilipinas. Pero dito sa Singapore, lahat ng lahat ng mobile number, lahat ng handphone number, naka-register. And I believe may limit lang para sa isang tao kung hanggang ilang number yung pwede mong yung pwede mong or pwede mong i-activate under your name, pwede mong i-register under your name. And then lastly, ito, madalas tinatanong ito kapag ka merong mga challenge question to identify yourself, no? Is yung mother's maiden name. This is also part of your personal data. Again, mother's maiden name in combination with your full name, with your date of birth, is actually your own personal data because this could specifically identify an individual. Okay? Pero yung mga suking tindahan, yung mga so far hindi po kasama yun sa personal data. Okay? So quick tayo? Quick quiz tayo. Okay? So who wants to be a personal data protection expert? Abrito, which of the following on its own does not constitute your personal data? So you've got A, you've got the full name, you've got your mobile number, you've got your thumbprint. Etong tatlo na po na to, A, B, C, on its own, personal data mo na siya. Pero yung home address mo, on its own, hindi po siya pwedeng maging personal data mo because first, madami kayo na nakatira o nagre-reside dun sa particular home address na yon. Okay? So it could not on its own point to you or identify you as an individual. Pero yung home address in combination with your full name, home address in combination with the mobile number, home address in combination with the thumbprint, the biometric measurement, magiging parte na ng personal data mo. Okay? Okay. So, we know what personal data is. Let us define naman yung PDPA or yung Personal Data Protection Act. So, Personal Data Protection Act is an act to govern the collection, use, and disclosure of personal data by organizations, to establish the do not call register, and to provide for its administration and for matters connected therewith, and to make related and consequential amendments to various other acts. So, ito yung act or yung law, yung batas dito sa Singapore na nagpo-protect doon sa collection, paggamit at disclosure ng personal data mo. Kasi hindi masama na magkaroon ng kumbaga hindi masama mag-collect ng personal data for different or for specific types of organization. It's just that kailangan mayroong process, kailangan may tamang procedure or may susundin tayo na tamang paraan kung paano natin magko-collect at magdi-disclose ng personal data. At the same time, no, because this is our new currency, okay? So at the same time, puprotektahan tayo nitong batas na to para sa abuse ng ating personal data. Okay? So, personal data crash course, ito yung definition ng personal data. Again, why is it important? Because again, your personal data is shared through each online interaction or transaction that you do. So, this is your wallet kapag ka pumunta ka ng cyberspace. So, iiwan mo ba kung saan-saan yung wallet mo? Iiwan mo ba kung saan-saan yung mo? Diba? And then, how does PDPA help? It safeguards against the misuse of your personal data and gives you more control over how it's managed and used. Okay? So, under the PDPA, meron tayong tinatawag dito na data protection obligations. So, itong data protection obligations na to is actually the enumeration of different accountabilities na binibigay sa mga organization na magko-collect ng personal data. Okay? So, dinivide siya into three main categories. Yung collection of personal data, yung care of personal data, and then lastly, individuals' autonomy over their personal data. So, first, yung collection. If you're an organization and you want to collect a personal data, no, first, you have to notify the person or the people that gusto mong that you are targeting to collect the personal data from. Okay, so dapat may notification sa kanila that your personal data will be recorded or will be stored. Okay, then you have to, on that notification, you have to state the specific purpose. Okay? So merong purpose limitation. Para saan gagamitin yung nila, personal data nila. And lastly, you have to get the consent ng mga tao na kukuhanan mo o kukolektahan mo ng personal data. This falls all under the collection of personal data. Okay, so nakolekt mo na. Ano na ngayon ang mangyayari? Now you have the accountability and the responsibility to take care of that personal data. So you have to make sure that accurate yung personal data na naano mo, na nakolekta mo. Yung di mo na mismatch while you're on the process of collecting. Second is, you have to protect that personal data. So ibig sabihin, kung pinaingat sa'yo yung kanilang personal data, kailangan ingatan mo talaga yan. You make sure na hindi siya makuha o hindi siya ma-acquire ng ibang mga entities o ibang mga parties other than your organization. Okay? And then, since you will be collecting this personal data and you already stated the specific purpose for collecting this personal data, dapat meron ding retention limitation. So hanggang kailan mo lang itatabi yung personal data nila? Okay? Hanggang kailan lang pwedeng gamitin yon. So dapat naka-state din yon actually when you are informing the people you're collecting the personal data from doon sa purpose. Okay? And then lastly, there should be a transfer limitation. Hanggang sino lang sa organization yung pwedeng naka-access doon sa personal data na yon. Okay? So, yung sabihin ba, pag nag-collect ang IECEP SG ng personal data nyo, lahat kami rito na officers, pwedeng nakakakuha ng magka-access sa personal data nyo? Definitely not. No? Kailangan meron lang na specific officers within the organization na may access doon sa personal data nyo. Hindi lahat pwedeng makakuha ng ng mga personal data nyo. Okay? So that's what we call dun sa transfer limitation. And then after or while you are safeguarding the personal data, yung mga nagbigay sa'yo ng personal data nila, they could have some access and correction to ensure accuracy. Okay? Kung tama ba, so they should have they should be given access. So alam nila para alam nila kung ano yung mga binigay nilang o pinrovide nilang personal data. Second is may data portability. So ibig sabihin, kung gusto nilang masilip kung ano yung pinrovide nilang data, they should be given some means, no, to be able to do it. And lastly, kung halimbawa yung pinoprotektahan mong personal data na breach, no, na-hack, napasok, kumbaga, nagkaroon ng instance na kung saan sa tingin mo, mayroong ibang nakakita, o mayroong ibang naka-acquire ng personal data na yon, they have the, kumbaga, yung mga hiningan natin ng personal data, they are entitled for a data breach notification. Kailangan ipaalam mo sa kanila yon. Kailangan i-notify sila na nagkaroon po ng breach doon sa namin. So, I think some of us at one point in time have actually received some data breach notification and later pakita ko po sa inyo example. Okay? Okay. So, dito sa Singapore, we have what we call yung sa mga locals, ang mga PRs, meron sila nung NRIC. Sa mga foreigners naman o sa amin mga pass holders na rito, meron kaming mga pass na tinatawag. And lahat yun yung ID mo kahit saan ka magpunta. Okay? And the reason why I want to discuss this also is just to inform everybody kung kailan lang ba dapat kolektahin yung information doon sa mga ID natin. And later on, yung mga attendees natin yan sa Pilipinas, later on, kapag nagkaroon kayo ng kasi I believe nag-i-implement na tayo ng national ID system, Pag nag-implement na ng national ID system, kailangan magkaroon din ng ganitong policy sa Pilipinas. No, magkaroon ng information kung kailan lang dapat kolektahin yung information dun sa national ID nyo. Okay? So, dito, sinasabi, may 3 group. Allowed by law, may 5 category lang na kung saan dapat o pwedeng kopyahin, pwedeng i-scan, pwedeng i-photocopy yung iyong NRIC o yung iyong pass. One is kung magjo-join ka ng new organization. as an employee. Okay? So kung bagong empleyado ka, yung company mo as a personal data kumbaga protection entity could get a copy of your national ID or your NRIC or your pass. Okay? Whether it's an S pass, an E pass or a work pass, no? Pwede nilang kunin yung soft copy nung iyong ID. Okay? The next is if you're going to check into a hotel. Okay? Another thing is if you are seeking treatment at a medical clinic. Okay? Another is if you're subscribing to a mobile phone line. Okay? And then lastly, if you are enrolling into a private educational institution. So itong 5 instances lang po na ito yung inaalaw ng batas ng PDPA na mag-collect ng personal data. Okay? And then we also have these four activities na kung saan pwede mong ipakita. Okay? So yung una, they could collect. Yung pangalawa, pwede mong i-present, ipakita to verify your identification. First is if you're visiting a preschool. If you're a visitor entry to preschool. Okay? Because this is how they protect or how we protect yung mga young ones natin. Na kailangan, kung gusto mong malaman na kung ikaw talaga yung designated na visitor o yung declared visitor doon sa mga preschool, kailangan magpakita ka ng identification. Okay? You have to present. If you're going to disburse for a financial aid, you're applying disbursement of a financial aid. So kailangan mong establish yung iyong identification. If you are performing insurance claims or if you are performing some property transactions like nagbebenta ka, bumibili ka, you have to verify your identification. So papakita mo yun, ipe-present mo yun. And then lastly, kailan hindi kailangan, hindi naman inaalaw ng batas na i-collect o i-present yung iyong ID. Kung magre-redeem ka lang ng free parking, okay? Kung magsa-sign up ka ng mga retail membership, no? Papa-member ka ng sa Uniqlo, papa-member ka sa G2000, papa-member ka sa kung saan-saan pa dito ng mga usong-uso dito sa Singapore 'yon. Pagkalabas mo, pagkapunta mo sa mall, tatanungin ka kagad gusto mong pa-member kapag ka nag-purchase ka ng something. So hindi mo kailangan ipakita yung IC mo. Okay? If you're going to submit feedback or registering interest into a product or a service, hindi nila kailangan kolektahin yung personal data mo or rather yung iyong NRIC. Okay? Online purchase of movie tickets, participating in a lucky draw, even visiting some friends or relatives sa mga condominiums o kahit anong close-gated community, hindi mo kailangan mag-present o mag-iwan ng ID mo. Okay? So, again, just beware, no? Kasi baka yung mga nagko-collect niyan, hindi yan yung mga legit na mga entity na kung saan mag-perform talaga ng tamang data protection. Okay? Okay, so now we know what personal data is, we know what personal data protection is. Let's talk about cookies. Ito, madalas natin nakikita, no? So, cookies are text files with small pieces of data, like a username and password, that are used to identify your computer as you use a computer network. Data is stored in a cookie is created by the server upon your connection. This data is labeled with an ID unique to you and your computer. So in this sense, no, itong mga cookies, it's actually part of your personal data. Kasi it could identify you also as an individual, specifically if you are using your own computer. So once you log into any other network using your own computer, itong mga cookies na to, small pieces of data mo to. Okay? So ngayon, kung halimbawa, ano-anong klaseng mga activities sorry, kung saan na nakakapag-iwan ka ng cookies o pwedeng kolektahin yung mga cookies mo. Sample is if you're performing online shopping, if you are opting for food deliveries, if you are booking a flight, if you're booking an event ticket or yung mga cinema ticket, no? Lahat ng mga ganitong klaseng online activities, no? Nag-aano sila, nagpa-prompt sila na kung pwede nilang i-collect yung cookies mo. Okay? Ang maganda ron, so next time you log in, meron na silang information mo. Ang masama no, they could actually track your activities. Okay? If you're using your own device, okay, siguro pwede kang maging lax ng konti if you're using your own device. But the thing is, no, yung device na yon pwedeng mawala, pwedeng mano sa'yo. So dapat maging practice natin is actually to clear all our cookies. No, kailangan maging practice mo 'yon. Kasi para hindi ka hindi matrace yung mga ginawa mong activity, para hindi matrace yung iyong mga kumbaga yung online footprint mo. Okay? You could say yes to cookies. No, but at the end of the day, you have to clear all your cookies. Kailangan maging practice mo 'yon. No? So, yung clearing of cookies, basically, you have to go through your browser. You have to clear your cache, no? Register. So, doon po na yung mga cookies natin. Okay? Okay. So, now, let's go into discussing about cybersecurity. But I'm not going to touch cybersecurity in a deep manner per se, kasi po maraming mga speakers natin later yung mag-aano nito, no? Yung magdi-discuss nito. Actually, may nauna na nga kahapon si Mr. Fu Jongmeng, no? Diniscuss niya na yung security about IT and OT. And then later on, i-discuss po yung mga hardening ni Sir Kenneth, di-discuss ni Sir Chris yung IT, OT, tsaka IoT. Okay? So, the cybersecurity that I'm going to discuss basically is more on the personal level, dun sa personal data natin. Okay? So what we are talking about is, the question that we should be asking is first, who should protect your data? Or rather, who should protect your personal data? So, sinasabi dito, mythology po, na yung data protection, IT issue lang. No? Ang totoo niyan, okay, human error is one of the biggest challenges sa data protection. Minsan kahit lahat ng klaseng antivirus, lahat ng klase ng hardening, lahat ng klaseng procedure na implement mo na doon sa yung enterprise, pero most of the times nakakalusot pa rin yung mga hackers, nakakalusot pa rin yung mga malwares, yung mga viruses through human error or through human activities. Yung mga yung mga end user natin. Okay? Because of that, nagkakaroon tayo ng data breach. Okay? And you can see from this image, no, the number of data breach incidents by type, pinakamalaki sa statistics, 69% is basically identity theft. So, ibig sabihin, may nagnanakaw ng identity ng ibang tao at ginagamit to transact into any other type of online activity or online business, no? Most of the times, no, yung identity theft, yung mga incidents na nangyayari. So, 16% lang yung talaga para sa mga financial access, 7% yung sa account access, 5% sa existential data, 3% nuisance, yung makapang-asar lang, okay? O makapanggulo lang, makapang-disrupt lang. At doon sa mga number of breach incidents by source, usually 72%, again, ang laking chunk ng pie na naman, is by a malicious outsider. So, ibig sabihin, meron pong social engineer na involved doon sa mga identity theft na nangyayari. No? 18% yung accidental loss. Meaning, naiwanan mo, ikaw mismo na nagmamay-ari ng personal data, naiwanan mo yung mo. 72% is may nang target sa'yo. Okay? 9% is a malicious insider. Less than 1% is a hacktivist. Less than 1% yung state sponsor. Okay, so I guess this image actually visually clarified na ang mga data breach po na nangyayari is specifically targeting sorry, to steal someone's identity. And most of the times, no, it is performed by malicious outsiders. Okay? So again, this should alert us to be more mindful of our online activities, to be more mindful of our personal data. Okay? And how does data breach actually happen? So how does a data breach occur? No. So basically, meron po tayong hacker or meron tayong social engineer na magpo-probe, no? And that probing, kung halimbawa nasa enterprise level yan, that probing will be blocked by the firewall, pero hahanap sila ng pinaka-vulnerable part ng firewall para makapasok at makapag-apply ng initial attack. Once na i-apply yung initial attack, no, let's say here in the form of an electronic mail at email na may malware, no, iaano ngayon siya, tawag dito, ia-access ngayon siya nung isa sa mga unsuspecting players natin. And once nabuksan siya, yung attack na yun, pwede na siyang ma-expand doon sa buong network. Okay? Pwede siyang ma-expand sa buong network because of just one kumbaga innocent or unsuspecting participant. Okay? And then dahil na i-expand yung attack, dahil na ikalat na yung, let's say, malware, ransomware, any other type of any other type of virus, from there perform na yung ating social engineer or yung hacker ng data leak. And from that data leak, I believe na narinig nyo kahapon to. Ang terminology na ginamit ni Mr. Jong Meng is yung di ba? Ano yung ginamit niyang terminology? Sorry. Parang something synonymous to treasure, di ba? Parang ganon. So, ito yung treasure natin. Once na nakuha yung data, yun yung treasure natin sa online world, and then malilift yun ngayon. So, once na malift yung data mo, it could go on the process of data science or it could go directly on the process of yung pwede nang pagkaperahan kagad yung data. Okay? So, that's how data breach happens. May magpo-probe.
Sorry, it's crown jewel. Sorry.
Yun, crown jewel. Yun yung terminology pala na ginamit ni And mukhang yun din yung gagamitin mo mamaya, Sir Chris, no?
Hindi ko nakagamitin.
Anyway, so yung crown jewel, di ba, nakuha, so malilift na siya. Just because of yung sa successful initial attack. Okay? So, so if you got notified, let's say, of a data breach, here's what you can do. No? Yung first na palaging sinasabi sa atin is to change your password. Change mo yung password ng affected account and then i-update mo na lahat yung mga old passwords mo. Okay? Kung halimbawa ang na-breach may kinalaman sa yung credit or debit cards, no? Sinasabi dito, ipaano mo na kagad. Ipa-cancel mo na yung credit or debit card na yun kasi kumbaga na na siya, pwede na siyang maging target. Okay? And then lastly, you have to monitor your account, kung ano man yung na-breach na account, for unusual activity. Okay? So always be mindful. Kapag ka naka-receive ka ng data breach notification, huwag mong dededmahin lang. You have to follow this procedure. Otherwise, ikaw yung isa sa mga magiging vulnerable, no? Para dun sa data lift. Okay? Okay. So sabi dito ni William James, no? And I believe everybody has been familiar with this quotation or with this saying, no? A chain is no stronger than its weakest link. No? And life, after all, is a chain. So if we try to traverse and we try to live in the cyberspace, no, let us make sure na hindi tayo yung weakest link. Sabi naman ni Bruce Schneier, tama ba yung pronunciation ko? Bruce Schneier, people often represent the weakest link in the security chain and are chronically responsible for the failure of a security system. So ibig sabihin, kahit gaano ka-secured, kahit gaano kaganda yung application ng cybersecurity dun sa mga system natin, kapag ang mga taong gumagamit hindi mindful, hindi aware, no, hindi conscious na parte sila ng cybersecurity, magfe-fail pa rin yung system. Okay? So now we have to know more so we could protect our own personal data and eventually bring that practice to the enterprise na maging aware participant, maging willing participant tayo in the implementation of cybersecurity. Okay? And usually, how are they going to challenge those people? No, this is done through social engineering. Or later on, may ibang term dyan sa social engineering. Okay? So social engineering and its other forms, no, yung phishing, baiting, catfishing, tailgating, scareware, pretexting, quid pro quo, and water hauling. Okay? So, papakita natin isa-isa yan. Pero before I start time check ako. Ano na ba?
10:05 na pa. Then, probably 10 more minutes.
Okay, 10 more minutes tapos na natin to. Okay. So, social engineering, okay, also known as human hacking, is the manipulation of someone to divulge confidential information that can be used for fraudulent purposes. So basically, yung social engineer or yung human hacker, no, gathers information about their victims. Pagka nakuha niya na yung mga information na yun, he or she will pose as a legitimate person and builds trust with their victims. So, yun, nakuha yung information, pagkatapos mag-i-establish na siya ng contact, and most of the time he will pose as a legitimate person or legitimate entity. Okay? And then the social engineer will gather information. The social engineer gathers information about it. Naulit lang yun. So basically, yung information na to, ito na yung data na gusto niyang i-lift. Ito na yung crown jewel na tinatawag natin kanina. And then lastly, after magawa yung lift, okay, the social engineer will possess a legitimate person and builds trust with their victims. So, sa example na to, ang sinasabi lang basically is, kinukuha natin, after magkaroon ng data lift, they will now use the personal data or the identity nung victim nila to be able to victimize other people also or other entity also. Okay, at the same time, victimizing again, no, or victimizing some more yung kanilang initial victim. Puro victim yung use kong words. Okay, so again, yung types ng social engineering natin, no, baiting, catfishing, pretexting, phishing, vishing, spear phishing, okay, scareware, tailgating, piggybacking, water hauling, and quid pro quo. Okay, so mabilisan na natin na yan to. So baiting, no, nakikita nyo doon sa cartoons na nilagay natin dyan. So usually, ang baiting is, is a procedure wherein they will try to lure you in. No, kaya nga baiting parang may pain na ibibigay. May ipapain sa'yo. So this is a type of social engineering attack where a scammer uses a false promise to lure a victim into a trap which may steal personal and financial information or inflict the system with malware. The trap could be in the form of a malicious attachment with an enticing name, or in this case, mga promo, free games, no? So, and then after that, you have given them access to your personal data, to your computer, no? Or to your identity. Okay? The next type of social engineering is catfishing. Okay, catfishing is when scammers create the fake social media profile by using other people's photos, videos, and even their personal information. And usually, ito madalas tong advertisement na to na kumakalat dito sa Singapore, no? Kasi mukhang nagiging popular at nagiging mga successful no? Yung love scam na tinatawag, no? Sometimes they use other people's identities also, no? Kukontakin ka, Then yan, manghihingi ng online credit or magpapa-transfer ng pera. And then after all of that transaction, no, maglalaho na silang parang bula. Okay? Next type of social engineering is yung pre-texting. And pre-texting is when someone calls an employee or an organization and pretends to be someone in power, such as the CEO or on the information technology team. So, ibig sabihin, IT team. So, ibig sabihin, sinasabi nito, parang i-lift mismo yung data or i-lift mismo yung information dun sa mga tao direkta by pretending na sila yung mga yung mga people in power within the same organization or other organization. Okay? So, ito is a type of hacking din. You don't realize yung mga tawag-tawag, yung mga contact sa'yo, is also a type of hacking. And ang hinahack hindi yung system, kundi yung mga users or yung mga humans. Okay? We also have what we call yung scareware. Scareware is a type of malware that leverages pop-up ads and social engineering tactics to manipulate online users into believing they need to buy or download the software that's indeed useless or malicious. So, once nakakita kayo ng ganito, may pinuntahan kayong website, tapos nakakita kayo nito, biglang may nag-alert, may nag-pop up na kailangan yung i-click yung link para ma-download nyo yung virus kasi na-infect kayo. That's actually the virus trying to infect you. Okay? So, ang gagawin nyo dito kapag at kung halimbawa hindi nyo ma-close, okay? Hindi nyo ma-close yung pop-up, wala kayong ibang magawa, kung gamit nyo ay laptop nyo, i-hard nyo kagad, hard reset nyo kagad yung laptop. Then, shut down nyo yung laptop and make sure na naka-disconnect kayo sa internet. Okay? And kung office laptop yung gamit nyo, huwag nyo muna siya buksan, dalhin nyo sa opisina nyo, bago nyo siya i-open, bago nyo i-power on yung laptop, i-inform nyo kagad yung IT yung MIS group nyo, para alam nila kung ano yung tamang gagawing procedure bago i-open ulit yung iyong computer. Okay? Next is tailgating or piggybacking. Tailgating or piggybacking is basically, ito naman, human hacking kapag yung hacker gustong maka-access sa mga secured physical location. Okay? So ito may kinalaman dun sa mga access control system natin na kung saan gagamitin yung credential mo para maka-access sila. Basically, yung tailgating from the word itself, susundan ka habang nakabukas yung pinto doon sa mga secured location. Okay? Or to the point na pwedeng makuha yung access cards mo mismo o yung access credentials mo. That's also tailgating on your credentials. Okay? But this is a physical location hack. Hindi ito online hack. Okay? Water holing. Okay? Sabi naman sa water holing, this is a social engineering attack that takes advantage of the amount of trust that users give to websites they regularly visit, such as interactive chat forums or exchange boards. So basically, yung mga attacker, ang una niyang titignan is kung yung mga website ba na, kumbaga, mga popular website, pwedeng maging water hole para dun sa pagde-deploy niya ng mga malware. Okay? So, once na nakakita siya ng vulnerability dun sa mga website, mag-i-inject siya ngayon diyan ng mga malware, okay? And then kung ikaw palagi ka nag-frequent dun sa mga website na yon, since you trust that website, kung ano man yung mga malware na in-inject na doon at nagbigay sa ng mga pop-up or whatever, dahil trusted yung website, i-click mo ngayon. So upon clicking, you don't realize it na ikaw mismo, yung computer mo mismo, na-infect na ng malware. And those malwares could virtually do anything, kung paano sila pinrogram. So, I'll give you one example of a water holing incident, Ito, na-publish siya dito sa Singapore sa Straits Times. And this is actually showing, this is a website that actually showing different cameras, or rather different videos from CCTV cameras sa bahay. Okay? And some of my other discussion, specifically sa design ng CCTV, sinasabi ko, mag-install ka ng CCTV para sa bahay mo, wag mong unang-una, wag mong ilagay o wag mong i-capture yung mga lugar sa bahay mo na hindi ka willing i-broadcast. So, pangalawa, wag mong i-connect sa internet. Okay? Gawin mong may air gap na kumbaga, yung mga yung mga camera mo sa bahay, makikita mo sa bahay lang din. Ito kasi naging prevalent to nung sumikat yung mga IP camera na kung saan ang dali daw gamitin, no? Open mo lang sa i-power up mo sa bahay, connect mo sa router, download the app, makikita mo na yung nangyayari sa bahay mo from your phone or from your tablet. Unfortunately, kung kaya mo siyang gawin, kaya din siyang gawin ng ibang tao, no? So, yung mga ibang tao na yon, especially those bad actors, yung mga social engineers, nag-waterhole ngayon sila doon sa mga repository ng inyong mga CCTV images or CCTV footages. At doon nga, na-lift nila itong mga na to. Na-lift nila itong mga footages na to. And dito sa website na to na ni-report, actually, sinasabi, binibenta itong mga na to. Binibenta itong mga footages na to. So, imagine, parang high-tech voyeurism, no? Parang ka namboboso na high-tech na. At hindi mo na alam kung sino yung mga tao sa kabilang side ng screen. Okay? So this is a type of waterholding attack. Okay, quid pro quo. So, quid pro quo is the exploitation of human weaknesses like targets negligence and unawareness to steal their private information. So itong sample dito is yung free wifi. So lalabas ka, punta ka sa mall, punta ka sa airport, punta ka sa kung saan, no, may free wifi. So free wifi 'yon, walang password, connect ka lang ng connect. Again, kung ganun kalax ang security, definitely on your end, no, merong may trade-off 'yun. At usually, ang trade-off is hindi ka aware, no? Uma-access ka sa Wi-Fi, nabibigyan ka ng internet connectivity, but you don't know, binibigyan mo din sila ng access doon sa device mo. And they could leave, again, all of those personal data, all of those crown jewels na nandun sa iyong electronic device. Okay? Okay, so, sige, ilang slides na lang ito. Okay, so what's wrong with this picture? Okay, what's wrong with this picture? Again, kumonect ka sa free Wi-Fi, naka-display yung password mo, naka-display lahat yung personal data mo, address, credit card, cloud storage password, even your text messages, naka-display lahat, no? So, dito, parang you are luring a social engineer. No, this is a social engineer's buffet table. Kasi andyan na lahat. Okay? And I'm going to show you a quick video kung paano magagamit yung mga data na nilift dito.
Hey Serena!
Yeah?
What you got in your bag?
It's my new heels for graduation. Good morning, guys. Guess what day it is? It's my birthday. Where are these chairs coming from?
Okay, so as you can see, no, lahat ng pinopost natin sa social media, pwede siyang magamit, pwede siyang malift to be able to steal our identity. Okay? Pero, so, kasi ngayon, yung mga millennials, no, meron ganitong mentality. Na if you didn't post it, did it even happen? No? Pero sa ating mga, sa mga Gen X, sa mga mas naunang generation, sa atin walang problema eh. Hindi tayo naman pala post eh. No? Pero itong bagong generation, we have to learn that yeah, you're going to exist in the cyberspace. At the same time, you have to protect yung data na i-broadcast mo sa cyberspace. Okay? Yung you have to protect the information that you're going to share. Sabi nga ni Khalil Gibran, no, travel and tell no one, live a true love story and tell no one, live happily and tell no one, because people will eventually ruin beautiful things. Okay? And in that thought, no, yung quick way lang, mabilisan na if you're going to travel, especially now na nagbubukas na ulit yung ating mga yung ating mga tourism spots, okay? Avoid posting photos that reveal sensitive data like boarding passes and passport, okay? Huwag share ng share, okay? Avoid connecting to Wi-Fi network from suspicious and unknown sources. Again, pag free yun, laging may catch, okay? Quid pro quo. Take extra care when geotagging your social media posts as it could disclose your exact whereabouts and activities to everyone. Again, be mindful kung ano yung mga i-share natin. Okay? At isa sa mga hinuli ko talaga to kasi isa sa mga isa sa pinaka-popular na type ng social engineering is yung tinatawag nating phishing. Okay? But how does phishing works? So basically, you have an attacker magpapadala sa ng message, and then for this example magpapadala siya ng email, no? Then once it sends the message or the email to a particular employee, itong employee na to pwedeng maging victim, no? Kapag inopen niya yung email na yon, okay? And then nag-perform ng action na sinasabi doon sa email na yon. Okay, so kung may mga link doon sa email o merong instruction na sinasabi doon sa email na sinunod ngayon ng employee, now he or she becomes the victim of phishing. And from that, yung malicious person can actually perform data lift or can receive the data kasi sinunod nung tao o sinunod nung victim yung procedure doon sa binigay niyang email. And from there, no, pwede ngayon niyang gamitin yung whatever data na na-list niya into another transaction or into some other real pages or real websites. Okay? So, sabi nga ni Qui-Gon Jinn, ito sa Attack of the Clones, there's always a bigger fish. No? So, there are different types of phishing actually. So, first is yung tinatawag nating spear phishing wherein yung tinatarget a specific team, specific department, or specific individual. Meron din naman tinatawag na clone phishing na kung saan the clone previously email you have received from a legitimate. So minsan naman ang clone phishing is magpapadala sila sa ng ng lure, magpapadala sa ng bait na kung saan legit talaga yung company. Unfortunately, ginagamit lang din nila yung identity ng ibang company to be able to lure you in. Meron naman tinatawag na whaling, na kung saan ang tinatarget naman yung mga executives, yung mga managers or mga department heads. Okay? Then we've got voice phishing and SMS phishing. Voice is using voicemail instead of the email, and then SMS phishing or smishing, later on you will know, na ginagamit naman is yung mga SMS or mga text messages. Okay? So how to prevent phishing attacks? First, avoid the hook. You have to check out, no? So basically, ang i-check out mo daw dyan ay yung mga yung mga company na out of nowhere bigla kang kinontak, no? May mga missing name or bad grammar or bad spelling doon sa mismong email message. Okay? The person asks for personal information including password. So, kapag meron kang legit na correspondence doon sa mga company na meron kang account, hindi sila magtatanong ng mga personal information sa'yo through email, okay? Or through or by asking directly your password. But note that some phishing schemes are sophisticated and they look very real. So, kailangan you have to scrutinize, no? Be what we call this, be really mindful. Protect yung sarili mo kasi personal data mo yan. And if you're working for a company, you have to protect your company also. Again, humans are also part, or the users are also part of the complete cybersecurity. Okay? Again, protect yourself. So keep your computer security up to date, back up your data often, consider multi-factor authentication, blah, blah, blah. So lahat itong mga ito, mai-share ko na lang sa inyo through the ano, no? So we will just go through this quickly. Okay? So this is how you're going to protect yourself. So kapag ka naka-receive ka ng ano, ng notification, ng data breach notification, kaya sabi sa iyo magpalit ka ng password. So mag-a-update ka ngayon ng password mo. Unfortunately, naging habit na natin na isang password yung ginagamit sa iba't ibang account. Okay? So kapag ginawa mo to, kahit nagpalit ka ng password, ang baba pa rin ng ano mo, ng security level mo nun. Kasi pagka nahack ulit yung pinalitan mo na password, yung bagong password mo, hindi pwede niya ma-access lahat ng account mo. So kailangan maging practice natin is yung magkaroon tayo ng iba't ibang password sa iba't ibang account. And in this particular image, makikita mo, meron kang application na tinatawag na LastPass na kung saan pwede siyang mag-generate, no, ng password mo. Pwede siyang ikaw magko-command gaano kahaba yung password mo, anong klaseng character. So lahat 'yun pwede mong ma-configure, and you could configure specific passwords per account para hindi yung pag nakuha yung isang password mo, lahat ng account pwede na ma-access. Okay? And then again, don't click on unfamiliar links or download anything from someone that you don't trust. So pag may nag-send sa'yo ng free games, or free movies, or whatever free, lagi at the end of that, may hook. Okay? So you might not realize it, but you are being lured to be fished. Okay? So phishing, this is voice phishing. Okay? So instead na magpadala ng email, papadala ng voicemail o tatawagan ka mismo. And then here is what you have to look for, no? Is the caller trying to scare you? Minsan nananakot yan o nananarantay ang mga yan na may nangyaring ganito, blah, 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 kailangan ng access sa account mo, blah, 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 blah. So, yun yung So ngayon, sa katarantahan mo, ibibigay mo ngayon lahat yung information. And you don't know, you're already giving your information to a social engineer or to a human hacker. Is the caller claiming to be an authority figure? Again, no, sasabihin sa'yo, they come from this bank or they come from the IRS, or in this case dito sa Singapore, they come from IRAS, no? Diyan sa Pinas pwedeng sabihin BIR. Okay? So tatakutin ka. Okay? Magpapakilala sila na authority figure. Are they asking for personal data? So yun yung pinaka magiging red flag mo na kung figure of authority ka, tinatakot mo, tapos ngayon nagtatanong ka ng personal data, definitely there's something fishy going on, no? Or I am being fished. So ngayon nasa sa akin na ngayon kung gusto ko bang magpa-hook or magpapa-hook pa rin ba ako after realizing that. So ito yung mga telltale signs natin, no, that you are being actually fished, no? Kasi phishing. Okay. So another form of phishing is smishing. So diba? Usually sa smishing naman, hindi naman kung sa phishing tinatakot ka, sa smishing naman ilulure ka by giving you prices, no? Sabi dito or yun nga, meron din so-called warning, no, na dito naman na compromise, okay? May scare din na compromise yung account mo or nanalo ka. And because of that, no, it will stir emotions para mag-respond ka. So kung natakot ka, definitely ayaw mo na magkaroon ng ma-compromise yung account mo, i-click mo kaagad yung link. But upon clicking that link, again, you're giving them access to your device. Okay? Dito naman sinabi nanalo ka, no? You have been selected for a free $1,000 Best Buy gift card. Pero again, makikita mo dito kasi sa Singapore meron kaming tinatawag na DBS Bank. Pero dito pinakita niya tbs.mo. Okay? So be mindful dun sa mga click yung link. And again, huwag click ng click. Okay? Pwede nyo i-verify, pwede nyo itawag yan kung legit yung campaign na yan or kung legit yung mga promos. Okay? So that is smishing, and to be able to avoid smishing, again, do not click the links. Okay? Ignore nyo na lang kaagad. And another thing that you can do is you could actually block and report, no? Meron siyang features, I think meron siyang nagamit ko na siya ilang beses dito sa sa iPhone. I believe sa sa mga Android devices, meron din siyang similar na application. So you could block and report para mabawasan yung mga number na ginagamit nila. Maubos kasi computer generated yung mga numbers na yan eh. Hindi siya talaga mga SIM card eh. So mauubos yung ginagamit nila. Once na tayo nagbablock at nagre-report ng mga numbers na yon. Okay, so in conclusion, both the physical and online worlds are real. Traverse the online world as you would the physical world. Now, be responsible in handling your own personal data as well as those that had been entrusted to you. And lastly, when in doubt, you have to ask, you have to probe, and you have to investigate. Okay? So I would like to leave you all words of the wise, no? From Sun Tzu, the author of Art of War. Adrito, know the enemy, know yourself. Your victory will never be endangered. Know the ground, know the weather. Your victory will then be total. So as we traverse the cyberspace, as we traverse the online world, no, if we want to be victorious, we have to know our terrain, we have to know our enemy so we could protect ourselves better. Okay? And just to balance it out, no? So ito medyo lumang wisdom na to eh. So, we have an updated wisdom that comes from a wise woman, no, from the Philippines. Ang mundo ay isang malaking quiapo. Maraming snatcher, maagawan ka, lumaban ka. That's a quote from Carmen Martin, no other woman from I think way back in 2011. Okay, so thank you very much. That's my presentation for this morning at maraming salamat po for viewing.
Thank you very much, Sir Pao. Very informative session. Grabe yung scope natin for this session. We talk about the physical space, cyberspace, digital transformation, paradigm shift, AI, ML, big data, personal data, cybersecurity, and social engineering. So yeah, thank you very much for sharing your knowledge and wisdom. Just to add, no, dito sa Singapore, very popular yung voice phishing. Like they're pretending to be authority. I received a lot of calls from MOH, counterpart ng DOH sa Philippines, the Chinese lady, then about COVID situation. And then when you're a new foreigner sa Singapore, makakatanggap din kayo ng scare call, pretending to be like ICA, then sabihin nila may issue kayo. So yeah, also for the SMS phishing, no, sa Singapore din po recently, the central bank removed the links from SMS kasi uso dito yung scam. So a lot of the clients were actually binigay yung account nila, then nakuha yung pera nila sa account. So the directive is tanggalin na lahat ng mga links sa SMS. So we have a few questions. Wow, dumami yung questions natin towards the presentation. So ngayon may na tayong 3 questions, Sir Pao. The first question is,
shoot.
yeah, the non-technical population is concerned about the mobile portability law being implemented. How can we educate them that this is leaning to improvement on service and responsible use of online platform? I think this is the law in the Philippines wherein the customers have the option to transfer their mobile from one provider to another. Like for example, if you're an existing client of, let's say, di ako affiliated sa any brand, just like for example, Globe, and then you would like to transfer to Smart or to Dito. So yeah, any thoughts on this, Sir Pao?
Mobile portability. So ibig sabihin, you will retain the same number.
Yes,
Pero
and then you
you
can
could
choose
go
your provider.
Across provider. I mean, I think this law, if you're going to look at it on the sabi nga, we're going to look at it optimistically. Mas magbibigay siya ng power actually sa users. Mas magbibigay siya ng power sa subscribers. First is that they retain their information, they retain their personal data, which is their number na ginagamit nila nowadays specifically to transact online businesses. Second, this will give necessary information also to subscribers na kung nagkakaroon ng exodus, lumilipat yung mga tao from one particular service to another particular service. This will tell the service provider themselves na ayusin niyo yung nyo. yung quality ng service nyo. Kailangan yung improve. There's something wrong kung bakit nagkakaroon ng movement, di ba? So again, this is this actually looks like again, kung kung medyo tawag dito, yung mga conspiracy theorist ka, isipin mo parang baka hinahanda ito para ma-favoran yung parating na bagong player, 'di ba? Pero kung tutuusin, ang benefit nito sa nakikita ko, no, ang benefit nito sa nakikita ko is more on sa consumers eh. Kasi hindi mo na kailangan ulit magpalit ng number dun sa mga ibang dun sa ibang mga kumbaga profiles mo. Kung na-declare mo na yung particular number na yun. At lalong-lalo na nagiging, kumbaga, nare-realize na natin yung paggamit ng second factor authentication through sending and receiving of OTPs, di ba? So imagine kung magpapalit ka, so magbabago ka na naman lahat, tapos lahat yung i-inform mo na nagpalit ka ng number, blah, blah, blah. So medyo And hindi ko alam, maganda sanang maging assistance nitong mobile portability law na to yung meron na ba yung registration sa atin ng mobile number?
Nag-lapse na po siya into law as of actually fresh lang siya March of 4th this year. So yung SIM Card Registration Act nag-lapse na po siya into law. So applicable na siya. Siguro hintayin na lang natin yung IRR regarding kung paano siya i-implement itself.
I-implement, oo. Yun yung magandang nito. Yun yung magandang combo nito. Kumbaga, na you will be registered to your number and that will become your personal data. And upon learning that it is part of your personal data, alam mo na rin siya i-protect. And the mobile portability though will help you navigate, no? And to be able to make full use of your personal data in the form of the mobile number. So I think it's good sa akin.
Yeah, I think it's also give the power back to the consumers. Kasi kung ayaw mo na ng service nila, then you have other options rather than staying with sabihin natin unhappy service with a particular telco or company. Next question. Does the appearing of mini tabs in the web asking for accepting cookies is the only way to provide your mini data po? Or kahit walang notice of accepting cookies, posible na nakukuha yung data mo kahit wala kang permission?
Actually, pwede nila makuha yung data mo without you permitting them. Pero doon mo ngayon malalaman yung mga legit na mga website because they are now asking permission. So just like yung pagko-collect ng PDPA, again, cookies is a part of your personal data. They are giving you the notification that they are going to collect your personal data. And doon sa makikita mo yun, di ba? If you accept the cookies, meron naman siya nakalagay doon eh. Pero minsan kasi ang trick is nililiitan nila masyado yung text para hindi mo na masyadong babasahin. So pag pop-up niya, sabihin mo na lang, accept na lang. Tapos Pero ako personally, masyado rin akong discerning dyan. So minsan may mga article sa Facebook, no? Na may mga clickbait eh. Na may mga sa Facebook na, talaga, pabasa nga nung nung article, sorry. So pagbasa mo ng article, bago ka makapasok, may naka-pop up muna na na kailangan mo i-accept yung yung collection nila ng cookies mo. So sa akin noon, ang ko noon, rule of thumb ko noon is kailangan ko ba talagang balikan ulit tong website na to? Kasi kung para lang dito sa article na to at hindi rin naman life and death situation, kumbaga I can live without it, 'di ba? Hindi ko na i-accept. Diba? I-close ko na lang kagad yung window. So because I'm not comfortable just anyhow sharing my activities or anyhow sharing my personal data. So be discerning na lang din. Kung if you can live without that particular website, pwede hindi mo na i-accept. Huwag mo na lang i-browse.
Okay, thank you, Sir Pao. Next question. Are there other apps other than LastPass? I've used LastPass for years, then biglang ayaw nang pumasok yung master password which caused all of my password to be inaccessible.
Actually, madami pa eh. Unfortunately, hindi lang ako familiar dun sa iba. Pero I think a quick Google search would really help in that. Madami pa nagpo-provide ng mga And to the point na Yung iba yata is an application based na tawag doon, pwede mo nang i-install doon sa ano mo. Pwede mong install doon sa devices mo, specifically sa laptop na para siyang repository. So hindi sila magge-generate ng password, ikaw magge-generate ng password mo. But since anong tawag dito, para hindi mo makalimutan kung anong password yung nandun sa particular na domain, anong password yung nandun sa particular na account, sila yung magmamanage. I just forgot the name. I would like to apologize for that.
I think we can send some references as well after the discussion through chat. Okay, I think those are the questions we had for this very informative session. Just to take note, no, while we are discussing the cybersecurity, I receive a lot of messages from the company itself that we need to upgrade our Chrome browser because of the emergency security warning and attacks are underway. So kung gumagamit po kayo ng Chrome, habang nagsasalita si Sir Pau, nagkakaroon na po tayo ng attack. So I'll send a link on how you can update your Chrome, and then hopefully the vulnerability will be covered by the update. Now, we will call on Ma'am Elizabeth C. Cortez to award the certificate.
Thank you so much, Sir Archie. And once again, thank you so much, Sir Paulo, for such a fruitful discussion. And as expected, this is a weekend with a lot of takeaway knowledge about privacy and digital ethics. In this regard, the Institute of Electronics Engineers of the Philippines Singapore chapter award this certificate of appreciation to Engineer Paulo R. Laguna for being the resource speaker in IECEP Singapore's chapter's 5th annual general meeting and convention entitled Realms of Knowledge from Cyber to the Outer Space, with the topic PDPA, Privacy and Digital Ethics During and After the Pandemic, conducted through Zoom webinar platform on the 27th of March 2022, signed by Engineer Arnie C. Gonzalez, Governor of IECEP Singapore Chapter, and Engineer Jose Carlos C. Tupas VI, President of IECEP Singapore Chapter.
Okay, thank you, Sir Pau. Siguro short photo ops lang tayo. Maybe all of our panelists can join us to turn on their camera and then have a short photo with Sir Pau, our research speaker. Tech team, just let us know if you're ready to take the screenshot. Okay, I'll just count, then tech team will take the screenshot. Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, smile. Okay, one more. Baka di po kulang pa. So 3, 2, 1, smile. Okay, thank you very much. Hopefully na-capture po ng tech team natin yung our beautiful smiles.
Walang paro-paro, Jay. Mamaya na lang yan.
Mamaya na lang po.
Mamaya na lang.
Break. Next, for the evaluation link, kindly use the QR code on your screen to fill out the Google form. Alternatively, you may fill up the Google form in the link below for your attendance and evaluation. Link can be accessed and will be closed until tomorrow, 11:59 p.m. Just to take note, our 5th annual general membership meeting and convention is approved with 16 CPDs. Okay, so yung link po natin, isasend na po natin sa chat box. And next, let us call on Mr. Alexis Vertido, Marketing Representative of BDO Remittance, Singapore, for a short presentation. Sir Alexis po, you can share your screen. Thank you.
Thank you. Sharing now. Just want to check my mic if you can hear me.
Yes po, sir. Loud and clear.
Thank you. Magandang umaga sa lahat. Happy Sunday to all. Glad to be here at the IECEP Singapore 5th Annual General Meeting and Convention. On behalf of BDO, I would like to thank IECEP Singapore Board of Members and Officers, IECEP Singapore members, and as well as the distinguished speakers and guests. Thank you for this opportunity to talk with you today. And special shout out to Engineer Arnie Gonzalez, Engineer Lea Lawan, and of course, Engineer Paolo La Laguna. It's always a pleasure working with you. My name is Alexis Vertido of BDO Remit of BDO Unibank Inc. And I help people with their remittance and banking requirements. And today, I'll be sharing with you the different various products and services that you can avail of or access in Singapore, at least different various BDO products and services rather that you can access from Singapore. So to share with you my topic overview would be as follows. Okay. Firstly, I'd like to introduce BDO Singapore branch, which is located at 20 Cecil Street, 0206 Plus building. Nearest MRT is, if you're commuting, nearest MRT is Raffles Place. So we actually opened last November of 2018. Okay. Office is Monday to Friday, by the way, for those who would like to visit 9 a.m. to, as of now, 4 p.m. So for these are the various corporate and commercial and retail banking services that the BDO Singapore is offering. We have US dollar savings account. We have US, USD, and SG dollar checking account. We have time deposits as well for USD and SGD currencies. We also have syndicated loans, mostly for corporate. And recently, we just launched our private banking services. And of course, for those who would like to avail of the PHP or peso currency account with BDO, we have this BDO Kabayan Savings Account. Wherein it's zero maintaining balance, has convenient tracking services for your remittance, as well as free life and accident insurance, of course, subject to TNC. And then it also has a reward points eligibility. And then last but not the least, the BDO Remit Kabayan, the BDO Kabayan Savings ATM card actually has various promos, show card promo at Maxis, SM Appliance, SM Store, etc. From time to time. So for those IECEP Singapore members who would like to, let's say, open a peso account here in Singapore without having to go back, I'd be glad to be of service to you. Later, I'll be sharing with you my details so you can, contact me. Just emphasizing on the free life and accident insurance of Kabayan Savings Account. So subject to TNC, of course, and this is like an overview of how to qualify. So the free life and accident insurance benefit of Kabayan Savings Account is one of the salient features, no? So because we all know that insurance policies are actually expensive. But here, in the case of BDO Kabayan Savings Account, when you open an account and you continuously remit to that same account, as well as maintain a particular balance, you would be entitled to a free life and accident insurance already. So this is actually a main consideration why people, especially those working overseas, right, why they open a BDO Kabayan Savings Account. So now, of course, the idea is when you have let's say, a BDO account already, we would like you to remit to that money for all your transacting purposes via BDO Remit. Who is BDO Remit? BDO Remit actually is the remittance arm of BDO Unibank Inc. So later I'll discuss more about the various remittance services of products and services of BDO Remit. So in terms of the quality of service of BDO Remit, would say we're the leading, if not the best, remittance service in the Philippines, as we have garnered the various but sharing with you the various awards of BDO Remit. And in terms of world presence, BDO, we have 16 international offices and nearly 400 global partners, as well as we have 25 expatriates worldwide who actually serve our kababayans in terms of their remittance requirements. So for BDO Remit, actually, we have two business models. In other countries like US or Hong Kong, we have our own BDO Remit branches where you could remit money to. While in other countries, especially like in Singapore, BDO Remit services are offered via our so-called remittance partners. Later, I'll share with you who those partners are. Okay. Just to emphasize, in the Philippines as well, in terms of number of, sorry about that. Our strength in terms of network strength in the Philippines, we have around 1,170 plus branches, 4,200 ATMs where you can withdraw from, as well as 560 cash deposit machines where you can deposit your cash into. And then we have our subsidiary BDO Network Bank, which is around 200 plus branches. And then we also have, at the bottom, we also have the around 8,000 Cash Agad partner locations. So Cash Agad partners are those moms and pop shops at especially in remote areas that we've converted like into an ATM shops, so ideally to complement areas where we don't have ATM machines, so if you have a BDO account, or actually if you have a Philippine issued ATM card and you are staying in an area which there aren't any ATM machines, you can actually go to any of our Cash Agad partners, and then you can actually withdraw cash at their locations. We actually issue the POS system to them that allows them to disperse cash for those ATM card holders who would like to withdraw cash. Okay. I think in Singapore we have something like here also, or actually if in Singapore we have the likes of Cheers, I think, where you can withdraw money, right? Even there's no ATM there. Pretty much like I think the company name is called SoCash. If you're familiar with that, Cash Agad is similar to SoCash, that allows you to withdraw cash even without the presence of an ATM machine. So again, BDO Remit, as shared earlier, is actually made available in Singapore via our partners. BDO Unibank branch is considered in a way a partner, because you can also go to our BDO Unibank branch in Raffles and then remit money as well to the Philippines. And then our number one local bank partner in Singapore is DBS / POSB. So as you send money to the Philippines via to your bank accounts, or to a BDO account, or to a cash pickup, or to GCash, it's actually BDO Remit system that's delivering all your remittance transactions from POSB to the designated receiver in the Philippines. Same thing with our Lucky Plaza partners, which is A Express, located at the second floor. Of course, Kabayan. And then Right Choice Payments, which is formerly known as Broomfield. And then, of course, Steadfast Money Transfer, also located at Lucky Plaza. And then outside Lucky Plaza, we also have island-wide partners, Pay to Home and Prime Exchange, PT Ltd. So these are our partners in BDO Remit partners in Singapore. So that means you can, when you send money to the Philippines, right? You can actually tell them that I want to send this money to the Philippines via BDO Remit. No, be it credit to your bank account or credit to other bank accounts or cash pickup. BDO Remit can for sure deliver your remittance requirements to the designated recipient in the Philippines. So just quick browse through on the different BDO Remit products and services. Again, I mentioned the credit to BDO account. So if you have a BDO account and you go to our partners and then you send money to your own BDO account, for sure, they are using BDO Remit services that ensures the real-time or almost immediate remittance receipt of your remittance transaction to your designated bank account. So there. And then, of course, once you receive the money through your ATM in the Philippines or to the ATM of your beneficiaries, they can already withdraw to the ATM machines available in the Philippines, as well as through our Cash Agad partners, as mentioned earlier. Yeah, again, this is Cash Agad. Another BDO Remit service is Cash Pickup for those without bank accounts yet, who would like to send to their beneficiaries. Or rather, for those who would like to send to their beneficiaries without a bank account yet, they can choose the Cash Pickup service of BDO Remit, wherein the beneficiaries in the Philippines receiving the money can withdraw to the those payout channels that you can see on the screen via BDO branches nationwide, via BDO Remit counters inside SM malls, via BDO Network Bank, via accredited rural bank, or via pawn shops in the Philippines. Okay. So of course, if we have that credit to your own BDO account service, we also have the credit to other local banks service. No, so same thing. Also, it's like sending money to your own account. It's just this time it's to another bank. Okay, so we also have that service via our partners that I shared with you earlier. And then via some of our selected partners at Lucky Plaza, you can actually pay bills, through them, as well as order food remittance, Maxis and Jollibee. Through selective partners at Lucky Plaza. So especially during mga special occasions, medyo nagmamadali kayo, just to let you know that you can actually order your loved ones Jollibee packages and Maxis packages via our remittance partners at Lucky Plaza para hassle-free na. Para ka lang nagpapadala ng money, but this time it's actually food that you're sending to your loved ones in the Philippines. And then part of the remittance service of BDO Remit is that your beneficiary or you, if you have a Philippine account, or you or your beneficiary will receive an SMS notification saying that the money has arrived, and therefore you can already withdraw the money at ATMs if it's to your BDO account, or through the payout channels I mentioned earlier if it was a cash pickup transaction. Okay. And for those who send money through our partners mentioned earlier, you can actually track the status of your remittance. If you're sometimes you feel that you send money already, for example, to DBS or to our parts at Lucky Plaza, and it's not yet received by the beneficiary, or it's not yet credited to your own account. If you send to your own account, you can actually visit our website and then check your by keying in your remittance reference number at our website under the BDO remit status field. You can actually check the status of your remittance, whether it's already still pending or outstanding or credited already. So there. And then again, I'd like to share with you our new BDO online app, which is more efficient already, very efficient. I'd like to encourage those with, as of now, those with existing BDO online banking can do their upgrade by downloading this BDO online app, so that you can have better online banking experience and enjoy the new look and smoother navigation of this BDO online app. Okay, so the idea that we're trying to communicate is that I would like you to, of course, to have your own account and then remit to that account and then manage your bank account, right, via online banking, so that you'll save more time and things will be very efficient for you if you are able to manage all your transactions online, pay bills, send money, remit money. So that's what's good about like I heard Engineer Paulo Laguna earlier saying about everything we do now is technologically driven. So that's why BDO launched this new online app, so that you'll have a better and smoother navigation in terms of managing your BDO accounts. At the same time, actually, if you have an online banking account, right, you can actually invest also your money, so that you can maximize your wealth through online banking. If you need further details with regard to that, I'm just here later. I will share with you my details so you can get in touch with me and I can help you how to go through about it. Okay. And then again, we also have this BDO Pay app. It's also new. BDO Pay app actually is an app. It's a separate app than the app shared with you earlier. But this one is an app that allows you to perform your daily transactions, like make quick payments, scan to pay, can also pay bills, can also send money, can also request money, all from the comforts of your existing bank account. So it's linked to your bank account. So the beauty there is that you don't need to top up this app. So everything for your daily activities, you can already use a BDO Pay app. Okay. So there. So that's actually the end of my quick presentation. And again, maybe the takeaway from my presentation is that you can take a picture of or get my details here. If you have any concerns, BDO related concerns of anything, if there's anything you want to ask me about remittance or banking, I'll do my best to be of service to you. So there. So yeah, with that, I'd like to turn you over to Engineer Archie Dolit again. And thank you again, IECEP Singapore, for this opportunity.
Okay. Thank you very much, Sir Alexis, for sharing the services offered by BDO Remit. I think the food remittance is actually nice so that you can share special moments with our loved ones in the Philippines. And also just to clarify regarding the BDO online, this is
Yeah.
a replacement of the existing BDO app, right? Or is
Ah,
it a complementary?
you're right. That's a great question, engineer. As of it, because the existing app is residing in so-called, I think, legacy system. So BD on the new app actually is the more efficient one, less clunky. So I think eventually it's gonna be this new app will eventually be the sole app that we would be using for online banking, and maybe we would try to shut down the existing uh, app that you're using right now if you haven't upgraded yet to the new BDO online app.
Can we use it simultaneously? Or because I
Yes.
think in BDO, you need to register the app to one particular mobile device. So for example, I already have my existing BDO app. Can I transfer it to the new BDO online app?
Good question, engineer. Yes, actually, you can. In my case, I'm using all apps I shared with you, even
Mhm.
the existing BDO digital app.
Mhm.
Yes, and since you mentioned, yeah, it just reminded me about the number portability earlier.
Yeah.
What's good about BDO is that it's accepting SG numbers, unlike other
Mhm.
local Philippine banks, right? Not yet accepting SG numbers for the OTP.
Mhm.
So yeah, the BDO is accepting SG numbers for OTP. And yes, you can download or upgrade to the new BDO online app, or use simultaneously with the existing uh, BDO digital banking app. If you're having some challenges, let me know. I'll be glad to be of service. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Sir Alexis. Hopefully, we see you again in our future events and continue our partnership between ICEP SG and BDO Remit. Okay, thank you very
Thank
much,
you.
sir.
It's a
We will
pleasure.
proceed with the program. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, so there we have it. Some short presentation from the BDO Remit. Okay, next, just a reminder to our ICEP Singapore chapter members. The election is ongoing. It was opened yesterday and will be available until 12 noon today. Please cast your votes via myicepsg.net and choose who will be the next set of officers who will lead the chapter to greater heights. If you need any assistance, please contact Engineer Paolo R. La Laguna, or you can also send a message via the ICEP SG WhatsApp group. Again, the deadline of votation is today, 12 noon. Okay, we would also like to panawagan po para sa dalawang bumoto ngunit hindi nag-submit. So after choosing the officers, please ensure that you will see the ballot reference number as shown in the screen today so that your votes will be counted. Moving on to our next session, to introduce our next resource speaker, let me call on Engineer Edimir L. Surigao, the ICEP SG Treasurer, and Engineer R. Leonel P. Santiago, ICEP SG Auditor. Sir Eddie, Sir Santi, kindly introduce our next speakers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Sir RG. Audible ba kami? Narinig ba?
Yes po, loud and clear.
Sir Santi, kumusta dyan sa Changi?
Ayos, sir. Okay naman. Marami ng
Yes.
passengers.
Passengers. Okay, tuloy pa rin ba yung BTL dyan?
Tuloy pa rin, sir. Siyempre, tuloy pa rin.
Doon sa mga gustong umuwi na, pwede na.
Pwede
For
na.
vacation hindi for good Okay, so program proper tayo. For our next speakers, we'll be introducing two of the great minds who developed the first Philippine university-built satellites, which was launched into space last August 2021. So big heavyweights tong ating mga speakers. So I'll introduce first Engineer Renzo S. Wee. He's a graduate of BSEC from Ateneo de Zamboanga University and a recipient of the President's Education Award Program, which is sponsored by the U.S. Department of Education. He was a former research and project advisor and now a Maya 3 and Maya 4 developer. handling the Step Up project under the Stamina for Space program. He is currently pursuing his master's degree in electrical engineering, nanosatellite engineering track at the University of the Philippines in Diliman. Okay, he is also a licensed engineer that specializes in nanosatellite engineering and excels in the field of constellation design, structure design and verification, project management, and design verification and testing. So for the next speaker, bali pares sila in pair. So we'll be introduced by Sir Santi. Sir Santi, take it away.
Yun. Actually, nung nire-research namin to ni Sir Eddie, baka para magka-classmate pa sila ni Sir. So I will introduce the next speaker. So he is a graduate of BSECE at De La Salle Lipa and currently pursuing his Masters of Science in Electrical Engineering sa Nanosatellite Engineering track at the University of the Philippines in Diliman. So he was a former design verification engineer at ROM LSI Design Philippines Incorporated, and now a Maya 3 and Maya 4 developer handling the Step Up project under the Stamina 4 Space program. So nung ni-research din namin ito, he is one of the 8 Filipino engineers and scientists behind the significant milestones for the Philippine satellite development field. Matindi talaga. And developed the country's first locally built nanosatellites, which is yung Maya 3 at saka Maya 4. And these were deployed into space from the International Space Station last August 2029 lang, last year. So he's a licensed engineer that specializes in telecommunications and focuses on nanosatellite engineering. A DOST SEI Step Up Scholar. Let me introduce to you mga bigatin nating speakers then, aside kay Sir Eddie. Si Engineer Judiel L. Reyes. Thank you, sir.
Good morning po. Po sa lahat.
Good morning po sa lahat. Thank you so much, Sir Eddie and Sir Santi sa pag-introduce. Quick sound check lang tayo. Engineer Archie, narinig po ba kami?
Yes po, sir. Loud and clear.
Okay, thank you so much. Let us just allow us to share our slides. Jude. Ayan. Kita ba? Ayos ba?
Yes po, nakikita, sir.
Okay. Sige, hi everyone again. So, I'm Renzo and together with me nga is Judiel. So, before we start, let me just express our gratitude to IECEP Singapore for inviting us and letting us share the Maya 3 and Maya 4 satellite development. Tsaka thank you na rin ulit kay Sir Eddie and Sir Santi sa pag-introduce. Ayan. So, next slide tayo. Space. And what is space? You know, it's really a simple question. Parang simple lang talaga. 3 words. What is space? Yet, it is so difficult to answer. So, gaya ni na Sir Santi, nag-search din ako. Sabi ni Britannica, space is it's a boundless three-dimensional extent in which objects and events occur and have relative position and direction. So sabi naman ni NASA, as a region, it is defined as the region beyond the Earth's atmosphere. So beyond the Earth's atmosphere, di ba? So it's really vague definition. Kasi di naman na talaga natin alam kung saan ba nag-e-end yung Earth atmosphere. Kasi it really depends. It really depends on who you ask. So, sabi ni FAI, so the Federation of Aeronautic International, and many other organizations, they use the Kármán line as a way of determining when space flight has been achieved. So, kung nakapunta ka ba ng space. So, yung Kármán line, ano ba itong Kármán line? So, the Kármán line is an imaginary boundary 100 kilometers above the mean sea level. So, in theory, once this 100-kilometer line is crossed, the atmosphere becomes too thin to provide enough lift for conventional aircraft to maintain flight. So, hindi na kaya ng mga aeroplano natin, yung mga conventional airplanes natin na lumipad pa. While, yun yung sabi ni FAI, no? Pero pag tanungin mo naman si US military, if you ask the US military and NASA, they define space differently naman. So according to them, the space starts around 12 miles below the Kármán line, so 8 kilometers above the Earth's surface. And, there are even various studies regarding just to answer what is space, where is space. So, if you are going to ask me space is our final frontier. So where that frontier starts, well, let's just wait what they will say kung ano na pagkasunduan nila. So, baka gulat tayo, bigla na lang what is space. So, ito yung presentation natin ngayon. Next slide, please, Jude. Ayan. So, in this presentation, we're going to talk about the use of space. So, use of space, kailan ba natin siya ginamit? So, and we will transition to the use of space locally here in the Philippines. So, saan-saan na ba natin ginagamit yung space technologies or yung mga data na nag-gather natin sa space dito sa country natin. And then we're going to talk about the space systems. So, the mission of yung mga spacecraft systems. And finally, we're going to talk about the development of Maya 3 and Maya 4. Let's start with the use of space. So since the time of our ancestors, thousands of years ago, we've been using space in our daily lives. So thousands of years later, we are still using space. And thousands of years from now, for sure, we'll still be using space, if not more. So we'll still be utilizing space, if not more, diba? So, dati, our ancestors, they use space for navigation, diba? Tingnan nila kung saan yung Polaris or the North Star for their guidance. And nung wala pang tawag dito, parang yung clock natin before, so they use the sunrise, sunset to know kung has the day passed already, and so on and so forth. And then today, each and every one of us is using space-related technology. So, one way or the other. So, masyadong madaming example, pero I'll give you a few. So, sabi natin, if you want to order via, I don't know, Uber or Grab, ganyan. So, those location tags in your phone para malaman nyo kung nasaan na ba yung driver or nasaan na ba yung pagkain nyo. It's all possible because of GPS. So, familiar naman tayo sa GPS systems. Ayan. And don't get me started with the spin-off technologies that we acquired because of space. So, isa na dyan is yung mga water filters natin or mga purifiers natin. It's because of, we want our astronauts to have, access to clean water, kaya nagkaroon tayo ng ganun. Tapos yung na lang, kahit yung sapatos natin ngayon, yung mga may memory foam na sapatos, related din yan sa space. It was developed first for space and then ito nag-transition na nga. So masyadong madaming use to yung space sa atin eh. And then locally, in the past decade, next slide. Yeah, we have been using space more and more. So we have seen a dramatic increase in the use of space in the last decade dito sa Pilipinas. Before, ginagamit natin siya, di ba, for weather lang para malaman natin kung may gaano kalaki yung typhoon na darating, ganyan, kung saan siya tatama. Pero ngayon, ginagamit na rin natin siya for turbidity mapping. So gaya nga nitong nasa left ba yan? Tama. Nasa left ng screen nyo. That's the turbidity map of Manila Bay. Na kinuha ni picture taken by Diwatawan last 2018. So makikita natin dito kung isang part ng Manila Bay yung turbid or hindi clear yung water. Tapos saan naman yung okay. So di ba parang halata kung anong tawag dito? Sa part na to, di ba parang merong parang output of water coming from the city, tapos parang dun yung turbid masyado. So di ba that's one way to know yung saan yung yung nagko-cause ng pollution sa Manila Bay. Ayun. So next slide. Makikita din natin dito yung pwede natin siyang gamitin for government project monitoring or urban mapping. So makita natin kung example, kung may roads tayong ginagawa, kung yung mga roads na yun ba ay nagpa-progress. So, anyone pocketing those budgets, malalaman natin kasi we can see the progress kung saan na napunta yung mga roads, ganun, kung saan siya, tawag ito, ano yung kinoconnect ng barangay. Tapos makikita din natin yung ano, paano ba nagbago yung usage ng land. So before we can actually parang compare the images taken by the satellite, let's say 10 years ago, and then the present, and then malalaman natin, oh, itong area na to, dati siyang for farming, na-convert na siya sa, ano, sa marami ng mga bahay, ganun. Ito dati residential area, tapos ngayon, hindi na siya, ano, parang ano na siya, tawag dito, commercial complex na siya, ganun. So makikita natin yung pagbabago. Kahit sabihin natin, yung lugar na to, dati, it's a forest, ganyan. Pero 10 years later, maraming nakatira sa lugar na yun. So yun, ginagamit natin siya in that way. And connection to that, we can have ano parang urban planning, so proper urban planning para malaman natin kung itong area na to is suitable to for residential or for ano businesses ganyan or for factory for sabating gawing residential or industrial ganyan. And also makita natin din yung ano how kung asang example for farming ganyan yung saang area ng lugar na yon maganda magtanim ng sabi natin mangga sa magandang maglagay ng mga ano palay ganun. So we can use a space for that kasi ano we can extract that data kung yung area na yon ano yung ano suitable na agricultural tawag dito plan for that ano for that area. Right. So next slide. These are all made possible. Ito pa pala. So, ito din, for assessment of ano tawag dito? Natural disasters. So, gaya ng dito sa left slide, left image of the slide, makikita natin yung ano, yung ashfall extent. Ito, kinuha naman to ni Diwata 2 gamit ang isang camera niya nung January 2020. So, before nag-start yung ano, lockdown and everything, 'di ba? Sumabog yung Bulkang Taal. Tapos ito, klaro 'di ba kung saan yung extent ng ashfall. So ito pwede natin gamitin for disaster relief ganyan or well, for planning na din in the future. So we know na itong mga area na to is delikado kasi magkakaroon ng mga ashfall and everything kapag sumabog yung bulkan. Also, we can use it for assessment of the forest fire damage. So ito gaya nitong nasa right. Ito yung nagkaroon ng forest fire sa Benguet last February 2020. Ayan. So madami na tayong gamit lalo na for disaster risk reduction. So these are all made possible by these satellites. Next slide please. Ayan. These are all made possible by various spacecraft, especially satellites. So locally, here is a brief summary of the Philippine satellite development. So we had Maya Diwata 1, which na siya, nag-resurface na siya ulit. Tapos we had Maya 1, Diwata 2, itong Novasar, it's a mission partner. So mission partner ha. So yung hindi tayo yung gumawa pero yung tawag dito yung mission ng satellite isa tayo sa gumagamit or tawag dito parang nag-utilize nun. So it's a mission part of the Pedro Center while the IRIS satellites naman it's an initiative of the National Cheng Kung University of Taiwan, so involving 2 Filipino engineers. Also Maya 3 and Maya 4 and the under development Maya 5 and Maya 6 were developed under the Nanosatellite Development Activity of the Step Up Project. So let me just introduce to you the organization. Next slide, please. Yeah. The organization responsible for this, in collaboration with the newly established Philippine Space Agency, is the Space Technology and Applications Mastery, Innovation and Advancement or Stamina for Space Program. So kung gusto nyo pang mas short, S4S na lang. It succeeded the PHL Microsat program on further advancing know-how, and local capabilities in small satellite upstream and downstream technologies through increased localization of satellite mission planning, pass and payload research and development, ground operations, data processing, and distribution activities. So the SFORS program support endogenous capacity development that enables a local scientific industrial base in space science technology and application. This means that yung stamina for space, meron siyang upstream at downstream and capacity building researches. So for upstream, ito nga yung pag gumagawa tayo ng satellite. Tapos for downstream naman, yun yung ginagamit na natin yung satellite and we have the ground station. And then yung mga data na kukuha natin galing kay satellite is pinaprocess natin para magamit ng mga clients natin. Well, the Filipino people and others na din. Yeah, next slide please. So, the Stamina for Space program, or the S4S, is a space R&D, so research and development program. It's funded by the Department of Science and Technology and monitored by the DOST PSHERD, or the Philippine Council for Industry, Energy, and Emerging Technology Research and Development. And it's implemented by the DOST Advanced Science and Technology Institute, or ASTI, with the University of the Philippines, Diliman, and in collaboration with the Philippine Space Agency, as I've said earlier. So yan, yung mga agencies behind Stamina for Space are these logos that you can find below the Stamina for Space logo. And then let's focus a little bit more on the Stamina for Space program. So the program focuses on further development of local expertise in space and technology applications to spur the development of high-value industries in the country and to address our manifold needs in scientific Earth observation, forest disaster risk reduction and management, resource assessment, environmental monitoring, and other applications. So ito yung iba't ibang projects under the Stamina for Space program. So we have optical, the PHL-50, and advanced, and the ASP project. So more on the upstream side naman ito. Tapos yung capacity building natin wherein we pull in researchers and engineers, scientists to teach them on how to build a nanosatellite, or actually satellite, and in general space science and technology. Ayun. And that's where we are under in the Step Up project. And also we have for the downstream the GRASP. So the program leader currently is Dr. Maricar Soriano. Ayan, next slide tayo. So let's zoom in on the Step Up project. It aims to utilize the gains from the PHL Microsat program towards further building an enabling environment for interdisciplinary collaboration with the country through engagements with the academic, industry, and other government agencies. The project leader is Engineer Paul Jason Co. And the research activities, next slide. These are the main research activities of the Step Up project. First is the nanosatellite development, and then the university partnerships, and the amateur radio ground station network. Ayan, next slide tayo. Quick scan lang tayo dito sa university partnerships at saka yung amateur radio ground station network natin. So para magkaroon tayo ng partnerships with different universities, we had the IECEP, or we established a local chapter, which is the IECEP Philippines. So, well, primarily IECEP its objective is to empower the space ecosystem in the country, particularly across academic institutions. University consortium was established because of this. So the UNICEF Global aims to offer a central platform for student and faculty exchange, provision of expertise on space science and engineering, and linking and fostering partnerships and member universities for the sharing of available facilities with both globally and locally. So we have various members from different parts of the country, from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. Di ko na isa-isahin yung mga member universities natin, no? And for the amateur radio station naman, network, the Step Up project provided ARSS kit or ground station kit for one per each island group of the country, so Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao, and each university was selected based on their capabilities. Now, let's move on to Maya 3 and Maya 4 naman. So, for the introduction of Maya 3 and Maya 4. So, Maya 3 and Maya 4 are the first Philippine university-built satellites designed and developed locally by the first batch of scholars under the S4S program, Step Up project. It's funded and supported by the Department of Science and Technology with scholarship grants from its Science Education Institute. The STEPA project is implemented by University of the Philippines Diliman Electrical and Electronics Engineering Institute, or the UPD EEI, in collaboration with the Kyushu Institute of Technology in Japan. Yan, next slide tayo. So with the objective of gaining knowledge about satellite development and proliferating it further, its initial product was the development of the first Philippine university-built cube satellite. So you can see in the picture the team behind Maya 3 and Maya 4 cube satellite. So we have the 8 scholars, and then we have the Stamina for Space program. The Stamina for Space team, rather. So just a quick zoom on the development team. So let me just introduce to you the team. Next slide. Ayan, so we have, me, in charge of the one new structure design and the project manager of the team. And then we have Derek for the attitude determination and control subsystem, Brian for the antenna design and deployment system, and then Jude here is in charge of the store and forward mission and camera mission. And then we have Mariel for the electrical power subsystem, Laureline for the onboard computer, Christy for the communication subsystem, and Gladys for the APRS DGPting mission and ground stations. Don't worry, we're going to talk about this subsystem later on, no? And these missions. Just a quick ano lang. Now let's move on to space systems. I will now give the floor to my partner Jude for the space systems. Jude.
Okay, hello. Thank you, Reza. Okay. So now we will proceed to space systems. So before we dive into the big world of space systems, so magkaroon muna tayo ng konting overview. So para sa system, ano ba yung system? So ang pagkagamit namin dito sa system, dito sa presentation na to ay system is made of elements. So it can be human, machine, tools, different parts, information, and many more. So these elements interact with each other based on certain principles to achieve an objective. So now, how about space system? So space system is very complex as it is composed of different elements and other subsystems. So it is very expensive because the cost to be covered is not only for the satellite itself. Kasama na din yung launch vehicle at saka yung ground station, yung pag-operate and processing of data. So it can be said that it is politically important as space assets crosses political and continental boundaries and territories. So it is needed to be maintenance free. So kasi nandun siya sa harsh and very remote environment. So these assets will be deployed in hundreds or even thousands of kilometers in altitude from the Earth. So orbiting pa in very high velocity. So that's why we can say that failure is not an option para sa space systems. Now, for the division naman ng space system, so space system is divided into space segment at saka ground segment. So, as I've mentioned earlier, yung space systems, hindi lang siya tumutukoy dun sa space asset or yung satellite natin. So, kasama dito yung ground segment, yung katulad ng mga session kahapon, nabanggit yung mga ground stations. So, kasama siya sa space system sa sinasabi natin. So, they are tasked to monitor and control the satellites and process the collected data. So, yung different launch provider natin or yung mga instrument or yung mga rockets na ginagamit natin para mapadala yung ating mga space assets, katulad ng satellites, into space sa orbit, kasama din siya sa space system. So, total systems, this is a combined space and ground segment. Now, para naman sa ating space program. So, a program is born dahil may need. So, there is a need. So, to solve these needs, there is a case, in this case of space systems, yung mission yung binibigay. So, yung mission yung mag-a-address doon sa need. So, mission objectives are given by the stakeholders, customers, or yung mga user ng data. So, these objectives are statement of the aims of the mission. So, yung goal ng mission. Dapat qualitative siya and general enough to remain intact during the design phase. So, ito yung magiging basis ng pag-design at pag-evaluate ng mission, yung ating objective. So, and this serves as the target, yung main goal ng book project. And everything will be built on top of it. So, once the mission objectives are defined, options on how to achieve them are derived. So, alam natin yung mission, i-derive natin paano ma-achieve yung mission. So, yung each solution na ma-derive natin ay malaki yung impact ng space trajectory or yung orbit natin. So, once na nakapili na tayo ng goal, so nakuha natin yung goal natin, ano yung gusto natin marating, proceed naman tayo to how to reach that goal and to ito yung mga different considerations na kailangan natin. So, presented here is the objectives and requirements of a spacecraft mission. So, we have the mission objectives, mission requirements, launch vehicle, ground segment, space systems requirements, and subsystem requirements. So, for the mission requirements, so this is later influenced by more specific user requirements, present political constraints, and of course, financial constraints. So, from the mission requirements, we can define performance coverage. So, is it for one country only? For global coverage? So, ano yung target coverage natin? So, reliability din. So, do we need constellation? Kailangan ba natin ng isa or dalawang satellite lang? So, do we need to implement redundancies of subsystem? So, for the lifetime naman ng ating satellite, gaano natin siya gusto katagal pinabangan? 1 year, 5 years, 10 years, or i-maximize natin up to 25 years? So, then the cost of these choices and other trade-offs na mabubungan nito. So, para naman sa space system requirements. So, for these requirements, we will define the orbit and configuration of it. So, katulad na discuss kahapon, isang configuration yung GEO or geostationary satellite. So, another one is polar orbit tsaka yung LEO. So, then from the defined orbit, we can set the additional requirements like power requirements and other considerations na makaka-influence sa mass ng ating satellite at saka sa mismong operation nito. So, because yung orbit natin ay malaking influence sa power requirements at sa generation or power generation capability ng ating satellite. So next, another consideration is launch vehicle. So the chosen orbit narrows down the choices for the launch vehicle. So pag nakapili na tayo ng orbit natin, syempre may mga launch vehicle na capable lang para marating yung orbit na yun. So mananarrow down agad yung ating choices. So the farther the orbit, syempre mas malaking launch vehicle yung kailangan natin. And sa paglayo or pag iba't ibang orbit na pupuntahan natin, iba't iba din yung experience na makukuha ng ating satellite sa launch phase or yung launch environment niya. So this launch environment can be very harsh for the satellite. So it can cause severe damage to the structure and subsystem kapag hindi siya na-design ng tama. So pwedeng sa launch phase pa lang, habang nililipat pa lang siya ng rocket, pwede na siyang ma-damage or masira. So sayang naman yung ating development. So kailangan kasama siya sa consideration sa design. So si tayo sa next consideration, yung ground segment naman. So this is composed of ground station and data processing facilities. So mostly ito yung na-discuss kahapon and this will be decided. So on this consideration, decide natin yung ano bang antenna yung gagamitin natin. May tracking capabilities ba? Kailangan ba natin nun? So gaano ka-accurate yung tracking capabilities na kailangan natin? Siyempre yung location ng ating mga ground station. So ilang ground station ba yung kailangan natin? Tama na ba yung isa lang? Or kailangan bawat island meron tayong station? So depende yun sa design natin. So for the subsystem naman, we need to define the power requirements based on the payload. So payload yung magpe-perform ng mission. So define natin yung power requirements do sa payload natin, sa bus system, sa other electronic parts, communication, of course. Ano ba yung communication channel na gagamitin natin? Anong band? UHF, VHF, S-band, X-band. So depende din yun sa ating mission or application. So do we need attitude control? How precise should be our pointing accuracy be? So gaano ba nating kagusto ka-precise yung pag-point ng satellite? Halimbawa, gusto natin mag-capture ng image. Kailangan gaano ka-precise in terms of alignment sa Earth. So yung structural design, syempre, kailangan consider din yun. Kasi siya yung mag-house or mag-hold ng mga other subsystem sa ating satellite. So, consideration din yung thermal insulation tsaka other intervention to apply para sa protection or to protect our satellite. So, this is just the surface requirements for the spacecraft mission. And each of these requirements will go deeper and branch out. So, magba-branch out pa to into different more specific, tangible specifications. So para another way to look into mission analysis is to pag nakapili na tayo ng orbit. So halimbawa, nakapili na tayo ng orbit, GEO or LEO. So halimbawa, for my example, I will choose ISS or LEO orbit. So which is around 400 kilometer in altitude. So its revisit time ay kailangan natin i-consider. So how long will each pass be? So gaano katagal natin siya makikita sa ating area? So kasi yung LEO ay constantly gumagalaw, hindi katulad ng geostationary na always visible sa atin. So at this sample orbit, we will have an average of 10 to 15 minutes per pass. So it means that we only have 10 minutes window to communicate with our satellite. So as it pass over our ground station. So we will have an average of around 4 passes. Ito yung 4 passes na to yung matataas yung elevation, yung mapapakinabangan natin para makapag-communicate tayo ng maayos sa satellite. Kasi pwede siya mag-pass sa atin, kaso mababa naman yung elevation. Or for example, 1 degree. So hindi tayo makapag-communicate sa kanya. Kasi almost horizon na yung facing ng ating antenna. So madami na tayong obstacle. So, question naman ngayon ay, yung revisit time ba na yun ay enough para sa ating target mission? So, given the altitude ng 400 kilometers, yung, for example, magkabit tayo ng camera, yung spatial width ba ng ganong kalayo ng altitude ay enough ba para ma-fulfill yung mission? So, anong resolution ba yung kailangan natin? 500, 50 meters, or 100 meters per ground resolution pixel. So, yun yung isa sa mga consideration pag malaking epekto ng orbit para sa ating mission. So, next is constellation. So, kailangan ba natin ng additional satellite? Kaya bang i-perform to ng isa lang? Kasi pag nagdagdag tayo, mas marami yung ating revisit time. Mas marami yung time na mapapakinabangan natin or mayroon tayong access sa ating satellite. Kaya lang, hindi naman kailangang depende pa rin sa mission. Parang lagi mo nga siya nakikita, kaya lang hindi mo naman siya laging ginagamit. So sayang lang. So depende pa rin yun. So questions and more questions follow one another. So until we come to a point wherein we are already making trade-offs to answer those questions and changes sa ating plans and to cater one another. So alin ba yung mas importante to consider? Alin ba yung kailangang i-give up para ma-perform yung ibang mission? So, hindi na ako masyadong mag-dive in sa GEO kasi na-discuss na siya kahapon. Meron, bilisan ko na lang dito. So, fixed position siya. Lagi natin siya nakikita. Malaki yung propellant requirement niya kasi kailangan natin siyang ma-maintain sa orbit. Katulad ng mga nabanggit kahapon na may mga thrusters na kailangang kontrolin para mai-align siya into position. So kailangan mo siyang ma-maintain, for example, 25 years. So enough ba yung propellant na nakalagay doon sa satellite to work for 25 years? So yung isang consideration doon. So receive power at saka long communication distance. Ayun nga, sobrang layo niya. So kasi nga sa sobrang layo niya, mahina na yung receive power natin. Kaya makikita niyo, mapapansin niyo yung mga antenna natin sa ground station ay malalaki. So kailangan natin ng malalaking gain para ma-receive at maintindihan natin yung mga signal na dumadating na galing doon sa ating satellite. So sa LEO naman, so intermittent yung nature ng ating sa LEO kasi hindi natin siya lagi nakikita katulad ng GEO. So because this orbit is in lower altitude, so kailangan niya ng mas mabilis na velocity sa pag-iikot sa Earth para ma-maintain niya yung kanyang orbit. So ayun, ang resulta nun ay mas mabilis siyang dadaan sa atin. So meron siyang shorter visible time para natin makausap siya. So in short distance naman, meron naman siyang benefit, good for mobile communication as it offers less communication delay. So meron siyang frequent eclipses. So nabanggit din na eclipse ay yung pagpunta ng ating satellite sa shadow. So wala siyang access sa sunlight. So hindi siya makakapag-charge. So as it orbits passes their shadow, so napablock yung sun, so reducing the power generation, and that's why yung satellites na iba sa LEO ay malalaki yung solar panels. So meron din silang capability na i-rotate or pagalawin yung mga solar panels katulad ng ISS into the direction of the sun para ma-maximize yung ating power generation. So we'll now proceed to the paano ba makaka-apekto yung orbit sa ating mission and time duration. So ano ba yung rocket na gagamitin natin para makarating dun sa orbit na yun? So for example, yung sa orbit na ginamit namin ay yung LEO, or same as ISS orbit. So we use the service ng SpaceX. So Falcon rocket. So isa yun sa mga consideration na kailangan nating isipin. And isa din siya sa limitation actually na sa ating designing phase pa lang. Kasi kailangan mag-match yung design ng satellite doon sa rocket launcher provider. So sa ground station naman, kailangan din natin ng plan dito. Same with the spacecraft design. So paano natin masasurvive paano natin ma-maintain na makapag-survive yung ating satellite or yung space asset natin sa space environment given nung orbit na napili natin. So ayun nga, iba't ibang orbit, iba't ibang space environment or characteristic ng environment na ma-experience ng ating satellite. So yung mga design na ito ay makaka-apekto sa every system within the satellite, subsystem components and different parts. So ayun nga, another consideration, yung constellation. So not necessarily na kailangan natin laging makita yung satellite natin kasi depende yung sa mission natin. For example, gusto natin ng weather monitoring. Hindi naman natin kailangan ng global coverage for weather monitoring if target lang natin ay Philippines. So enough na sa atin yung isa. Alangan naman mag-launch tayo ng marami para for global coverage. Yung mga ganong scenario ay for the other commercial application, katulad ng mga image provider for the global coverage na nagpo-provide sila ng image data ng iba't ibang country for the weather monitoring and other application. So kasi, pag dami ng constellation, syempre pagtaas ng cost. And ang isa namang benefit ng constellation ay reliability, of course. O pag nasira yung isa, mapapagana mo pa rin yung mission mo. Meron ka pa rin, for example, meron kang 10 satellites, nasira yung isa, meron ka pang 9 to perform your mission. So hindi ka pa hindi pa fail yung mission. So, kapalit naman nun, pag isa lang yung ginamit mo, a very complex one big satellite, pag nasira yun, wala na yung mission mo. So, isa din yun sa mga consideration. So, one example ng constellation ay yung GPS satellite or Global Positioning System. So, minimum of at least 3 or 4 satellites para ma-pinpoint yung location mo dito sa Earth. So, ayun, hindi siya mag-work kapag isa lang siya. I mean, ibang information yung maibibigay niya, not enough para ma-pinpoint yung location mo, yung speed, yung altitude mo with respect sa Earth. So, isa yun sa consideration na kailangan nating kuhanin from constellation point of view. So ayun nga, nabanggit ko yung ground station visibility influenced by the orbit chosen. So pag mas bababang altitude yung pinili mo, mas mabilis yung pag-ikot ng satellite sa Earth. So mas mabilis, kailangan natin siyang habulin. So pag layo naman niya sa Earth, katulad nung up to the point na sa geostationary na siya, hindi kailangang yung capability ng ground station mo mag-iiba din. Mag-a-adapt siya dun sa orbit ng satellite na tinatrack niya. So another consideration yung eclipse. So depende sa altitude at inclination, pa-determine natin yung size ng power system, yung mga thermal controls natin. Kasi hindi lang naman yung power yung consideration sa eclipse, yung ding thermal environment niya. Kasi pag, for example, masyado siyang matagal sa eclipse, so wala siyang heat na nare-receive from the sun. So lalamig yung system natin. So kailangan natin ng mga thermal controls doon. Kasi may mga devices tayo katulad ng battery na very sensitive sa heat. So kailangan natin ng thermal heaters or mga insulators na naka-install para maprotektahan naman yung ating satellite. Ganun din, on the other side, kapag nababad naman siya sa araw, masyado namang iinit yung system natin, and there are devices, especially semiconductor devices, so sensitive naman sila sa too much heat. So pwedeng hindi na ma-perform yung mission kapag nababad siya ng matagal sa araw. So extreme high, extreme low temperatures yung ma-experience ng ating mga assets sa space. So satellites cannot last forever in space. So there will always be a lifetime specified for each system and components. So ibig sabihin lang dito, hindi natin siya mapapakinabangan forever. Kasi magde-deplete yung ating mga system, masisira yung mga components natin, magwe-wear and tear sila. So kasi nga, na-expose sila sa constant radiation and harsh environments sa space. So batteries will get old, solar panels and other electronics will wear and down, kasi nga continuous exposure to high dose of radiation. So mataas yung dosage. So this will eventually lead to the death of the satellite. So pwedeng nandun pa siya sa space, umiikot pa siya, kaya lang patay na siya. Hindi na natin siya nakakausap, hindi na natin siya napapakinabangan. Hindi niya na napaperform yung mission niya. So considered na siya as space debris. So palutang-lutang na lang siya, wala na siyang control, wala na siyang attitude control, pwede na siyang bumangga or mag-collide sa ibang space assets, which is dangerous. So kaya ngayon, kino-consider na yung mga re-entry strategy para sa satellite para ma-deorbit siya and to burn them. So, yung iba nire-recover, yung iba ay diretso sinusunog na sa atmosphere. So ang ni-utilize dito yung atmospheric drag. So sa mga low altitude mission, especially sa mga LEO orbit. So ayun nga, to prevent such and to reduce space debris, yung mga international organization natin, iba't ibang space agency, set lang 25 years of maximum orbit lifetime. So they are required to submit documents na magpo-prove na hindi sila mag-exceed sa 25 years. So isa din to sa mga document na i-provide namin sa launch provider, sa JAXA, na papakita na magde-deorbit yung satellite namin within 25 years. So proceed naman tayo sa spacecraft subsystems. So on the space segment naman. So space segment, we have here the payload tsaka yung bus. So yan yung laman ng ating space segment ng satellite. So yung payload are the ones performing the mission of the satellite. So example ng payload ay yung camera, yung communication payload, mga experimental payloads natin. So while yung bus natin, siya yung nagpo-provide ng function or responsible to support the payload so it can fulfill the mission requirement. So yung payload, yung magagawa ng mission, mag-solve ng problem. Yung bus, yung magsusupport sa payload para magawa niya yung mission niya. So pwede nating include sa bus yung pointing, pagpo-point operation ng payload sa data communication, basic communication, yung telemetry and command, orbit maintenance, pag-maintain ng orbit niya. So, yung mounting tsaka yung placing ng payload sa ating subsystem or sa ating satellite, including sa bus yung structure. So, yung mag-hold ng payload natin. Siyempre, yung energy and energy harvesting or power distribution within the satellite. So, ayun nga, dito, makikita natin na yung bus is composed of structure subsystem, power, altitude and control, telemetry and command, yung thermal consideration natin, data handling, and if applicable, propulsion. So on the Maya 3 and Maya 4 side, here is the PBS or the product breakdown structure na ginamit namin. So on level 1, we have the project itself, the step project. On level 2, we define our ground and space segments. On ground segments, we have the ground station and ground sensor terminal. So these are the ground devices intended to communicate with our payload or specifically store and forward mission. So siya yung isang part ng ground segment na specifically made para makapag-communicate sa satellite to validate yung mission niya. So yung GST or ground sensor terminal, aside from the ground station itself. So in level 3 naman, we have the bus and the payload division. So on the satellite payload, we have the store and forward, the camera mission, and the APRS distributing mission. So on the bus division naman, we will support the payload. We have the structure, the OBC or the onboard computer, communication subsystem, the antenna design and deployment, the ADCS or attitude determination and control, the EPS or the electrical power subsystem. So on each of the level 4 of the product breakdown structure, yun nasa pinakababa po natin, nag-assign ng isang person to lead each and each of these boxes below ay nag-assign ng isang person para mag-lead para sa development and testing. Ayun nga, with bulks of requirements, maraming requirements, kailangan natin ng place para saan natin sila i-keep and to keep track of all the progress. So dito, ang ginamit namin ay yung RAS or RAS, Requirement Allocation Sheet. So ito yung in-adapt namin from the BIRDS project din ng Japan. So this is where we can see the mission turned into requirements. So nandito na yung conversion into specific requirements. Yung mission kanina na bilanggan ko, ito yung main goal. Then is spread out natin into specific system requirements, design requirements, and verification requirements. And each of the verification requirements requires each verification method. So on each of it, meron tayong inassign na person. So this document is a product of the planning stage. So, and it will be used as a guide until the requirements or all of the requirements are met. So the list goes on below. Kasi marami tayong requirements, marami tayong subsystems. So each of the subsystems and each of them have their own unique requirements. So the list goes on. So another document na ginamit namin ay yung ICT or the interface control document. So This document contains all the interconnections naman physically and data-wise connection of the different interconnection of different subsystems. As for example, we can see how the power generation devices are connected to our battery storage, how our payload are connected to the data handling subsystem, and with the sensors and data storage and communication subsystems, of course. And pin by pin, you will see each of them, example, receive pin, trigger pins, the flash memory, the microcontrollers, their connections are all in there. So these documents become very handy during planning, testing, at debugging. So kasi dito ka lang magre-refer, alam mo na kung saan expected mag-flow yung data, saan mag-flow yung power, ano yung mga dadaanan yung subsystem, and alam mo, pag nagka-problema dito, doon ka lang makapag-focus and madali nating masolve yung problem. So these are only some of the documents that we use in satellite development, and of course, this ICD or interface control can be also used to other subsystem development outside the satellite. Okay, next. Proceed to the Maya 3 and Maya 4 development. Renzo.
Yan, thanks Jude. Nice. Okay. So before we proceed no sa Maya 3 and Maya 4 development, kung may mga questions tayo, i-chat nyo lang siguro para masagot natin mamaya. Kasi mas maganda, mas madaming questions actually. Mas maganda kasi we tickled your curiosity and meaning may napulot kayo dito sa presentation namin. Ayun, so we will dive in more and take a closer look on the Maya 3 and Maya 4 development. So some of the talking points that we have said before might be it's a general introduction, di ba, on the satellite development, on the space systems engineering, on the organization before. So we will get more technical naman dito sa Maya 3 and Maya 4 development. So let's introduce the satellites, no? The Maya 3 and Maya 4. Ayan, next slide, Jude. Thank you. So the Maya 3 and Maya 4, as you can see here on the left side of your slide, it's the stowed state of the Maya 3 and Maya 4. So meaning lang naman nito is nakatali yung antenna. Kasi yung antenna na yan is dalawang dipole antenna yan eh. So kapag deploy yung mga antenna na yan, masyado yung mahaba. So yan. So pag ilalagay mo kasi yan sa sa JSOD o yung casing ng satellite, dapat hindi siya lalagpas ito sa dimensions na sasabihin ko. Itong 10 by 10 by 11.35 cm. So dapat everything nandyan yan. So kung kahit okay lang pagkalabas mo, pag dineploy na yan sa ISS, after mga 30 minutes, kahit gaano pa kalaki magiging yan, yung satellite mo, okay lang as long as pag nasa SCAHA ka, nasa satellite case, you're in the satellite case, you are within this dimension. So our satellites are called nanosatellite. So it's a nanosatellite class. With these specs nga, yung dimension specs na yung sinabi ko kanina, tapos yung mass niya is 1.15 kilograms. So nanosatellite can go up to 1.3 kilograms. Our beacon frequency, so baka may mga amateur radio enthusiast tayo dito. So you can listen to it at 437.375 megahertz. So kung mamaya i-ano ko yung mga software na pwede natin gamitin para matrack natin yung satellite. So yung orbit natin, so yung chosen orbit natin is yung low Earth orbit, so yung ISS orbit. So diba na explain kanina ni Jude yung mga parameters na kailangan natin i-consider sa pag-develop ng satellite. And one of those is the orbit. Diba? Yan. So next slide. So this is the naman. Next slide please. Ito yung tawag dito, CAD model ng satellite natin. So ito yung mga main features, external features niya. So may mga solar panels tayo, antenna, program access. So importante itong program access na to. Kapag nagde-develop tayo, syempre dito natin i-run yung codes natin, dito natin i-programming satellite, di ba? Ayan. So ito yung mga access points natin, yung program access, yung RBF access port. So itong RBF, yung meaning ng RBF is remove before flight. So literally yung meaning nun, So remove the pin before the flight, the satellite. Yun lang naman yun. So we have cameras. For Maya 3, we have 2 cameras na RGB cameras. And for Maya 4, we have a RGB and a near infrared camera. And then we have various switches. So based from the requirements by JAXA. So kailangan nating merong tatlong switch. So we have 2 deployment switch sa -Z side ni satellite. So nakikita niyo yung mga switch dyan. Tapos may lever switch naman tayo dito sa may railing niya. Sa may rail niya. So sa left yan. Tinuturo nung ano. Tapos sa left side, makita mo yung deployed state, diba? So lumalaki yung ano niya, parang envelope ng satellite kapag naka-deploy na yung mga antenna natin. Ayan, next slide will show you the ano naman, yung sa loob naman ng antenna natin. Ay, ng satellite natin. Next slide please. Ayan. So, we have various boards for various subsystems and yun, yung payloads at saka subsystem so dito, bus natin. So, we have yan, front access board, EPS and onboard computer board. We have the batteries, of course. We need that UHF communications board. So, and VHF communication board and mission board, rear access board. So lahat niyan is slotted yan sa backplane. So internally nagko-communicate itong mga ano na to. Yung interface niya is itong backplane. Meron namang iba pang interface. Well, I won't discuss it pero i-mention ko na lang yung mga gaya ng PC104 ganyan. So we have used the backplane. And then you can see the main structure of the satellite naman. Ayan. So sa main structure natin, may nakakabit dyan na tawag dito, na magnets for attitude control, passive attitude control. Tapos may mga spacers dyan. So para hindi magtama yung mga boards natin, para hindi tayo magkaroon ng mga short circuit. Ayan. So yan yung tawag dito, mechanical part ng satellite natin. So yung CAD model niya. Next, we'll talk about the missions. No? Next slide. So Maya 3 and Maya 4 have these following primary missions. So demonstration ng image and video capture of RGB camera. Both to, Maya 3 and Maya 4. Sorry. And then we have a demonstration of a near infrared camera for Maya 4 only. And then for both din, a commercial off-the-shelf APR SDG Peter demonstration and a demonstration of ground data acquisition using store and forward. And the secondary missions natin yung single event latch-up detection, a demonstration of a commercial off-the-shelf GPS, and the measurement of the magnetic field in space. So madami siyang missions, no? Technically, normally, pag nagde-develop ka ng ng nano satellite, ano lang naman yan, mga 1 to 2 missions. Pero ito kasi is for the main, di ba? The main purpose of the main objective, as I've shown earlier, the main objective of this nanosatellite development of the Maya 3 and Maya 4 is for research and technology demonstration. So we have various demonstrations here of the various payloads. So, ano naman siguro, no? Para makukuha naman natin from the demonstration image and video capture. So magka-capture lang ng video tsaka images yung camera sa different bands. Ito sa RGB, yung isa naman sa NIR. Tapos, yung meaning naman ng COTS na nakita nyo dito is commercial off-the-shelf. So, normally, sa traditional satellite development, space grade yung mga ginagamit natin, di ba? Because of the harsh space environment. So, meron tayong itong radiation nga, tapos harsh na thermals, too hot, too cold. Now, since we are in the low Earth orbit at mas mababa yung radiation level sa low Earth orbit, lalo na sa below 1,000 kilometers, we are exploring commercial off-the-shelf. Itong commercial off-the-shelf na to, ito yung mga parts na, pwede lang natin, readily available, Amazon or sa tawag dito, various marketplace, sa mga hardwares actually. So, mabibili lang natin, hindi natin kailangan ipasadya pa. So, yun. Ang problema lang nun is hindi siya space grade kasi nga it's for the use of the public lalo na dito sa Earth. So terrestrial yung niya yung di ba target niya. So we are trying to use these codes para mas mas makikita natin kung para tawag dito, mas economical siya Siyempre, kasi mas mura, hindi naman siya space grade, di ba? Tapos, kung test natin kung itong mga commercial of the shelf na binili lang natin sa hardware, gagana ba siya space? So, that's the main question dito eh. Pag gagamit ka ng commercial of the shelf, mas makakamura ka din. So, yan. Yung APRS, the Jupyter demonstration natin, technical, ang atawag ito, it's as simply as you're using the satellite as a digipeater. So repeater lang yung satellite, ginagamit na siya as repeater. So may sa ground may magsasend ng message. Sabihin natin si user A magsasend ng message kay user B. Diba normally pag terrestrial, mga mobile networks. Now, we're exploring din, di ba? What if satellite naman gamitin natin repeater. So si user A, magpapadala siya ng message, papadaan niya kay satellite, tapos si satellite itatapon niya kay user B. So specifically dito sa Digipeater demonstration natin is si user A, may message siya, pwede niyang i-broadcast yung message na yun sa various users. Ayan. Actually, itong APRS Digipeater demonstration natin is na tried and tested na to sa Maya 3 and Maya 4 natin. Various users have already used it and well, it's a whole lot of presentation naman kasi we're going to go deeply to this. We'll maubos yung oras natin. So, pag sa naman, store and forward, well, i-store mo yung message kay satellite and at certain point in time, i-command mo sa satellite na i-forward sa'yo yung message. So, sabihin na lang natin, isa sa magandang application nito is for our endangered animal species, di ba? So, lalagyan natin sila ng backpack. Sabi natin yung eagle, lalagyan natin ng backpack na magre-record. May GPS yun. Nare-record niya yung tatrack niya kung saan na ba napunta yung eagle na to. So, pag itong si eagle is nakadapo sabi natin sa isang puno na merong ground sensor terminal na pwedeng mag-send ng message kay satellite. Ayun. So, pwede niyang i-send yung record na ito from the backpack papunta sa ground sensor terminal. Tapos si ground sensor terminal is magsasend naman ng message. I-forward niya to kay satellite. Tapos si satellite, i-keep niya yung message yung data na yon. Tapos si ground station natin man, sabi natin sa Metro Manila, ganyan. Kung man yung satellite, bigay mo nga dito yung message na yung data na nakuha mo, sabi natin sa Davao, ganyan. So, yun, kukunin natin. Yun technically, yun yung, simple as that. Yun yung store and forward. Yun yung parang main idea behind the store and forward. So, yung secondary missions naman natin is yung single event latch-up detection. So, ayan, I think since all of us here are engineers, diba? We know what single event latch-up naman. So, we have detection or record na kung saan nagkakaroon ng single event latch-up sa space. So, kikip natin yun. Maganda to kasi pwede tayong gumawa ng parang with that tag of location. Pwede natin gumawa ng map kung saan sa area, sa low Earth orbit, at this altitude, saan part maraming may single event latch-up para next time, we'll know na iwasan natin lugar na yun or kung kung hindi naman maiwasan, we can do preventive measures para hindi masira yung components natin. Ito naman, yung next is demonstration of the commercial off-the-shelf GPS. Yan, yung GPS na binili mo sa hardware, try natin sa space kung gagana ba siya. Based from the results, gumagana naman siya. Yung sinalpak natin kay satellite. Tapos, isa pa dito is yung measurement ng magnetic field in space. So, more on itong measurement ng magnetic field in space is technology demonstration of the payload itself. Kasi, kung maalala nyo, kanina sinabi ko, di ba, may mga magnets sa rails ni satellite. So, normally, kapag ganito, nakaka-affect yung magnets na yun. So, ang gusto natin makita is kung gagana ba yun. Kasi hindi naman siya ganun ka-accurate o ganun ka-precise yung magiging measurement niya. Kasi, pag gusto mo talagang i-measure magnetic field in space, dapat walang ibang source ng magnetic field sa satellite mo, sa spacecraft mismo para yung magnetic field lang ni Earth yung mababasa niya. So normally, yung ginagawa ng ibang satellite is meron silang mahabang boom So parang may selfie stick yung satellite tapos malayo talaga from the spacecraft para hindi makaapekto yung magnets ni satellite. Ayan, yun. Next, we have let's talk about the launch naman ng satellite. Next slide. And Maya 3 and Maya 4 CubeSats were launched to the International Space Station last August 29, and that was a Sunday, 3:14 p.m. aboard the SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket in the Dragon C208 cargo as part of the SpaceX Commercial Resupply Mission 23 or the SpaceX 23 mission. So ito isa pa sa kinaganda sa nano satellite kasi pwede ito makipiggyback ride. So kung mahalata nyo, sinabi kong it's a part of the SpaceX 23 mission. So itong resupply mission is nagdala sila ng mga supplies sa ISS, International Space Station. Tapos nakisakay tayo, sabihin, uy, baka pwede naman, makisabay na lang. So mas nakakamura tayo, mas economical yun. Hindi naman natin kailangang ilagay sa isang constellation orbit yung satellite natin. Kailangan lang natin makapunta siya sa ISS at ma-deploy siya sa ISS. So, yun. And for the deployment naman niya, next slide. Ayan. It was deployed the JSOD, yung lalagyan niya is including the small satellite install cases with the CubeSats in it were installed on the multipurpose experiment platform. So sa ISS ito, and it's passed through the Kibo, yung nakikita nyo dyan, yung white Kibo airlock for retrieval positioning. Ito pala yung Kibo pala yung tawag dito, yung part ng ISS. Tapos na-deploy siya sa Japanese Experiment Module Remote Manipulator System. The released CubeSats move along in a similar orbit to the space stations, which is at an altitude of approximately 400 kilometers. So, meron tayong, may mga kabatch tayo nung nag-deploy tayo dyan eh. It was the Maya 3 and Maya 4 was released along with other CubeSats from Australia, namely the Binar 1 and the Quava 1, developed by Curtin University and University of Sydney, respectively. So baka kasi isipin ng iba is bakit tayo nakikisabay nakiki-back ride tapos but sa ISS deploy, that's the norm. Yan yung ginagawa natin eh. Kasi if we want lang is research purposes and technology demonstration, hindi na natin kailangan gumasto pa, di ba? It's not economical. So let's talk about the after that, 30 minutes later, we received the first ever beacon. It was received by the Kyushu Institute of Technology in Japan, ground station there. Same day that CubeSats were deployed. And the following day naman, na-receive ng UP ARSS, so dito sa Philippines, sa UP, successfully received the beacons of the satellite. Tapos next niyan is nakapag-successful uplink naman tayo at 19.3 degree elevation. Next slide, Jude. Thank you. Please. So let's talk about the development model naman ngayon. So in order for us, Jude and I, to better explain the next slides, I'm going to share to you the development models that we adapted. So we are on the final stretch na ng presentation natin. So next. Ayan, we use the lean satellite philosophy. So lean satellite is a satellite that utilizes non-traditional risk-taking, development, and management approaches with the aim to provide value of some kind to the customer at low cost and without taking much time to realize the satellite mission. So yung characteristics ng lean satellite program, madami yan eh. Positive use of the commercial off-the-shelf parts and technology, single points of failure are allowed, development operation by a small team, care is taken so that a failure of single satellite does not jeopardize the satellite program, mission downtime is allowed, short mission duration, waste minimization in the satellite program, explosive and or toxic materials are avoided, simple satellite system, and minimum parts control. So, diba kung maano nyo, parang that's what we've been talking about, diba? The group is composed of 8 scholars, so very few. positive use of the commercial off-the-shelf, di ba, parts. Mabilis lang yung development time. We developed the satellite for around 2 years. Normally, if you're going to develop a satellite, abot ka ng 10 years eh. So, itong lean satellite philosophy, it's a high risk, risk-taking development. Yan. So, mataas yung risk, pero mabilis naman yung paggagawa. At saka, compared sa traditional satellite, mas mura siya. So, yung, naman kasi, yung conventional satellite philosophy is matagal yung delivery time. So, sabihin natin mga 10 years, ganun. Mahal na mahal siya. Kasi nga, gumagamit ka din ng mga space grade, ganun. Pero, mababa yung risk mo. You have almost no tolerance for failure. Kasi sa lean satellite, okay lang mag-fail yung isang satellite. Part yan ng ng development mo. You're expecting but you're not hoping naman, di ba? So kahit naman mag-fail yung isang satellite, okay pa rin yung buong satellite system mo. So kaya if you're going to ask me which is better, well, it depends on your satellite, on your mission talaga. It depends on your objective. So if you want a parang high precision satellite na nasa geosynchronous orbit, ganyan. So, nag-iisa lang siya. So, kailangan mo talaga ng matibay na robust na satellite na meron kang mga redundancy, hindi lang isa, hindi lang dalawa. Yan, siguro minsan tatlo. So, sabi natin kung nag-fail yung yung isang antenna mo, yung primary antenna mo, meron kang secondary at saka tertiary na nakaabang. Although, it does not have the same capability with your primary antenna, pero kaya pa rin makipag-communicate sa ground station. So, kay lean satellite, wala kang masyadong redundancy. Kung makikita mo, yung antenna natin for UHF, isa lang, di ba? So, kung nag-fail yun, hindi mo makakausap talaga si satellite. So, pero yun nga, may mga pros and cons. So, depende sa application na gusto mo. Yan. And then, let's talk about the project life cycle naman. Next slide, please. So, we adopted the NASA project life cycle. So, we have various phases. Pre-phase A, phase A, phase B, phase C, phase D, phase C, phase F. So, wala na tayo masyadong oras, no? Ko na lang, itong different phases, each before ka mag-move sa next phase is magkakaroon ka muna ng review. So, with that review, we're going to decide if kung pwede ba siyang, it's acceptable na pwede ka nang proceed to the next phase. Ayan. So, baka maguluhan tayo kasi yung next na sasabihin ko is yung dito. Ayan, yung system development life cycle naman. So, the project life cycle encompasses, yung difference ng both nito, project life cycle at saka system development life cycle. The project life cycle encompasses all of the activities of the project, while the systems development life cycle focuses on realizing the product requirements. So, we have adopted the V model. Yung maganda sa kasi sa V model na to is, meron kang looking back na ginagawa eh. So, tinitingnan mo, tsaka looking, not just looking back, pero looking forward din. So, for example, for concept of operation, titingnan mo, paano mo ba siya i-validate? Tapos, kapag i-validate mo naman, tugma ba siya sa concept of operation sa plinano mo way before? Yun yung maganda dito eh. So, just the difference of validation and verification. Kasi baka maguluhan tayo kasi may validation dito, so may verification pa. So, validation, you're asking if the right system is built. So, nagawa mo ba yung tamang system, yung right na system? Verification naman, if the system is built right. Yun yung difference niya. So, for validation, maybe you're checking whether the system satisfies the customer requirements or not. For verification, you're checking whether the system satisfies the requirement. So, si validation, sine-check mo if yung system, sinasatisfy niya ba yung customer requirement. Sabi ni customer, gusto ko ng kape. Ayun. So, yun. Yung validation mo, nakagawa ka ba ng kape? Baka tea naman nagawa mo, ganun. Sa verification, chinecheck mo kung yung system mo satisfies the requirement. So, sabi natin to 1 teaspoon of coffee, ganun. Sabi natin, pag 3 in 1 yan, di ba? 1 teaspoon of coffee, 2 teaspoon of creamer, ganyan, or 1 teaspoon or 1 cube of sugar. Ganun. So, chinecheck mo yung kung tama ba yung composition ng kape na yun, di ba? Ganun. And you check that, mga price, ganun. So, I will not dive into this. So, if you have more questions regarding this, you can just ask us na lang or contact us kung gusto natin mag-focus dito yung presentation natin for the project lifecycle tsaka system development lifecycle. Now, let's talk about the development phases. I'm going to give na ulit the floor to Jude. Jude.
Okay, hello po. Thank you, Renzo. So for this time naman, we go through the different development phases na dinaanan ni Maya 3 at Maya 4. So first phase is the concept and technology development. So this is where we conceptualize and plan how the program will flow. Task distribution and assignments are made here. So this is where the mission, bus, and ground segments, their development, the plans, dito siya ginagawa. So of course, yung ibang plans are flexible dapat to adapt to changing requirements as we go along. So different phases. So kaya lang nung pandemic strikes, so we have to change a lot of plans. So due to imposed restrictions tsaka access sa mga facilities. So next, our first review is the MDR or the mission definition review. So this is where the output ng first phase yung presented and reviewed by the team along with the different stakeholders. So the MDR or mission definition review examines the feasibility and desirability of the satellite mission and establishes the initial strategic plan. So puro plano and yung ano yung gagawin, dito nire-review yun. Then, pag na-approve na yung mga plans and other missions, so we will now go to the next phase, which is the preliminary design and technology completion. So this is where the proof of concept, so breadboard modeling, testing of other subsystems, dito siya ginagawa. So this is, in this example, we have the VHF payload. Tinatest siya dito in breadboard model. So chine-check yung functionality niya, ma-perform ba niya yung mga objective na na-discuss or na-plano in previous phases. So here we have the functionality test ng camera payloads, yung mga modules. So using these modules, we can choose gamit ba yung ito mga module na to, ma-produce pa natin yung desired result natin. So testing and bine-verify natin kung gumagana ba yung mga module na napili natin. So on this phase naman, we also have the wireless communication testing. So you can see here, we have a setup in the FAC or the full anechoic chamber located in UP Diliman, EEE. So dito sa chamber na to ginagawa most of the communication test to isolate the system. So from the outside environment, para wala mga interference outside. Para ma-focus lang tayo sa testing ng system lang natin. So dito, meron tayong setup na ground station sa labas ng chamber. Tapos yung mga device under test, yung antenna, saka yung communication system natin nasa loob ng chamber. So, isa pang ginagawa sa preliminary design ay yung mga model simulations. So meron tayong mga CAD models, subject natin siya into different environments such as vibration and thermal simulations para makita natin yung design ba ay mag-perform accordingly. So all of the outputs and reports from this phase, we will go through the second review, which is the PDR or the preliminary design review. So PDR examines the baseline implementation, integration, verification, and validation plans of the project. So yung mga output nito ay yung initial subsystem, mga prototypes na nabanggit ko kanina, yung mga initial integration, verification, yung mga initial tests na nagpo-prove na gumagana yung ating mga concepted plans. So next phase, phase C, final design and fabrication. So on this phase, the mga breadboard models natin kanina, yung mga plans na na-test at the previous phases, turned into fabricated boards na. So yung mga boards na to ay will be integrated into one to form the initial satellite or the prototype ng satellite natin, tinatawag na EM or engineering model. So each subsystem will be tested individually. Mga subsystem, kanya-kanya, nabanggit ko kanina, mga EPS, communication subsystem, attitude determination subsystem. So isa-isa siyang itetest, and of course, itetest din siya as integrated system, sama-sama na. Kasi sa integration test, dito lumalabas yung mga problema. Kasi kapag pwede nating itest yung mga system isa-isa, gagana sila accordingly. But when they were all integrated into final design, we can have mismatch or wrong software configuration, communication timing, mga synchronization, hindi match. So dun lalabas yung iba't ibang lapses or small problems. Siyempre, yung problem na yon, magdudulot siya ng pwedeng gumana yung subsystem on itself. Kaya lang, hindi siya as a whole, integrated system, hindi niya ma-perform lahat ng kailangan niyang gawin. So mahalaga yung integration test. So we need to factor in the human errors and other lapses. That is why intensive testing is vital to let all the problems to surface. Kailangan natin makita lahat ng problem para ma-solve natin or let's do something about it. So in here, we have the integrated subsystem payload testing. Makita natin sa picture. Sama-sama na siya into one integrated system, and we test each functionality of them. So another test that we perform is the communication test for the payload. So meron tayong testing sa anechoic chamber, sa loob ng chamber, controlled environment. So nag-perform din kami sa labas. So we have conducted this test outside for a larger setup naman to cater wireless and communication other responses. So another test is the long duration test. So this test is also vital as we can only observe some of the satellites functionalities over a long period of time. So yung ibang mga functionalities and other problems, lalabas siya during short testing, bawa mag-perform ka ng small functions or short duration functions. Kaya lang, yung iba ay with the function of time, may makikita din tayong ibang problem. For example, we let this setup to run inside the clean boot in the laboratory for a week. So, buhay siya, tuloy-tuloy siya nagpa-function. So, makikita natin, ma-observe natin yung mga logs niya, yung iba't ibang performance niya over time. So, makita natin may problem ba kapag ganito na siya kahaba, tagal tumatakbo. Responsive pa ba yung mga program natin, yung mga software. So, tama ba yung pagka-configure natin na kapag na-reach niya into certain time, may ganito yung gagawin niya, yung mga ganong consideration. So, syempre, integrated na siya, sama-sama na in-new system na siya, kailangan natin i-tune yung antenna at i-test. So, dito makikita natin yung testing para makarakterize yung ating transceiver to match with the antenna na gagawin. So, para ma-operate siya into a dedicated operating frequency. So, another test is the communication test inside the FAC. So, ito naman ay integrated test na kumpara dun sa kanina na individual test. So, dito buo na siyang satellite. Yung prototype, itetest siya sa loob ng FAC. So, controlled environment. So, this time, we will test the uplink, downlink, and command response ng satellite sa wired tsaka wireless. So, pwede tayong mag-wired test, dire-diretso yung cable natin outside the chamber, papasok, wired cable. Then, pwede tayo mag-install ng antenna para sa wireless communication naman. So, after the functionality testing, next is the qualification test. or the space environment qualification test. So yung EM or yung engineering model natin ay pinadala sa Japan para ma-perform yung space environment qualification test. So pinerform sa kanya yung thermal vacuum test tsaka vibration test to observe yung initial design ba ng EM ay yung responses ba niya ay tama at makapag-survive pa siya sa ganitong klase ng testing or yung parang ito yung overview ng pagdadaanan niya into space. So dito ginagamit lang yung EM or yung prototype natin sa ganitong klaseng test kasi yung ganitong test pwede tayong mag-overtest. Ibig sabihin, yung mga specified test parameters natin pwede nating exceed sa requirements para makita natin yung tolerance ng ating design. So ito ay pwede lang gawin sa engineering model kasi yung final model natin hindi natin pwedeng i-subject into harsh testing kasi hindi nababawasan na yung kanyang performance kapag ano. So ito yung setup doon sa loob ng testing facility sa QTech sa Japan. So makikita dito yung satellite inside the vacuum chamber, yung thermal vacuum chamber. So i-subject siya into vacuum environment and yung extreme temperatures also cycle of temperature from high and low. So which over time, tinatest din natin siya during each cycle, yung mga functionality sa loob ng chamber. So after naman ng mga testing na as integrated for the critical design, so here is another review. So ipon natin lahat ng mga results ng testing natin at dadali natin siya sa isa pang review which is the critical design review. So the result of this phase and the review is critical as ito yung magiging basis ng creation of the next model which is the flight model. So yung flight model, yung sunod na model sa engineering model, yung flight model yung actual satellite na i-deploy natin sa space. So for the next part, we may have Renzo.
Yeah, nice. Thanks, Jude. So yung next naman na phase natin, no? Phase D. After nito, yung phase E. Yung phase D natin is yung system assembly, integration, and test, pati launch. So dito, di ba tapos ka na mag-test nung EM, alam mo nang gumagana siya, base, tapos acceptable na siya, pasado na siya because of the critical design review, at saka yung phase 012 na tinatawag na tawag dito parang assessment ng JAXA. Well, yung launch provider natin actually. Since yung launch provider natin JAXA, di doon tayo verify kung okay ba yung nagawa natin. Na hindi siya tawag dito makakasama sa rocket mismo, sa ISS and sa astronauts. Tsaka sa atin naman. Yun. For system assembly, integration, and test and launch, well, based from the name, yun yung gagawin natin dito. I-assemble na natin yung flight model ni satellite. So, i-ano ko lang, no? May various models kasi na ginagamit during this satellite development. So, meron kang engineering model, which is yun yung tinetest natin. Hindi siya lilipad sa space. Meron naman tayong flight model. Yun naman, yun yung model ng satellite na lilipad mismo sa space. So, yun yung actual na satellite na kakausapin natin during operations. Tapos, meron din namang proto-flight model na tinatawag. Yung proto-flight model, well, it's between EM and FM. Ito yung model na binubog natin ng testing. Pero ito rin yung model na ipapalipad natin sa space. So, yun yung different models na ginagamit. So, depende na kung ano yung based sa mission requirements mo, sa application, o yung objective ng satellite development project nyo. Kung magpo-proto-flight model lang ba kayo or mag-EM at saka FM kayo. Ayan. So, during the phase D, we had additional testing. So, kung mapapansin nyo, masyadong madaming functionality testings na ginagawa at saka space environment testing. So, ayan. Kaya, kapag talagang flight model lang yung ginamit mo, bubugbog talaga siya ng testing. So, baka mabawasan yung integrity ng satellite. Ayan. So we have additional camera testing na ginawa natin to sa Japan. Ayun. So we took a picture of a bridge there around 2.25 kilometers away for the focus. Pag-focus niya. So yung pag-focus natin dito is focus to infinity na tinatawag. Ayan. Next, we have ito yung mga iba't ibang testings, dadaanan na siguro natin. Ayan. Isa sa requirements ni JAXA is magkaroon ng 30-minute ISS release tsaka deployment kasi hindi pwede or anything. Actually, yung boom mo, yung antenna mo, or kung may deployable ka na solar panels, dapat 30 minutes after, dun pa lang mag-on yung satellite. So, di dapat kasi uh, uh, di dapat interfere yung satellite natin sa communication ni ISS. So, yun yung isa sa mga requirements nila. Kaya ginawa din natin to. So, yung next, yung mga assembly na ginawa natin. Yung solar panel assembly sa next slide. Ayan. So, tayo mismo yan. Nag-assemble tayo ng solar panels. Nilagay natin yung solar cells, solar panels. Also, next slide. Siyempre, tinest natin yan kung okay ba yung performance ng solar panels natin. So, tinest natin kung yung solar power na nakukuha niya, tsaka yung output niya, input-output niya. So, tapos, vacuum din natin siya or binake natin siya para hindi magkaroon ng contaminants. Next slide. Tapos, ito pa yung ibang testing natin. Wini-weigh natin siya. Kailangan natin i-weigh kasi isa sa mga important na tinitingnan nila is dapat kasi yung limited lang kasi yung mass na pwedeng dalhin ni rocket outside Earth. So, isa talaga yun sa strict na compliance dapat. Well, lahat naman strict actually. Pero ito talaga isa sa main na tinitingnan nila. So, dapat hindi ka lumagpas sa 1.3 kilograms. So, next, pakita natin. So, short clip, time-lapse ng assembly ng flight model natin. Baka malakas yung sound or baka wala naman tayong sound. So, yan. So, sa composition ng assembly ng satellite, the minimum is merong 4 na tao. So, meron kang main na surgeon dyan sa gitna. Tapos, merong mag-a-assist na magsasabi ng next step. Tapos, yung isa naman is mag-a-assist sa pagbibigay ng mga components kung makikita nyo dyan. So, may mga nagbibigay ng components. Tapos, may nagsasabi kung ano na yung gagawin next. Siyempre, si main surgeon, siya yung mag-assemble mismo ng satellite. Tapos, may isa pa na nagdo-document. So, kasi kailangan natin i-document yan. Hindi lang dahil baka magkaroon ng mali, at least alam natin kung anong nangyari. Kundi, kailangan din malaman ng launch provider natin kung ano-ano ba yung mga pinaglalagay natin sa loob ng satellite. Well, kasi nga, di ba, for lean satellite philosophy, wala dapat explosive material, toxic waste, mga ganun. Mas mahihirapan tayong, well, lalo na pag sa launch provider natin, mas mahihirapan tayong ipasakay yung satellite natin. Kasi meron silang example, kung may toxic chemicals dyan, may mga additional pa na requirements tsaka certification na kailangan gawin. Tsaka additional testing. Ayun. Next slide. So, sorry, we're going to go overboard lang. Just ilang minuto lang naman. Yeah, next slide, please. Yan. So, ito naman yung functionality testing natin. So, wireless na functionality testing in the lab lang naman to. So, i-command lang natin sa satellite lahat ng pwede niyang gawin, yung mga commands. Check natin kung gumagana ba. So, yan. Next is meron pa tayong ginawang parang long duration testing. So, check natin for 7 days ba, okay ba si satellite, ganun. Tapos, ito. So, we have also the space environment acceptance testing. So, kanina, di ba, qualification testing. Ito naman, acceptance testing. So, ano lang ba yung difference niya? Yung qualification testing kasi, it answers the question, is the design fully capable of meeting all the requirements? So, yun yung tinitingnan natin eh. Kung nagagawa ba ni satellite yung design ba is fully capable na gawin ng lahat ng requirements na nilagay natin dun nga sa requirement allocation sheet sa mission planning pa lang natin. So, no need of using flight hardware and over-testing is acceptable. Sabihin natin sa 9G lang yung requirements, pwede natin gawing 18G yan para maging times 2 yung factor of safety natin. Sa acceptance naman is titingnan natin yung flight hardware ba natin, yung end product, yung model mismo na papalipad natin is free from workmanship and materials defects. So we're not mainly concerned of the design capability. Kasi tinest na natin sa qualification testing yan, gumagana yan, alam natin. Dito naman, titingnan natin is, okay ba yung pagka-assemble natin, pagkagawa, at wala bang mga depekto itong satellite natin. So, it answers also the question, is the flight hardware has been built to the qualified design? Yan. So, next, ito yung, next, pakita natin yung thermal vacuum testing siguro. Wait, ito para. Ayan, may antenna deployment at sige. Previous slide natin yun. Okay lang. Ayan, antenna deployment at thermal chamber. So ito, tinitingnan naman natin is yung pag-deploy ba ng antenna natin is okay ba siya mag-deploy sa worst cold na condition, temperature condition. Kasi may possibility na mag-deploy yung antenna natin during eclipse, di ba? Pag eclipse, walang sun. Pag walang sun, malamig. So pag malamig, yung heat knife natin na tinatawag, kaya niya bang putulin yung tali natin doon na para na nag-stow sa antena? Mapuputol ba yun kahit nasa cold condition? So yun yung tinetest natin dito. So at negative 15 degrees Celsius, I think, kung kaya ba. So hindi lang yun, kung kaya ba, kung ano ba yung power kung ano ba yung power na kinukonsumo niya. So kung di ba siya nag-go overboard. Ayan. O kung kaya ba ni satellite talaga, yun yung talaga main question. Next naman is yung thermal vacuum test. So, ang ginagawa natin dito is sinisimulate natin yung extreme thermal environment ng space. So, kung yung sa dispatch chamber natin is yung cold condition lang, ito naman is yung worst condition. So, too cold, too hot. Kasi, di ba, pag nasa naman kasi siya, pag nasa araw naman siya, masyado namang mainit, di ba? Lalo pag matagal siya sa sunlight, iinit talaga yan. As in, like, makikita mo pag example, so dito kasi sa thermal vacuum test natin, tinest natin siya from negative 15 to 60 degrees Celsius. I think if my memory serves me right, no? So, yan. Ito yung, hindi ko na siguro masyado i-expand. Next, yung meron tayong vibration test na ginawa. So, sa vibration test naman kasi, tinitingnan natin kung kaya ba ni satellite mag-survive during rocket launch. So baka medyo malakas yung sound na ito is na lang natin, no? Hinaan natin yung volume ng mga laptops or phones or speakers. Kaya ayaw niya ata mag-play. I-try natin ulit.
Okay, birds to SFM, Maya 3, Maya 4, BT, random axis. Go.
Ayan. Sige. So yun, yung mainly na ginagawa talaga natin dyan, inahalog talaga natin sa satellite. So pag nandun ka sa lab mismo, syempre medyo maano ka, but if kumalas-kalas yung mga natin, di ba, yung satellite natin, GG talaga tayo. Pero yun, inahalog natin siya at various frequencies at various amplitudes. So itong sa random, tapos check din natin sa yan yung natural frequency niya. Yung isa sa main na tinitingnan is kung gumalaw ba yung natural frequency niya. So, eto, isa sa clip ng isang result, before and after. So, titingnan natin, wala namang masyadong pinagbago. um, from 783 to 775, that's acceptable kasi doon mismo sa casing na ginamit natin is merong maliit na gap, I think 1 millimeter na gap, so gagalaw talaga yan. Ito yung natural frequency nung buong setup mismo, hindi lang dito nung baka sabihin niyo yung satellite, no, it's the whole setup nung yung may dalawa kang satellite na flight model plus may dummy satellite ka dun sa loob, tapos yung kaha, yun yung na-measure dyan. As long as the natural frequency does not hindi siya nagbabago, does not change around 3% of the of your original previous before the vibration testing, yun okay, yun pasok yun. Next is ito yung isa yung this is provided, the black case was provided by JAXA. So yan yung tawag dito. Yan, if i-check mo siya dyan, kasi dapat pumasok lang dyan yung satellite natin. Kasi yan yung dyan, it looks like this, looks like the black one, yung lagayan ng satellite. Pag di magkasya doon, syempre di natatanggapin. Yun. So isa nga sa naging concern namin, yung naging isang issue is yung camera medyo bumabangga siya doon sa satellite casing. So we had to answer that issue. So we have to modify the design. Little twerk lang naman kasi parang konti lang din naman. Ayan, next is the various testing, no? Ito, gaya ng inhibit switches testing. Well, basically, inaano lang nito, gumagana ba yung switch mo? Kasi hindi naman pwedeng hindi gumagana yan. Kasi baka pag on yan, first, mag-interfere yan sa tawag dito, sa satellite, sa ISS. Second is, baka pag on yan and nag-overheat or something na nangyari. O magkaroon ng issue. It will cause damages. So, yung main na tinitingnan dito is after ba ng vibration test, after mo bang alugin tong satellite na to, okay pa ba siya? Di ba nasira yung mga switches? Kasi yun yung based from their studies, it's one of the main points wherein yun yung isa sa mga nagiging nasisira kapag during rocket launch. So, during vibration test, after nun, check natin okay pa ba yung mga switches. Yun. Well, while you're doing all of that, sa next slide, dapat may frequency coordination ka din ginagawa na. So, itong frequency coordination, you're just really coordinating the frequency that you're going to use. Since we use amateur radio frequencies, tawag dito, kinoordinate lang namin na, ito yung gamit naming frequency, may issue ba? Kung wala, na gamitin namin to. So, locally, we have various agencies for that. For Maya 3 and Maya 4, so we have the ICT, National Communications Commission, or the NTC, PARA, and the AMSAT-PH for coordination of the frequencies locally. Tapos internationally, we have international regulating bodies such as the ITU and IARU. So yan, nagsisend tayo sa kanila ng mga requests to use those frequencies. Yun, pag sa amateur radio frequency, no, it will be harder, and alam naman siguro ata ng mga engineers, diba, kung the processes that we're going to do, lalo na pag mag-ano tayo ng mga frequencies na hindi amateur radio frequency, masyadong madaming dadaanan. So yan, it's lahat yun na ginagawa mo from mission design pa lang hanggang before mo ibigay yung satellite sa launch provider. Dapat ginagawa mo na yan from the start kasi matagal to. Itong frequency coordination namin, I think umabot ng 1.5 year or mga ganun, or 2 years ata para bago siya na-approve. So, mahaba-habang process. So, next, we're going to go to the phase in na. Ito yung operations and sustainment. So, the satellite will talk to various ground stations. So, we have the UPD ground station, Pugad yung network natin ng AirSense. Tapos yung Birds ground station network. Itong Birds ground station networks are various ground station networks all around the world na we in-network with the Birds project. Itong Birds project, ito yung isang project to ng Kyushu Institute of Technology. So we coordinated with them para naman meron tayong mga data from various from various ground stations. So for receiving of beacons. Yung uplink at saka downlink is ginagawa lang natin sa UPD ground station. Yun na natin ginagawa yung pag-uplink downlink. And also we coordinated with QTech ground station for the uplink and downlink din. So it's a close coordination kasi syempre, mga commands yung sinesend natin. For other ground stations, inano lang natin is yung CW beacon reception and from various amateur radio enthusiasts. Ayan, next, quick glance lang siguro ng operations phases just to give you an idea. So we have first acquisition, the various phases ng operations. First acquisition, mainly for first to third day, then initial operation, pre-nominal operation. Dito ito yung magiging basehan ng nominal operation mo. Nominal operation mo based from the missions mo, yung may mga success levels kasi yung mga mission eh. So yung sa minimum sa nominal operation, parang tinetest mo lang yung minimum success level mo. Tapos sa advance, to full success level. Tapos sa advanced operation naman, yung extra na success level mo na nakalagay doon. Tapos yan, meron ka ding extra advanced operation baka pag okay na okay talaga yung operation mo ng satellite. Next, let me just introduce to you quickly the UPD Amateur Radio Satellite Station. The UPD ARSS or Amateur Radio Satellite Station serves as an avenue to gain first-hand experience satellite technology. So it's a ground station in UPD Liman. Mainly, it provides experience in tracking and receiving signals from amateur satellites, having conversation with other amateur radio enthusiasts through FM voice repeaters, and sending text messages to other hubs using APRS. Okay. Also, dito naman din tayo. If you want to receive the frequency, the reception of Maya 3 and Maya 4, baka may mga amateur radio enthusiasts tayo dito. Tune in to 437.375. Ito pala, phase E natin. Ito yung mga various na softwares na ginagamit natin. So, you can use Orbitron para sa simulation or para sa tracking din ng satellite. Tapos SAT-PC32 din. So mainly ginagamit natin yung SAT-PC32 for tracking. Tapos if any one of you here is using SAT-PC32 or other, actually pati yung Orbitron for tracking of the satellite na sa stations na text siya na database ng mga satellite. So yun lang, si Maya 3 at Maya 4. Yan, para matrack natin. Tapos for reception of the beacon, you can use the CW get or CW, ano nga yung isa? CW get at saka yung CW schema. Yun, thanks Jude, I forgot, sorry. Schema at saka yung CW get. Ayan, para makita natin yung example dito, may waterfall. Siyempre, kailangan mo ng radyo, di ba? Radyo na kayang kayang to operate on the frequency of 437.375 megahertz. And kung gusto naman ng APRS, around 145 megahertz, I think. Ayun. If you want to receive, also, itong CW decoder is available publicly. So you can just download it in the Stamina for Space website. I'm going to, it's the Stamina for Space.upd.edu.ph. I'm going to flash it later on sa last slide natin. No? You can download there the CW decoder para pagka-receive mo ng ito, di ba, naka-Morse code dito. Ayan. Previous slide muna tayo dun. Sige yan. Convert mo lang siya to hex. Tapos, i-type mo lang dito sa CW decoder and you can, makikita mo yung status ng satellite natin. So, we have various types of beacons. We have 3 types actually. So, kaya naman, si CW decoder na, bahala dun. Sabihin sa'yo, type 1, type 1 yung na-receive mo, type 2 na-receive mo. Siya na bahala sa'yo. Tapos, yung operation software naman, for now, we cannot provide this to the public kasi tinetest pa namin yung mga various missions ni satellite and may mga pa tayo dyan. Yan. For recording naman, syempre you want data, di ba? To record this, you can use Audacity for audio recording and Bandicam for screen recording. Available naman ito, lahat free naman tong CW Decoder, Orbitron, yan, CW Get, Audacity, Bandicam, free, available yan. Also, I really encourage you to receive the beacons of the satellite and then submit it through the CW decoder so that we can also send you QSL cards and magkaroon tayo ng mas maraming data. Mas maganda sana no pag may data tayo galing Singapore kung ano yung status ni satellite sa pagdaan doon. Ayan, thank you so much for yan, final slide na tayo. Thank you so much for listening. So, for any engagements, you are welcome to contact us. I'm Renzo. That's my email address right there. And we have Judiel. Available din yung email address niya dyan. And connect with the Stamina First Space. We are in Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Gmail or email. Yan. And if you want to know more information regarding Diwata 1, Diwata 2, Maya 3, Maya 4, the ongoing Maya 5, Maya 6, and the Mula satellite, other satellites, other projects under the Stamina for Space program, just check out the website, staminaforspace.upd.edu.ph. And if you want to connect with us personally, you can use those addresses right there. So thank you so much. If you have any questions, the floor is now open. I think balik ko actually yung floor kay Sir Archie. Or Jude, may sasabihin ka pa ba?
Yes po, Sir Jude.
Wala na po. Okay naman po.
Okay. All right.
Okay, maybe let me share back my screen. Okay, thank you very much, Engineer Renzo and Engineer Jude, for providing an overview of the Maya 3 and Maya 4 nano development. It is heartening to see that our Filipino scholars are able to design and develop the first Philippine university-built satellite, and also to acquire knowledge and skills to utilize the capability building of our local engineers. So before we proceed, I think you pick a lot of interest from our participants. Flooded yung Q&A chat, and as well as the YouTube, merong nagtanong sa YouTube ngayon. So let me allow me to acknowledge first our VIPs. Si Engineer Ornan S. Vicente, the Vice President for the Rapid Emergency Telecommunication Teams Philippines. Engineer Grace B. Aguilos, IECEP SG Advisor. Sir Chris Andrew B. Trinidad, the National BOD of IECEP. Engineer Myra A. Manalo, Governor of IECEP Batangas. Engineer Kenneth Perales, our research speaker. So let me check the Q&A now. So the first question would be from Manolito Sasuman. What type of battery used in Maya 3 and Maya 4? What is the operating temperature threshold, and is it configured in 2N redundancy?
Jude, do you want to answer this one?
Sige po. Yung battery po na ginamit natin ay nickel metal hydride. So, isa siyang commercially off-the-shelf na battery with the temperature, operating temperature range na 0 to 40 degrees centigrade. So, yung regarding sa redundancy, wala po siyang redundancy. So, yung battery itself lang, so nilagyan lang natin siya ng mga protections tsaka interventions. So, meron siyang thermal protection para ma-maintain natin, or mga thermal insulations tsaka heaters. So, just in case na lumamig yung environment or lumamig yung battery, ma-maintain natin, mapapainit natin siya to desired temperature of operation.
Okay, thanks, Sir Jude. Next question po from Jose Roderick Santiago. Can I buy off-the-shelf satellite mobile device that can be connected to Maya? Do I need subscription?
Okay. Siguro let me answer, no? Also, if I may add pala muna sa answer ni Jude kanina. Kahit wala tayong 2N redundancy dyan, yun nga, sabi ni Jude, hindi natin hinahayaan na parang ma-expose lang si battery natin. So magagawa tayo ng mga measures para maalagaan din yung battery natin. And now, to answer this question, if you can buy off-the-shelf satellite mobile devices and connect to Maya, yung mga satellite mobile devices kasi na available, I think it's subscribed na to various tawag dito, parang sabi natin baka iridium constellation yung nakipag-communicate siya. You don't need subscription for the if you want to connect with if you want to receive receptions from Maya 3 and Maya 4. What you don't need a mobile device actually. What you need is a radio lang. You need a radio, an antenna, well, yung radio, you have antenna, syempre, and to receive the beacon receptions na naka Morse code, yun. And syempre, yung mga softwares na sinabi ko kanina. So, yun. I hope that answers that question. It's free to all. Everyone can receive the beacon reception and also the APRS. Actually, yung, if I may just share, no, may mga, enthusiast tayo from various countries na nagkapaggamit ng APRS GPting ni satellite natin. So, wala tayong prior communication sa kanila. Ginamit na lang nila bigla because it's available for everyone.
Okay, thank you very much, Engineer Renzo. So we have two questions from anonymous attendee. I just recently watched the show Space Force in Netflix. On one of the episodes, it shows that the Windows OS is being updated in one of the computers. Although I find this hilarious and absurd, is this also bound to happen with the onboard computers on the satellite and land-based computers? If yes, how do you mitigate the risk of period of time that there will be no control and communication between the satellite and land-based control station? How is the compatibility of program and application installed in the satellite?
Okay. Sige, ako muna siguro sumagot tapos baka may gustong idagdag si Jun. For our satellite, Maya 3 and Maya 4, tayo mismo we are the one responsible for updating the program in the satellite. So, tayo nagko-control. We are the one who controls kung may update ba sa program ni satellite. So, hindi lang siya, sa Windows OS kasi, via the internet, sinesend, di ba? So, for our satellite, it's a hardwired, yung sinabi ko kanina, yung mga program access. So, sinasaksak natin yun, sumasaksak tayo doon, tapos in-update natin yung program ni satellite or binabago natin yung program ni satellite. Now, once it's there in space, hindi na natin siya, we are not, based from our design, hindi na natin siya ma-update. So, kung ano yung huling program na nilagay natin kay satellite before natin siyang i-send sa launch provider natin, yun na yun. Hindi siya bigla na lang mag-update. So this is for specifically to kay Maya 3 and Maya 4 ha. Kasi may mga satellites din na pwede kang mag-send ng updates through command sa satellite tapos babaguhin niya yung itawag doon yung mga reprogrammable na siguro mo siya strategies para sa satellite mismo. Ayun. So, we don't have any problems na baka bigla na lang mag-update sa satellite kasi tayo mismo yung may control dun. Jude, do you want to add some more?
Pwede po pa-repeat tong last part ng question na hindi regarding dun sa updating.
How is the compatibility of program and application installed in the satellite?
Since yung mga program po na install sa satellite ay personally configured ng aming team. So we make sure na each subsystem ay nakakapag-usap sila or compatible sila sa isa't isa. So kami mismo yung gumawa ng mga program. So alam namin kung paano siya ma-interface sa iba't ibang subsystem. So by that, so wala tayong magiging problem sa compatibility ng ating program.
Okay, thank you po. Then the next question is, which government agencies are funding our satellite launching, monitoring, etc.?
So, ito naman, ulit, for Maya 3 and Maya 4. Since the Maya 3 and Maya 4 satellite development started before the establishment of the Philippine Space Agency, the satellite launch and monitoring and actually the whole development was funded by the Department of Science and Technology. Pero ngayon, meron na tayong collaboration with Philippine Space Agency. And I think yung mga next na satellites natin will be funded by our own space agency, so the Philippine Space Agency. Ayun.
Okay, thank you, sir. Next question from our YouTube, from Patrick J. Nino. How does Maya spacecraft deals with onboard fault fault detection and recovery? Does it have autonomous fault detection given the size of the spacecraft? Does it has room for equipment redundancy? Then the follow-up question is, does Maya spacecraft perform orbit correction maneuvers?
Jude, yung na-catch ko lang na question is, tawag dito, kung may redundancy ba si
Yeah,
Maya?
fault detection and recovery. Then yung follow-up question niya is about orbit correction maneuver.
Sige, for fault detection muna siguro si Jude.
Okay po. So yung regarding fault detection, so isa sa mga fault detection niya ay yung latch up. So nagkaroon ng latch up sa system, so maghahang yung ating mga yung processes tsaka data handling. So meron tayong sinet na routinely magre-reset yung ating satellite. So naka-embed na yun sa kanya. So just in case meron siyang latch up, so meron siyang mga parameters na titingnan. For example, yung current, tumaas ba yung current, yung mga ganito. Undesirable ba yung amount ng tinaas niya. So i-reset natin yung system. So isa lang yun sa mga way. And meron din siyang daily reset ng system. So every day mare-refresh yung ating onboard computer and mare-reset yung kanyang operation. So yung ating mga desired operation. And
sige, for the orbit correction then na question. So walang orbit correction siya, pero may orbit stabilization yung satellite natin. Since passive control lang yung ginagamit natin. So meron tayong mga hysteresis damper tsaka magnets na ginagamit, and these magnets align with the Earth magnetic field. So para hindi naman siyang completely nagtatumble in all axes. So for orbit correction, di ba, yung satellite natin kasi wasn't built for that. So if tawag dito. So kung sabihin nating tumilapon ka sa 1,000 kilometer na orbit, which is highly improbable based on the physics naman. Kasi di ba tawag dito. Ito na lang, yung more probable na case siguro, no? Siyempre, yung re-entry siya, bababa yung altitude, yun yung mangyayari kay satellite. So, it was designed that way na within 2 to 3 years na is magdi-deorbit yung satellite natin para hindi tayo within those years, tapos na yung mga missions natin, and para hindi tayo makadagdag sa space junk, sa space, it was designed na within 2 to 3 years is kusa siyang magdi-deorbit, mapapasok, magre-re-entry ulit sa Earth's atmosphere. And tawag dito, also, baka magtanong ng mga tao, bakit bigla na lang ganoon? Well, yung main na cause nun is yung atmospheric drag na tinatawag. So, yun kaya naturally magbababa yung altitude niya. So, wala tayong orbit correction gaya ng sa ISS because we need power for that. So, walang space for the fuels, and hindi naman siya part talaga ng design natin kasi we want the satellite to deorbit within 3 years.
Okay, thank you, sir. I think this is also related to the question in the chat. In a rare event causing the Maya 3 or 4 going out of designated orbit, how will the ground station controller able to correct and guide it back to the original orbit? Is it considered as project risk? So yeah, I think yung sagot ni Sir Renzo kanina na elaborate itong question na to. So yeah, I think personally, nung nakikinig ako sa presentation niya, nakaka-excite. So how did you feel as a team when you received the first signal from the Maya 3 and 4? Is it like, in the movies, there's a mission center, then lahat nagpalakpakan, naghag or something in your team in the Stamina for Space?
Yeah. It was ecstatic kasi nakakaano talaga. Actually, yung first na receive yung beacon, hindi pa tapos yung tawag dito, press conference, may matatawag dyan. yung program mismo, hindi pa tapos yung program. So, I think nagtotalk pa yung Director General ng Philippine Space Agency that time nung may na-receive na beacons from the satellite. Tapos naghihiyawan kami lahat doon sa mission control. Actually, yung UPD ARSS station, tapos rinig na rinig sa baba at bila pang na parang di naman na stand siguro pero parang kita mong naging happy din Director General kasi parang it's a good sign na kasi may na-receive na beacon. It's really parang tawag dito medyo nakahinga na din konti kasi syempre ginawa mo yung satellite na yun tapos it's funded by the government so people are paying for it so you don't want naman to make something tapos wala ding outputs so ayun parang nakahinga ng okay si satellite parang surreal, di ba? Parang surreal siya na parang it's real, wow, like it's happening talaga. We made a satellite and it works in space. Ayun. Jude, you might wanna add something more?
So, ayun nga. So, yung gabi na yun, so inaabangan, pinanood yung pag-deploy ng satellite from the IESS. So, nakita namin na itinapon na siya. So, isang phase lang yun na okay, na-deploy na, nakawala na siya sa space. Then, next phase naman ay maghihintay tayo, papakinggan natin yung space. May maririnig ba tayo? So, ayun nga, nung may narinig na kami from our partner, ang una niyang dadaanan kasi based sa release ay yung sa Japan. So, nakakonect kami sa ground station sa Japan. And yung mga kasamahan natin doon na scholars din na nasa Japan, doon sila nag-aaral. So, lahat kami nag-aabang. So, yun nga. So, once na na-receive namin niya, so, ayun nga. So, masayang-masaya kami. Kasi nga, unti-unti mo nakikita na dadaanan niya yung mga phases na ina-expect mo. Kaya lang, expected mo na dadaanan yun. Kaya hindi mo alam kung ano mangyayari sa phases na yun. So, masaya lang na success yung nangyari na yun.
Okay, thank you very much for sharing your excitement. Kasi sa movies pa lang, nakaka-excite na yung what more to be part of a team launching a satellite in space and knowing that it's actually working. So siguro as a parting thoughts, what can we expect more from the upcoming Maya 5 and 6? What are the new features and is it still scheduled to be launched this year?
Yes po, it's scheduled to be launched later this year. May mga bagong missions si Maya 5 and Maya 6. So, aside from may RGB camera siya, is meron ding, ang tawag dito, ICU missions, I think. Tapos, meron din silang, I'm not really sure, pero I think they have a technology demonstration of a solar cell. So, so it's a brand new na batch naman ng satellite. Tapos may mga bagong mission siya. So at saka mga iba't ibang features din. Actually kung binago din nila yung design ng nila antenna nila eh. So based from their requirements. So yun. Jude.
So ayun nga. So for the Maya 5 and 6, so next batch ng scholars na. So sila yung second sa amin. Na 8 members din sila. So sila naman yung naka-assign sa pag-develop mong 5 and 6. And may mga references din from our mga naunang scholars na dinevelop. Nakabase siya kay Maya 2 actually. So yung pinaka-reference ng 5 and 6. So ang reference naman ni Maya 3 and 4 ay si Maya 1. So yung Maya 1 and Maya 2 ay sa Japan ginawa. And si 3, 4, 5, and 6 ay dito naman sa atin.
Okay, thank you very much. Looking forward for the updates. Yes, sir.
Let me just expand a little bit, no? So yung sinabi kong kanina, yung ICU mission nila. So ito isang parang onboard image processor na gumagamit ng for the camera mission na gumagamit ng machine learning. So yun, may ganun sila. Tapos meron din silang isa pa, I think yung OBCX. So bagong ibang onboard computer. Parang dalawa yung sinaka nilang onboard computer. Tapos meron dong experimental na onboard computer. Designed locally yun. kung ano tawag dito, kung how would it work sa space settings. So para magkaroon ng heritage na data. Yun yung mga
Okay.
ano nila.
Okay, salamat po, Sir Renzo and Sir Jude. So now, allow me to read to award the certificate. So ICEP Singapore awards the Certificate of Appreciation to our guest, Engineer Renzo S.V., for being the resource speaker for ICEP Singapore's Chapter 5th Annual Membership Meeting and Convention entitled Realms of Knowledge from Cyber to Outer Space, with the topic Maya 3 and Maya 4 satellite development conducted through Zoom webinar platform on 27th of March 2022, signed by our chapter governor, Engineer Arnie C. Gonzalez, and chapter president, Engineer Jose Carlos C. Tupaz VI. Similarly, we would also like to award the Certificate of Appreciation to Engineer Judiel L. Reyes. So again, thank you very much po, Sir Renzo, and thank you very much, Sir Jude, for sharing your experience and your learnings in developing our very own first nano satellite. So yeah, maybe for this one, let's take a pause for a while and then have some photo ops. To our panelists, kindly turn on your camera and share this photo ops with us. Thank you.
Thank you din. Thank you din po.
Maybe I'll count 5. Tech team, okay na po ba? Ready na? Sige, start tayo sa 5. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Smile. Okay, one more. 3, 2, 1. Smile. All right, thank you very much. Then let me reshare my screen. Okay, thank you po, Sir Jude, Sir Renzo. Then for the next part, kindly use the QR code on your screen to fill out the Google form. Alternatively, you may fill out the Google form in the link below for your attendance and evaluation. So this link can be accessed until tomorrow, 11:59 p.m. Just to take note, our AGM is approved for 16 CPDs. And then just a short recap, ICEP launched this CSR activity. I believe it will be provided with more details later on. And now, medyo late na tayo sa ating lunch break, no? So we will have our lunch break and resume by 1:30. Sir Pau, 2 o'clock na daw.
2 p.m. 2 p.m. na, oo.
2 p.m. na, medyo nagutom na yata. Napasarap yung kwentuhan natin sa space with Maya 3 and 4. Anyway, since we still have time, maybe I'll elaborate more on this. The IECEP Committee on Foreign Chapters and Committee on Social Corporate Responsibility are collaborating to enhance IECEP Inc. service to community by launching IECEP Cares. This is the corporate assistance and relevant engagement to society. If you would like to support IECEP Care, kindly scan the QR code here or visit the link at paymongo.page/L/IECEP Cares. You may donate via Visa or MasterCard, credit or debit card, GCash, GrabPay, and PayMaya. Again, please support the IECEP Cares to share our resources to the needy part of our society. Again, we'll resume our session after a lunch break by 2 p.m. today. Yeah, that's all. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. Thank you. Yeah, tech team, you may continue with the video presentation. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you po, Sir Judiel. Thank you, Sir Renzo.
Thank you po. Thank you din po. Thank you for advice.
Thank you, Sir Renzo, Sir Judiel. Hanggang sa uulitin po.
Sige po, sige.
Thank you po.
Salamat po.
And the value of the Filipinos' hard-earned money. For years, BDO has been finding ways to create strong and lasting bonds with both our clients and partners. We are the largest bank in the Philippines, operating in full service, anytime, anywhere. From branches to ATMs, from assets to operations. This includes One Network Bank, BDO's rural bank, built to provide access to financial services in rural areas. One Network Bank has over 100 branches all over the Philippines. But we don't stop there. We've made banking even more accessible with Cash Agad, a new service that makes cash withdrawal easier, operating with over 5,000 partners nationwide. BDO is also a proud member of the SM Group, one of the country's strongest and biggest conglomerates, with more than 50 mall branches located in key areas all over the Philippines. An open SM mall means an open BDO branch with extended banking hours and BDO remit counter, allowing to claim remittances 7 days a week during mall hours, including holidays. We have the largest market share in both remittances and deposits, with over 1 million overseas Filipino account holders through BDO Kabayan Savings Account. Kabayan Savings Account was created especially for Filipinos abroad and their families, so they can enjoy the ease of opening an account and the affordability with zero maintaining balance required. Kabayan Savings Account holders also get to enjoy free life and accident insurance when they save more and remit at least 6 times in 12 months. Whenever a Kabayan Savings holder remits or saves money, they also get BDO Rewards points, which they can use for shopping at any branch of the SM Store, SM Supermarket, and SM Retail establishments and partners. For years, we have been developing an active and harmonious partnership with SM through programs for our beloved clients, such as the OFW Sale, Migrants Day, and the annual Christmas event in their malls nationwide. With millions of daily foot traffic, SM has been the go-to destination of overseas Filipinos and their families, where they come to shop, eat, and spend quality time together. We've also created various programs all catering to Filipinos working abroad, like the Pre-Departure Orientation Seminar or the PIDOS, where attendees can instantly open a BDO Kabayan Savings Account. Our take on PIDOS is made more fun and engaging with Mr. Teteng Lopez, also known as Mr. BDO to overseas Filipinos. As a representation of a wise Filipino working abroad, he talks about tips on saving and taking care of themselves while away from their families. And in order to reach out to more families in rural areas, we've created a grassroots marketing program where we teach communities basic financial literacy, which we've started since 2014. To strengthen our reach in the digital space to overseas Filipinos, we have created a dedicated social media channel, BDO Kabayan Facebook page. For this day and age, it is an effective and efficient way to communicate the latest initiatives by BDO and our partners. It is also a good platform for financial literacy, such as saving tips and bank account management. As added convenience, Filipinos abroad and their families back home can immediately check their transactions through Remit Status Inquiry at www.bdo.com.ph anytime, anywhere. Also available is the BDO Remit Text Service, wherein beneficiaries are notified if the money sent has been credited to their account or is already available for pickup with just a text message. BDO as an institution has been leading the local scene, positioning us ahead among the others into the world ranks. BDO's stability and banking expertise have also been recognized by local and international award-giving bodies. As the commercial bank that generates the largest overseas Filipino remittances, BDO has been consistently awarded by the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas for the last 10 years. BDO has received the Gold Hall of Fame, the highest recognition any Philippine bank can receive from the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas. We offer our partners our strong foundation when it comes to remittance with our wide and extensive coverage. We are operating in key areas where overseas Filipinos are located. Our offices are spread across Asia, Middle East, USA, Canada, and Europe, serving as a bridge for our global partners to better reach Filipinos working in these countries. Through our employees and expats, we will bring you closer to the market with a clear understanding on their needs. BDO Remit is also equipped with 24/7 customer service support, ready to serve BDO remittance and Kabayan clients, both overseas and in the Philippines, as well as remittance partners. And to further strengthen our relationships with our partners, we provide in-house creative services to amplify our commitment and dedication to synergy. This includes prime advertising locations in SM malls. BDO is the most trusted Philippine financial company by major global financial institutions for remittances worldwide. BDO is the most trusted bank of overseas Filipinos that help them bring their families closer to achieving their goals. Today, BDO's remittance business has grown from simply being a way to send money to being a key in building a better future for Filipino families. We envision our partners to be with BDO in our commitment in making remittance more convenient and efficient that will last for years. BDO and our partners, always finding ways for overseas Filipinos and their families. Because together, we find ways. we understand the value of the Filipinos' hard-earned money. For years, BDO has been finding ways to create strong and lasting bonds with both our clients and partners. We are the largest bank in the Philippines, operating in full service, anytime, anywhere. From branches to ATMs, from assets to operations. This includes One Network Bank, BDO's rural bank, built to provide access to financial services in rural areas. One Network Bank has over 100 branches all over the Philippines. But we don't stop there. We've made banking even more accessible with Cash Agad, a new service that makes cash withdrawal easier, operating with over 5,000 partners nationwide. BDO is also a proud member of the SM Group, one of the country's strongest and biggest conglomerates, with more than 50 mall branches located in key areas all over the Philippines. An open SM mall means an open BDO branch with extended banking hours and BDO remit counter, allowing to claim remittances 7 days a week during mall hours, including holidays. We have the largest market share in both remittances and deposits, with over 1 million overseas Filipino account holders through BDO Kabayan Savings Account. Kabayan Savings Account was created especially for Filipinos abroad and their families, so they can enjoy the ease of opening an account and the affordability with zero maintaining balance required. Kabayan Savings Account holders also get to enjoy free life and accident insurance when they save more and remit at least 6 times in 12 months. Whenever a Kabayan Savings holder remits or saves money, they also get BDO Rewards points, which they can use for shopping at any branch of the SM Store, SM Supermarket, and SM Retail establishments and partners. For years, we have been developing an active and harmonious partnership with SM through programs for our beloved clients, such as the OFW sale, Migrants Day, and the annual Christmas event in their malls nationwide. With millions of daily foot traffic, SM has been the go-to destination of overseas Filipinos and their families, where they come to shop, eat, and spend quality time together. We've also created various programs all catering to Filipinos working abroad, like the Pre-Departure Orientation Seminar or the PIDOS, where attendees can instantly open a BDO Kabayan Savings Account. Our take on PIDOS is made more fun and engaging with Mr. Teteng Lopez, also known as Mr. BDO to overseas Filipinos. As a representation of a wise Filipino working abroad, he talks about tips on saving and taking care of themselves while away from their families. And in order to reach out to more families in rural areas, we've created a grassroots marketing program where we teach communities basic financial literacy, which we've started since 2014. To strengthen our reach in the digital space to overseas Filipinos, we have created a dedicated social media channel, BDO Kabayan Facebook page. For this day and age, it is an effective and efficient way to communicate the latest initiatives by BDO and our partners. It is also a good platform for financial literacy, such as saving tips and bank account management. As added convenience, Filipinos abroad and their families back home can immediately check their transactions through Remit Status Inquiry at www.bdo.com.ph anytime, anywhere. Also available is the BDO Remit Text Service, wherein beneficiaries are notified if the money sent has been credited to their account or is already available for pickup with just a text message. BDO as an institution has been leading the local scene, positioning us ahead among the others into the world ranks. BDO's stability and banking expertise have also been recognized by local and international award-giving bodies. As the commercial bank that generates the largest overseas Filipino remittances, BDO has been consistently awarded by the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas for the last 10 years. BDO has received the Gold Hall of Fame, the highest recognition any Philippine bank can receive from the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas. We offer our partners our strong foundation when it comes to remittance with our wide and extensive coverage. We are operating in key areas where overseas Filipinos are located. Our offices are spread across Asia, Middle East, USA, Canada, and Europe, serving as a bridge for our global partners to better reach Filipinos working in these countries. Through our employees and expats, we will bring you closer to the market with a clear understanding on their needs. BDO Remit is also equipped with 24/7 customer service support, ready to serve BDO remittance and combined clients, both overseas and in the Philippines, as well as remittance partners. And to further strengthen our relationships with our partners, we provide in-house creative services to amplify our commitment and dedication to synergy. This includes prime advertising locations in SM malls. BDO is the most trusted Philippine financial company by major global financial institutions for remittances worldwide. BDO is the most trusted bank of overseas Filipinos that help them bring their families closer to achieving their goals. Today, BDO's remittance business has grown from simply being a way to send money to being a key in building a better future for Filipino families. We envision our partners to be with BDO in our commitment in making remittance more convenient and efficient that will last for years. BDO and our partners, always finding ways for overseas Filipinos and their families. Because together, we find ways. Lasting bonds with both our clients and partners. We are the largest bank in the Philippines, operating in full service, anytime, anywhere. From branches to ATMs, from assets to operations. This includes One Network Bank, BDO's rural bank, built to provide access to financial services in rural areas. One Network Bank has over 100 branches all over the Philippines. But we don't stop there. We've made banking even more accessible with Cash Agad, a new service that makes cash withdrawal easier, operating with over 5,000 partners nationwide. BDO is also a proud member of the SM Group, one of the country's strongest and biggest conglomerates, with more than 50 mall branches located in key areas all over the Philippines. An open SM mall means an open BDO branch with extended banking hours and BDO remit counter, allowing to claim remittances 7 days a week during mall hours, including holidays. We have the largest market share in both remittances and deposits, with over 1 million overseas Filipino account holders through BDO Kabayan Savings Account. Kabayan Savings Account was created especially for Filipinos abroad and their families, so they can enjoy the ease of opening an account and the affordability with zero maintaining balance required. Kabayan Savings Account holders also get to enjoy free life and accident insurance when they save more and remit at least 6 times in 12 months. Whenever a Kabayan Savings holder remits or saves money, they also get BDO Rewards points, which they can use for shopping at any branch of the SM Store, SM Supermarket, and SM Retail establishments and partners. For years, we have been developing an active and harmonious partnership with SM through programs for our beloved clients, such as the OFW sale, Migrants Day, and the annual Christmas event in their malls nationwide. With millions of daily foot traffic, SM has been the go-to destination of overseas Filipinos and their families, where they come to shop, eat, and spend quality time together. We've also created various programs all catering to Filipinos working abroad, like the Pre-Departure Orientation Seminar or the PIDOS, where attendees can instantly open a BDO Kabayan Savings Account. Our take on PIDOS is made more fun and engaging with Mr. Teteng Lopez, also known as Mr. BDO to overseas Filipinos. As a representation of a wise Filipino working abroad, he talks about tips on saving and taking care of themselves while away from their families. And in order to reach out to more families in rural areas, we've created a grassroots marketing program where we teach communities basic financial literacy, which we've started since 2014. To strengthen our reach in the digital space to overseas Filipinos, we have created a dedicated social media channel, BDO Kabayan Facebook page. For this day and age, it is an effective and efficient way to communicate the latest initiatives by BDO and our partners. It is also a good platform for financial literacy, such as saving tips and bank account management. As added convenience, Filipinos abroad and their families back home can immediately check their transactions through Remit Status Inquiry at www.bdo.com.ph anytime, anywhere. Also available is the BDO Remit Text Service, wherein beneficiaries are notified if the money sent has been credited to their account or is already available for pickup with just a text message. BDO as an institution has been leading the local scene, positioning us ahead among the others into the world ranks. BDO's stability and banking expertise have also been recognized by local and international award-giving bodies. As the commercial bank that generates the largest overseas Filipino remittances, BDO has been consistently awarded by the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas for the last 10 years. BDO has received the Gold Hall of Fame, the highest recognition any Philippine bank can receive from the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas. We offer our partners our strong foundation when it comes to remittance with our wide and extensive coverage. We are operating in key areas where overseas Filipinos are located. Our offices are spread across Asia, Middle East, USA, Canada, and Europe, serving as a bridge for our global partners to better reach Filipinos working in these countries. Through our employees and expats, we will bring you closer to the market with a clear understanding on their needs. BDO Remit is also equipped with 24/7 customer service support, ready to serve BDO remittance and combined clients, both overseas and in the Philippines, as well as remittance partners. And to further strengthen our relationships with our partners, we provide in-house creative services to amplify our commitment and dedication to synergy. This includes prime advertising locations in SM malls. BDO is the most trusted Philippine financial company by major global financial institutions for remittances worldwide. BDO is the most trusted bank of overseas Filipinos that help them bring their families closer to achieving their goals. Today, BDO's remittance business has grown from simply being a way to send money to being a key in building a better future for Filipino families. We envision our partners to be with BDO in our commitment in making remittance more convenient and efficient that will last for years. BDO and our partners, always finding ways for overseas Filipinos and their families. Because together, we find ways. we understand the value of the Filipinos' hard-earned money. For years, BDO has been finding ways to create strong and lasting bonds with both our clients and partners. We are the largest bank in the Philippines, operating in full service, anytime, anywhere. From branches to ATMs, from assets to operations. This includes One Network Bank, BDO's rural bank, built to provide access to financial services in rural areas. One Network Bank has over 100 branches all over the Philippines. But we don't stop there. We've made banking even more accessible with Cash Agad, a new service that makes cash withdrawal easier, operating with over 5,000 partners nationwide. BDO is also a proud member of the SM Group, one of the country's strongest and biggest conglomerates. With more than 50 mall branches located in key areas all over the Philippines. An open SM mall means an open BDO branch with extended banking hours and BDO remit counter, allowing to claim remittances 7 days a week during mall hours, including holidays. We have the largest market share in both remittances and deposits, with over 1 million overseas Filipino account holders through BDO Kabayan Savings Account.
Welcome back, and we're still tuning in at the realms of knowledge from cyber to outer space here at the IECEP Singapore Chapter 5th Annual General Membership Meeting and Convention. I am Hendrix M. Bautista, currently the President of IECEP Cavite ESC, and will gladly serve you as your moderator for this afternoon. At this point in time, we will now proceed to the next speaker on the list, and he will be introduced by the Director for Ways and Means, Engineer Gerald Cesar El Jacinto. Good afternoon, Engineer.
Oh, good afternoon, Sir Hendrix. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, loud and clear.
Okay. It's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Engineer Kenneth P. Perales. He is an infrastructure team lead with more than 14 years of total experience, proficient in leadership, project management methods, a hands-on technical leader skilled in Windows administration, and exposed on automation, DevOps culture, cloud services, virtualization, backup, and networking with vast experience in financial industry. He specializes in field of information and communications technology and focuses on virtualization and cloud computing. He is a licensed engineer and he is a graduate of PSECE at the University of St. LaSalle, Bacolod City. He is an AWS Certified Solutions Architect, Associate, a Microsoft Certified Azure Solutions Architect, a VMware Certified Professional, Data Center Virtualization, a Citrix Certified Administrator, and Microsoft Certified Windows Administrator. He was a former system and layer 3 network engineer at Sonet Managed Services, Philippine Incorporation, a former system engineer and Wintel Infrastructure at Softener, Singapore, PTE Ltd, and now a service delivery manager virtualization infra at Cognizant Technology Solution, Singapore. He is also a technopreneur and the owner-founder of NECNA Smart Home and Renewable Energy. Once again, let's all welcome Engineer Kenneth P. Perales. Sir Kenneth?
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir, loud and clear.
Yes. Well, thank you so much for the kind introduction, Engineer Gerald. Thank you for that. So I would like to take the opportunity to greet all my fellow engineers here in Singapore and Philippines. Good afternoon. And those engineers globally. So good morning dyan, or good afternoon, or good evening sa inyo. So sa mga taga Bacolod City, mayong hapon, kung may mga taga Bacolod na engineers nag-attend today. So kamusta kayo dyan? And I hope na busog na kayo sa lunch nyo, and kasi medyo mahaba to yung session. Joke lang. So yeah, madali lang to, saglit lang to, is more on virtualization lang, background on cloud. So I'm Kenneth Perales. I'm from Bacolod City, and I'm working here in Singapore for almost 12 years. And then I'm currently handling a project in a financial industry. So my project basically right now is our team is to manage their virtualization environment. So their virtual apps, and then Citrix, the virtual desktop infrastructure, and also Windows servers, including those core infrastructures like very familiar, like yung mga Active Directory, DNS, DHCP, print servers, and messaging servers. So bali overall support namin yung infrastructure ng that company. So it's a global scale. We handle these mission critical applications. So we operate 24/7 and around nasa 10,000 servers yung hinahandle namin. So combine yun yung Unix server, Windows, physical host, ESX, or I would say ito yung mga hypervisors, and cloud-based. So slowly nag-move na rin kami ng mga workloads namin sa cloud. So yeah, and then also we do some vulnerability addressing to that infrastructure. Regardless, maybe it's a Windows or related to virtualization. So yung team namin yung bahala dyan. So as mentioned earlier, sa Pilipinas, meron akong small startup, tinatawag namin NECNA Smart Home and Renewable Energy. So we install smart home solutions. And of course, yung solar, nag-install kami ng mga solar sa mga bahay-bahay. And then mga CCTV solutions kasama rin sa product and services namin. Okay, so let's start. Let me know if you're able to see my slide. Sorry, are you able to see my slides?
Not yet, sir. Not yet, sir. Maybe we can try resharing po.
No problem. Screen to...
Now we can see it na po, sir.
How about now?
Yes, sir. We can see your presentation.
Yes, perfect. So today our discussion is we talk about the virtualization, cloud computing, and a bit of security hardening. So yung mga techniques lang kung paano natin i-harden once nasa space or sa cloud space na yung mga resources natin, right, yung mga workloads. So before tayo mag-start, gusto ko lang i-clarify yung objective and expectation natin dito sa topic kasi medyo masyadong malawak to ito. So this is a high-level overview of virtualization, cloud computing, and cyber hardening. So this is a general knowledge, and then the intended audience are for beginners. So maganda to pag gusto mo lang touch base kung ano yung mga virtualized na environment, cloud na available na sa market. Because right now, right, without knowing it, halos yung mga technologies natin is virtualized na actually. So yan, konting background para alam natin. So i-discuss ko rin yung mga prominent virtualization vendors and cloud service providers. And then pag may time, mag-konting hands-on, mag-deploy tayo ng VM sa VMware VM Center na pinakasikat ng mga virtualization companies. And then pag sa cloud, mag-deploy rin tayo ng instance sa Google, sa Azure, or sa AWS pag may oras pa mamaya. So para makita nyo, ma-compare nyo kung anong itsura ng mga virtual machines sa cloud. So guidance on security, securing your virtualization, cloud environment, and then system hardening. And then again, it's not focusing on design, implementation, operations, and specializations. So kung gusto mo talagang mag-specialize, so ibang line na yan, dapat focus ka kung anong gusto mo na product. Okay, so let's start the topic. So okay, so virtualization background, right? So bali yung virtualization is started matagal na ng 1960s pa. So during na sa mainframe pa yung mga system natin, and then Unix pa. So si IBM, si James Ray Marx, I cannot pronounce his name, but he's from IBM, and they want this idea to, what if we could run several applications on a single machine, and then to minimize the amount of hardware resources by running multiple apps on a single machine. At the same time, pwede tayo mag-multi-session. So maraming users makapag-connect dito sa machine remotely or locally. So in the same server. So pag napapansin nyo, di ba, yung mga hardware natin, mga server, PC, yung hindi pa na-discover noon, yung 1960s, 10 to 20% lang ng hardware yung nagagamit. Like yung CPU, memory, and storage. And also yung network, di ba? Napansin mo maliit lang, naka-idle. So sayang. So yun nga, with that idea, nag-come up si IBM na mag-develop ng technology, or they pioneering the technology to virtualize yung environment. Mag-emulate sila ng VMs gagamitin para mag-connect yung mga users and to run multiple application or servers. So yeah, so let's go for the objective ng IBM. Ito yung driven point nila na bakit nag-develop ang virtualization. So talagang nag-invest sila ng pera noon to run this kind to target yung gusto nila. So efficiency on physical resources utilization. Yeah, so ang sobra na resources, i-utilize mo ng maayos, so magiging efficient ka. And obviously, pag marami ka ng applications or VM server tumatakbo doon sa single hardware mo, makakatipid ka sa hardware. Kasi maraming services matatakbo mo in one machine. So before, baka nga kung hindi nag-develop yung hardware ay yung virtualization technology, imagine one machine versus one application. So imagine, right, kung meron kang na-develop na 10 applications, ang dami, ang laki. Laki ng hardware cost mo at saka see yung power consumption mo laki. So yun yung idea na yan. So simultaneous access from different users. So noon di pa yun na-discover na connect tayo sa isang server, maraming users nakakonect at saka ginagamit yung mga whatever deployed services inside. So faster service provisioning. So gusto nila na mabilis mag-deploy ng application. So yan. Scalable. So scalable, pwede mo sa i-up, mag-upgrade ng VMs mo in a few clicks lang. So obviously, pag konti na lang yung physical boxes mo or physical servers, it's easier to manage yung data center mo, maliit na lang. So yung hardware footprint mo is very less. Right? So greater IT mobility. Pag gusto nila, yung mga application nila, pwede na ilipat from one machine to another machines. Pag nakaproblema yung isa, wala na, bagsak na. So gagawa sila ng system na automatically lilipat doon sa physical. Sa ngayon nga sa cloud environment, yung machines mo pwede mo yung VMs mo pwede mo ilipat from one region to another region. So yun yan, yung mga target nila before. Easy maintenance for hardware, so kasama na yan. So kung napapansin nyo yung picture noon, yung mainframe, so wala pa tayo ng 1960s, imagine ganito kalaki yung system ng mga computers. So ang laki. So siguro noong time na yun, isang processing lang or isang application lang na gumagamit siguro. So kita mo naman si ate, nakatayo dito, medyo bored siya kasi ang tagal siguro ng walang isang session lang na tumatakbo din sa computers na yan. Okay, next slide. Okay, so what is virtualization? So i-define muna natin si virtualization, right? So it's a technology that lets you create useful IT services using resources that are traditionally bound to the hardware. It allows you to use physical machine full capacity by distributing its capabilities among many users or environment. So in simple terms, mayroon kang single user machines, hardware, at that technology can run multiple virtual machines within. So it's simulating a physical computer and allowed multiple of them to be hosted in one hardware. It allocates yung resources mo to share and create multiple instances of VM. So traditionally, mayroon tayong hardware, then yung operating systems, Linux o Windows, then yung install mo yung application mo, yung mga services na gusto mo. Pag naka-virtualized environment na tayo, okay, yung hardware mo, i-install ka ng virtualization technology para mag-create ka ng virtualized layer, di ba? So, yun, pwede mo na install yung OS mo, Windows Server, or containers, pwede rin, containerized technology. One moment. So why we are doing the virtualization, di ba? So as mentioned earlier, yung objective ni IBM, so efficiency and cost effective. So yung mga sobra mo na resources, gagamitin mo and then i-share mo dun sa mga users mo. So yeah, so tipid tayo dyan. The lesser hardware, the less energy that you can run, right? And then speed. Modern hypervisors can create provision VMs almost instantly. Sa VMs technology, a few clicks lang pag-create ka ng VM mo. Unlike before, magre-request ka, you have to go to your procurement team, request for machines. They will contact the vendor and vendor will ship your machine or your server after 3 to 4 weeks. So ang tagal, tapos pagdating, i-install mo pa. So ang daming proseso. Unlike now, pag naka-virtualize ka na, it's easy to provision. Literal, 1 minute, 2 minutes lang, mayroon ka ng virtual machine for whatever purposes. So since naka-virtualize ka, it's easy to automate na rin siya. Okay, scalability. So ang VM actually is easy to increase yung memory, process, and storage. As long yung underlying hardware mo is merong enough resources, right? So ang tradition naman ng machine, so mahirap i-upgrade. Medyo ganoon rin ang proseso. Matagal mag-order, i-ship sa'yo, tapos i-install mo pa. Okay? Flexibility. You have more flexibility pag naka-virtualize ka na kasi it's easy to migrate. Just like I mentioned earlier, you can migrate the machine or the virtual machine from one hardware to another hardwares. Okay? So pwede mo rin sa i-backup, mas mabilis, or clone. Gamitin mo as a template. So i-template mo siya, tapos pag mayroong requirement, i-redeploy mo ulit with the same configuration, the same size ng computer, memory, storage, and yeah, CPU. So ganun yung parang benefit na actually yan. So ito yung technology na ginagamit. Tinatawag nila sa hypervisors. So it is also known as Virtual Machine Monitor or VMM. Maingay ba? Narinig yung eroplano? Hello? Hello?
Yes, sir. Okay lang. Okay lang.
Yeah, sorry, malapit ako sa airport. So from time to time, 5 times a day, medyo dumadaan dito sa amin. So minsan pag meeting ako, ito na-disrupt yung mga conversation ko sa team. So okay, so again, they call it a virtual machine monitor. It's a piece of software or operating system, I would say, that creates and runs virtual machines. So it allows one host computer to support multiple guest VMs virtually and share yung mga resources such as memory, processor power, and storage. Okay, so it schedules the input-output requests between VMs and the underlying hardware to avoid conflicts and optimize the usage of your hardware, physical hardware. So again, sa drawing na to, may hardware ka, yung technology na yon, si hypervisor, para mag-create ka ng virtualized environment. Then you could install yung VMs mo or operating system. Right? Meron tayong 2 types of hypervisors na nag-exist. Yung type 1 or we call it bare metal. So si bare metal, ito yung directly install mo lang sa hardware. So ito yung pinaka-common technology na ginagamit ng mga enterprise huge companies because of the performance wise. It's very mature na ngayon yung mga hypervisors. Hindi mo na alam na medyo mabagal siya actually. So ito yung pinaka-common use, pinaka bare metal ang tawag natin. So ganon, hardware, may hypervisor ka, operating system on top of your hypervisor. Okay, so yung type 2 hypervisor, tinatawag natin hosted. Ito naman yung mayroon ka na existing operating system sa machine mo like with desktop, laptop, or computer lang na gusto mo mag-run ng multiple operating system itself as well. So, kunwari, meron akong Windows 7 gusto ko mag-aral ng ethical hacking, so kailangan ko mag-install ng Kali na Linux na operating system. So install ko dyan para makapag-practice ako. So gusto ko rin mag-aral ng Unix operating system, i-install ko rin dyan. So it means on top of your operating system, you install that hypervisor and then run that technology. So yeah, so we have that hardware and then your existing operating system and then the hypervisor, and then you could run multiple operating system or VMs on top of it, basta kaya lang ng underlying machines mo. Okay? So, yep, ito yung mga sikat: VMware Workstation, Oracle VirtualBox, and Parallels Desktop. So, punta tayo sa next slide para makita natin kung ano yan. Okay, so ito yung mga popular na tier 1 bare metal hypervisors. So VMware, vSphere, Microsoft Hyper-V, Zen Server, and Red Hat Enterprise Virtualization for servers. So sa ngayon, ang pinaka-mature na talaga na sikat na product is VMware ESXi and vSphere module. So meron silang free edition, and obviously they have their own commercial edition as well. So marami silang features na pwedeng gamitin, like vMotion, stored vMotion, fault tolerance, and others. So ito yung pinakasikat. Kahit for 12 years ko na working sa IT industry, halos na nakakita ko sa environment ko, VMware lang. Siguro may binakataon na ganun yung product. Pero everywhere it's widely used. Okay. So si Microsoft, okay na rin. Meron kami actually mga Microsoft product as well na virtualization product. So pero ginagamit namin yan sa development and UAT stage lang. Pag meron kami mga ginagawang servers, doon namin ilagay. Siguro because of the cost thing, medyo mura yung licensing dito compare kay VMware. Okay? So si Citrix Zen Server, ito rin owned by Citrix, pero ang alam ko dito si AWS, Amazon, right, cloud. Before nag-start sila, gumagamit sila ng Citrix Zen Server. So ito yung ginagamit ng mga cloud ngayon, yung niya. So pero recently nag-move na rin sila sa KVM or kernel-based machines that is predefined or pre-deployed on Linux operating system. Sa Red Hat, meron rin product. It's commercially used as well as a type of KVM. So meron silang virtual desktop server manager, and then we have the Red Hat based centralized management. So ito yung mga common mo na nakikita sa enterprise environment. And then yung tier 2 hosted naman, ito yung mga si VM Workstation, yan. Sikat rin sila talaga sa mga hosted. So pwede mo i-deploy yun sa sarili mong machine or pwede rin gamitin sa kumpanya, sa mga sa offices mo. Okay, si Oracle, okay, supported yung x86 and AMD 64 Intel processor, 64 processor. So pwede sa gamitin sa enterprise and also for your home usage as well. So it has a good performance as well to cover yung requirement mo. And then if si MacBook user ka naman and you want to run multiple machines like Windows, ito gagamitin natin si Parallels Desktop for Mac users. So yeah, ito yung ginagamit ko kasi since naka-MacBook yung mga dito. So kung gusto ko mag-aral ng Linux or whatever, so I use this product. It's okay. It's a very, very nice piece of software. Okay, so sa experience ko, right, pag nasa enterprise environment ka, ito yung mga example ng mga hardware na compatible sa virtualization na I would say na stable na for a few years, nag-exist sila sa environment namin na very less downtime at saka yan, medyo okay siya, compatible. So si Dell PowerEdge R740 rack server, ito yung itsura. So si HPE ProLiant DL380 Generation 10, okay, maganda rin yan. And then okay, ito yung data center natin, ito yung itsura niya. So, pag let's say kung gusto mo malaman, mayroon na kayong server, check mo kung anong compatible doon sa VMware, we have this link. Share na lang namin mamaya sa slide. Tapos tingnan mo kung yung mga servers na binibili nyo na gusto i-deploy is compatible sa VMware product. Okay? Okay, so specs. Titingnan muna natin yung mga specs ng mga compatible servers na to. Malalaki kasi ito eh. So, processor, scalable Xeon. Yeah. Third generation na Xeon processors. So, from 16 to 40 core, depending kung anong yung nire-request mo. So, yung speed ng processor is 3.1 GHz. Okay. So, yung power supply, hot swappable na rin siya. And may mga slots. And then, maximum memory, yung DIMM. Pwede ka gumamit na RDIMM type or LRDIMM type. So yung LRDIMM type actually pag malalaki yan na memory ang gagamitin mo. So imagine, right, one piece of host of server, you could install 11 terabyte memory. Laki, no? Sa PC natin, ilan lang? 6 gig lang. Terabyte. No? Isang machine yan. Yan, isang machine. Pero maliit lang yung itsura na yan. Parang blade type 2U size ng computer. Okay, so standard, pag bumili ka to, meron ka ng by default 16 gig na size. Yeah, so memory features, meron siya DVD, yan, para kung mag-install ka locally. Network, so normally yung mga servers ngayon, may naka-install na 4 na NIC. Yung 2 NICs dyan, nasa 1 gig, ang dalawa dyan nasa 10 gig. For redundancy purposes, ginagamit talaga namin lahat yan. So storage controller, if you want to configure your array controller and para sa RAID mo, RAID 1, RAID 0, o RAID 5. Ito naman si ILO, HP ILO. Basically, sa ngayon, right, even I'm sitting here in Singapore, we could still deploy VM environment in the US, Japan, or kahit saan, as long na na-configure nila yung HP ILO. So it's a remote management tool that connected to the server so that you could connect to the BIOS, perform some configuration, and do whatever you want. So pwede ka na i-deploy ng OS, pwede mo i-configure, then yan. As long as properly configure yung network ng local guys dyan, okay na tayo dyan. Okay, so Dell PowerEdge, ito rin yung processor niya, 28 cores ang kaya. Kaya niya rin nasa memory, yung DIMM is 7.6, medyo konti lang yung meron sa kanya. Sa storage controller, one sec. Okay, so front base, okay, lalagyan ng mga disk, pwedeng HDD or solid state disk. Maximum ng 184 terabyte kaya nila or 168. Marami, malaki siya. So power supply, it's hot swappable. And then yung remote control niya, tinatawag namin din is iDRAC. So pwede mo rin sa i-control and then i-configure yung setting ng server na yon remotely. So sinasabi nila na yung hardware nila is compatible dito sa System Center, VMware Center, BMC, TrueSight, Ansible, and other products. All right. Okay, so example of virtualization technology. So yung server virtualization and desktop virtualization, parehas lang yon sila. Yung kakaiba lang dyan, pag mag-deploy ka ng server virtualization, yung in-install mo dyan is yung server. Like yung Windows server, Red Hat servers, like that. Pero kung gagamitin mo lang as a desktop environment, yun, mag-install ka ng Windows. Yun, mga Windows mo na ginagamit remotely is desktop virtualization. So ito yung example niya, may multiple machines ka, dapat naka-share yung network sila, and then may share dun sila sa storage mo remotely, mapa-ISCSI storage or NFS storage. And then pag naka-SAN ka, dapat yung 4 connected rin. And then may access sila sa fiber channel mo, sa storage. Alright, next. Application virtualization. Very common din ngayon nung nag-pandemic. So, ang demand ng remote work from home is dumami, di ba? So, kung gusto mo i-access yung mga tools mo or mga customized applications sa office mo, you don't need to go there and open it. So, mayroon tools na technology na ginagamit para i-virtualize yung mga application mo. So, kung titingnan mo dito, sa ito, meron kang portal na pupuntahan. So, input mo yung username, password mo, and then yung intended application lang na kailangan mo i-access, ipapakita sa'yo or yun lang yung ma-access mo. So, pag click mo yun ng application, let's say ito, antayin natin. Mabagal yung ito, MS Office or Word. So, remotely, kukuha sa dun sa data center mo, then ipiproject yun sa harap mo. So, yan ang example niya sa virtual application. Ang sikat ngayon, Citrix Workspace. So, parang ganito rin yung ginagamit sa office. Okay, so storage virtualization, it's a method of pulling together multiple storage devices space and showing it as a single device. So, kina-consolidate natin yung mga available storage sa infra mo and putting them as a single logical view. For example, right, yung mga file server, pag nakita mo doon sa office mo, tinalagay lang ka drive H or data drive or whatever drive na naka-label sa kanya. Pero kung tutusin in the back end, iba-iba yung kanya, yung location na yon. So virtually nakita mo as one storage, but behind the scene, marami yon, marami siyang sources. At saka hindi mo malaman, no? Kasi pag mag-maintenance, pwede nila i-remove yung isang storage diyan, pero hindi mo alam na may problema, tapos i-update naman nila, load sila ng bagong storage or magdagdag. So, the same principle sa network. So, yung physical resources of network, mag-create ka ng virtual network to work independently and separate from each other. So, it's been widely used for many years ago. So, yung VLAN, very good example. So, mga network engineers, gamit na gamit yung VLAN natin yan. So, si VMware, meron rin yung NSX. If ito yung solution na to is kung meron kang multi vendor or marami kang cloud na mina-manage and gusto mo sa interconnect sa company mo. So may on-premise data center ka and then kukonect ka dun sa cloud and then mag-communicate sila na mas secure manner in an efficient way. So ito yung NSX technology ni VMware. Okay, so again, na-explain ko na to kanina. So, ipakita ko lang before tayo mag-demo mag-spin ng VMware, ng VM machines. So, ito, multiple machine. On top of that, vSphere, ito yung hypervisor yan. Tapos may operating system sa taas. Okay? Next. So, ESXi, ang tawag ni VMware sa hypervisor technology nila. Ito yung in-install mo sa physical machine. vCenter is a management platform to manage yung mga VMs mo at saka yung multiple hypervisors mo sa environment mo. So it offers a lot of features basically. So multi hypervisor management, vMotion, VM host profiles, automatic VM restart, DRS or load balancing of machines, and high availability, and marami pa. So, ipakita ko ito mamaya after this slide kung paano mag-deploy ng VM and then gawa tayo ng mga scenario na paano ilipat yung VM sa one machine to another machine at saka maglo-load balance. Okay. So, let me share first. Give me 1 moment. Nakikita nyo ba? Okay. So si VMware, meron siyang web page na pwede mo i-test yung product nila. So pwede ka makapag-practice doon kung anong product na gusto mo. Marami silang mga service offerings like mga cloud solutions, backup and recovery, ito mga virtual desktop, SDN, ano pa, para sa cloud. Pero ngayon, for the purpose of this session, punta mo tayo sa virtualization laboratory nila. So i-deploy ko lang. Tapos maglalagin tayo para makapag okay. Saglit lang. Yung credential natin. Nakikita nyo to? Yung page na to? Yung virtualization 101?
Yes, sir. Kita po namin yung browser din.
Okay. So it will deploy a virtualized environment as well for laboratory. So pwede tayo mag-practice dito about VMware product. And right now, ang gagawin ko is mag-deploy tayo dito sa loob. Antay lang tayo saglit. Okay. Okay, so ito na. So punta tayo dun sa vSphere link. Login sila. Okay, so ito yung pinaka-interface ng vCenter. So it's a management tool ng mga ng VMS infrastructure mo. So makikita mo dito yung summary, kung anong klaseng hypervisor ang tumatakbo, pwede mo sa i-monitor, mag-configure, and VMs na tumatakbo dito sa data center mo. So ngayon may 3, di ba? So ganito yung design actually. Pwede ka kasi mag-create ng data center mo based from the country-wise. So let's say, palitan natin na gumawa tayo ng logical infra mo nasa Philippines, yung data center mo. And then, mag-create ka ng data center sa Manila. So, lagay mo dito yung Manila data center mo. And then, pag meron ka sa Bacolod na data center, pwede ka mag-create dito. Yeah. This is just a representation kung paano may design yung environment mo. So, here, Philippines, may another data cluster ka, nasa Bacolod. Kunwari, example lang yan. At least meron kayong view kung ano yan. So, Bacolod Data Center, pwede ka mag-install ng mga host mo dyan at saka mag-deploy ng VMs. Dito sa Manila, mayroon na tayong existing. And then ito ay represent mismo ng physical host mo. So, si ESX1, mayroon isang Linux na tumatakbo. Dito, may dalawang machine, may Linux at saka Windows. So, kung i-click mo itong level na to, makikita mo lahat on that view. Okay? So ngayon, magde-deploy tayo ng machines. So may request ka, okay, server engineers, kailangan namin mag-deploy ng machine. The same specs sa tiny Linux namin. So ang dali lang yan. So right-click ka dito. Deploy. Clone an existing virtual machine. Okay, bakit ayaw to? Next. So may option ka kung saan mo ilagay na location. So lagay natin dito since isa pa lang yung yung regional design natin sa Pilipinas, lagay natin diyan. Okay. Ito pala yung i-clone pa lang. So clone natin, ito si Linux yung gusto niya i-clone. So IECEP Linux, pangalan natin yung machine. Okay, next. So lagay ko sa Manila, and I want to put there in server 1. Okay, so may pre-checks na compatible siya. And then dito sa storage, ilagay natin sa IceCASI storage kasi may enough space pa. Pag dito baka makaproblema tayo sa pag-deploy. Okay, so next. Now you could see summary, yung clone mo galing kay Tiny Linux, yung machine mo si IECEP Linux. Okay, sa folder Philippines, then ilagay mo sa server 1 mo, and then yung storage mo ilagay mo sa IceCASI. So the same format doon sa model, same format as source. Kokopya niya. And then ito, makikita mo na agad na nag-deploy yan. So bilis lang yan. Oh. Literal, within 1 minute, meron ka ng virtual machine. Ito yun so kung tingnan mo dito sa ESX1, andito na siya, hindi pa naka-on. So i-power on lang natin. Okay. And now we have successfully create a virtual machine. Ito na. So buksan natin kung anong itsura doon sa loob. So ito yung console niya, parang nagko-connect ka sa PATI. So yeah. Host name. Ano ba to? Yan. All right. Now, gawin natin is mag-migrate tayo ng machine. So, itong computer natin na ginawa, ilipat ko sa kabila, sa physical server 2. So, right-click, migrate, the next. So, may option ka din na i-choose mo okay, choose mo yung destination, server 2, next, 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 next lang yan. Next. So ito yung manual approach. Okay. So napansin mo na nawala sa doon sa host na yon, andun dito na ngayon sa kabila. So you see, right, it's very easy to perform a maintenance. Kung gusto mo i-maintenance itong machine na to, ilipat mo lang in few clicks. Actually, pwede mo yun i-automate, automatic yan. So ngayon, i-enable naman natin yung load balancing or tinatawag na DRS, Distributed Resource Scheduler. Ang purpose actually yan, let's say, explain ko lang, yung ito, di ba, ito yung resource capacity ng machine mo, ng host mo. So let's say, pag ang CPU mo umabot dito ng 80% or whatever percentage, memory storage, so medyo exhausted na siya, di ba? So mga machines inside on that host will automatically load balance sa mga available hosts na less utilized. Okay? So, i-enable natin yan. So, para tingnan natin, yung machines na to, baka lilipat doon sa kabila, sa host na ito. So, i-enable natin. So, settings. Turn on DRS. Yes. Then, medyo aggressive tayo. Lagay natin fully automated. So, obserbahan natin. Pag na-run na yan, automatically, go-configure pa lang. So, let's see. So, hindi pa gumalaw yung tatlong machines dito. So, ayun. Let's see. Okay, nag-configure pa lang pala kaya medyo mabagal. Yan. See, nakikita mo dito sa task, si Tiny Linux at saka si IECEP mo lumipat doon sa kabila na. Dito na ngayon sa physical 1. So, kanina dito yun sa kwan lang eh. Napansin mo. So, magtanong ka, ay Ken, bakit isang server lang yung tumatakbo sa server 2? So, just like what I explained earlier, it depends on the resources, hindi yon number of machines na tumatakbo. Ito, kung tingnan mo yan, itong CPU, memory, storage, i-compare mo doon sa kabila, halos balance yan. Ayan, so pares lang. Earlier, mas marami ditong utilization sa physical 2, server 2, Kaya si system mismo, yung technology, ililipat yung machine mo dito sa kabilang server or server 1 para i-load balance yung resources niya. Okay, ito pa, another scenario. What if yung ESX host ko o yung isang server ko nasira, nag-down for some reason? So ano mangyayari dito sa VMs inside? 'Di ba? Ito pag mag-down hindi mo magagamit. So wala na, wala na. So yun ang next question. So enable naman natin yung high availability para automatically magre-restart, lilipat siya doon sa kabilang mga server na available na kayang-kaya pa sa ipatakbo. So the same method, punta tayo dun sa settings. Then we go to high availability. Turn on HA. All right, here. Then kay tamang configuration na to. Host failure response, restart machine, and then move to other location. So available host sa system nyo or sa data center. Okay, so let's wait na configuration ma-complete. And then i-demo ko siya na let's say nag-down yung host 1 and then titingnan natin ano mangyayari dun sa virtual machine mo. Ma-access po ba or hindi? So it will take maybe another 1 minute or 2 minutes to configure yung system mo. Pero imagine sa real world scenario, pag nasa large setup ka, you could put at least 10 to 20 hosts dito. And you could run maybe 400 to 500 machines, virtual machines at the same time in one cluster. Then the same, pag nasa ibang cluster ka, depende yung sa capacity ng location mo, pwede ka rin maglagay ng marami. Okay. So nag-configure wait muna natin para makapag example natin kung ano mangyayari pag nasira to, ang server na to. So ngayon, napansin mo may tatlo dyan nakatakbo. Sa physical 2, isa lang si Windows. Okay, so na-configure na yung environment natin to perform HA in case of an unforeseen event. Okay, so gawin ko, shutdown ko. Shutdown. Lagay tayo ng testing. Initiate host. So example lang to guys, may manual ko lang sinutdown yung machine pero in a real world baka nga nag-down to, purple screen of death or nag-hang or whatever o nag-power outage doon sa lugar na yon. So ganoon yung scenario. So initiate host. Okay, pansinin niyo yung machine andyan pa yan. Magre-refresh lang tayo. Ano mangyayari doon ng mga sa machine after few seconds or a few minutes. Okay, andyan pa sila. Okay, antayin muna tayo saglit kung lilipat yun sa kabila. May laman pa. Okay. Now, if you observe, nawala na yung machine doon sa server 1 and then tingnan mo, andun na sila ngayon, lumipat sila. So yeah, see, you could see yung application ng virtualized environment is very easy to manage, very easy to transfer, and even moving one machine to another machine or physical machine is easy. Right? So, yun lang. Ito yung pinaka-features ng VMware vCenter product. So, i-close ko muna to ulit. So, balik tayo sa next topic natin. Makikita nyo lang ang slides ko ulit.
Yes, sir. Slides na po ulit.
Okay. So let's jump to introduction to cloud computing. Okay, so define muna natin what is cloud computing, right? So it's just as delivery of on-demand computing services through the internet on a pay-as-you-go basis. So ano ibig sabihin yan? So let me give a good example. Bakit halos nagbiglang napasikat si cloud sa ngayon, right? So before pre-pandemic, yung tourism industry natin, di ba? In demand. Yung airlines, yung mga hotels, so lahat, lakwat siya dito, lakwat siya doon. Daming demand. So obviously, si airlines, at saka yung mga hotel na yun, at saka yung tourism industry, they would need to upgrade their system. Sa sobrang dami, they will buy a machine, they will buy a servers, they install it to their data center, and then para ma-meet ang demand. But now, for unforeseen circumstances, 'di ba, biglang may COVID. So ano nangyari doon sa hardware mo? So, ang dami-dami kang binili tapos nasayang lang, 'di ba? So dito sa Singapore, ang mga tao kasi dito mahilig mag-travel before. So mayroon dito ako nakitang building na 2 floors of building para lang talaga sa booking system nila. So ang dami mga Singaporean nagbo-book every day, puno 'yun. So buong floor, maraming tao, maraming computers, maraming empleyado. And then para lang ma-address yung requirement ng mga Singaporean travel here, travel anywhere. So imagine, yan, biglang nawala. So kung biglang naka-COVID, sarado, walang tourism, walang airlines, walang lahat. So yan, ano nangyari dun sa mga computer niya? And last time I checked, last year yung kasagsagan ng pandemic, sarado yung building na. So ano nangyari doon? So yun, we try to understand, right? Kung nasa cloud na sila, wala silang problema mag-downsize kasi nga, okay, so kung kailangan ko ng 10 computer, virtualize na lang, kukunin ko dun sa cloud na lang. So pwede mo sa scale up, magbabayad ka lang marami. Pag ang requirement mo is less, mas mababa. So it's applicable sa mga application, right? Instead na in-house yung application, ilagay mo yan sa cloud environment. Okay? So traditionally, yung on-premises, higher pay, less scalable siya kasi nga ikaw magme-maintain ng hardware mo, bibili ka. Dito sa cloud, one sec. Sa cloud, pay only for what you use. So easily you can scale up, depends on requirement. Then you can scale down pag hindi na required. A lot, huge space for server. O kailangan mo na ng server room, ilagay mo yung mga computer mo dyan. Pag naka-cloud ka na, hindi mo na problemahin. Si cloud providers. Appoint a team for hardware and software maintenance. Yan, ito yung mga trabaho. At saka, take note, yung hardware, di ba, yung mga servers, may tinatawag yun na end of life. So 5 years lang, papalitan mo naman ulit. So imagine yung cost. Yan. Kailangan mo pa ng mga engineers to maintain, kailangan mo network engineers to expert IT people to manage that piece of hardware. Kailangan mo ng manager para sa project management mismo. Ito wala na, si CSP na si cloud service provider na pag naka-cloud na kayo. For data security, kung maliit lang yung company mo, small, medium enterprise ka lang, wala ka talagang dedicated team to make your company on a strong security posture. So may risk na ma-penetrate siya. Ito, si cloud, they invested millions of dollars to secure yung environment nila kasi yun ang produkto nila eh. So meron nga silang scheme na nag-invite sila ng mga hacker. Then try nila i-penetrate yung environment para makita nila yung mga security loopholes. Tapos bibigay sila ng pabuya sa mga hacker na yon. So yun. So you could see the advantage pag nasa CSP na. Less chance of recovery kasi nga pag isang server room ka lang, pag nasira, wala na. Hindi mo na ma-backup. Ito, disaster recovery is part of their design. Kasi yung design ng regional cloud service provider, normally they have 3 zones. And then yung 3 zones na yon, may 3 data center yan, naka-replicate yan. In case na yung zone 1 na yun nawala, yung mga resources na yon, naka-replicate doon sa zone 2 or sa zone 3. So, yun yan. Lack of flexibility. So, medyo kontrolado yung hardware natin. High flexibility. No automatic updates kay on-premises kasi kailangan mo manually update yan. Dito, hindi ka na problema kay cloud kasi sila na bahala rin ma-updates sa mga software doon sa back-end. Less collaboration. Yan. Team can collaborate from widespread location. So ngayon, kahit nasa US ka, sa Singapore, pag naka-cloud environment na yung mga system natin, so doon na lang, kasi di ba cloud is internet-based. So anywhere in the world, pwede magtrabaho para i-maintain yung mga cloud workloads nyo. Okay, that data cannot be accessed remotely sa on-premise. Data can be accessed and shared anywhere. Okay, yan. Natural, internet siya. Takes longer to implementation time. Okay, rapid implementation. For example, kung gusto ko may businesses sa US, simply I go to cloud and then I deploy ko yung resources ko sa US ng mga data center ng cloud. So ganun sa bilis. Okay, ito yung parang definition natin. So hindi ko lang skip natin yan. So let's start with the cloud computing model. Right? So si cloud computing model, may tatlo tayo dyan. Yung public, yung private, and then yung si hybrid. So si public cloud, so it's analogy yung sa public bus. So lahat, it's public. Lahat pwede sumakay. And then pag ikaw, babayaran mo lang yung distance na pupuntahan mo, yung fare. So kung from Cubao to pupunta ka ng Ayala, yun lang yung babayaran mo. So the same, lahat sila mga tao doon, pwede rin sumakay. So babayaran na nila yung distance nila. So it's a shared environment. Kaya cloud siya. So it's accessible to everybody. Pag private naman, cloud, parang bumili ka ng sariling private cloud mo or kotse owned by a single company. So ikaw lang yan magagamit ng mga resources dyan intended only for your usage. So secure sa, pero ang medyo downside dyan, medyo cost, di ba? Bibilin mo yung environment, masyadong mahal. Pero sa mga malalaking kumpanya, kailangan nila because of the compliance and requirement sa mga data nila. Hybrid, yan. Very common din yan sa mga malaking kumpanya. Lalo sa current company ko ngayon or sa current sinusupport ko, naka-hybrid na. So meron silang on-premise servers, main data center. Then yung mga workloads na pwede mo ilipat sa cloud na hindi ganun ka-importante or not sensitive, ilagay nila sa public cloud. So para makatipid sila or meron ka mga customized applications, doon ko nalalagay muna sa cloud kaysa sa loob ng premises mo, maraming hardware ang gagamitin, tapos magastos. Sa cloud, kung hindi ko na kailangan yung resources, downsize mo na lang yung subscription mo dito. Okay? So, yun lang. Yun ang example ng model. So, lipat tayo sa next. So, types of cloud services na. So, meron tayong infrastructure as a service, platform as a service or PaaS, software as a service, SaaS. So si infrastructure as a service, ito yung parang virtual machine mo, pero andyan yun sa cloud. So the same, ang model niya is pay for what you use only. So kung gagamitin mo yung magde-deploy ka ng VM sa kanila, for gano'n lang kahaba yung oras na ginagamit mo or naka-on, yun lang yung oras na yun na yung babayaran mo. Kunwari 3 days mo lang yung gamit or let's say from 8 a.m. weekdays hanggang 5 p.m. weekdays, naka-on yung virtual machine. Then automatically mag-off yun pag weekends. Pwede yan. Pwede ka gawa kasi ng policy or scheduling na i-automate mo yung on and off. So makakatipid ka kasi pag weekend hindi ginagamit yung VM mo or yung mga yun. So ito yung mga service provider nag-offer ng infrastructure as a service. So very common to sa mga IT administrator just like me, server engineers, infrastructure engineers na ito yung mga minamanage namin, mga server. So mayroon kaming mga around 1,000 na VMs or tinatawag nila instance na naka-cloud na ngayon. Meron kami sa Azure, meron na lang kami sa AWS. Okay? So platform as a service naman, yung kaiba ng platform as a service, ito naman yung gusto mo lang i-deploy yung mag-create ng application solution, customized application, or simply application lang. So you could develop, testing, and managing application. And then, hindi ka na magproblema yung runtime nila sa backend. So, ang gawin mo, yung piece of software lang, kung ano man klaseng software na ginagamit mo, Java, Python, or ano pa. So, i-load mo lang doon sa cloud. And then, mayroon ka ng application mo. So, ito yung ginagamit ng mga software developers. Okay? So, ito yung software service. Ito yung ginagamit natin actually. Very common to end user. Yung mga Microsoft Office 365 software as a service yan. Yung Google storage, Google Drive software as a service. By subscription ka lang. Di ba? So, yun mga example. So, hindi ka na problema ng underlying hardware mo or software. So, gagamit ka na lang kung anong application na gusto mong gamitin sa cloud. Okay, next. Okay, so some definition. So, you don't need to basahin ito. Okay, so ito na. So, alam natin na infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, software as a service. So, ano yung minamanage natin dito sa layer na to? Okay, so pag nasa cloud na tayo, kung in-avail mo si application as a service, operating system lang ang i-manage mo, yung middleware mo, yung runtime, data, application, at saka yung user. So, yun nga, kasi server to So, ikaw bahala dun sa lahat-lahat. Basta sa layer na yan. So, sa platform as a service, yung mga developer natin, sila bahala sa mga code, and then yung application na dinodeploy mo. Yung runtime mo, yung environment ng pagtakbo ng apps mo, si cloud provider na. Like si middleware, OS, virtualization, servers, storage, networking. Yun na yung backend. Sa software, wala kang problemahin. Gamit ka lang dito. So lahat si cloud provider na dyan. Okay, example of IaaS, PaaS, and software as a service. So, si Amazon, mayroong EC2 sa infrastructure as a service. Si Azure, mayroong Microsoft Azure VM. Mayroong GoGrid. Hindi na ganun kasikat ngayon to si GoGrid. So, si platform as a service, si Amazon mayroong web services. Elastic Block Storage, EBS. Si Google, mayroong App Engine. At saka si Azure, mayroong Microsoft Azure App. Okay, so ito very familiar sa atin. Hindi natin na-realize na naka-cloud-based na halos nito. Yung Office 365 sa software as a service. Google Apps. Yan. Team. Yun ang mga software as a service na. Even ang Zoom, it's a cloud-based na. Siguro ngayon yung backend niya. Alright. So, uses of cloud computing. Okay. Very common na mag-create tayo ng new apps and develops and services. Yan, ito, IaaS, VM, and virtual desktop. So, pwede ka mag-store, backup, and data recovery. Mag-host ka ng website mo or blogs sa cloud na rin. Stream, audio, and video. Yung mga broadcasting company ngayon, nagka-cloud na rin. Delivery on-demand softwares. Yung mga customized software mo. Pwede yan. Mobile apps and mobile games. Naka-cloud-based na yan lahat halos ngayon. Much more cheaper and much more makes sense kung ilagay mo yun sa cloud. Unless super yaman ka, gumawa ka ng sariling data center mo globally. Data analytics. Ito. Nag-discuss natin ni Sir Paulo earlier, yung data analytics. nasa cloud na ngayon yan. Pwede natin gamitin ng services ng cloud to use to analyze, to collect yung data, and then i-analyze natin. So pwede tayo mag-make prediction, machine learning, AI services. Then yung IoT natin, yung mga device natin on the ground, pwede natin sa i-manage yung data, i-load natin sa cloud to promote some automation and insight, preventive maintenance, predictions. Okay, right? So maraming advantage talaga pag naka-cloud na, and many more. Okay, so mga top cloud service providers. So well, very common na lagi natin narinig si AWS, Amazon Web Services. So before in 2006, they only started a number of managed services. Only ang S3 cloud storage, and then yung Elastic Compute or EC2. Ito yung equivalent ng VM. Si storage, ito yung parang storage na inalagay natin ng pictures, files, backup, or other things. Anything na pwede mo i-store, pwede dito sa S3. Sa ngayon, currently, may service offering sila about 200 managed services. So imagine, sa daming produkto ni Amazon, hindi mo ma-master yan kung ano yan. So, yan, mamaya makikita mo yan sa page kung may time pa tayo kung ano yung mga service offerings nila sa atin. So, hindi ka na problema sa mga application na yon, doon mo lang kukunin doon sa cloud. So, yung mga client is Expedia, Netflix, yan, si Netflix. Fully utilized yun si cloud. Yung mga video yan, nakaspread across the world. Wala silang infra, doon sila kumuha lahat sa cloud. Coinbase, Formula 1, Coca-Cola, Airbnb, yeah. So part ng tourism, di ba? So Life, Coursera, so trading platform, and then Food and Drug Administration. Ito, konti lang to. So ang dami na, halos lahat gumagamit na ng individual developers, large enterprise, and government as well. So si Azure naman, Microsoft product, humahabol ngayon yan eh. So nag-start din sila in 2010. And then ngayon, ang dami na silang services in-offer, aabot na rin sa 200 products. And then they are the fastest growing cloud platform as well. So kami, sa company namin, meron kaming AWS, the same time Microsoft Azure. So depende yon sa requirement ng mga businesses namin sa internally. So yan, the same yung offerings. So iba, sinasabi nila na si Azure or si Microsoft, Windows-based lang. Pero without knowing, they also support open source languages and technologies and other platforms that could give everyone freedom to build and support their applications. So, naging flexible na rin si Azure. Okay, so mga known products, known companies, Daimler, CDC sa US, si National Health Service, UK, HSBC, okay, banking, Starbucks, 3M, HP, si Mitsubishi, Renault, okay, ang dami yan. So si Google naman, yeah, isa sa mga top 3 rin. So medyo nag-start sila sabay-sabay sa kay AWS at sa kay Azure. Pero sa ngayon, nasa 100 services lang sila, medyo mababagal sila sa pag-create ng services. Pero ang one thing na medyo kagandahan dito sa Google Cloud is ng big data nila at saka analytics. I think advantage sila dito sa front na to. So yung networking nila, I remember 3 years back, 4 years back, nagtitraining kami sa Google dito sa Singapore. Kasi yung company namin sa Cognizant, in-invite nila yung mga engineers or mga IT consultant to share their product. And yung unang thing nila na selling point nila sa mga consultant or solution integrators na sa ngayon, di ba napansin ko, sorry, 80% ng data or network traffic is galing kay Google. So yung infrastructure actually nila masyadong malaki globally, malaking footprint ng network nila. So mayari, pag gumamit ka ng product ng Azure, ng Google, mayari, pag yung mga data mo yan, doon mismo sa loob ng network nila tumatakbo, hindi yun sa labas. So mas secured mas mabilis kasi within network environment ka ng Google. Yun ang selling point nila. Pero ngayon, mayroon na rin silang Google Workspace, Enterprise, Android, and Chrome OS. So, di masyado sumikat to. So, yan, notable GCP customers, si Toyota, Unilever, Nintendo, Spotify, Home Depot, Target, Twitter, PayPal, and UPS. And many, many more. Marami rin. Okay, so medyo tapos na tayo sa cloud providers. Medyo konting hardening na tayo. Okay, so try natin muna i-define what is mean for the system hardening. So alam na natin yung mga virtualization, alam na natin yung mga cloud. Balik muna tayo sa pag-secure natin yung environment. Guidelines. Para at least puro lang tayo technology, dapat naka-secure rin yun. Yun ang pinaka-importante dyan. Lalo na naka-expose yung mga data natin or na gumagamit tayo ng internet-based na product. So system hardening is the process of securing a server or your computer system by minimizing the attack surface or surface of vulnerability and potential attack vectors. It's a form of cyber attack protection that involves closing system loopholes that attacks frequently use to exploit the system and gain access to user sensitive. Medyo wordy, no? So may official definition dyan si National Institute of Standard and Technology. So it's a process intended to eliminate a means of attack by patching your vulnerabilities and turning off non-essential services. So kahit anong system yan, mapa OS, hardware, application, databases, anything na related sa network entity or IT entities, ganitong approach. Pero dagdagan natin ng konting dyan na by simple definition, i-mitigate natin yung attacks not only from external factors. I-consider rin natin yung internal users, pang insider. Kasi commonly, yung naging disaster sa company mo, yung internal user actually, sila yung may access, may magkakamali sila, pwede mag-impact yung environment mo. And isang main reason as well, nagka-problema yung system natin is misconfiguration. Hindi properly na-configure yung sistema natin or yung mga devices natin, yung mga application, or lahat. Mali-mali. So mag-i-impact eventually, parang time bomb yun na mali configuration, pag i-deploy mo, may impact sa business mo. So misconfiguration, 60% yata. Yun ang cost ng environment problem natin. At saka yung internal user mismo. Okay, so maraming types of system hardening. Mayroon tayong i-harden mo si server, sa virtualization hardening, mayroon yung software application hardening, operating system, very common, database, networking hardening. So ito, sa pag i-hardening natin si server, ito makikita ko ngayon sa slide, di ba? Ito lang yung mga example lang to. So maraming guidelines kung paano mo i-server hardening. So ito lang yung mga common as usual, i-update nyo yung operating system regularly. And then yung mga third party na naka-install, i-update mo rin yon. And then i-remove mo rin yung mga unwanted third parties. So kung di ginagamit, remove. Okay? Using strong password para mag-login ka dun sa server. Kahit sa hardware, mayroong security na credential para makapag-login ka sa hardware mo or sa mga servers mo. So, okay, so ito, mga locking user accounts if certain number of failed login attempts are registered and removing needless accounts. Disabling USB port at boot. Implementing tayo ng multi-factor authentication, very common. And then using self-encryption and then AES encryption to conceal, protect yung mga data natin. Okay, so sa virtualization, pag mag-design ka ng virtualization at saka gusto mo i-harden, kailangan gumamit ka ng certified na hardware na compatible dito sa virtualization mo. So gumamit ka ng chip na may Trusted Platform Module or TPM. So plan mo carefully yung memory allocation ng CPU for your VMs and overall cluster. So proper planning is very important. So magagawa ka ng capacity management, memory and CPU utilization management. So i-secure mo rin yung mga VM templates and images, and then store mo yon sa secure location. Implement integrity checks and access control in place. Okay, so gumamit tayo ng mga anti-malware, IPS, IDS and IPS. And then, so ngayon si VMware, mayroon kasi silang security guidelines para kung paano mo i-harden yung product nila. So for example, may SCG 7 para sa vSphere version 7, SCG para sa version 6.7. So ipakita ko lang kung anong mga guidelines na sinasample nila sa atin. Okay, so nag-download na ako prior for this para may idea tayo. Okay, nakikita nyo ba yung Excel na to?
Yes, sir. Kita po.
Okay, so ito, dinownload natin kay VMware. So ito yung mga suggestion nila or tinatawag na configuration dapat mo gawin sa environment mo para maging solid yung posture ng mga systems mo. So ito, klaro, nasa VMware ESXi, mayroon sa example dito na paano mo gamitin yung password policy. So mayroon description, okay, next plate, discussion, desired value, sabi niya 3 times, okay. So pinapakita pa nga kung saan mo pwede i-configure. So may guide pa. Okay, galing. Okay, so meron dito PowerShell command kung paano mo sa i-retrieve yung information na yan. Okay, so maraming steps. So let's say hardware updates. So nirecommend nila dapat yung hardware is up to date. Okay, so ito yung discussion. And then, okay, compare hardware version to latest available version. So I think you got the idea na yung guidelines na to is to give us a good starting point. Sobrang dami to. So kailangan mo talagang dedicated engineers to review this and adapt this to your existing environment. All right, so balik muna tayo sa slide. Okay, software application hardening. Sorry, you're able to see my slide?
Sir, slide na po, nakikita po namin.
Okay, thank you. So software application hardening, so ito, guidelines rin. Okay, the same as usual, pinaka-common, always perform patching regularly. Yung third party na nakatakbo, i-check mo at saka i-enable mo yung updates na yon. So introduce ka ng firewall, antivirus malware and spyware for your application, software-based data encryption. Okay, so Intel Software Guard Extension or XGX, gamitin natin yan. LastPass, yan, it's an online-based password manager to encrypt yung mga password mo. Very common ngayon yan. So IPS, intrusion prevention system and intrusion detection system, i-introduce mo yan. Okay, so sa operating system, ganun lang rin ang approach sa hardware, para parehas lang. So medyo familiar na tayo niyan. Databases. So mga database administrator, may mga guidelines sila na ito yung gagawin mo na restrict administrator and administrative privileges and functions. Yan, i-encrypt mo yung mga data in transit, yung mga data na pumapasok at saka labas, at saka yung data na naka-store sa database. So gumamit ka ng mga encryption technologies. Yeah, implement role-based access control. Very important. Okay, update software. Turning off unwanted or unused databases and services and functions. So yan, kailangan dinidisable talaga yan. Looking database, lock database if you see any suspicious activity. And then enforce a strong and more complex password. So this is applicable to anything. Basta user ang pinag-uusapan mo, credential, this is very common. Network hardening. Okay, mga network engineers always gumagamit sa environment nila, intrusion prevention system, intrusion detection system, kino-configure ang firewall, continuous yun. And then, yeah, you need to design your network properly or your segment. Auditing networks and network access privilege. Yeah, always sila nagre-review ng mga rules and networks and access privilege ng mga user. Okay, the same, disable network protocols and unused unnecessary network ports. Very common. Now, again, i-encrypt naman natin yung mga network traffic. And then, i-disable mga network services and devices that never been used. Okay, so what are some system hardening standards na sa industry standard? Okay, so si National Institute and Technology, NIST, meron tayong Computer Information Security, CIS, or Center of Internet Security. Si Microsoft, kasama rin sa nagbibigay sila ng mga standard and guidelines to harden our environment. So yung target is to establish a system security plan. Patching and updating the OS. Yan, the same, removing or disabling unnecessary services, application, and network. Configuring OS and user authentication. So ulit-ulit lang, so nidiscuss na natin. So yun talaga, kasi lagi tayong sinasabi natin paulit-ulit lang, pero nakakalimutan natin yung mga basic stuff. Lagi tayo naka-focus sa complex na environment, pero ang basic hindi natin sinusunod. Lalo yung mga password natin, di ba? Sa tinatamad tayo, hindi pa rin complex tayo sa password. Tapos lagi lang natin mga password nilagay doon kung saan. Okay, so another system hardening standard is from CS Benchmark. So maganda to. Meron silang maraming collection ng mga system hardening configuration guidelines addressing sa vendor specific sila. Sa mga Windows, sa mga web browser, mobile device, network, servers, operating system, virtualization, cloud, and other software application. Ang dami yon. So, pero ito may bayad para mag-member ka dito para ma-download mo. Let's say, cloud provider, si Alibaba, may cloud rin, no? Download ka doon, tapos tuturuan ka nila kung ano yung mga settings na dapat mo i-adapt and gagamitin dito as your security posture. Okay, balik muna tayo sa cloud computing. Isi-secure mo siya. So bakit gano'n sa ka-important yung isi-secure ang cloud natin? So in 2012, sample lang to, yung 6.5 million user and password na hack ng mga hackers at saka pinablish. Di ba? So si Sony, ganoon rin, na na-hack yung mga financial information niya, mga movie projects, at saka ibang projects niya, at saka pinablish ng hackers. So si iCloud, si Apple, similar din, yung mga private images na mga users na hack yung database and then naka-public site, nasa public na. So imagine, right? So hindi biro kung magkuha tayo ng cloud na services, kailangan natin na medyo maingat talaga yung company. Hindi lang yung company, kundi tayo rin. Di ba? Mga users, individual users. So seryoso yung hacking na to. Okay, so again, balik muna tayo sa shared responsibility, no? Kung naka-cloud ka, kailangan mo alamin kung anong layer ang kailangan mo i-handle or i-hardening. So let's go back sa infrastructure as a service. Okay? So yung kung nagkuha ka ng infrastructure as a service, kailan mo ikaw bahala mag secure ng network mo, yung operating system, application, data, at saka yung user credential, yung gumagamit sa services na yon. Below that, ang hypervisor, si cloud na yan, bahala. Similar sa platform as a service, so yung mga developer, kayo bahala secure yung mga data nyo. At saka yung application mo, dapat naka-secured. And then, ang user credential, kung ano man ang resources na ginagamit mo, dapat naka-secure. So sa software as a service, ganoon, ikaw yung isi-secure mo yung account mo, gumamit ka ng complex password. At saka yung data mo, pag yan, dapat na ingatan mo rin yan. Okay, so ito na, data must be always encrypt. So gumamit tayo ng mga encryption technology na andyan na sa cloud. Pwede natin take advantage yan. Regardless kung anong klaseng data, no? 'Di ba? Confidential data, public data, or sensitive data. So follow the holistic approach. Encrypt all data regardless kung anong state ng data yung ginagamit mo. What does it mean? So, data na naka-store lang or at rest, andyan lang, hindi nakatambay lang. Data in use, so yung mga data in use na tumatakbo, dapat naka-encrypt. Data in motion, yung data na dina-upload mo from your PC, papuntang cloud or papuntang somewhere, dapat naka-encrypt or nagre-request ka ng API calls, yung mga information na dumadaan dyan or yung data, encrypted dapat always kasi nasa cyberspace ka na. Data in storage, so database, yon. Dapat, ayun. Gumamit tayo ng private keys at public keys technologies to have overall control ng mga data mo. So, mayroon na rin mga managed offerings si cloud para sa key management services. So, ang ginagawa nito ng key management services is to create, delete, and control keys that encrypted the data stored in your cloud. So, si AWS, mayroon siyang product na key management service. Si Azure, tinatawag niya K-Vault. Si Google, tinatawag niya Cloud Key Management. Alright, so for example, meron ka rin confidential data, pwede ka gumamit ng bring your own key, sarili mo. Pag sa sensitive data, or gamit ka ng keep your own key, or gamamit ka ng ibang third-party vendors na mga key management technologies. Okay, so ito na yung user access, ang pinaka-importante sa lahat. Lahat tayo responsible sa mga account natin, regardless yung personal mo, ginagamit mo sa PC, ginagamit mo sa kumpanya mo, or nagagamit ka sa pag-open ng resources sa cloud. So, kailangan alamin natin who is the user, identify anong klaseng user siya, and then what server or resource or apps they are accessing. Alamin natin para makapag-create tayo ng strategic or proper strategy para i-secure yung environment mo. So, we have this golden rule, right? Strictly implement the principle of least privilege. So, ano ibig sabihin yan? So, we only provide the specific access and permission needed to perform their job. Okay, need to know is to provide only the specific access to a data to perform their job. Right? For example, we are the network engineers, server engineers. May access kami sa infra. May chance actually na mayroon kaming access sa mga file server, and then this file server may mga sensitive data sa bank. So pwede mo siya i-open at baka makita mo yung mga information din. So dapat mayroon talagang team, sa amin tinatawag naman yung identity access management team, to review yung mga access ng mga privileged users like us, server administrator, to review kung ano mga resources sa bangko or sa cloud yung may access kami. Right? So same, we need to introduce multi-factor authentication to provide more secure way of authenticating your resources. Network access, unauthorized user are blocked from accessing the data. Okay, so mag-introduce rin tayo ng firewall. And then sa cloud, mag-design tayo ng network access control na maayos. And then i-enable natin yung DDoS protection. And then gumamit kayo ng mga built-in intelligence sa network mo, yung nag-analyze ng mga traffic. Okay, so sa application mo naman, before mo i-deploy yung application mo sa cloud environment or sa cloud mo, so kailangan i-scan mo muna sa nung vulnerability before releasing the application. So gumamit ka ng dynamic security method or statistic security method. Okay, so continual surveillance. So nasa cloud ka na, enable mo yung monitoring system mo, yung auditing and alerting tools to provide better insight and for address the compliance. Okay, so yung mga tools na to sa cloud, meron na yung parang threat management na alam mo, bigyan ka ng history, overview kung ano mga resources mo, may maraming attacks, ano mga users, resources na may mga anomaly na nangyayari. So pwede mo i-dissect doon, i-search mo doon na okay, mayroon ditong parang external IP address nag-access dito sa storage namin or sa application na out na sa subnet namin. So ability to gain visibility, be able to be remediate in order to maintain control at all times with the system and take necessary action at all times. Okay, so ito na, medyo konting hands-on tayo. Try natin mag-login sa AWS at saka mag-provision tayo ng VM. Okay, so and then Microsoft later pag may time pa at saka Google. Hands-on na tayo. Okay, so ito yung console ni AWS. Type nyo lang AWS Amazon console. And then pwede kayo mag-register free there to test the environment. Okay, so mag-login muna tayo para at least makita mo kung ano itsura. So type muna natin yung okay, so now in front of us, ito yung console ni AWS and makita mo ang dami nilang services dyan. So ito, ang dami, Cognito, Pipeline. So hindi mo ito mamamaster lahat. Sa dami nito, yan. May Internet of Things, Machine Learning, Management Governance, Media Services, Robotics, Satellite, mayroon na rin Satellite Solution, Security, Identity, Compliance. So explore nyo lang mga ka-IECEP, try nyo mag-register dito sa Amazon, search nyo lang and then marami, ma-enjoy ka sa sobrang lawak ng services offerings nila, malilito ka actually. Pero since na core product lang yung ginagamit natin is kailangan natin mag-deploy ng workload na VM. So ito, EC2, ito yung product, Elastic Compute. Ibig sabihin yun. Okay, so deploy tayo. So launch instances. So ngayon mag-Windows tayo. Mayroon silang free Windows actually. Pwede mo gamitin. Free for tier eligible. Select. Now, for the purpose of this demonstration, lahat ng mga free lang gagamitin natin kasi medyo may cost involved rin pag malalaking server yung gagamitin natin sa testing. Pwede ka mag-deploy as much as hundreds of instance in one go. Kaya yan. Pero ngayon pwede natin i-try lang natin isa. Tapos pwede tayong mamili ng kung anong location, pwede natin ilagay dito. So sundin lang natin yung default. Next, punta tayo sa add storage. By default, yung free machine na yon is 30 gig lang binibigay sa atin. And then may option dito na ano klaseng disk ang gagamitin mo. Kung gusto mo mga high performance disk, for some reason, itong gagamitin mo yung provision IOPS version 2. Okay? So maraming option. Tags, parang naming yun eh. So bigyan mo ano klaseng name ng server mo, IECEP. Anong environment, production. Okay? So location, Singapore or whatever. So it's just give us tagging sa machine mo para it would be easier for you to manage yung environment mo kung marami ka ng mga resources sa environment. So you could search the server by tag name only, or you could serve the servers by environment name or location. All right, so security group, parang firewall yun actually. Sinasabi dito na port 3389 nakabukas kasi Windows, mamaya i-access natin yan sa remote desktop na application. So 000 means open. It's accessible to everyone externally. So next natin. Launch. Mag-download muna tayo ng pair para makapagkuha tayo ng password. Download. Then launch your instances. Okay, it would take maybe 2 to 3 minutes to deploy this machine, and then before ka mag-login. So i-click natin ito yung status. Pwede natin makita dito kung ano nangyari. So wala pa. So i-refresh muna natin. Okay, so pending state, nasa deployment stage pa si VM natin. So click natin, makikita mo yung mga important information, yung public IP niya ito, mayroon sa private IP para sa internal access only, yung public DNS name niya, o yung state nasa pending pa, so piniprovision pa. So ito mga details, anong klaseng image yung ginamit mo, Windows 2009, monitoring disabled, ano pa, owner, ito security. Now ito yung kanina, yung security group. So inbound, yung allowable port lang nakabukas pag external user, naka port 389. The rest are drop. Source means 00 means from everywhere, right? So pangalan ng security group is launch wizard 4. Default yan, pero pag mag-design ka na ng VM mo, pwede mong baguhin yan. Security para sa outbound. From your PC, from your VM machine, papuntang labas, pwede mo ma-access all ports. Kasi pwede kung naman internal, pwede mo palabas, walang problema tayo diyan. Importante yung external factor, dapat naka-drop yung mga port aside from 389 para makapag-remote tayo and control yung machine. Okay, so balik muna tayo dito. Still initializing, so hindi pa buhay yung machine natin. So antay-antay muna tayo saglit. So back tayo sa dashboard. So mayroon tayong instance na naka-running. Ito yung ginagawa natin ngayon. Ito yung mga makikita mo sa console. Zone nasa Singapore, okay. Dito tayo sa Singapore. Yung mga key pairs, snapshot wala. Okay, so tingnan natin ulit. I think okay na. Na-deployed na successful yung machine natin. Okay, click. So connect. So RDP client. And then yung username na gagamitin natin is password. Kopyahin ko muna to. Para... And then get password. Before mo makuha yung password, kailangan mo doon yung kanina yung key pairs. So nag-download ako, pinangalan ko IECEP02. I-load ko sa dyan para sigurado, para secure talaga ang draw ng password. So decrypt password, then makuha mo na yung password niyan. Okay, so try natin mag-connect sa machine. Punta tayo dito. Kunin natin yung IP address niya, external IP. Oops. Sorry. Okay, so open mo remote desktop, enter yung IP address. Oh, teka, hindi ko yata na-copy yung password. Kailangan ko ulit. Sorry, hindi ko na-paste. Decrypt. Copy password. Put it somewhere first. Okay. Okay, balik tayo ulit. So import yung username. Then the password. All right, so looks like okay na yung server. Yan, loading. So sa mga Windows Server Administrator, very familiar sa inyo. It's like actually PC lang na Windows pero ginagamit nyo sa pang server. Okay, loading. Maliit yung machine natin kaya medyo mabagal sa free lang. Time check. Ilang minutes pa ba mga iwan? Kaya pa ba makapag-deploy sa Google at saka sa Azure?
Yes, sir. We have ample time naman po for that one po. Pwede pa po, sir.
Sige, thank you. So, yeah. Thank you. So, okay, dito na tayo sa loob ng server. Okay, so ito na. So, we successfully deploy virtual machine sa cloud. So, meron na tayo, si IECEP may sariling VM machine na. So, log up tayo. So ngayon, hindi natin kailangan, di ba? Kasi tapos na yung program natin dito. So pwede natin i-delete. Click. Action. Sorry, dito. Terminate instance. Okay, it will ask you this one. Terminate. Then, so maybe mga 1 minute, 2 minutes, mawala, deleted din yung VM na yan. So ganun kabilis. Alright, move on naman tayo sa Azure. So type nyo lang Azure login console. Lagyan natin to. Tingnan natin kung may access to yung account ko. Alright, so ito yung pinaka main page ni Azure product. Ito rin, parang papares rin sa AWS. Makikita mo dito sa side yung mga services. Dami rin, di ba? Mga nasa 200 rin. Ito, ang dami. So, mayroon sa general category. Mayroon sa compute. Ito yung mga services na available. Sa networking, ito, storage, data lake, okay, Azure Stack Edge, Azure Data Box, may machine learning din sila, IoT and AI, okay, meron. Cognitive services, okay, machine learning, bot services, yan, mga bot chats natin, pwede tayo mag-create sa cloud-based. Computer vision, mag-analyze ng computer, kung yan, depende yun kung paano mo sa program. Cognitive search, custom vision, and many more. But let's go back kasi since ang purpose natin is to understand lang kung paano mag-deploy ng machine sa Azure as infrastructure as a service. So, click create virtual machine. Mamili ka ng subscription and then resource group, kahit ano lagay. So, IECEP 01. So region, pwede mo ilagay yung VM mo kahit saan. So lagay ko lang sa US kasi medyo mura. So next lang tayo. So gamitin natin is Windows, anong pinaka small server dito, 29 Gen 2 2016. Ang kaibahan dito, you have to input yung password mo. Unlike kanina, nag-asa lang ng encryption key do. Okay, confirm. Okay, IECEP. Okay, the same approach earlier, naka-open lang sa public yung T389, the rest are closed. So ganun sila para secured yung RDP natin. So may option rin tayo na kung gusto mo high performance storage, meron ditong premium, standard, and then yeah. Pero yan medyo mahal siya. Then next, okay, mili ka ng virtual network, subnet. So gawin na lang natin default lahat para ma-meet natin yung requirement. Okay. Next. So hindi na kailangan yan. Tags the same. Mag-add ka ng tags same as Amazon. Maglagay ka ng mga name. So IECEP, AWS. So depende sa paano mo design environment, UAT, location, Manila. So you got the idea, right? It's more on managing your machine kung paano mo sa i-label. Next. And then it will go to the summary. Okay, ginamit mo yung subscription plan mo. And then resource group, dito sa training mo ilagay na group, IECEP yung machine. And then, so may prompt, nakabukas yung port na T389 sa public. Ito yung size ng image na ginamit mo. Username, IECEP admin, port, RDP, networking, and other things. Okay, so may option na rin actually kung gusto mo i-automate yung pag-deploy. Ito, download mo lang yon. Para sa next mo na deployment steps or deployment requirement, i-run mo lang to sa command line dito. So, yan. So, medyo advanced na yan pag mag-deploy ka ng mga command line or script. Dito, ang intention natin is to show nyo kung ano itsura ng VM sa cloud. So, let's create this one. So, pwede natin sundan dito yung activity niya. Okay, submitting the deployment in progress. Creating VM machine, okay. Okay, refresh muna tayo. Tingnan natin kung ano nangyari in the back end. Okay, gumawa siya ng virtual network. Ginawa nila ng IP address, gumawasan ng security or firewall. Alright, refresh natin ulit. Okay, nag-create na sana ng virtual machine mo itself. So, see, makikita mo yung pag-deploy, naka-automate sa backend, makita mo pa kung anong stage na. So, yun ang kagandahan dyan. May idea ka. Tapos na ba? So, deployment in progress pa. So, so let's wait for a minute, guys. Wala pa eh. Matagal pa. While waiting for this, ready ko na yung Google Cloud natin. So the same sa Google, type mo lang Google Console. Papasok yun dito sa main page and then alright, so tapos na yung deployment natin sa cloud, yung VMware. Sorry, virtual machine. Okay, so ito, deploy natin kung pwede natin ma-access. So ito yung mga information na ginawa mo kanina. Operating system is Windows, size, 2 vCPUs, 4 gig memory. Ito yung public IP, subscription, yung ginagamit mo sa pang payment. So prior for this, may registration, right? Lahat dito, i-register mo yung credit card mo para automatically i-charge ka lang. So information, let's try to connect. Saan yung IP address? So ito yan. Lagyan natin yung username na ginawa ko kanina and password na in-input ko. Alright, I think okay na. Makapag-login na tayo sa Azure base na VM. So yeah, si IECEP may sariling VM na rin sa Azure. So i-close ko na, log off na tayo agad para may oras pa. Medyo mabagal lang. Okay. So ayan, pwede natin i-delete agad-agad kung di natin kailangan yung VM na. Kasi nag-charge na to eh. So okay, delete. Okay, so you got the idea now, right? Sa Azure, medyo iba rin ang approach, pero the same lang rin. Okay, let's go sa Google. Nakapag-login ako. And then, ito yung interface na makita mo sa kanila. Ito rin, may mga products. Meron silang IAM, admin, security, product, serverless, file store, cloud, storage, big table. Mayroon silang BigQuery dito. Ayan. So, pwede ka mag-introduce ng CI/CD pag DevOps ka. Pwede ka rin mag-raise ng containerized technology. Deploy. APG, data stream, IoT. Meron din dito. Yan. Data catalog. Ang dami. Minsan, di mo na alam kung ano to mga purpose nito. Let's go back lang sa intention natin is to raise provision VM. Punta sa compute. Okay, now ito yung pinaka-interface ni VM instance. The same logic, we could easily create or provision a VM from there. Then mag-next ka na lang kasi wala na masyadong oras. Okay, IECEP. Okay, meron na. Nagawa ko na ng last. Okay, may option ka na ilagay sa kahit saang mundo. Zone. Okay, so try natin. Teka. Mag-Windows tayo kasi mas mabilis. Okay, so meron pa silang 2012 na version ng Windows. Select. Okay, the same. Meron tayong options na i-enable yung firewall kung anong port na gusto mo. So, ina-next na lang natin. At saka ito, meron rin silang command line kung gusto mo i-automate yung the same template, the same model, the same size. So, copyin mo lang to ang command line. So, merong monthly estimate dito, nasa $63. Kung gamitin mo to in 1 month time, didiretso. Pero kung papatayin mo, hindi ito magiging 63. Pag deploy ko, patayin mo lang, then on mo ulit. So, mas bawas yon sa metro nila. So, I'll just click create. Mas madali sa Google mag-deploy ng VM. Saglit lang. At saka ang bilis. Dahil siguro na network nila, sabi nila, mas maganda, kaya ganun. Okay, so makita mo dito ang information. So habang nag-aantay, try natin i-navigate kung ano makikita natin dito na services recently deployed by this company. Okay. So ang bilis wala nga 1 minute na deploy na. Okay, copy na. All right, so set natin ang password, username. Pinaka-importante sa lahat to yung credential. Oh, okay. So, problema tayo dito sa password. Teka. Okay, so nakuha ko na yung password. Try natin mag-login kung gumana. Nakaproblema kanina. So, sensya doon. So, yung IP address niya, try natin. Oops. So, username, IECEP. Okay, so successful tayo sa pag-deploy rin sa Google. So, I think yun lang guys. Pasensya na medyo mabagal yung pag-connect and then medyo high level lang talaga. So, the thing here is we have the technology now. May idea na kayo na available na kung gusto nyo gumamit ng mga virtualized technology, mayroon yun sa on-premises na option or pwede rin natin gamitin sa cloud. So yeah. So ito lang siguro sa as of now. Medyo late na rin siguro. And well, thank you guys for your patience on listening for my knowledge transfer or just sharing how we handle virtualization and VMware. Cloud. Okay, so thank you guys. I think may time pa ba sa question and answer?
Yes, sir. Apo, sir. Once more, sir, thank you very much po for walking us through the virtualization, cloud computing, and security hardening. As of the moment, sir, we don't have any questions on the chat box. Just a comment from the YouTube channel from Mr. Rus Vince. Good day to all. This is a good start for emerging technologies, virtualization. Or share some example of database services, but I think, sir, you have already included this one to your discussion earlier po.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sir. So just a reminder po to the participants, we still have time. If you have any questions, feel free to send it on the chat box. Sir, so I think we can wait for a while po.
No problem, sir. No problem.
All right, sir. But if we don't have any question for around a minute, then we will proceed po to the awarding of certificate. Right. All right, so to avoid to consume more time, to formally acknowledge the presence of Mr. Kenneth P. Perales as our speaker for this afternoon, we would like to present you our certificate of appreciation, hereby given to you po, Engineer Kenneth Perales, for being the resource speaker in IECEP Singapore Chapter's 5th Annual General Membership Meeting and convention entitled Realms of Knowledge from Cyber to the Outer Space, with the topic Virtualization, Cloud Computing, and Security Hardening, conducted through Zoom webinar platform on 27th of March 2022, signed by Governor of IECEP Singapore Chapter, Engineer Arnie C. Gonzalez, and President of IECEP Singapore Chapter, Engineer Jose Carlos C. Tupas VI. Thank you very much po once more, Engineer Kenneth Perales.
Yes.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We can hear you po.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to share our experiences, and then see you next time.
Yes, sir. Sir, please turn on your camera for a while po. No, we will ask our panelists po, together with our speaker, to turn on their camera for a short photo po while we have you po here.
Nawala ba yung camera ko?
No, sir. We're still here with us po. So let's wait for a while lang po while other panelists are turning on their camera. And maybe the committee po, I'll just count up to 3 so that the committee can screenshot this one. All right, so on the count of 3, smile. 1, 2, 3. And then 1, 2, 3. All right. All right, so also we have more. All right, so one more pa daw po. 1, 2, 3, smile. Last one. 1, 2, 3, smile. Thank you so much po, Engineer Kenneth Perales.
Thank you and see you.
See you soon, sir. All right, so reminder to the participants, you need to fill up the evaluation link that you can scan here on the screen using your QR code scanner, or the committee will send it on the chat box so for you to be able to access it. All right, so this will serve as your attendance for this segment of our event. Don't forget to fill up this one for you to receive your own certificate. Also, of course, this event won't be complete as the 5th Annual General Membership Meeting and Convention without the report of our very hardworking governor. And that's why we will now proceed to the governor's report together with our governor for IECEP Singapore, Engineer Arnie C. Gonzalez. Good afternoon, Engineer.
Good afternoon, Sir Hendricks. Thank you. Right, let me share my screen. Okay, so before I move on to the report of our chapter for the last term or for the last cycle, I would just like to acknowledge all of our existing or current panelists and VIPs right now at our midst. Things starting with Ma'am Dr. Michelle Lawas, ICEP National President, Sir Chris Andrew Trinidad, ICEP National BOD, Ma'am Grace Aguilos, one of our ICEP SG advisor, Sir Romy Agatep, Country Registrar for AFEO, Governor Brian de los Reyes from ICEP Pampanga, and Governor Myra Manalo from ICEP Batangas, and as well as Honorable Enrico Claro R. Del Moro from the BECE. Also, we have here in our midst personnels from the embassy. Actually, Honorable Joseph Del Mar Yap is in the session right now. Good afternoon, Ambassador Yap, together with Mr. Wilford Wong. Right.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon po. Right. So let me just quickly present to you, everybody here in the Zoom, yung lahat ng mga accomplishment namin for the whole year. So basically, this is a complete summary of what has been accomplished from April 1, 2021 up until March 25th, 2022. So this is a compilation of all of the working committees, from the executives to the directors, down to the executive associate directors, over to the working committees and volunteers. Okay, so allow me to present first our financial books or status, right? So when we first started, we have a starting balance of about 4,299.73 Singapore dollars. And then we've had collections over the past 12 months of 2,910 Singapore dollars. This mostly with membership renewals, which will be put into details later. And then we have an expenses again for the last 12 months of 3,405.79 Singapore dollars. So before I hand over the term to the next governor, we have 3,803.94 Singapore dollars on our bank account. Okay, so that just to give you an overview of the collections that we have, which is again mainly for the renewals of our members. So from April to 2021 up until March 2022. Okay, and then expenses, as you can see from the screen, most of the expenses that we have is to support our endeavor to provide free webinar series learnings, technical sessions, technical seminars. So you'll notice that most of the expenses that we have is heavily invested on Zoom. So these are Zoom meetings, Zoom webinar subscriptions. So part of our initiative to provide non-paid technical sessions to all of our members. Okay, so these are all being, kumbaga lahat ng mga expenses nito came from our own funds, our funds ng chapter. Okay, so that's basically the consolidation report for our finances. So I would like to move on to our membership naman. So a highlight of what has been accomplished for membership, we have added 39 new members that are counted basically dun sa My IECEP portal natin. We've processed 40 IECEP membership renewals, inclusive of batch 23 to 26. We've processed 14 PRC license renewal with the help of our friendly staff from the national. Okay, we have currently ongoing membership renewal of 14 members, 5 PRC license, as well as 8 PRC license conversion. So just to give you a breakdown of the utilization of myicep.net. So basically, as you can notice, from March 2021, this is what we've captured from the portal. And as of as of this month, we have a total of 183 members for Singapore chapter. So that entails an additional 39 members. Some of them were transferred from different chapters, locally and foreign. And most of them were actually ECE or ECTs or PECE actually that were not registered from the portal, or basically some of them were recruited in a way, or per se they were recruited from not being able to renew their license for a very long time, and we've managed to invite them back to IECEP. Okay, for our batches renewals, ayan, we've had one new regular member renewal for batch 23 and new regular member and 13 renewals. And then together with the membership committee, the IDs were already been shipped out to Singapore, and they've been it's ongoing distribution to all of the members. Okay, for batch 24, we have 4 new member sign-ups and then 14 new members renewal. Okay, and then again, it's also being distributed right now. For batch 25, we have 7 regular members and 1 member renewal. And again, the same update for this batch. And finally, for our batch 26, which is ongoing right now, we've at this point we have about 14 of members renewal, and currently we're still waiting for the assessment for this batch. Okay, so that's for the IECEP membership portion. Now for our PRC ID renewal, we've had successfully renewed our batch 1, a total of 37 of them. Then for our batch 2, we have a total of 19 assistants that we've made, or the chapter has been offered to the chapter or to the members. And then right now, we've already received a soft copy of 14 out of 19, and they're just pending for shipping. Okay? As for the conversion, ito is medyo tricky and may additional step na kailangan gawin. So the initial assessment is still ongoing, but we've managed to receive na yung mga signature cards, which we are currently being distributed to the members. So this is some kind of like an index card that an engineer or a member have to fill in, kasi from electronics communication engineer needed to be converted to electronics engineer. Okay, so this is still an ongoing process, right? Now, let me present to you our education front. So the first one, we've conducted 11 CPD activities. Okay. We've conducted 6 non-CPD activities. We have collaborated with 18 chapters, local and foreign, schools from the Philippines, and societies from the Philippines, and even from locally from Singapore. And I'm very much proud that this particular front has, in a way, nagkaroon kami ng enhancement or improvement from what the chapter could offer. Okay, and then if you've managed to join or register to those 11 CPD activities on top of those other chapters, the national AGM, you already have 76 CPD points on your account, which is, I think, halfway if you are pursuing advanced level engineering upgrade, right? So let me just run you through or give you a back. Okay, so the first webinar that we've carried out with the collaboration between Cavite, Laguna, and Quezon Province is a webinar entitled Past and the Curious for the Public Address System, a review of public address system design methodology. That has 4 CPD points. Another 4 CPD point webinar is a security access control system in the new normal, collaborated with the Calabarzon chapters. Right? The third one is an initial partnership or collaboration with Singapore Amateur Radio Transmitting Society, or SARTS, with a webinar titled 9V1, First Contact, an Introduction to Amateur Radio. This was also awarded with 4 CPD points. Okay, another webinar, second collaboration between Calabarzon is the HETNET Communication System, Distributed Antenna System, and LAMSite. Okay, the fifth CPD activity that we've presented is actually a collaboration between Japan, Qatar, Pampanga, and Tarlac, the Aguman Kabiasnan, which was approved with 8 CPD points. Okay, the sixth webinar that we also conducted, the third collaboration between the Calabarzon chapter, was the FAR code, a review of the frequently overlooked clauses. Okay. 7 is a collaboration with IECEP Laguna, which was approved with 2 CPD points, entitled Basics of Building Management System. Okay. Followed by a 6 approved CPD points with the collaboration of IECEP Cavite and Rizal, entitled Symposium on Construction Industry. Okay, and then our 9th CPD activity, which is also our mid-year or special membership meeting, and together with a 2-part webinar, Actualize Ideas webinar. This was in partnership or collaboration with BDO Remit Naman. Okay, our second to the last offering was the collaboration between Central Luzon chapters naman, which is a 4-part series of learnings titled IR 4.0 at the center point. Okay, so this particular activity already have 32 CPD points. Okay, and finally, that was just recently concluded is our last and 11th webinar offering, which is the collaboration effort between us and Laguna chapter, entitled Introduction of 5G Networks and the Vision of 6G in the Future. Okay, so those are all of our completed webinars webinar with approved CPD points. Okay, so let me quickly go through with you on our non-CPD activities that we've conducted again over the last year. So the first one, which is still ongoing, is the chapter's effort to endorse or to give and provide assistance to our fellow members that are trying to upgrade their educational background. So we are still or actively participating or ongoing with our MSECE program, major in artificial intelligence and automations, as well as with telecommunications or telecoms. So this is with PUP Graduate School. And we've so far had 2 successful batches. And right now it's actually just ended the first year of our first sem of our second year. And I think the enrollment for the second sem for the second year is ongoing. Okay, and I would like to acknowledge, and actually this is one of the recognition that we're very proud of, our telecom major group or members for their very first research paper. Okay, they were already been selected and basically chosen one of their paper to be presented at the IEEE 2021 International Conference. Again, with the help of our advisors, Sir Gerhard Tan and Sir John De La Cruz. So this is one thing that we are really, really proud of with our members. Okay, another particular non-CPD activity is an initiative of Sir Paulo La Laguna, which is the Industry Mentorship Program. So this is a program or an activity wherein we've engaged students naman po Okay, together with PUP Maragondon, LPU Laguna, and San Juan de Latran Laguna. This happens with the help of or with the assistance of Cavite Governor Jomer Katipon and Sir PJ Sir PJ of Laguna Governor Chapter. Okay. The third one was actually a collaborative invitation from University of Rizal System at Antipolo City, wherein they've invited us to help them on their flexible learning assistance program together with their school. So we've requested again Sir Paulo to initiate one of his topic to be presented with URS. Okay. Another one which we are actively participating in is the Bayanihan Talk series by the Philippine Bayanihan Society of Singapore. Okay, so we've again asked Engineer Paulo to assist us or to put us a presentation together with PBSS. Okay, finally, for our last non-CPD activity is an initiation or a workshop with Lean Six Sigma Yellow Belt that was an effort of Engineer IECEP, one of our member. So we've had the second batch this year, and this first batch was actually conducted last 2020. Okay, sorry, this is the last one for the non-CPD activity. We've also have a partnership or collaboration with RET under Sir Ornan Vicente and with the Philippine Army Signal Regiment with the webinar titled Design webinar series. So this is a series of discussion where we've assisted or presented two main topics to the Philippine Army Signal Regiment. Okay, so that concludes our education front or committee report. Now, to provide you our external affairs and active participations to different organization, different event, the first activity that the chapter has participated is the co-hosting of the recently concluded AER conferment, or actually that conferment last July. Okay, so with Qatar chapter involvement, we've co-hosted that said conferment. Okay. Second, which again, one of the activity that we are really proud of is the heavy participation of the chapter members of our recently concluded national AGM. So on the front end part, Singapore chapter managed to present or provide 4 resource speakers. Okay. And then on the back end portion naman po, we've had several volunteers and people who've helped do the documentation, do the technical front of the national AGM. Right? So the third one, this is again one of many invitations that we've been asked to participate in, the online Tastic Quiz Show of IECEP Laguna Student Chapter, wherein 2 of our officers were invited to be judge quizmaster for this particular quiz show or quiz bee show. Right? And then another active participation that we have is the PhilCom or the Philippine Community Involvement under the leadership and assistance of the Philippine Embassy in Singapore. So this is the recently concluded online forum together with the rest of professional and non-professional organization that is being assisted by the Philippine Embassy. Right? Moving on to our CSR or our corporate social responsibilities. Again, we are also putting efforts to helping the community or do volunteering work, especially with the Willing Hearts. So we've had a few rounds of active volunteer work with soup kitchen. Okay. Also, this is an ongoing and effort to also do blood drive donation with Red Cross Singapore. So these are a few pictures of the members that actively participate on this particular activity or social responsibility. And then lastly, for our social or CSR campaign is an active participation with Radio Engineering Circle with their community extension works. So these were conducted last year, and then just a few weeks or days earlier or before, there were another activity or initiative that Engineer Hartan also initiated or carried out. Right? Finally, and last of my consolidated report is our achievement. So the first one, again, this is one thing that we are very proud of. Another of the things that we are indeed, I could say, happy and very very proud of what we've had. So actually, ano lang po siya. It was, to be honest, it was an attempt, and we are not expecting to even get the second runner-up. But we are very much thankful for the effort of all of our working officers and members to even got one of the prestigious award last AGM. Right? So this is the 2021 Foreign Chapter Award. And then I also would like to acknowledge an effort of our first ever Outstanding Electronics Engineer Award given to Paulo R. Laguna. So actually, if you'll notice, most of our non-CPD activities and some of our CPD activities, you would heavily see his name on all of the posters. So if you are an aspiring, outstanding electronics or ECE award, alam niyo na po yung gagawin ninyo. Alright? Okay, so the third one, the recently announced or updated passer for our PECE. So we are we congratulate two of our members, Engineer Arnel Balduman and Engineer Joel De La Cruz, who passed the recently concluded PECE oral examinations as well. And andyan din po sila sa attendees list. And finally, another achievement for the chapter was actually to launch and introduce first two batches of our merchandise. So I believe most of the members have received their t-shirts and hoodies, and appreciation to all of the VIPs and I could say superstar or all-star from the national to even from the other societies or organization to have received this merchandise from IECEP SG. Okay. Now, to give an overview, basically just a little bit of an overview for what's coming up. So we are still continuing our workshop with Lean Six Sigma from yellow belt to green belt certification. So just keep posted on the dates for this particular workshop. As well as another workshop is our attempt also to provide again workshop with our members and other participating chapters for this advanced level engineering upgrade from PCE to AER to ACPIT down all the way to APEC. Okay, so again, we will be posting the announcement over the Singapore chapter Facebook page as well as the chat group for this particular workshop. Okay, and lastly, this is one of the items that was highlighted during our mid-year or the special membership meeting session. It is an attempt again for us to revise our constitution and bylaws in line with the ongoing recon of the national constitution and bylaws. So as we try to propose amendments to it, we are also trying to align with the changes that the national is trying to achieve for the changes on our national constitution and bylaws. So part of our announcement or activity for this particular item is that from today onwards, up until the next mid-year session of IECEP Singapore chapter, we will be providing with you yung copy ng latest na CBL natin for everyone to review, to read through. And then over the course of 6 months, we will ask, or basically we will get all of your inputs and opinions. If there are some of the sections or articles that you guys would like us to amend and discuss about. Okay, so again, keep posted on this particular item. Right, so that actually ends the consolidated accomplishment report for the whole IECEP Board of Directors. And before I give the floor to our COMELEC, okay, I would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge and to provide my deepest gratitude to all of the hardworking officers. Again, hindi po natin ma-achieve lahat ng ito kung hindi dahil sa commitment and lahat nung yun nga, big effort, extra miles na binibigay natin sa org. And I'm really thankful sa support as we move on to better heights and better reach or higher reach sa organization natin. Again, from the hardworking officers, executive, director, associate directors, working committees, as well as yung mga volunteers natin, from the bottom of my heart, maraming salamat po sa suporta. Right? So, again, that concludes my accomplishment summary report. And for this time, I think we can move on na po with our COMELEC portion. I would like to call on Engineer Edemir Surigao, our COMELEC chairman. Sir?
Sir Arnie, good afternoon. Thank you for that well-researched speech. Galing. Thank you. Congrats.
Thank you, sir. Okay.
In behalf of IECEP ST COMELEC for this year, we would like to present the result of this concluded election, which started from yesterday morning until this afternoon, March 27, 2022. Sir Arnie, can you show the list already?
Sure. Yan, sir. Kita na ba?
Yep. Kita na. Wait, So from the we hereby present to you the COMELEC from IECEP SG, the official result of the election, with the top two coming from Mr. Our very own Paolo Rojas Laguna and Ms. Lea Lawan, with a total of votes of 49 and 47 respectively. So after the meet up with them for these 10 winners, we have talked within ourselves to present to you the result of our internal election for the next chapter officers. Sir Arnie?
Yes, sir.
Yan. So we'd like to congratulate Ms. Lea Lawan for becoming the first Lady Governor of IECEP Singapore chapter. Ma'am Lea, you want to say something po? Nako, busy. So, I just read you, Ms. Lea Lawan as our governor, General Charles Bermoy, Vice Governor for Internal, some more, Mr. Paulo Laguna as our Deputy Secretary, and yours truly, Edemir Surigao as a Deputy Treasurer, Engineer Arlino Santiago as Auditor, and for the Director, Engineer Adrian Obliania, Engineer Jerby Dumdum, Engineer Gerald Jacinto, Engineer Rani Ubaldo, and Engineer Isaac Navarre as our directors. For the Vice Governor External will be Miss Donilyn Salazar, Engineer Donilyn Salazar. And for our Vice Governor Education is Engineer Aris Darit. So this is all the officers for next 22 to 23 chapter officers. Congratulations to everybody. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the newly elected officers of IECEP Singapore chapter. Once more, let's all give them a round of applause. Congratulations to all of the winners. May pa-sound effects pa tayo. But of course, to charge our newly elected officers of IECEP Singapore, we are indeed lucky to have our IECEP National President, Dr. Michelle D. Lawas, for the charging of new officers. Good afternoon, Dr. Michelle D. Lawas.
Good afternoon. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Hendrix. And thank you for that introduction, Hendrix. And again, another great afternoon to everyone. And of course, greetings of peace and solidarity to my IECEP Singapore community. Of course, to the national officers and the board of directors who are present, who are with us this afternoon, the pillars and mentors of IECEP Singapore, to our distinguished board of ECE, to our governors from various local and foreign chapters, IECEP Singapore members and officers, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues in the profession, my courtesy, of course, to our inducting officer, Honorable Joseph Delmar Yap, the former, of course, not to our other distinguished members and officers and visitors for this afternoon. Thank you so much and good day, everyone. And again, this is greetings coming from the National Office. May I express, of course, first and foremost, and my warmest and sincerest congratulations to the comprehensive report of the former, sabihin ko na ba, the former Governor Engineer Arne Gonzalez. Of course, no, it's so fun and very fruitful partnership in 2021, along with the other board of directors and officers and the general membership of Singapore, no? And it's nice to be working all of you in 2021. And congratulations for that comprehensive report for your AAGM. In fact, it's a culmination of your whole year term as a governor. And it is also a source of our great confidence to say that we have the best and extraordinary officers and electronics engineers, not only in the country, no, but also in the foreign or global setting with equally high aspirations and dreams with the locals. And this year's induction of your Chapter 2022 officers and Board of Trustees, recognition of the outgoing officers, and I would like to welcome, if there are new officers, new members, no, if there are any, again, welcome to the Institute of Electronics Engineers of the Philippines, of course, particularly to the Singapore chapter. This afternoon, actually, if this is your oath-taking ceremony, it is a turnover of responsibilities in an event like this. This is a best opportunity or an opportune moment to evaluate how far you have, how far you have come and how far you have yet to go in your professional endeavors and organizations. The profundity and earnestness of IECEP's mission to advance the welfare of its members and the development and prestige of the electronics engineering profession, and to be a dynamic force in nation building has long been evident by the comprehensive report, as well as to the output and the remarkable achievement of the IECEP National, as well as it will cascade down, of course, to the IECEP local chapter. Allow me to remind all officers to be inducted this afternoon that I am here for you to charge, or this is charging our officers before your oath-taking ceremony. And this is, of course, to remind once and for all your duties and responsibilities, your functions and purpose, why you are here, why are you voted upon with your members, with your co-officers to lead the IECEP Singapore for 2022-2023. And you have been elected by your members of IECEP Singapore, no, because they believe you possess the qualities of character and leadership that fit you to be an officer and to interpret the IECEP ideal of service to others. IECEP acknowledges, of course, no distinctions of religion, no boundaries, no distinction of nation or political persuasion, because we have our election in the coming months, and all IECEP are equal members of one institute, each expected to be loyal to our practice and faithful to our profession. It is also our time or your time and personal efforts to help those who are in need and to serve our purpose in this organization. It is also expected that you will serve diligently in your chapter to help out in the national, to support in the national and in the community and in the cause of understanding, goodwill, and unity. It will be your responsibility also to interpret IECEP as an organization, its ideals, its activities, and its purpose. So I will be sharing to you some of the duties and powers, responsibilities, not only for members, but as well as to the different positions in our organization. From governors going down to the Board of Trustees, it is a must, or it is imperative that all of you must understand each and every function of your position. Being the governor, of course, now it will act as the chairman of the Board of Trustees, and of course, you will be presiding all the regular and the special meetings in your chapter. And there are so many duties and responsibilities that the governor must understand and must give out and willing to help out the organization in its purpose and to really come up with a good programs in line with the national. Your vice governors, your internal, your external, of course, your education, your secretary, treasurer, and your auditor, and to the Board of Trustees, each one of you must read the Constitution and bylaws, because we are all adhering what is written in our Constitution and bylaws, though we have planned, and in fact we have ongoing amendments, ratification of the Constitution and bylaws, because we want it to be responsive and because it's no longer responsive, the way how we handle our organization, because we are getting bigger and bigger, and we have so many activities and committees that are created, of course, in support of the priority programs of the national. So with that, it is the duties, and it is incumbent upon by each position that each of you, from governors going to the Board of Trustees, must understand what is expected coming from you and what is your role, your obligation towards the general membership of Singapore, as well as to the national, as well as to the community where you belong. So with that, by reading of the Constitution and bylaws, and in fact, we already instituted the activity of the onboarding of all the newly elected officers. Now, hopefully, I think that was 2 weeks ago, but I think Singapore must cope up. I think Paulo was there, La Laguna. So pwede na siguro natin i-feed na lang, then we can also give much of the most important thing that we need to share to the newly elected officers and Board of Trustees, no, para doon sa tamang pamamalakad and the proper, what is expected and what are the things that you need also to come up in your chapter. So along with that line, there are some duties and responsibilities of the different, and I want you and I challenge everyone, puntahan niyo po ang Constitution and bylaws, kasi andoon po lahat ng mga kailangan, lahat po ng even the submission and even in the preparation of all your reports, submit and everything, preparation of the annual report, and of course not the different and the duties of the auditor, and who will take charge of the inventory and who will take charge of the thing that we need to submit to the national and a board of directors. So there are many things that we need to understand in the provision in the different section articles, yung sinasabi kanina ni Gov. Arnie, na kailangan natin na magiging responsive siya. Then you have also your committee who are also working along with the national, working with your constitution and bylaws, because we want it to be responsive. We want it to have a very dynamic and purposeful kind of constitution and bylaws, because this is the Bible that we only have in our organization to come up with a good or outstanding organization. So with that, I want to address this one, and I want to, dear IECEP Singapore, when, sometimes when we are overwhelmed by the prospect of positions, money and reputation, because we just want to be a national officer or a local officer, some of us may lose sight of our purpose. That is why we must continually remind ourselves to never lose sight of our essential values, what motivates us to be of service to others, and let us not allow our humanity or our community to be destroyed by the desire for, for wealth and fame. Let us not lose touch of our IECEP selves, and remember that each of us is a hero in our own right, and we are on a mission. We are on a mission, and we know that we need to do and what needs to be done as an officer in our organization. Ang mga layunin po ng ating mahal na professional organization at ng ating bayan, hinubog po tayo. We are honed 7 decades now, because this is our 72 years, 72nd years since the inception of our organization. And we have no room to step back, but instead we are always challenged to move forward as an organization. And the only thing that we can do that, of course, is a unity in all our members, unity in the local levels as well as in the national. Dapat po nating gamitin po yung 7 decades na experience natin, and in fact, we have some institutional memories kung ano po yung nagawa natin, ano yung maganda, hindi maganda, but we need to come up with a very good to be an outstanding organization onwards. So magamit natin na kahit anong pagsubok, anong trials na meron tayo in our organization, yung mga institutional memories na yon magagamit natin at huhubugin po tayo sa ating paglilingkod sa organisasyon. So IECEP Singapore, I am very much excited to be working all of you, and I'm really looking forward to have you on board in our national activities, especially this coming June 3, 4, and 5. We have our hybrid mid-year convention that would be in Davao City. So the publication committee is in charge in coming up with some of the announcement, but this time pina-finalize pa po, pinapolish pa po natin lahat nating kailangan preparation for the further announcement of our mid-year convention. So again, to all the officers, this is your moment. This is your year to shine, to help out the organization, to be the Singapore, to be the best chapter, the best foreign chapter in 2022, and that is a challenge. And of course, your 5th AGM, your annual general membership of building strong connections, advancing and advocating professional growth, developing meaningful partnerships, and supporting on general membership. So mabuhay po kayong lahat, and congratulations in advance sa bagong halal, bagong pili na mga chapter officers ng Foreign Chapter IECEP Singapore. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much po, Dr. Michelle D. Lawas, for charging our newly elected officers for IECEP Singapore chapter. So as mentioned earlier, we will now proceed to the induction of the newly elected officers. And I want to give the floor to the ambassador of the Philippines to Singapore, Honorable Joseph Del Maria.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes. First of all, congratulations to the newly elected sets of officers. And I look forward to working with you, the officers of IECEP Singapore, in the projects of the Philippine Embassy. And we look to your assistance for our kababayans and for any projects of the Philippine Embassy. So thank you very much for your continued support. Are we ready now to have our oath taking? If we're ready, can all the officers who will take the oath please stand up and raise your right hand, please. Okay, oath of office. I say your name. Of the Institute of Electronic Engineers of the Philippines Singapore chapter.
Of Institute of Electronic Institute of the Philippines Singapore chapter.
Having been elected, appointed to the position of.
Having been elected
and appointed in the position
of auditor.
for communication.
Hereby solemnly swear.
Hereby solemnly swear.
That I will faithfully discharge to the best of my ability the duties of my position.
That I will discharge to the best of my ability the duties of my position.
That I will obey the laws, legal orders, and decrees.
That I will obey the laws, legal orders,
and decrees
promulgated in accordance to the Constitution and bylaws of the Institute.
Promulgated in accordance with the Constitution and bylaws of the Institute,
as well as the rules and regulations that it may promulgate thereafter.
as well as the rules and regulations that it may promulgate thereafter.
That I will conduct myself in the position to which I am elected.
That I will conduct myself in the position that I am elected.
And perform my duties to the best of my knowledge and ability.
And perform my duties to the best of my knowledge and ability.
And that I impose upon myself the obligation.
That I impose upon myself the obligation.
Voluntarily and without any mental reservation.
Voluntarily and without mental reservation.
Or purpose of evasion.
Or purpose of evasion.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Okay, congratulations, everybody.
Thanks, Amba.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Honorable Joseph Del Maria, for initiating the induction of our newly elected officers of IECEP Singapore. So while we still have chance po to the newly elected officers, once more po, can you request everyone to please turn on their camera for a short photo op po? Alright, so I'll count up to 3 po ulit, committee. This will be your signal na lang po. So, 1, 2, 3, smile. 1, 2, 3, smile. There you have it. Once more, congratulations to the newly elected officers of IECEP Singapore. All right, so we still have one more resource speaker for this afternoon, and he will be introduced by the Associate Director for Membership, Engineer Isaac A. Navarre II. Good afternoon, Engineer.
Good afternoon. Mic check. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
Okay. It is my privilege to introduce to you the speaker of the last session for this IECEP Singapore 5th Annual General Membership Meeting and Convention. He is a graduate VSECE at the Pamantasan ng Lungsod ng Maynila. A licensed engineer and PECE with more than 20 years of experience, specializing in proposal engineering, management, and communication and security systems. He is well versed in the fields of railway communications and security systems and cybersecurity. He served as IECEP Singapore Chapter's Vice Governor External in 2017, becomes the Chapter Governor in 2018, and currently a Director in IECEP National. He was a former Senior Proposal Engineer at Bartik Private Limited, an Assistant Proposal Manager at 3W Networks Private Limited, a pre-sales consultant at NEC Asia Pacific, a proposal manager at LEAP Private Limited, and currently a sales engineering manager at Sicrayo, a company that provides solution for OT, IoT, 5G, cybersecurity, and converged network. My fellow engineers, ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you and welcome to you our last speaker for today's activity, Engineer Chris Andrew B. Trinidad.
Thank you, Sir Isaac, for that introduction. So, time check tayo is 5 o'clock, so we hope we can finish immediately. I would like to share my screen. Nakikita na po ba yung screen?
Yes, sir. We can see your yes, sir, presentation.
Okay. First of all, good afternoon to all the VIPs, to our board of ECEs, our IECEP National President, our former presidents of IECEPs, and congratulations to all new chapter officers, especially to Governor Dayalawan. So, our topic for today will be IECEP for IECEP 5th AGM is cybersecurity. So the title of my topic is cybersecurity in IT, OT, and IoT convergence. So basically, this AGM is a link between cyber and outer space. So this presentation is the culmination of the IECEP Singapore team, realms of knowledge from cyber to outer space. So the relevance of the relations between the topics discussed from aeronautics, IT versus OT in the SCADA world, satellite, PDPA, virtualization, cloud computing, and security will be part of this presentation. So just some disclaimer, there's no copyright infringement on those features that I will be showing, and this presentation is copyright to me. So basically, like let's say I'm actually part of Sectrio, and part of my job is to have what they call evangelization. So I actually conduct weekly cybersecurity webinar with different topics. So including the IT, OT, and IoT convergence and different standards and cybersecuring different utilities and maybe oil and gas, railway industry. So it's part of my job to conduct seminars. So let's start with the webinar content. So this content will include cybersecurity primer, IT cybersecurity, IoT cybersecurity, OT cybersecurity, digital transformation and IR 4.0, the IT, OT, and IoT convergence, and of course, cybersecurity in the converged networks, and the cybersecurity next frontier. So let me start with the primer. So what is cybersecurity? So cybersecurity is application of technologies, process, and controls to protect system, networks, program, devices, and data from cyber attacks. So basically, we have what we call the Cyber Jedi and the Cyber Sith. So if you are familiar with Star Wars, the Jedis are those what we call in the IT world is the ethical hackers. And the cyber Sith are those hackers, the actual hackers. So basically, they are both have the same powers, no? So the same capabilities, but different intention. So this is where cybersecurity comes in. So let's start with the history, no? So malinaw ba yung screen ko? Sorry, kasi I think may natatakpan siya dun sa may part ng ano.
None naman po, sir. Okay naman po.
Okay. So, in 1834, actually, this is the first cyber attack. No? So, kung akala nyo cyber attack is part lang dun sa internet, is actually no. First cyber attack was on the French telegraph system. So, they tried to get information or data para kuha nila information for the stock market. No? So, this was a French telegraph system on 1834. So it actually lasted for 2 years bago nakita yung ano, no, na kinukuha nila information. So in 1988 is actually the first worm. No? So this is, they call it Morris worm. So this is the first worm in the internet. And the official year ng internet is 1983. No? So 1988 lang nagkaroon ng first worm. So majority of the worm ngayon is actually fina-follow tong nangyari dun sa kay Morris worm. No? So nangyari is siya yung parang natawag na grandfather of worms. No? And then in year 2000, maybe you are familiar with the I Love You virus. So this has infected 50 million infected computers. No? So this is actually done by a Filipino. No? So na ang kanyang main reason is wala siyang pambayad sa internet. So he tried to create this virus para makuha yung information ng login at makapag-access siya ng internet for free. But it created a lot of problem kasi ang nangyari is these are emails with the title I love you. No? So at that time, siguro napaka-attractive na makakita ka ng I love you, pinagbubuksan nila. So it was actually a virus that was reached a lot of personal computers, no? And at that time wala pang batas ang Pilipinas against this kind of attack, so hindi talaga siya naparusahan. And then in year 2010, actually the first digital weapon, no? World's first digital weapon, they call it Stuxnet. So this is an attack on Iranian uranium enrichment. No? So ang nangyari dito, it was the uranium plant is actually not connected to the internet. Nangyari is some employee inside, nakakita siya ng thumb drive and in-insert niya dun sa computer inside nung planta. So nangyari na-inject yung virus and this was na-forced mag-shutdown tong uranium plant na to. So this was 2010. And then in 2015, this was the first cyber attack on power grid. No? This is on Ukraine. So what happened is 50% nung area na yun nawalan ng power because na compromise yung connectivity nung part nila, so na-control ng hacker. So 50% nung plant, nung cities na naka-connect dun sa grid na yon nawalan ng power. Then in 2017, eto na yung ransomware, no? So yung WannaCry. Actually ransomware was there, no? Before 2017, kaya lang yung laki nung epekto was yung WannaCry, which is they cost actually $300 per piece, no? Hindi naman siya mahal, no? But nangyari yung recovery cost $4 billion. So isipin niyo yung recovery ng data, no? And then in year 2021, yung Colonial Pipeline, this is a pipeline in the US, na-attack sila and na-force sila to shut down yung pipeline. So nagkaroon ng mga areas na walang gas kasi sarado yung pipeline. And then there's also Oldsmar water plant. Yung water plant naman, nangyari is na-attack sila pero parang ginawang laso yung tubig nung attacker. So ito yung nangyari diyan. Pero these are all IT attack, no? Pero meron ng operation impact kasi na-shutdown yung mga operation. So I will discuss further itong dalawa na to inside my presentation. And in 2022, just recently, meron tayo yung Belarus Railway, no? This was connected to Ukraine and war with Russia, no? So ang nangyari, hacktivists actually hack yung Belarus Railway para maging manual yung pagpatakbo ng tren para bumagal yung paghahatid sa mga sundalo ng Russia. So it was a way to prevent Russia to really deploy immediately yung nila, no, yung mga troops. Then nahack yung Ukrainian government is also related to Russia war. Trinay ng sabi is Russians to hack yung Ukrainian government. And just recently yung Kojima Industries, which is actually is a supplier ng Toyota, no? Ang nangyari is yung Kojima yung attack, but Toyota was the one who shut down kasi yung part ng kung familiar kayo dun sa Toyota, ang nangyari sa kanila, meron sila maraming tag dito suppliers. And they are connected to their system. And meron silang ginagamit na processes in project management. At ang ginawa nila is kinonect nila lahat ng mga supplier nila para malaman nila kung kailan available yung parts or paano yung next functionality. So Kojima is one of them. And dahil na-hack yung Kojima, they are forced to shut down kasi connected dun sa system nila. So again, this is an attack separately from Toyota, pero sila yung na-force to shut down. So, data attacks to cyber physical attack. So, nagsimula tayo dati sa data attacks. Now, ngayon, naapektuhan na yung cyber physical. So, nagsha-shutdown na yung mga plants, yung mga operations because of cyber attacks. So, what are the three pillars? No? There are three pillars of cybersecurity. So the first is the people, no? So we are part of the pillars of cybersecurity. Then the second is technology. And the third is the processes or the procedures and policies. So basically these are all connected together to create yung cybersecurity na tinatawag natin. So your cybersecurity is as strong as your weakest link. So whatever is weakest link dun sa tatlo na yan will be part ng parang criteria kung gaano ka-strong yung inyong cybersecurity, no? So as an engineer, we should have our own perspective, no? So applying the three pillars of cybersecurity, I call it cyber, no? This is what we should always think when we think about cybersecurity, no? The first is what I call CIA. So this is the fundamental of security model. So this is confidentiality, integrity, and availability, no? So dito nag-iikot yung ng cybersecurity, yung fundamentals, no? Second issue, no? Kasama ka. Kasi yung social engineering is actually 98% ng nagre-rely yung cyber attackers dun sa social engineering. So 98% of the time yung attack is relying on social engineering. So you are part of the things that we should think about, no, kapag nagtiting tayo ng cybersecurity. Then of course, backup. We should always have a backup, no? So we always be prepared, no? Hindi natin alam kung kailan tayo ma-attack. Then of course, education. So we should always keep learning and we should have zero trust, no? I mean, zero trust means even if you already have a certain level of protection like password, hindi mo pa kailangan payagan na porket may password na siya at may login, palagi na siya makakapasok sa network nang walang authentication, no? So we have to have zero trust. And then lastly is regulations. No, kasi maraming standards available to secure our network, and compliance to this and procedures and policies isa sa mga factor kasama siya sa 3 pillars. So ito dapat yung inisip natin as a cybersecurity personnel. And then what is a cyber threat? So there's 3 components. There's hostile intent, capability, and opportunity. So kung meron kang hostile intent at meron kang opportunity, pero wala kang capability, ang tawag dyan is insubstantial. Kasi hindi mo magagawa kasi wala ka namang capability. Kahit nagalit ka dun sa tao at meron kang opportunity, alam mo yung password niya, wala kang magagawa kasi wala kang capability to enter your network. Paano naman kung meron kang opportunity saka meron kang capability? Ang tawag dyan potential. Kasi kapag nagkaroon ka ng intent, pwede mo siyang hack. Kasi meron ka ng opportunity, may capability ka, tapos pag nakaaway mo siya, pwede mo siyang i-hack. So, pero naman, pag may hostile intent ka, saka capability, nag-aantay ka lang ng opportunity. Ang tawag dyan, impending. So, pag nakakita ka ng opportunity to hack, magkakaroon ka ng way to, basically, may threat na. So, pero pag meron kang hostile intent, may capability ka, at meron kang opportunity, ang tawag na dyan is yung threat. Siya na yung totoong threat. So, pag meron ka ng tatlong capabilities or hostile intent, capability, and opportunity. So there are different types of hackers. Sinamarize ko lang to, pero there's a lot more na kumakalat. So one is what they call black hat. So these are the criminal hackers. And basically they call gray hat. These are board hackers. Parang nabobore sila. Mga attack sila pero wala naman talaga silang yung parang criminal intent to really attack. Pero nangyari dahil meron silang possibility, malamang na magiging black hat sila. Kasi hindi sila nagpapaalam. So yan yung mga gray hat. Then meron kang green hat, ito yung mga hackers in training. Nagtatry na sila maging black hat. So meron silang hostile intent, may capability, and they are looking for opportunities. Then what we call is white hat naman. Ito yung mga ethical hackers. So meron tayong tinatawag na blue hat. Ito yung mga mga corporate. So they try to enter your network pa matest yung capability ng protection ng network. And meron naman yung tinatawag na red hat, vigilante hackers. Actually, naglalaro siya sa black hat and white hat. But kasi yung intent ni red hat is actually, hindi siya napapaalam. Pero ang way niya is talagang i-block yung mga black hat. Kaya nilagay ko siya sa white hat. Under ng white hat capabilities. So meron silang protection intent. Wala silang hostile intent. Their intention is to protect yung network. And they have the capability and they are thwarting the opportunity. They are not looking. Inaano nila yung opportunity ng mga nasa black hat. So what are the attack vectors? Number one is yung people, yung employees, suppliers. So like I said, 98% is nagre-rely social engineering. So sa tao yun. As discussed earlier by Engineer Paulo doon sa PDPA niya. And then of course yung technology, meron tayong mga digital technologies like IoT. Nung lumabas siya, wala pa siya talagang protection. So nagiging way siya para maging attack vectors. Then we have legacy technologies, yung tinatawag na itong mga naunang mga technology na hindi naman talaga ginawa to protect. And then of course, when we integrate, hindi natin alam na pag nag-integrate tayo, may mga part doon na na-open. So technology is also partially part ng attack vectors. And of course, yung mga process. Pag wala tayong mga policy control, walang training sa mga tao, walang procedures, nagiging nagiging part ng attack vectors. Then what are the attacker tools? May mga tinatawag silang exploit kits. So yung exploit kits yung mga nakukuha yan sa online. Kung alam niyo kung saan kukunin, nakukuha siya sa online. And then meron tayong tinatawag na dark web. Yung dark web is parang mga website na merong mga binibigay na mga exploit kits o binibili. And then yung Kali Linux na discuss dito kanina, pwede siya. Actually yung Kali Linux is ginagamit din to ng mga ethical hackers, no? Na-discuss din kanina ni Sir Kenneth about this Kali Linux, no? Kasama sa mga virtual machines. And then yung mga nation state, no? They try to infiltrate yung bawat nation to get information, no? And all these attacker tools, no, actually is also the same tools, no, used by ethical hackers, no? So the same tools ang ginagamit. The part lang ng ethical hackers is they will not exploit, no? They will not really attack without any yung walang paalam, no? Walang information. So we have also what we call TTP, no? This is tactics, techniques, and procedures, no? So this is an approach, no, in analyzing advanced persistent threat, no, or tinatawag nilang APT. So yung tactics is yung way yung threat actor operates, no, paano siya nag-operate. Yung techniques naman is paano niya ipa-facilitate yung movement niya, no, dun sa target niya. And yung procedures is paano niya ini-execute, no, yung method ng attack cycle niya. So this tactic and techniques, no, makikita nyo yan dun sa website na to, no, https://attackmiter.org. Actually, it was also a part of Mr. Fong Jungmeng discussion yesterday, no, yung MITRE attack. So part siya ng itong MITRE attack, they have TTPs inside, so merong enterprise level at saka yung merong ICS, no, dun sa mga industry, no, sa mga industrial part meron sila, saka meron din sa enterprise, no. Makikita niyo dun sa loob, no, anong klaseng mga attack factors yung ginagamit ng attackers, no. So what's the relevance of OSI in cybersecurity, no? So cybersecurity threats exist in all, no, sa lahat po, no, lahat ng OSI level, no. So once we understand yung OSI level, we will have an overview, no, how possible attacks are happening and how to mitigate them, no? So basically, no, makikita nyo dyan sa drawing the different types of attacks, no, sa different layers, no. So every layer meron talagang way to attack certain network, no. So this is what they call cyber kill chain. So cyber kill chain is developed by Lockheed Martin in 2011. So this is to basically show, no, kung paano ginagawa yung advanced persistent threat, no. So there's different levels. So 1 to 7. So number 1 is reconnaissance. Number 2 is weaponization. Number 3 is delivery. Number 4 exploitation. Number 5 is installation. Then 6 and 7 is actually yung command and control na, and yung achieve nung objective ng attacker, no. So this 3 it has different level, no, na gaano katagal and gaano kabilis ang paggawa ng attack, and it is shown in MITRE level, no. So dinivide to ni MITRE dun sa MITRE kill chain na tinatawag, no. So etong 1 to 3 pag nakita nyo, it takes hours to months, no, depende dun sa ina-attack nila, no. So yung nakikita nyo dun sa side na to are those techniques and tactics, no, used by attackers, no. So makikita nyo dun sa website na pinakita ko kanina, lahat yan. So there's a lot of explanation kung ano yung klase ng attack na yan, no. So yung first 3 actually is they call it preparation, no? Yung reconnaissance sa weaponization, no? Then from 3 to 5 they call it intrusion na, no. Kapag nakapasok na, meron ka na nung i-deliver mo na yung virus, na-exploit mo na at na-install mo na, within seconds lang yan, mabilis lang yan. So within seconds nandun na yan. So yung last is yung active breach na, no? Yung 6 and 7, which is it can take months, no. Hindi mo alam nandiyan na sa computer mo, but they are actually laterally movement doon sa loob, tinatry nilang mag-reach deep doon sa network nyo, and ang mangyayari dyan is nagkakaroon na ng exploit, no, doon sa loob ng system nyo, minsan hindi nyo pa alam, no. So ito yung no, active breach ang nangyayari doon sa last 2, no. So meron din tinatawag na cybersecurity playbooks. So this is the roles and responsibilities before, during, and after a security incident, no. So before, ang mantra natin is be ready, no. So this is mag-prepare ka na ng incident report mo, no? Yung response, paano ka magre-response kapag ka na-attack ka. And part of it yung designate mo yung roles, no, and responsibilities, no. Example, sino yung mag-announce ng incident sa enterprise, no, or sa ICS environment nyo, sino yung mga technical expert na mag-handle ng incident, ano yung mga action, no, to take during the incident, no. So ito yung before, no. I-ready nyo yung system, no, or yung response. Then during, ang mantra natin yan is react fast, no. Kailangan mabilis kasi mabilis din ang ano, like I said, within seconds, no, pag nakapasok na sila, within seconds mabilis na yan. So, put into play yung ginawa nyong incident response, no. So, dapat i-ano yung incident response nyo, no. Gawin nyo kaagad yan, no. First and foremost, no, dapat i-announce nyo, no. Kasi mamaya hindi nyo in-announce, may click ng click pa rin, no. So, pangalawa is yung communication, no. Mahalaga yan, no. Para malaman ng mga tao yung ano yung nangyayari. Ano yung hindi dapat gawin, ano yung mga gagawin, no? Yung ano nila, yung matutulong nila, no? Then ensure everyone knows what they need to do, no? Kailangan mahalaga to, no? Kasi part, like I said, pillars, no, kasama yung tao, no? Then collect the data, no, as the incident happen. No, mahalaga na kahit na hindi siya na-prevent, no, kino-collect nyo ano yung nangyayari, ano yung nangyagawa, no? Kasi darating tayo dun sa after, no, learn, no? Yung mga data na yun, we can use para matuto tayo, no? Kung ano yung pwedeng gawin sa next time na mangyari ulit yun, no? So, sa learn is, number one, is update natin yung incident response natin, no? Kung ano pa yung mga dapat mabago dun sa nangyari. Then, communicate and inform everyone, no? Kung ano yung lesson na natutunan. Then, of course, yung data na kinolect natin, study yan para i-ano natin yan, no? Incorporate natin dun sa incident response natin at para maging proactive tayo na i-apply natin kung ano yung natutunan. And then lastly is assess and address lahat ng loopholes, no, including dun sa process, sa technology, and then sa people, no. And then we have sa advancement ng technology, no, meron na tayo ngayong artificial intelligence and machine learning playbooks, no. So ito naman is nagbe-base siya dun sa technology-based, no, incident response. So, ina-analyze na nila kung ano yung nangyayari and then they will actually have predict, no, ano yung next course ng attacker because of those reference to MITRE attack, ano yung pwede nalang gamitin, and then it can create, no, automatic incident response, no. Then, let me just show you ito yung mga cyber threat, no. So, in the middle is actually yung company namin, no. So, this is a portion of live attacks na nangyayari, no. So there's different companies na provide na ito. Ang napili ko is actually yung Checkpoint and yung FireEye and then yung company namin, no. So as you can see, no, live yan, no, nangyayari na ina-attack, no, yung system, no, nung mga iba't iba from different countries, no. And then ito naman yung parang approach, no, ng different universities, no, studies, no, ano nangyayari sa mga cybercrime, no. And pag nakita nyo dyan, yun yung magkano yung cost, ano yung mga type of attacks, and ano yung effect, no, sa organizations, no. I will not go through, no, meron namang mga slides din dyan na makikita nyo. And ito naman yung 5 emerging attacks, no. Wait, may nakikita ba kayong slide na dun sa gitna ng ano? Sorry. Audible ba ako?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay,
Audible.
sorry. Okay. Ito yung 5 emerging cybersecurity threats, no, for this year, no. Number 1 is yung deepfake and deepfakes and deepfake voice technology, no. It was discussed earlier, no, dun sa PDPA, no. Yung mga nag-ano ng mga parang ibang muka, natatawag sa ng FaceTime pero ibang muka, no. It's actually deepfake na facial, no. And yung deepfake voice, yung mga pag tumawag sa inyo parang mga robot, no. Pero actually those are AI, no, AI and machine learning technology yung ginagamit nila, no? So this is already used by cybersecurity actors, no? Then meron tayong synthetic identities, no? So mixing yung real sa yung fabricated na information, no? Para mag-create siya ng persona, no? So gagamitin niya yan to attack, no? Then meron tayo yung mga AI powered na, no, na cyber attacks. And then umaano na rin yung vehicle cyber attacks, no? Kasi marami na rin yung mga connected vehicles, no? And of course na-discuss yung attacks kanina under doon sa presentation ni Sir Kenneth, no? Yung sa clouds, no? There is also attacks na tinatawag natin cloud jacking. So these are just statistics, no, get from hackmageddon.com, no? Cyber statistics from 2018 to 2021. So these are the list, no, ng cybercrime statistics, no. Ang average cost ng data breach is actually $4.24 million US dollars. So identifying and containing a threat is actually take 287 days, no. Imagine gaano katagal, no? Almost 1 year mo. Minsan natutulog na dyan sa network mo, hindi mo pa alam, no? Or na-identify mo pero hindi mo ma-contain, no? So it takes 285 days in average, no? And yung DDoS attack it was established, no, na magiging 14.5 million, no, by 2022. And then yung ransomware damage will be around 20 billion, no, last year, no. And then yung COVID-19, no, 44 million attacks on the first 3 months, no, on pandemic, no. So laki ng impact ng COVID. And then yung IoT, no, 5,200 attacks each month. And then yung cybercrime is valued at 6 trillion in 2021, no. So making it the third largest economy, no, after US and China. So hindi mo mapigilan talaga yung mga cyber attackers, no, kasi it is there's a money, no. There's money inside, no, dun sa market na to, no. And in 2025, no, it is estimated to be 10.5 trillion, no, in 2025. So common types of cyber attacks, I will not just basically I will just run through, no. So tinatawag nilang malicious, no, malicious software or yung mga ransomware, or meron na silang tinatawag ngayon na MAAS, no, yung malware as a service, no. So pwede ka na mag-arkila ng malware ngayon, no. And then meron tayo yung phishing, email, SMS, phone, social media. Meron tayong mga unprotected sockets. Meron tayong mga remote connection, no, nangyari sa COVID. Meron tayong mga removable media, yung brute force or dictionary keylogger. Yung brute force is ito yung mga nagtatry ng password, no. So yung mga common password nakukuha nila kagad. Yung dictionary naman is nagtatry ng mga common words, no, or phrases. Yung keylogger are more sophisticated kasi in-install to sa PC and they actually read what you are typing, no. So yung mga keylogger. Then meron kayong cross-site scripting, SQL injection, and DNS tunneling, no. Then yung man-in-the-middle attack. And then meron yung drive-by download. So ito parang napadaan ka lang, na virus ka na, no. And then yung mga software vulnerability, yung mga hindi nag-update. Then yung tatawag nating DDoS or DOS, denial of service, saka distributed denial of service. And of course, yung IoT-based attack, no. So dumadami na siya. And lastly is actually combination na to, no, yung social engineering. So ito yung list ng mga vulnerable ports, no. So I will just run through. So ito yung mga common, no, na tinatry ng mga attackers, no, na pasukin, no. So ito yung mga common ports, no. So ito yung mga vulnerable, no. So ito yung mga sa mga IT networks, this is the ports, no, na talagang they try to protect, no. Then ano ba yung mga cybersecurity best practice? So number 1 is yung keep up software up to date, no. Number 2 is invest on securing your net connection. Use antivirus, anti-malware, or anti-adware. Keep hardware up to date. So this one is keep hardware up to date is mahirap siguro, pero actually kaya siya nilagay dito is may mga hardware kasi na hindi na pwedeng i-update yung software, no. So nagiging issue siya, no, kapag merong vulnerabilities na yung software na yun. Then meron yung check before you click, no. Bago ka mag-click, check mo muna yung mga link, no. Then only check HTTPS on websites, no, or yung merong logo ng lock, no? So use yung VPN, update passwords regularly, be informed, attend webinars, seminars, trainings, always scan, no, external storage devices, disable wireless connection when not in use, your Bluetooth, your wireless LAN, avoid, no, as much as possible, avoid using public networks, no? And back up your data, avoid opening suspicious mail, encrypt your files, store sensitive information securely, avoid, what happened? Ito pala. Always think that someone will try to attack you online. No? So this is a mindset. No? And enable two-factor or multi-factor authentication. I will not explain all kasi medyo ano siya, haba siya. So these are the applicable standards, no, sa cybersecurity. And marami siya, no, kaya lang sinimplify ko na lang, no, ano yung mga common. So ano ba yung concept ng standard, no? So standards are not pure, no, but a defensive approach to counter yung cyber attacks. This is understanding in and managing yung risk, no. It's not really a solution. So let's start with NIST, no, or National Institute of Standards and Technology. It was actually discussed earlier ni Sir Kenneth also, no, part ng discussion na. So yung NIST, meron silang tinatawag na Cybersecurity Framework 1.1. No? Ito summarize lang to, marami actually dun sa loob. No? So ang main concept nila is identify, protect, detect, respond, recover. No? So ito yung talagang main aspect ng framework. No? So first, identify yung mga asset, then protect yung mga identified asset, then i-detect kung merong uma-attack. No? And kapag may uma-attack, we need to respond. And then once we respond, we need to recover. So this is actually yung cybersecurity framework ng NIST. No? You can find them online. No? So eto naman yung ISO 271 and 2702. No? So yung ISO 2701 is more on the IT network. No? Yung NIST, the first one I show, is can be used in IT network and but was actually prepared for critical infrastructure. No? So yung ISO 2700 is specification for information security management system. So yung 2702 is yung code of practice, no? Kung paano mo ipapractice yung nandun sa 2701, no? And yung 2701 is siya yung merong certificate. 2702 wala yung certificate, no? Pero it comes together, no? Kailangan mong gamitin yung 2702 to comply ka dun sa 2701. So pag kinumpare natin yan, yung merong overlap, no? Yung standards na yan. NIST from the US standard and ISO is actually from European standards, no? And NIST is risk-based framework developed for critical infrastructure. Walang certification yan. Yung ISO 2701, 2701 is actually risk assessment and risk treatment plan, no? Meron siyang certification, and NIST CSF is a good indicator in terms of maturity level, no, nung enterprise or ng company, no. And ISO 2700 is yung guide ng companies how to address, no, yung cyber security management. Then we have IEC 62443. So this is also prepared for critical infrastructure. So these are the list, no, inside ng standard, no. Meron siyang general, policies and procedures, may system, components and requirements. So these are the list of standards na nandun sa loob, no, ng IEC 62443. No? So if we summarize it, is actually general. These are the foundational requirements. No? And organization level naman yung policies and procedure, no? Yung -2. Yung -3 naman is to yung mga system requirement. No? And then yung -4 are the component requirement. So basically yung general are yung fundamentals. No? And then yung policies and procedures are these are the applicable to asset owners. No? And then yung system requirements applicable to sa mga system integrator. And then yung component is yung product manufacturer. So basically yung standard meron siyang level no ng maturity nung paano mo na secure network mo no. Meron siyang level 1 to 4. Level 0 is walang protection. Like for example, foundational requirement niya, level 1 niya is may password ka at meron kang username. So they call it level 1. Ngayon kapag halimbawa, ginawa mo yung product, meron ka ng on the component level, meron na siyang password at username, level 1 ng security level nun. No? So built-in na, no? Hindi na kailangan ng external devices sa equipment. No? Ngayon, nung dineploy yung equipment, ang gusto ng halimbawa asset owner, level 3. No? Pero yung product mo, level 1. So pwede natin yung dagdagan. No? Halimbawa, dagdagan natin na equipment na naproproduce ng multi-factor authentication, no? So, ang nangyari, pinagsama siya, naging level 3, no? So, ganun yung aspect ng standard na to, no? So, yung level na yon is to follow, no? Dun sa requirements ng asset owner, no? Sa pababa siya. From asset owner, pupunta sa system integrator, pupunta sa product manufacturer. Ito yung requirement ko. O yung mga policies or procedure na gusto kong mangyari sa assets ko, no? Then yung solution is from product manufacturer papunta ng system integrator. Si system integrator yung mag-enhance, no? Kunyari hindi kaya ng product manufacturer, enhance na system integrator hanggang siya ma-approve ni asset owner. So ganito na pa-function yung standard na to. Then meron tayo yung HCEN 30364. This is for IoT devices naman. So these are the list dun sa ETSI, no, na kailangang i-follow nung gumagawa ng mga IoT device. And one of the major changes here is yung wala nang nilabas doon is yung no universal default password. No? Kasi nangyari nung initial ng mga IoT device, meron silang mga default password. So nangyari, yung default password na yun, same product, pag binili mo, default yung password niya, the same. So nangyari, yung IoT device na yun, madaling ma-compromise. No? Kasi alam mo yung password. Kapag bumili ako ng product na yun, kung hacker ako, alam ko na pag meron ka nun, pareho tayo ng password. So saka pangalawa, yung keep software updated. No? I will not elaborate sa lahat. No? Pero ito yung measure na nilabas na no? Para dun sa IoT devices. No? Kasi dumadami na yung attack sa IoT. Then in Singapore, we have what we call cybersecurity labeling scheme, no? Or yung CLS. No? So yung 1 star, no? Ito dapat nag-meet dun sa binanggit ko, no? Yung EN 303. Dapat nag-meet siya sa requirement na yun para ma-approve ni Singapore ng level 1 star. No? So tawag natin yan yung basic security requirements. No? Then yung pangalawa naman, dapat nag-meet siya dun sa requirement ng ETSI at pangalawa, life cycle requirement. Life cycle is actually yung process ng manufacturer to. No? So from paano sinimulan hanggang paano natapos, no? So ano ba yung security na ginawa dun sa product, no? So kung meron ka nun, may security by design ka, magiging kasama ka dun sa 2 star, no? Kapag na-meet mo rin yung ETSI, no? Which is by default mamimit mo siya kasi meron ka ng built-in security. Then yung 3 star naman, meron kang yung dalawa na nabanggit ko plus yung software binary analysis, no? So ang tawag naman diyan, absence of common software vulnerabilities, no? Kasi may mga like yung mga Windows, Linux, meron niyang mga common vulnerabilities, no? Dapat na patch na 'yon, no? Bago pa siya deploy kung ginagamit ng IoT device 'yon. So pwede ka mapasama sa 3 star. 4 star naman kapag kasama na dun sa tatlong test na 'yon, yung penetration testing, no? So ito naman lumalabas na resistance against common cyber attacks, no? So ito yung standard ng Singapore sa mga IoT devices. So you can see this mark, no? So kung bibili kayo ng mga devices na IoT, tingnan nyo yung mga star level, no? So ito yung level na yan, no? So pag walang ganyan, ibig sabihin walang basic security requirements yung product na bibili nyo. So this is Singapore, no? Singapore cybersecurity landscape, no? In 1993, no, lumabas yung Computer Misuse Act, no? So this was parang rinopose ng Singapore Police Force para magkaroon ng mandate about unauthorized access and modification of computer materials. Sumunod naman yung Personal Data Protection na Act or yung PDPA. So this was discussed earlier by Engineer Paolo. So wait. So basically nagkaroon ulit ng 2018 yung Cybersecurity Agency. So ito naman yung Cybersecurity Act. Sila naman yung nag-oversight and maintenance of national cybersecurity in Singapore. So these are the laws governing cybersecurity in Singapore. So other notable standards NIST 853 So this are for controls sa federal government about critical infrastructure. Yung -82 naman is roadmap naman para sa ICS or yung Industrial Control System. Then yung CIS Critical Security Controls, ito naman yung mga set of action para sa mga organization against cyber attack vectors. And then meron tayong IECEP or yung IEC 62351 or IEEE 1686. Ito naman yung standard aim on protecting national power grid. Then yung NIS directive naman is legislation to bolster cyber security in European Union. Then yung kanina yung MITRE attack, ni-use siya as reference. And then itong NIST 8374 aim to helping organization to manage risk and ransomware attacks. Then itong API 1164 for oil and gas, TS 50701 for railway, and then yung EC 61162 sa marine automation. Meron din tayo na IMO 2021. This is applicable to marine environment. Merong IMO 2021 cybersecurity. Then maturity level, may tinatawag na level 1. So ito naman yung technology takes care of cybersecurity. So bahala na sa technology, ang tawag natin dyan, level 1. Pero kapag level 2 naman is leader takes care. So kapag yung leader na nag-take care, including technology, level 2 yan. So yung level 3 naman is yung cybersecurity is everyone's responsibility. So yung mga compliance natin, may checklist tayong pinuprovide, help natin yung organization, anong level na. So makikita natin based dun sa compliance nila dun sa mga standards, kung anong level yung maturity level ng isang organization. So ito yung naging landscape ng cybersecurity. So nag-start siya 1970s pa yung ARPANET. So may tinatawag tayong the Creeper and the Reaper. So merong lumabas na parang the Creeper. So nakikreep siya dun sa network ng ARPANET. And then yung the Reaper is actually the one who actually trying to kill yung Creeper. So ito yung simula ng parang attacking. Pero wala pang internet that time. Then yung 1980s nagkaroon ng antivirus. So yung first commercial antivirus was released no 1980s. I think 1997 yata o 1989. Then 1990s I think mga 1997 or 98 yung first commercial firewall it was released by Checkpoint. Pero before that actually meron yung firewall na to is actually version 4.0 na Meron pang mga firewall na ginawa na pero hindi pa siya na-release as commercially. So meron din tayo yung year 2000 na lumabas na yung mga patches so mga para pagdagdag ng mga security. Then yung 2010 ito na yung mga lumabas na yung maraming klase ng cybersecurity facilities or integrated security solution including na yung mga threat intelligence, multi-factor authentication, behavioral analysis. Then in 2020 yung mantra na is zero trust. So meron ng zero trust, micro-segmentation, meron tayong artificial intelligence detection technology. So ito na yung landscape. So what is a zero trust? So all users within outside the organization network shall be authenticated, authorized, and continuously validated before granted or keeping access to application or data. So kung napapansin nyo, halimbawa yung computer nyo, no, nag-shutdown kayo ng umalis kayo sa upuan nyo, 15 minutes after, pagbalik nyo, kailangan nyo ulit mag-enter ng password. No? So part yan ng authentication, authorization, and continuously validated na kayo pa rin yung nag-access. No? So the same case with the other application na ginagamit nyo. No? So ganyan yung zero trust. No? Then, yung Palo Alto, naglabas siya ng 5 steps. So these are the 5 steps no, ng paggawa ng methodology. No? Itong presentation na to will be shared, so I will not discuss everything. No? Pero let's go to number 4. No? Zoom in tayo sa number 4. Ito yung create zero trust policy. No? There's a Kipling method. No? So you can, this is who, what, when, where, why, and how. No? So who can access? No? Isipin mo, sino ba ang dapat mag-access? No? So, anong application lang yung pwede niyang i-access? No? Kailan siya pwedeng mag-access? No? So, may mga limitation. No? Hindi pwedeng, nabawa, pre-set mo na etong user na to, sa office lang siya pwedeng mag-access. So, paglabas ng office, hindi siya pwedeng mag-access. No? Where, no? Where is the packet destination? Saan pupunta yung mga ina-access mo? And why, no? At bakit papunta doon? No? Yung mga data o yung mga information na kinukuha mo or pinapadala mo. And how? No, how is the packet accessing the protected services? So this is yung part ng zero trust. No? So basically, it will protect no yung from layer 1 to layer 7 no, ng OSI level natin. So mayroon tayong tinatawag na deception technology. No? So in deception technology is a cyber defense no, to lure attackers to traps and decoys diverting the attacks away from the real assets. No? So, ang deception technology, meron kang lure. So, halimbawa, ako, gumawa ko ng virtual machine, which is actually, diniscuss kanina Sir Kenneth, no? Pwede kang gumawa ng virtual machine, no? So, gumawa ko ng virtual machine, ang ginawa ko, nilagyan ko ng mga fake, no? Or lures. No? Halimbawa, meron akong credentials doon, may mga files ako doon, para ma-bait ko, no? Yung attackers, no? So, yung attacker, ma-bait siya, no? From the internet, na meron ditong vulnerable na mga assets. So i-attack niya. Pero itong mga assets na to are lures, binibake niya para pumunta siya sa breadcrumbs or decoys and decoys. No? So yung breadcrumbs naman is parang mga ibon, di ba? Pag gusto niyo pauwiin na, lalagyan niyo ng mga breadcrumbs, di ba? Para pumasok. So ito rin, breadcrumbs is parang ito yung mga vulnerabilities ng system na parang na-force mo yung attacker na sumunod. No? So doon siya pupunta. So actually pupunta siya sa decoy, no. So fabricated system to, no, or software, no, presenting as a target pero actually it's not a real asset, no. And these are what we call the decoy facilities, no. Pero ito ina-access din to ng decoy and deception analysis and management, no, para makita niya anong nangyari. And as you know, no, kapag may pumasok dito, automatically sigurado hacker yan. Kasi these are vulnerabilities, no? Walang papasok dyan na hindi hacker. Sigurado yan, hacker yan. No? So, meron din tayo natin na sandbox. No? Yung sandbox naman is nagbi-mimic siya ng mga OS. No? Ang gagawin niya, sinesafely execute niya no? Yung suspicious code. So, doon niya padada para papafunctional niya yung malware or yung virus doon sa loob, hindi na makakalabas. No? Kaya siya sandbox. Then this is what we call deception asset. No? So in deception asset is detect virtually all attacks. No? Kasi like I said, kung pumasok dyan, attacker. No? Then protect networks from future attacks kasi nakikita nyo paano ginawa. No? Natututo ka. No? Then learn hacker tactics, tactics, and procedures. And then of course, improve yung threat intelligence natin with artificial intelligence and machine learning capability. No? So, and then, ito yung real asset mo, no? Hindi siya nagagalaw. So, nagkakaroon ka ngayon ng advantage with mean time to detect. No? Alam mo na kagad. No? Mabilis na yung magiging factor mo kung the same attacker will actually use the same tactic. No? And then, mean time to know. Alam mo na kagad. No? And then, mean time to respond. Kasi alam mo na yung gagawin niya, meron ka ng way to respond dun sa attack na yun. So, these are a way no, for deception technology to help in cybersecurity. No? Then, what is the impact of cybersecurity, COVID-19? This is based on an article no, written by Cedric Nabe of Deloitte. No? So, more than 500,000 were affected by breaches from February to May 2020 using yung mga conference platform, tulad nito, no, mga Zoom. So yung mga personal data was used. No? Then 47% of individuals falls for a phishing scam while working at home. No? So malaki siya, no? Parang 1:2, no? Then prior to pandemic, about 20% of cyber attacks use previously unseen malware, no, or methods, no. So may mga bagong malware, pero during the pandemic, no, bored yung tao, no, tumaas siya, no? Naging 35% yung mga hindi pa nasising na malware, no. So malaki yung impact na COVID sa cybersecurity. So let's go to IT security, no. I will just run through, no, kasi I want just to go through para maintindihan natin, no, yung epekto nito sa converged network. So information technology, as we know, ito yung use of computers to process, store, retrieve, and exchange, no, all kinds of electronic data and information. So information was taken from data, no, process data yan ng information. So these are the components, no, ng IT technologies, no, or yung information technology components, no. So familiar naman tayo lahat diyan. Then IT security management, no. So yung IT security management is actually yung policies and procedures to control, no, implemented to secure the informational assets against threat and vulnerabilities, no. So yung basis nito yung tinatawag nating CIA, no. So confidentiality, integrity, and availability. So these are the part nung no, security management, itong list na to. So there's a lot of list, no, na part nung paano mo si-secure yung IT mo, no, IT network mo. So yung ISO 27001, no, 27001, no, is actually an NIST cybersecurity framework, are the widely utilized, no, global standard for IT cybersecurity. No. So network security, no, we use firewall. No. So these are devices that to prevent unauthorized access to a network. So they do a threat defense, logging and audit, rule-based solution, patches and updates for new threats. No, basically, meron tong may role yung tao dito, no, kasi siya yung naki-create, no, rules, no, sino yung pwede mag-access, sino yung hindi pwede mag-access. So yung weakness niya is yung no, evolving threats. No. So kasi may mga threats na tatag nating zero day, no? So hindi pa alam ni firewall, so na-attack siya dyan. No? And then of course yung human error, no? So halimbawa, nagkamali si IT manager mo, nalagyan niya lang access yung tao na walang access, and these people has been compromised, no? Ma-access yung firewall mo, no? Then yung mga potential vulnerabilities niya, yung mga inside attackers, no? Insider attackers. And then yung DDoS, no? Kasi ang problema dito, no, yung firewall kasi is naapektuhan siya ng network, no. So yung capability niya is pwedeng pag nag-DDoS, no, yung marami, no, nakakalag yung network, nawawala yung niya, no, yung pagiging parang stringent niya sa process, no, kasi hindi niya na nababasa. Then of course yung mga malware and outdated patching configuration, no, kapag hindi siya ina-update. So may tinatawag naman tayo yung next generation firewall, no. So these are the difference between yung firewall and next generation firewall, no. I just will highlight yung working layer, no. Yung traditional firewall, layer 2 to 4 lang, no. Pero yung next generation firewall is layer 2 to layer 7, no. And then yung reporting niya, customized na. And then yung throughput and performance, no, meron medyo na siya, no, stable and flexible, no. Pag may mga additional service, no, parang in a way na solve na si DDoS, no. Itong mga next generation firewall, and of course meron siya, no, intrusion prevention system, no, yung next generation firewall. So like was discussed by Sir Kenneth kanina, no, yung mga cloud, no, meron silang tinatawag na IPS saka IDS, no. So these are yung IPS. Yung IPS naman is tinatawag nila yung intrusion prevention system, no. So ito naman, security tool to monitor a network for malicious active to report, no? Report, block, and wrap. So means to detect and protect, no? So na-detect niya at the same time, na-protect niya, no? So identity, may signature base, may acknowledge base, sa policy base, no? So pwede nating ilagay yung policy, no? So this is a human policy base. No? So may weakness din siya, yung mga false positive, no? So minsan kasi may mga, alam mo yun, pag masyadong mahigpit, hindi naman pala attacker, nagkamali ka ng 5 beses ng pasok ng password mo, false positive, mag-alarm na, no? So, pero pwede rin siyang makapag-slow ng network, no? So yan yung weakness, no? Ang potential vulnerabilities ng IPS is outdated, no, ng patching sa configuration. So piniplace siya, no, before ng firewall, no? Mauna siya, no? Before ng firewall para makapasok ng network. Then yung tinatawag naman nila na, ito pala, yung IPS can mitigate attacks on IT networks using this, no? Then yung intrusion detection system, yung IDS naman, diniscuss din to kanina sa cloud security, no? So yung IDS naman is yung network security that monitors the traffic for suspicious activity, no, and alerts, no. So basically, detect siya, no. Wala siyang hindi niya kayang i-protect talaga yung network. Parang meron ka lang information na someone actually attack your network, no. So yung mga weakness na ito yung dalawa, no. Isang false negative saka false positive. Yung false positive is hindi naman totoong attack, no. Yung false negative is na-attack ka na, hindi mo pa naalalaman. Then yung potential vulnerabilities niya is the same, yung outdated, no, hindi siya napapatch or nako-configure, no, or mali yung configuration niya. So punta tayo sa email security, no. So email security, ito yung mga pre-prevent niya, no? Ito mga list na to, no. So kung napapansin niyo, meron kayong biglang nabablock na ano, no. So ito yung ginagawa niya, no, enforce encrypted connection, encrypted email, creating strong passwords, meron kang two-factor or multi-factor authentication, meron kang train or item phishing, merong use domain authentication, no. So ang weakness na ito, human error, no. Pag may mga biglang nakiklik pa rin, no. So kung napapansin nyo, no, minsan meron kayong mga spam, no. So automatically na detect na nila kung galing sa ano, no. Ito yung part na nung email security, no. So part na siya nung tapos minsan pag nag-open ka ng mga application mo, no, sa email, no, may lalabas na biglang sabi i-authorize mo yung ano mo, no, application, no. Either may second factor, tatawagan ka or text ka, ipaput mo yung code, no. So part yan ng email security. So ang potential vulnerabilities niya again is yung outdated patching sa configuration, no, kung ayaw nyong i-update, no. So meron din tayo tinatawag na network segmentation, no. So ito naman yung dinidivide mo yung network, no, to smaller pieces, no, para physical or logical, no. So may tinatawag tayong VLAN sa yung mga subnet, no. So para separate, no, yung mga access, no. Kumbaga ginugroup mo yung mga grupo ng tao, maybe by department or by certain role, no, para lang wag ma-access yung ibang layer ng network mo, no. So ang new approach naman sa network segmentation, yung tinatawag nating micro-segmentation, no. Kasi ito naman napupunta na dun sa application, no, o yung workload, no, hanggang application. Kaya niya nang i-segment, no, ihiwalay. Then meron din yung natawag ng mga bagong network na yung software defined, no. So enable niya yung multi-tenancy, no? So different virtual networks, no? Pero isang physical infrastructure lang yung ginagamit. So yung new approach is actually based na dun sa zero trust approach na tinatawag natin. So parang wala na tayong pagkakatiwalaan in terms of our data, no? So meron din tawag na NAC, no, yung network access control, no. So this is visibility into devices and using users trying to access the network, no. So pinibigyan natin yung sinong pwede at sinong hindi, no. So meron tayong pre-admission saka post-admission, no. So evaluate muna kung pwede siya, then post-admission kapag nandoon na, i-authenticate mo yung user, no. So kunyari nakapasok na siya pero may pinapasok pa siyang ibang network, i-authenticate mo rin, no. Hindi siya basta-basta makakapasok hindi porket nabigyan mo siya ng access, no. So ito yung ginagawa ni NAC, no, o Network Access Control, no. So nasasama rin siya sa partly ng segmentation, no. Pwede niyang gamitin to para mahiwalay yung network, no. So ito yung mga ginagawa niya, no. I will not elaborate na, no. Bibigay na lang sa inyo tong copy na to. Then meron tayong tinatawag na application security na, no. So yung process ng developing, adding and testing security features within the application na, no. Kasi habang tumatagal gumagaling yung mga hacker, no? So ito na to prevent yung vulnerabilities nung against sa threats, no. So number one dyan yung authentication, no. So yung username nyo saka password, no. And then dumami na yung multi-factor, no, authentication, which includes your password, your mobile devices, no, yung thumbprint or facial recognition nyo, no. So nagkakaroon na ng additional, no, authentication. Then meron yung authorization, no. So comparing yung user's identity with the list ng authorized users, no. Miski nakuha mo yung password at username ko, kung hindi ka ma-authorize kasi hindi niya na-identify na kunyari itong user na to wala dun sa actual list, wala ding mangyayari dun sa pagpasok mo sa network, no? Then of course yung encryption, no? Yung traffic between the end user and yung kung cloud or yung data center mo, no? And there's of course yung logging, no? So ina-identify niya sino yung nag-access and paano, and then of course meron siyang timestamp, no? And application security testing, no, yung process to ensure that security controls are working, no. So tinatry natin palagi yan para malaman natin na gumagana yung application security. Then meron din tayong data loss prevention. So hang with me, napakarami po dun sa IT, no. Lumabas po to nung sa dami ng attack po, no. So basically all these solutions are overlapping each other, pero in a way complementing, no. So hindi siya talaga mapapalitan niya yung isa, no. So ito naman is incorporate niya yung mga policies, procedures, technologies to prevent data leakage naman, or misuse, no. So ito yung mga prevent end user from accidentally or malicious user to misusing the data, no. So it means compliance and regulatory standards, monitor critical file movement, and then ito yung email control and data encryption. So like I said, yung email security will be basically talking to this para magkaroon ka ng data encryption saka email control, no. Then yung data encryption, actually it was discussed din kanina, no. Yung data encryption is actually two password, one public and one private key, no. So etong private key parang in a way, no, ito lang yung pwedeng mag-open, no, ng information na pinadala mo. So ito yung tinatawag na data encryption, no? So nagkakaroon ka lang ng way to protect kung ano yung pinadala. So makikita nyo dyan sa sample, no? Yung private key is actually nandun lang sa taong nagpadala ng data, no? Pero yung public key will be sent dun sa pinadalan mo. Then eto, pamilya naman lahat yung VPN, no? So VPN provides online privacy and anonymity, no, by creating a private network from public internet connection, no. Actually, at the moment I'm using Oxia VPN, no, from my connection, no, kahit nasa bahay lang ako. Meron akong sariling VPN, no, to protect my connection. So ito yung minamask mo yung IP address, establish secure encrypted connection. Ito yung mga bali ina-hide niya, no, yung browsing history, IP address and location. So location from streaming devices and web activity, no? So mahalaga yung VPN, no? Then yung web security, no, act as a web proxy, no, sitting between users and the internet, no. So on-premise, cloud-based or software deployed within the user's browser. So ito yung mga principle, no, authentication, confidentiality, integrity, and availability, no. So ito yung mga list ng ginagawa niya. So like I said, ito pag nakita nyo yung key, no, nakalock na key, it means IECEPnational.com, mayroon siyang logo dyan ng nakalock, no, protected yung network, no. Then yung may IECEP.net natin, gumagamit siya ng HTTPS, no. So protected din, may security yung network, no. Isa yan sa part ng web security, no. Then yung wireless security natin, meron tayong 4 available, no. So ito yung list, no, yung WAP, WPA, saka WPA2 and WPA3. So basically ang way to approach with these standards is yung pinaka-latest ay yung pinakamaganda. Kasi yung pinaka-latest actually try to elevate, no, yung mga security risk na pwede doon sa WPA saka WP2, no. So at this stage, no, as much as possible, kung gumagamit kayo ng Wi-Fi, check nyo, no, dapat nandun kayo sa WPA2 or WPA3, no. yung WPA medyo outdated na talaga siya, no? So kung meron pa kayong WPA, ibig sabihin sobrang luma na niyang wireless nyo, no? So it might as well palitan nyo na. Marami pong murang wifi ngayon na may protection ng WPA2 at saka WPA3, no? So again, ito napakalaga nito yung patch software management, no? So kailangan po lagi nating i-update, no, lahat po ng software kasi majority ng updates are actually for security patches, no? Yung security patches
Ako din.
Oh, sorry. I think I was disconnected. No?
Ano nangyari?
Hello? Hello?
Na-disconnect po ata. Ay, sir, naririnig ka na po namin now?
Sorry, na-disconnect. I think, kasi yung VPN ko maigpit eh. Nagre-ano siya eh. Nagre-reconnect.
Lahat po ata, sir, na-disconnect po, no?
Sorry
naputol.
Nasa na ba ako? Paki-host ulit para dun sa sharing. Sorry nasa na ako? Nasa patch and software management na ba? Or wireless?
Ay, sir. Ito na po. Ayan po. Okay na po pala. Ay, sir, maybe we can proceed na po sa wireless part po.
Pwedeng pa-host ulit?
Okay po, sir. For a while lang po. Let's ask the committee po. To make everyone... Ay, sir.
Sorry
To the technical team po, can we request po to allow sharing screen po? I think it got lost po once more. There we have it,
po,
sir.
Sir Hendrix, and
Thank you, sir.
Nakikita na siya?
Yes, sir. Visible na po. Thank you po.
Okay. So, tapos na to, no? Is it correct? Tapos na yung wireless?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, patch and software management, no? So, yung patchware, no? Yung software management mahalaga siya kasi naglalabas yung mga software na mga patch and software update because merong vulnerabilities yung software na yun, no? So, kadalasan yung mga security updates is to protect yung software na yun, no? Sa mga bagong threats, no? So, kailangan mahalaga tong software and patch and software management, no? So, these are the ways, no? Exposure natin sa cyber attack. Then we go to device security, no? So yung device security, yung mga laptops nyo, no? Yung mga mobile devices, no? So we have antivirus and anti-malware, no? So ang pinagkaiba ng dalawa na yan is yung approach niya, no? Yung antivirus, ito yung nauna eh. So signature based yan. Yung signature based is basically merong way na, no? Paano mag-attack, no? May unique identifier na yung virus na yun. So nangyayari sa kanya, kilala na siya, no? So meron na siyang signature. So madali siyang makikita, no? So dinetect ng antivirus, block and remove threats. Yung anti-malware naman, ginagamit niya yung tinatawag nating heuristic based, no? So yung heuristic based parang more intelligence sa signature based, no? Ini-examine niya na yung code, no? Parang pag may suspicious dun sa properties nun, inaano niya, no? Pinapop niya na merong may ginagawa dun sa solution, no? At the same time, meron siyang sandboxing, no? So, kinukuha niya yung virus na yun para wag nang kumalat. And meron siyang traffic filtering and meron siyang scan detect and remove malware. So, basically, magkaiba to, no? So, hindi pwedeng porket may antivirus ka okay na, no? So, meron tayong mga nabibili dyan na mag-combine na, no? So, antivirus saka anti-malware, no? So yung mobile device security naman, ito yung mga ginagawa, no? So standard din, no? Parang ginagawa mo sa computer mo, no? Pero ito yung avoid public or open wifi, no? Yung mga pagda-download mo ng apps, no? And of course, yung mobile device encryption. So yung password, no? So password management, no? So meron tayong automatic frequent password change, no? Halimbawa, ang company nyo within 15 days, mag-change kayo ng password. May napapop up daw doon, no? Na yung password nyo will be expiring. No? So ito yung tinatawag nating automatic frequent password change, no? So meron din yung password vault, no? So ito naman nilalagay doon yung password, no? Sa vault na yon para maprotektahan yung mga password na yun. Meron din yung password reset saka secure sharing, no? So mahalaga to sa mga admins, no? Yung mga password reset saka secure sharing kasi yung mga admins kasi kadalasan, no, gumagamit lang sila ng parang same password, no? Para dun sa mga access nila, no? Then meron kang preventive and detective controls, no? And of course, yung role-based access, no? So kung ano yung certain role mo, yun lang yung pwede mo ma-access, no? So ito yung nagko-comprise ng password management natin. Then meron tayo how to create password, no? So include numbers and characters, no? And combination of uppercase and lowercase, no? Avoid real word phrases, no? Like yung mga phrases ng famous sa English or Tagalog words, wag na po natin gamitin yun, no? Kasi madali na siyang hulaan, no? And then never use personal information sa mga password, no? Password length should be at least 16, no? Actually, last year lang, no? 2020, I actually attended a cybersecurity seminar, not seminar, no? Training. Ginawa ng NTUC, I paid for this training. And at that time, no, ano lang niya is 8 characters, no? At that time, no? Pero ngayon, hindi na po ubra yung 8 characters. Masyado na pong maikli, no? Ang usapan na ngayon pahabaan ng password, no? So never repeat passwords, no? Although mahirap, no, but try not to repeat passwords, no? So basically parang gumawa ka ng password, eh. Kinuha kayo mga letter na diyan, no? Pag nakita niyo yan, ang hirap, no? Hirap paano niyo gagamitin yung ganyang password, no? Paano niyo tatandaan, no? Meron tayong tinatawag na password manager. So minsan ito, yung password manager helps you, no? Para maalala nyo. Enable user to store online account, no? Username, passwords in one secure place, no? So unique and complex passwords for different online accounts, no? Kahit na mahirap yung password, tandaan na nung system na yun, no? And it was tied up to your device, no? So yung device na naka-tied up doon and your location IP addresses, no? So magtatanong ulit yun kapag meron siyang nakita na parang iba doon sa ano niya, no? These are the famous password managers available, no? NordPass, Keeper, RoboForm, 1Password, McAfee. I'm actually using Norton, no? Yung Norton kasi Norton 360 combine siya, kasama yung password managers. Then we have multi-factor authentication, no? So ito yung additional security na lumabas, no? So is this what the user know? So alam natin, no? So alam ko yung user password ko, no? Saka username, no? That is what I know, no? What a user has, so either I have etong token or yung mobile ko, no, for authentication na second, no? And then what the user has is, no, kung ano ko, no, either my facial, fingerprint, no. So ito na yung tinatawag natin na multi-factor, no. Meron siyang 3-factor, no. What the user knows, what the user has, and what the user is. So compromise na ba yung email and password nyo? You guys go to this website, no? Type nyo yung email nyo. Lalabas dyan kung na-compromise na one way or another yung email nyo. Yung password nyo naman, kung naka-compromise or you're thinking of a password, you can type, no? Para makita nyo kung this password is easily been guessed, no? Or used by hackers, no? So ito yung website, no? So we go to physical security, no? Like I said, no, OSI level kasama yung physical level, no? So kailangan din natin protektahan yan sa cybersecurity, no? So we have surveillance system, we have access control, and we have security personnel, no? So we should install, no, access control and surveillance for any space with sensitive data, no? So any space, no, lahat, no, with sensitive data. And of course, leverage the data from the integrated system, no, to improve yung both physical and IT security. And synergy between dun sa IT leaders saka yung sa physical security, no? Hindi pwedeng magkahiwalay ito na hindi nagkakaintindihan, no, kung ano yung approach, no. So kailangan alam nila pareho, no, kung ano yung dapat protektahan. No? So kasama diyan yung data natin. No? And then of course, trained personnel, no, for cybersecurity best practice. So napag-usapan din kanina ni Sir Kenneth, no, yung security hardening. No? So ito yung mga way, no, to secure yung ano nyo. No? So these are the list, no, bigay ko mamaya yan, including the device, yung ano, no, yung mga port, no, na binablock, no, para wag magamit, no. So kasama yan sa hardening, no. Kasama yung physical, no, sa pagka-hardening, no. So physical access, no, physical security. Then ito yung overview, no, ng cybersecurity, no. So these are the solutions that I've discussed, no, to protect yung network natin, no, or yung data. No. So you have from your internet, your 5G. So you have your application and security, your database, your servers. You have your multi-factor authentication. You have your physical security. You have your IT security management, and you have your IT devices. No. So these are this, no, and of course your VPN. No. So yung encryption, remote access, no, pati yung encryption. And then sa IT devices mo yung antivirus at anti-malware. And of course, policies and procedures and people awareness and training. Like I said, meron tayong 3 pillars. Makikita nyo palagi dito yan na kailangan itong 3 pillars na to is always working together. So we go to social engineering. No? So it was discussed earlier by Engineer Paolo. No? So like I said, no, it relies on human error, no? Kasi social engineering, like kasi kanina, no, 98%, no? 98%, no, ng attacks rely on social engineering. So isipin niyo 'yon, 98%, no? So yung question ko sa inyo, no, will you trust this email address, no? Ang email is customer.service@unionbankph.com. So maybe you can answer dyan sa chat group, sa chat, no, kung will you trust this email address. No? Ayan yung email address na binigay ko. Will you trust this email address? No? So ito yung cycle, no? May cycle kasi yung social engineering, no? Number 1 yung investigation, no? So ito yung nagpe-prepare pa lang siya sa attack niya. No? So sineselect niya yung paano yung gagamitin niyang attack, ginagarden niya information, ina-identify niya sino yung kukuhanan niya ng information, no? Second is yung hook, no? Ito na yung deception to gain foothold, no? Para makapasok dun sa ano, no, nakikreate ka na ng story, paano ka makakapag-take control ng network mo, no? Then of course yung play, no? Ito na yung papasok ka na. So obtaining na yung information, no? Nakapasok ka na, expanding na yung foothold mo, in-execute mo na yung attack mo, and nagdi-disrupt ka na, no, ng business, no, or nagkukuha ka na ng mga data, no. And lastly yung exit, no. So ang purpose ng social engineering is walang trace, no, pero kadalasan nati-trace naman, pero walang trace. Pero yung point doon, pag nag-exit siya, kahit na-trace mo, nakakuha na siya ng data, no. So this is the life cycle ng social engineering, no. So we have baiting, no. Ito yung nagpipick dun sa victim's greed or curiosity, no. Yung parang ayan, halimbawa, etong USB na to, no. Ford, ilaglag ko to sa na may virus ako, ilaglag ko sa may premise na may dumadaan na mga Ford employee, no? Pwede na kunin yan, no? Kasi ano to, sa office namin to. So actually that was what happened to the Iranian Stuxnet, no? Yung Stuxnet nasa loob ng USB and they thought na sa employee, no? So ayan yung ginagawa nila. Or eto, no, curiosity, no, nanalo ka. So clinic mo yung link, no. Then meron tayong pretexting, no. Yung pretexting yung parang gumagamit na ng impersonate na, no. Ayan, mga police, bank persons, no. It was earlier discussed, no. Then yung scareware, no, yung bigla may lalabas at takutin ka, no. Tapos ang gagawin mo, download mo or click mo, no. So ito yung mga scareware, no. Bigla may lalabas na hindi nakagana, no. Then meron yung phishing, no. So yung phishing, ito naman yung nilulure ka, no, to attack, no, to give information, no. So I will show you some sample, no. Actually, this is the official website of Union Bank. So I use it from my mobile phone, no. So this is an actual email to me, sent to me by Union Bank. No? So if you can see, no, itong Metro Manila, PLDT Domestic, yung phone numbers, no, yung email address, no, is actually, no, the same dito sa email. No? Nandyan yung customer.service@unionbankph.com. Yung Metro Manila telephone number is 8841-8600. No? PLDT is 1-800-188-2277. So the same, no? Is the same, no? Tapos, meron pa sila nito, no? Protect yourself from scammers pretending to be real Union Bank, no? We will never ask your mobile number. We will never ask you to click on links, no? We will never ask you to personal details, no? We will never ask you to credit card number and expiry date, no? CCB, blah, 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 no? Be smarter than a scammer, no? Hashtag Union Bank anti-scam. So, ito yung na-receive ko na mail. So, ito yung tanong ko sa inyo. Will you trust this email? Nandiyan, no? Sinabi niya, customer.service@unionbank.ph.com, no? Pero once you scrutinize, no? Meron siyang sinabi rito, may nag-login daw sa sa account ko, no? Ito yung date, ito yung device, ito yung oras, no? Madaling araw. So, if you can see, this is the same email, and this is a video nung no? So, nung clinic ko, no? Clinic ko na yung mga information, no? So, pag tiningnan nyo yung link ng website, no? So, pag nandun kayo sa computer nyo, i-hover nyo lang, no? So, wag nyo i-click, i-hover nyo lang, lalabas yung link, no? So, yung link na lumabas is http, hindi siya safe, walang s, .gg.gg/xij, no? So, it's not actually a link going to Union Bank, no? And then, yung email na ginamit niya is sf@gcashonline.com, no? So, information inside ng email is correct, no? Yung information, no? Correct, no? Pero yung mga link is not actually pertaining to information na related dun sa correct information na binigay sa akin. No? So, yan yung isa sa mga example na we must examine everything. So, zero trust, no? Huwag tayong mag-trust. So, yung kanina, yung tanong doon is, you don't trust, no? Until you finally ma-check lahat. No? So, you don't trust yung email. No? You trust yung buong information kapag pinag-combine nyo. No? So, meron din tayong kinakawag na spear phishing. No? Ito naman, same ng phishing. Pero, ang nangyari is, yung identity or individual or yung brand is actually known, no? Or trusted by the recipient. No? Kunyari ako yun. So, known ko yung nag-email sa akin. No? Pero hindi ko alam, iba na pala yung gumagamit. No? Sa'yo naman yung spear phishing. No? So, paano natin prevent yung social engineering? No? Number one, think before you click. No? So, wag kang click na click. No? Number two is, yung personal information mo, wag mong ibibigay. Protect. No? Number three is yung zero trust approach. No? So, don't trust anyone sa information. Then, of course, use multi-factor authentication. And then, always keep up to date all your software. So this is how to prevent social engineering. Then security management, no, there's a level. No? There's a level of security management. No? So what we call SOAR, no? Yung security orchestration, automation, and response. No? So this is the collection of software, no? For solutions to protect, no? Yung environment ng system mo. No? So yung kanina, yung mga devices, those are devices na na-protect. Ito naman yung nagmamanage na. No? So basically yung SOAR, meron siyang incident response, threat intelligence, automation. No? So ito yung mga ginagawa niya. No? Threat and vulnerability management, security incident response, and security operations and automation. No? Meron naman yung tinatawag na SIEM or yung Security Information and Event Management. Ito naman yung set of tools na nag-offer ng holistic view, no? Ano yung nangyayari dun sa information, no? So makikita nyo dun sa picture, no? Yung different type of security devices, actually kinukombine niya yan. So real-time visibility ng security system mo, yung event log, ano yung nangyayari dun sa mga system mo. yung ano yung mga event no nangyayari doon sa between each devices mo no, saka yung automatic security event notification kasama diyan sa SIEM no. Again, in a way nag-overlap siya pero complementing lahat tong system na to no na binabanggit ko. Then meron din tayo yung tinatawag na SOC no, Security Operation Center no. So ito naman centralized operation function no. Nagpa-process nung basically 3 pillars na ng cybersecurity no. So continuous monitoring, improve security, preventing, analyzing, respond to cybersecurity incidents. No? So pag makikita mo dyan sa picture, actually kasama na dyan yung SIEM saka yung SOAR. No? Nag-ano sa kanya, nagko-combine sa kanya. No? Including yung research and development, including yung ticketing, saka yung mga knowledge base. No? So ito naman yung Security Operations Center. No? So na-discuss na rin to yung red and blue team, na-discuss ni dun sa IT versus OT na webinar natin no. So yung red team is actually ethically simulating attacks no. Attempting to identify and exploit potential weakness dun sa organization cyber defense no. Sila yung nagte-test ano yung strength ng cyber defense. Yung blue team naman are incident response no. Consultant that guides the IT security team in where to make improvement no. So basically nag hand in hand tong dalawa na to. Yung isa is simulating attacks, yung isa naman is incident response. No? Gagano siya ng paano mangyari. So, red and blue team. No? So, mahalaga na ngayon to sa mga enterprise, no? Especially if they don't have this threat intelligence no? Dun sa mga devices nila. Threat intelligence is more of like meron kang up-to-date. No? Ano yung nangyayari sa attacks na sa mga nangyaring attacks outside no ng organization nyo. So yun yung threat intelligence. So we go to IoT cybersecurity. So IoT, so I will not describe everything no, pero makikita niyo naman yung highlight diyan no. So ang IoT is exchange of data. More physical objects no, pero ang main function niya exchange of data no. So yung industrial internet of things naman is availability of data no? O yung IIoT na tinatawag no? Then meron tayong internet of robotic things o yung IORT no. Ito naman fuse ng sensor data no? Pinufuse niya yung sensor data to create a function no? O manipulate an object to move physically no. So yung IoT and IoT may application niya no? So yung mga application niya ito no, ginagamit na siya ngayon no. So predictive maintenance, asset tracking, facility management, mga smart sensors, smart machines. No? Yung predictive maintenance is more of like, I will put a sensor or smart sensor, halimbawa, railway application. No? Ang railway application, meron silang maintenance there na sinusukat nila yung distance ng relays no, sa isa't isa. Kasi yun yung dinadaanan ng tren, kailangan sakto yun. No? Para yung functionality ng train is efficient no. So kung lumalayo yun, medyo nahihirapan din yung train tumakbo no. So meron yan no. So ang ginagawa dati diyan na maintenance is tinatawag natin corrective and preventive no. So yung corrective is malayo na masyado, gagawin nila pagdidikitin nila no. Ilalapat nila dun sa tamang distance. Yung preventive naman is parang in a way is parang i-check nila nang wala pang sira, titingnan nila kung lumalayo na. So preventive yun para ma-prevent kung ano. So ngayon, kapag gumamit ka ng industrial Internet of Things, nilagyan mo ng sensor na yun at sinusukat niya yung distance, nire-report niya na. No? So predictive na siya, sinasabi na. So hindi mo na kailangan ng tao, in a way, safety na rin. No? Kasi hindi mo na kailangan padala palagi ng tao doon. No? Para sukatin, either is predictive or is it either is preventive or corrective no. So yun ang nangyari. Asset tracking, may mga asset tracking tayo sa oil and gas na ang nangyayari is pinapapunta mo pa yung tao no. So it's 200 kilometers away from a center ng ano no, pero malalayo siya pero ipapacheck mo no. Pero kung meron kang IoT device na nagre-report na nandun pa yung asset, it can help no efficiently no dun sa system no. And of course facility management and sa manufacturing, yung mga smart machines, no? Gumagamit na tayo ngayon ng mga smart machines, no? And they give data, no? To provide analytics, no? And give efficiency dun sa production. No? And merong risk, no, sa Internet of Things. Number one dyan, yung hindi pa kasi marami talaga yung may default password. No? So yung mga naunang na manufacture, no? Meron silang default password. Then transmission of non-encrypted data. No? Ito yung mga mina-manufacture na walang bit-level security. No? And then meron tayong patch management. No? Kasi hindi na uso yung patch management nung unang paglabas, no? Mga IoT devices. No? Then Internet of Things and 5G is actually connected to each other, no? Kasi majority ng IoT devices is using 5G, no? And this 5G is actually connected to certain clouds, no? So yung mga IoT management nasa cloud, pero ginagamit nila yung 5G to connect dun sa cloud na yan, no? So basically meron tayo yung tinatawag na 5G high throughput, no? And low latency. So napopromote siya ng real-time data sharing. No? So kung IoT ka, gusto mo 'yun, no? So real data sharing. So kaya mahalaga kay IoT yung 5G kasi nagagamit yung capability niya. Then yung high speed, no, connectivity, no, ng 5G. So nagpo-provide siya ng good communication path, no, sa IoT saka sa industrial Internet of Things. And then of course, adaptation of Internet of Things will be accelerated by 5G, no? So mas mabilis na yung functionality, not functionality, yung pag-adapt dun sa Internet of Things ng mga enterprise or ng ICS environment. So sa 3 pillars approach, babalik na naman tayo, no? So yung process natin, yung incident response and management, meron tayong maintenance, monitoring, analysis of audit logs, merong asset management. Sa technology, meron tayong AI or machine learning based threat management and intelligence, meron tayong device and application authentication, meron tayong applicable IT cybersecurity solutions, at meron tayong cellular network security, no? Kasi kumakabit tayo, and meron tayong cloud security, no? And of course, yung people, no? Yung security awareness, saka initiative and skills, no? How to use those IoT devices, no? So eto pa rin yung babalik tayo, no? Kahit anong klase, cybersecurity, babalik tayo sa 3 pillars, no? So first yung authentication, no? So babalik tayo dun sa something you know, something you are, and something you have, no? So yung password, private information, credentials, ito yung alam mo, ano ka, yung fingerprint mo, yung eye pattern, facial, or yung mga physical coordinates ng machine mo, kasama dan sa who you are, no? And then something you have, no? Yung mobile phone mo, yung token or mga digital keys, or yung email mo, no, to validate yung o to authenticate yung access, no. So meron din yan sa IoT dapat, no. Then cellular device security, no. So meron tayo yung SIM card, no. Kapag cellular may SIM card. So kapag mga enterprise o mga ICS, no, yung mga critical infrastructure, dapat nag-use kayo ng embedded SIM card, no? Yung kapag tinanggal siya, nagbe-break para hindi na siya magagamit, no? Kasi naka-register yung SIM card na yun as part ng connectivity mo sa network. Then, yung tinatawag natin na original na protection, no? Yung IMEE, no? Yung identity ng mobile, no? I-limit siya sa one device para hindi siya magagamit, no? Then, of course, yung tinatawag natin na cellular network firewall, no? Then data security, no? Yung eto ano to, no? Physical yung iba dito, no? So pag naglagay ka ng IoT device sa labas, dapat ano yan, no? Yung hindi basta-basta nakukuha, no? Hindi basta-basta natatanggal, no? Tapos kapag nawala siya doon sa place niya, nade-deactivate yung physical interface mo, no? Nawawala, no? And then meron kang encryption dun sa storage device na kunyari ang device mo na IoT, meron kang mga SD card, so yung mga storage device mo naka-encrypt, no? Or may tamper detection, no? Pag tinanggal, masisira na siya, no? May ano siya, merong alert kagad, no? Then of course yung software mo, no? Kailangan to na updated, no? Saka authenticated, no? Especially yung mga IoT device, may mga firmware yan, no? So yung mga bago diyan, inaaral ng mga hackers yan, no? Ano yung vulnerabilities niya, no? So may lumalabas na vulnerabilities. Basically, you have ito yung connection, no? So may IoT device ka, may 5G network, may cloud ka. No? So ito, secure network to kasi by default, kinoconnect to ng 5G, no? So and dapat kung IoT device ka, i-block mo yung voice, no? Saka yung SMS, no? Kasi nagagamit rin to as vector, no? Pwedeng tawagan yan, no? Kasi part yan ng services, no? So ipa-block mo, no? Sa mga network provider. Ang ma-attack dyan, no? Meron tayong tatawag na man in the middle, saka DNS spoofing, no? So pwede kang ma-attack dyan. No? So yung man in the middle is more of like yung information mo napupunta muna sa isang tao bago makarating. Yung sa kabila, pero actually lahat ng information was forwarded, no, dun sa isang network or sa isang tao. So ang ginagawa natin dito para maprotektahan is it authenticate mo yung device saka yung application dun sa cloud, no, para sila yung nag-uusap. So it was briefly discussed kanina ni Engineer Kenneth, no, yung authentication sa cloud, no, yung application, no. So the same thing, authenticate natin yung device na sila lang dalawa yung mag-uusap, no, yung IoT devices yan. Yes. Yes.
Maybe sir, napiglat lang po ni sir.
Okay.
Pwede na
Sorry.
po tayo
Okay.
mag-proceed.
Okay, next is i-put mo yung static IP, no, para ma-hide, no. Huwag ka gagamit ng dynamic, no. Kasi static IP para ma-hide mo yung device, no. Para hindi siya nakikita yung IP mo, no. Then of course, dun sa cloud, as much as possible, gumamit ka ng intra-cloud, no. Yung no public IP na nilalabas. Para maprotektahan mo yung information mo, no, pag gumagamit ka ng IT devices, no. And then, use VPN. Is partly part, no, para ma-secure natin yung IoT device sa cellular network natin. So ito yung application naman. Sa application naman dun sa mismong device, number one, utilize trusted cloud, no. Nag-host ng ng IoT application. Tapos hide mo yung mga virtual machine mo sa private network, no, using yung mga intra-cloud, saka use multi-factor authentication and logically separate services, no. Yung natawag natin kanina sa IT security, no, yung segmentation, no. So wag tayo mag-create ng network na isa lang yung network kasi madaling maka-lateral move yung attacker, no. Pag na-access niya isa, ma-access niya lahat, no. Then yung hardware security ng mga module, no. So ito yung hardware tamper resistant, no, ng mga devices, no, para dun sa so number one, yung cloud and container, no. So, hindi ko na-explain lahat. Makikita nyo yung explanation dun sa bawat yung public key, yung PKI na tinatawag natin, no. Saka yung CA, yung Certification Authentication, no. Then yung Privilege Access and Secret Management, no. So, ito to address yung insider threat, no. Then yung encryption and saka yung tokenization, no, yung paggamit ng token, no. Then yung key management, no. May key management policy yung system and digital signing and code signing, no. And then of course yung TLS saka yung SSL, no, application, no. So meron tayong mga encryption keys. And then of course yung ginamit kanina, no, yung IM, no, identification and authentication management, no. So it's part din ng presentation kanina ni Engineer Kenneth, no. Then this reference to IoT, no. Sa IoT kasi wala yung standard na kanina pinakita natin yung EN, no. Nahuli siya, no. So yung NIST reference natin, pwede tayong gamitin yung NIST dun sa pag-encrypt ng data, mayroon siyang policies dun, yung access management and password, software updates with encryption, intrusion detection, and secure manufacturing, no. So in a way, na-address na to nung EN, yung secure, hindi pa to na-address nung EN, yung secure manufacturing, no. So ito yung binibuild mo yung product, yung life cycle niya is meron ng built-in security, no? So kasama yan dun sa NIST saka dun sa IEC 62443 na standard, no? Yung sa device sa IEC 6244-4, no? Nandun din yung secure manufacturing. So pwede natin gamitin to secure yung IoT devices natin. Then of course, yung mga key factors, no, sa guidelines how to do cyber defense, no. So andyan yung list 1 2 3 4 5. I just enumerate the list dito, no. So yung offense informs defense. Ito yung threat intelligence, no. So pag may nalaman si threat intelligence na may umatak sa kanya, inform niya na kagad, no. May umatak sa akin na ganito, no. So na-inform na kagad si defense na okay, alam ko na yan. Sige, pag umatak dito, kilala ko yan, no. Then continuous monitoring, no. So yung tinatawag natin threat management, no. So kahit na may umaatak na, continuous pa rin yung monitoring natin sa system habang may umaatak, no. Then of course yung prioritization, no. Kasi sa IT, no. Sa IT kasi nangyari, once you connect a device, you need to secure, no. Halimbawa, kumonek ako ng computer, no. Walang prioritization niya, no. Kailangan secure. Pero dito kasi sa pagdating na sa IoT, saka sa OT environment, you need to check, no, ano yung pinaka biggest risk, no, dun sa no, sa mga devices mo, no, ipa-prioritize mo yan para alam mo kung sino ipoprotektahan na una, no. Then next is yung establish key matrix, no. Ito naman yung mga policies and procedures. And then of course, automate where possible, no. So yung etong automate where possible is to protect yung magkakaroon tayong AI saka machine learning, no, cybersecurity. Pinoprotect natin yung human error, no. So kasi nagiging na siya ng automatic. So again, babalik tayo dun sa 3 pillars, no. Technology, process, saka people. Ito yung guidelines ng cyber defense, no. So babalik tayo palagi dun sa 3 pillars na yan. So tapos na tayo sa IoT, punta na tayo sa OT, no. So yung OT, ang tawag diyan is operational technology, no. So it was differentiate, no, by Fung Jung Meng, no, no first day yung sa IT versus OT, the SCADA at yung sa SCADA networks, no. So yung OT in a way, no, is tinawag siyang operational technology because this is our hardware and software that has direct monitoring and control, no, sa mga industrial equipment, no. So ito yung mga SCADA, no, DCS, sila yung may direct control, no. So yung mga ICS natin na tinatawag, no, industrial control systems, no. Sila yung operational technology. So ito yung mga components, no. So yung highlight ko lang diyan is yung PLC, no, yung programmable logic controllers, and yung RTUs, no, yung remote terminal units, kasi sila yung common, no. So and then some are actually part of IT network but are functioning as part ng OT, no. So sa OT kasi it was discussed also yesterday, no, dun sa SCADA, yung tinatawag nating air gap, no. So air gap means wala siyang connection, no, sa internet, no. So OT security is composed of straightforward physical tasks, including ensuring that a machine repeats the same task correctly and continue to work as required, no. So ito yung ng OT, no. Kumbaga, kapag may IT security, ang sinasabi niya, puprotect ko yung data, no. Pag nakausap mo si OT security, ang gusto niya laging available yung mga machine ko, no, para gawin yung physical task nila and to continue and repeat yung same task na yon, no. So yun yung mindset nila magkaiba, no. So concluded, hindi sila dapat nag-uusap, no, sa nagkaroon ng air gap. Pero the same time, mayroong mga information na kailangan ibigay, no. So traditionally, yung OT networks are not connected to external networks or digital technologies, no. Pero in a way, there are some portion ng network na nakakabit, no, kasi may mga servers diyan sa loob niya, no. May mga SCADA servers, may mga historians, no, may mga databases, no. Meron pa rin diyan, no, na kailangan connect, no. So meron tayong tinatawag na data diode, no. So lahat naman tayo dito siguro electronics engineers, no, alam natin yung function ng diode, no. So diode is a hardware device na data diode, no, is which allows one-way transfer of data, no, and information, no. So benefits nito, no, yung manipulating is practically impossible, no, kasi there is a physical of the device. Siya, no, imposible na siya. Kasi pwede mo lang siyang gawin kapag pinasok mo mismo, no, yung network, no. So impossible na kumunik ka sa network pag may data diode, no. And most cyber attacks, no, kailangan ng control, no. So pag may control, meron yan two-way traffic, no. Kasi merong information na kailangan malaman ng attackers, no. So yung data diode, na-avoid niya, no, kasi nape-prevent niya yung pag-communicate ng mga malwares, no. And then of course, it reduces needs for updates and maintenance, no, kasi this is actually a hardware physical device na hindi na kailangan, no, kasi ang function lang talaga niya is padadaanin niya yung data from one point to another, no. So walang magagawa yung nasa kabila, no, kahit na pilit niyang i-access, wala siya. So hindi mo naman kailangan masyadong i-maintain, no. Ang disadvantage is yun nga, no, unidirectional yung traffic niya, no. So yung flow of data limited, no. So yung information natin na nakukuha hindi madami, no. So nagkakaroon ka ng parang hindi efficient, no, yung mga functionality mo baka kasi wala kang data to get kung paano maayos yung mga functionalities, no. And of course, hindi ito nagpo-protect ng standard protocol, no, na TCP/IP, no. So hindi masyado magagamit lahat ng standards or ng IT security products, no. Kasi ang IT security products are working on IT protocols, no, yung mga TCP/IP, HTTPS, no, and yung mga protocols ng IT security. So yesterday also it was shown by Mr. Meng, no, yung Purdue model, no, kasi ito yung standard ng no, ng ICS security, no. So basically meron kang IT dun sa taas, no, and meron kang OT, no. So actually itong sa gitna na to tinatawag nilang DMC, no. Actually ito level level 3.5 na. Kasi yung level 3 mo yung nasa baba niya, level 3.5 ang tawag nila diyan, yung DMC, no. So basically nandiyan yung mga devices na pwedeng kausapin ng IT, no, na part no operation, no. Pero pag naglagay ako ng data diode dyan, limited yung information na nakakuha ng mga devices na yan, no? O hindi siya makaka-access kagad dun sa loob, no? So ito yung reference ng ICS security in terms of cyber, no? So in a way, itong DMC lang yung napoprotect dun sa OT network, no? So yung DMC, basically ito yan, no? Ganyan yan. May IT network ka, so may OT network ka, na meron kang DMC, no? So yung DMC mo, meron yung historian dyan, nire-replicate niya dun sa kabila, no? So eto, kaya siya na-replicate, meron kang data diode, no? Pero pag tinignan mo yung position ng data diode, walang nakakausap sa loob, no? So in a way, air gap siya, no? Protected, no? So eto, this is how ICS environment was protected, no, for the longest time, no? Nung hindi pa nangyayari yung Industry 4.0 saka yung digitalization, no, yung tinatawag nating convergence ng IT sa OT, no? Then we have IT cybersecurity solutions, no. So ito yung functionality ng DMC, no. So in a way, air gap siya. So this is where information of OT network is protected, no? So hindi siya nakakonect, no? Then ano yung weakness, no, ng OT environment, no? Legacy system niyan, no? Kasi the function of Scala, no, is to do the same functionality, no, from day one hanggang sa masira siya, no. So you can see RTUs and PLC devices, no, maybe 10 to 15 years na nandun sa planta, no. So hindi na-update kasi natatakot sila na masira, no, or mabago yung functionality, no. So legacy, yan yung mga weakness niya, no. Malawa, latency concern, no. So ayaw nilang pahawakan kasi baka biglang bumagal, no? May ginagawang production, biglang bumagal, no? Or may ginagawa yung machine ng manufacturing, no? Or yung trend, biglang maputol yung signaling nila, no? Huminto yung trend, no? So may latency concern. So maraming epekto, no? Then may low saka or no encryption, no? So hindi encrypted to, no? Yung mga SCADA devices, no? Hindi encrypted, no? And then meron kang weak policies and procedures, no? Kasi hindi naman siya binild to be protected, no? Kasi nga air gap, eh. Ito yung mindset nila, air gap, no? So the policies and procedures are not really that strict, no? And then of course, less or no updates. Kasi nga Kung natatakot ka na sa latency, natatakot ka sa update. Baka biglang hindi mag-update yan or masira yung hindi mag-function yung equipment dahil nagkaroon ng update. So ayaw mo, no? And then of course, yung mga default configuration yan, nandyan yan. Hindi pinapalitan. Kasi takot nga sila na huminto yung machine. No? So ito yung mga problema ng ano. And of course, dahil air-gap siya, kinonect mo siya sa isang network. Wala kang segmentation. No? Kasi iniisip mo, hindi ka naman connected sa internet. So internet is the parang access ng ano, no? Cyber attacks. No? So ito yung mga weakness points niya. No? So ayan yung mga access. No? Air-gap ka, di ba? Pero may access pa rin ng attack. Number one dyan, yung removable B dyan. No? Pwede akong magkabit ng USB like what happened to Stuxnet. No? Air-gap siya, pero napasok yung network nila because of USB device na compromise. And then yung man in the middle, no? Hindi mo alam yung mga information mo na halimbawa, OT employee ako, no? Pero may device ako sa IT environment, di ba? And then I'm actually communicating, no? Using my email sa ibang mga may vendor, no? Napapadala ko ng mga information ng mga device ko. Yung man in the middle, nakukuha na pala niya yung mga information, no? So kung si man in the middle, nakuha niya yung mga information na hinahack niya yung nagagawa ng remote connection nyo, no? Mako-connect niya yung network habang halimbawa mayroon kayong preventive maintenance. And then merong secure access yung vendor mo, pero ang problema, na-hack yung mismong computer ng vendor mo. Nakakapasok na sila kapag na-access yung ng by man in the middle, no? So may mga connectivity yan. So yung attack sa access, hindi lang basta nangyayari dahil connected ka sa internet. Then of course, yung mga unprotected sockets, no? May mga protected sockets pa rin yung devices na nandiyan, no? May mga servers yan, may mga databases, so may mga sockets pa rin sila, no? Unprotected. No? So kaya pa rin yan pasukin ng mga internal threats, no? And of course, marami, no? Software vulnerabilities kasi nga hindi ina-update. So yan yung mga attack access, no, sa OT environment. So ang limitation ng industrial security is kasi yung cyber security skills sa OT not yet matured, no? Kasi yung mindset nga nila, no? Sa focus sila sa operational availability, no? Para sa kanila, OT environment is greater than IT. Machine outage is greater than email outage, no? So ganun yung mindset nila, no? So kung may data breach, wala siyang problema diyan, no? Basta gumagana yung machine niya, no? So mas mahalaga sa kanya yung gumagana yung machine. So ito yung OT environment. So iba yung mindset, no? Kaya hindi mo mamamatch yung IT cybersecurity kaagad dun sa OT environment. So ito yung mga OT challenges, no? Again, babalik tayo sa pillars, no? So yung mga policies and procedures, no? Maturity, not in line dun sa needs ng cybersecurity. No? Then of course, yung cybersecurity ng hygiene are not priority, no? Kasi nga sanay sila na they are air gap, no? Hindi connected. So yung cyber hygiene nila is not really in a way in line dun sa mga dun sa IT network, no? And then of course, yung utilizing IT cybersecurity, hindi siya applicable kaagad, no, sa OT environment. No? So hindi siya applicable kasi may mga devices na proprietary and mga protocols na proprietary. So hindi kaya ni IT i-protect yung mga environment na yan. No? So yung mga framework to strengthen, no, yung cybersecurity is etong NIST, yung NIST SFF is actually talagang ginawa siya for critical infrastructure. No? Although ginagamit din siya sa IT environment. And then of course, itong IEC 62443 is create din siya para sa industrial automation and control systems. No? Etong dalawang standards na ito. So kapag ginamit mo yung standard na to, ito yung talagang in a way, no, how to protect, which is sa ngayon, hindi pa talaga siya yung nangyayari sa OT environment. No? So meron kang visibility and risk assessment, meron kang patch management, meron kang vulnerability management, meron kang segmentation, meron kang threat detection, meron kang threat management, threat intelligence, saka yung skills upgrade, no, and trainings, no. Skills upgrade is because hindi lahat ng tao diyan maalam, no, sa cybersecurity, no. So yung paghahawakan mo ng mga tao diyan is separate from IT cybersecurity kasi magkaiba sila ng mindset, no. So hindi mo pwedeng pagsamahin kaagad diyan, no. So yung skills upgrade kailangan mong malaman yan, no. And of course, yung mga IoT devices, IIoT devices are new sa mga tao na to. So kailangan mo rin yung upgrade na yan. So eto kung paano natin ma-protect, no. So let's go to dadaanan ko na lang to. It was already discussed by Engineer Paolo. So digital transformation, no. So what is digital transformation? So this is about collecting and analyzing data to process it and manage the information, no, to improve process and productivity and efficiency, no. So anong advantage, no? So advantage is improve productivity and efficiency, increase data sharing, enhance flexibility and agility, no. So yung impact niya, operation expense is down, more investment sa professional mga professionals and technology, and of course nag-increase yung profitability, no, kapag nagpunta ka na ng digital transformation, no. And then what are the vulnerabilities, no, ng digital transformation? Una, yung converged network, no, na tinatawag natin sa cybersecurity, no. So meron siyang vulnerabilities doon, no. Then requirement of digital transformation experts and mentors, no. So kulang. So ayan yung medyo no, kasi pag kulang, hindi natututo, nagkakaroon kayo ng loopholes, no. Then of course, skills requirement for solution, deployment and implementation. So basically, no, digital transformation is now, no. Hindi na siya bukas, now na. Kasi as you remember, the pioneer of mobile phones is Nokia, no. Pero nasan si Nokia, no? Kasi to survive, need to adapt. Hindi nag-adapt sa Nokia. So yung mga enterprise ngayon that will not adapt for digital transformation will not actually survive, no? Kasi mauungusan sila sa mga services, no? Mauungusan sila sa mga products ng mga companies na nakakalaban nila, no? So mangyayari na to, no? Hindi na siya mapipigilan, no? And digital transformation and data science, no, na-discuss din ni Engineer Paolo about data science, no. But in digital transformation, this is the evolution of industries and enterprise through data science, no. Kapag kinumbay na natin yung digital transformation and data science, nagkakaroon siya ng evolution because of data science, no. Kasi nagkakaroon niya ng way, no, to have analysis, no, sa mga data, no. Ito si data science, no. And data science in a way connected with artificial intelligence and machine learning, no, and deep learning, no, sa magkakapatid diyan, no. And analyzing yung data saka yung mga no, information dito sa nakalist na yan, no. So basically I will show how is related tong data science and these different AI machines, no, and machine learning, no. So we go to industrial revolution, no. So industrial revolution actually already discussed, no. So nandito na tayo nga sa 4.0, no. So tinatawag nilang cyber physical space, no. So means yung cyber world nag-meet na sa physical world, no. So kung ano yung nangyayari sa kung ano yung attack na nangyari sa cyber can actually affect na yung physical, no. Yung nangyayari, yung manufacturing, yung pagtandar ng trend, no. So naapektuhan na. Kaya tinawag na nila na cyber physical, no, connected na, no. Ayun yung in a way definition ni IR 4.0, no. So in IR 4.0 actually this is the digital transformation of the industrial and critical infrastructure, no. So nagkaroon na ng interconnectivity, meron ng automation, meron ka ng Internet of Things, meron ka ng robotics, meron ka ng big data, meron ka ng AI, meron ka ng machine learning, no, doon sa mga critical infrastructure, no. So ano yung advantage ni IR 4.0, no? So automation, no. Andiyan na yung automation. Nandiyan na yung data connectivity, no. Nandiyan na yung availability of digital information, no. Meron ng speed sa efficiency, no, napaprocess na siya, no. And yung cyber physical system na binabanggit ko according to NIST, no. Ito yung no, definition, no. Smart systems that include engineered interacting networks of physical and computational components, no? Yung computational is yung computer network, no? So yung interacting na, no? Before, nung wala pang cyber physical, we call it air gap, no? Hindi sila nag-uusap, wala silang pakialam sa isa't isa, no? So basically, yung cyber physical is the core of the industrial revolution, no? Yung cyber physical system. So ano yung COVID impact, no? Na actually na-accelerate, no, yung adoption, no, ng fourth industrial revolution. Kasi nagkaroon ka ng remote connectivity na parang mandatory, no. Then people and companies relied on cloud, no. Nag-cloud na sila, no. Nag-artificial intelligence sila, nag-machine learning, nag-speed ng 5G, big data and more kasi kukunti nakakapunta sa opisina or sa manufacturing plants o dun sa operational, no? So nag-rely na sila sa technology, no, to get those information, no? And then of course, yung work from home, nag-pivot na mga remote operations and access of enterprises, industrial and critical infrastructure, no? So in a way, yung COVID is cybersecurity operability validation, no? Na-validate yung operability ni cybersecurity sa Industry 4.0 and digitalization, no? Si COVID yung nag-validate ngayon. Kaya ba ni cybersecurity mag-operate sa enterprise or dun sa mga critical infrastructure na ng Industry 4.0 at ng digitalization? Ang problema, IT cybersecurity solutions are not enough, no, to secure OT and IoT because of this Industry 4.0 and digitalization, no? So by default, COVID, ito na yung definition ng COVID sa cybersecurity. So we go to converged network, no? So yung converged network is actually advancement ng operational technology. So industrial revolution and digital transformation pave way to automation and smart devices. So introduction of Internet of Things and Internet of Robotic Things, and of course, availability of data efficiency and interconnectivity of networks, no? So ito yung conceptual ng concept ng convergence, no? So basically, I have an enterprise network, no, or enterprise solution na consists of IT devices, no? Then I have tinatawag nilang IECS, no, Industrial Automation Control System. Yung mga OT devices naman, no? So yung mga SCADA mo, RTU, DCS, no? PLC. Then pumasok yung IoT, no? Yung mga mobile sensor devices. And then it is connected by 5G or wireless, no? So nung umasok siya, nagkaroon ngayon ng convergence, no? Kasi na-connect bigla no? Si OT, na-force siya to connect kay IT, no? Na-force siya lumabas, no? So ito yung tinatawag natin na concept of convergence, no? Nag-merge yung naging isang sila, no, network by default, no, kasi na-connect, no, which is kung dati air gap siya, no, so nawala yung tinatawag natin na air gapping, no. So ito yung tinatawag natin na IT security triad, no. So sa IT security triad, meron tayong tinatawag na CIA, no, yung confidentiality, integrity, availability. So basically data protection yung mindset niyan, no. Mauna yung confidentiality, no. Dapat ma-protect ko yung confidentiality no data, no. Dapat hindi makuha, no. So ito yung mindset ng mga nasa IT, no, IT security, no. Pag pumasok naman ako sa OT security, no, ang gusto ko available yung machine ko, no? So nandito ako dun sa availability, no. At the same time, safety ang mindset ko, no. Kasi pwedeng yung mga machine na yan makasakit ng tao, no. Or pwedeng halimbawa critical infrastructure, pag may nakahack, hindi ko na ma-access, hindi na available sa akin, pabungguin yung dalawa kong trend, no? So isa safety issue sa kanila, no? Sa OT security, no? So sa kanila iba yung mindset nila, so safety. Then sa IoT naman, ang gusto ko yung data ko protected, no? Meron siyang kung ano yung pinadala ko, yun yung darating, no? So integrity. Kasi pag naiba yan, mawawala yung control ko dun sa data, no? So yung mga IoT device naman is more on the control, no? Gusto yung nakokontrol niya kasi pag may nakakontrol niyan, mahirapan ka na ngayon, di ba? Hindi na magagawa na nung attacker yung pag-access sa device mo at kung ano man yung pwede mong gawin dun sa device mo, magagawa ng hacker. No? So, integrity ang gusto mo. No? So, yung nakakarating sa point A, sa cloud mo, is the same information. No? At the same time, yung data from the cloud na binibigay sa'yo is same information. So, may integrity yung data. No? So, ito yung triad na tatlo, differentiation between the three. No? So, ito yung summary, no? IT versus OT versus IoT. No? So, yung application niya, si IT, enterprise yan. No? Sa enterprise applicable yan. Yung IT network. No? Then si OT sa industrial networks. No? And then si IoT, sa enterprise industrial kasi mayroon tayong IoT, mayroon din tayong IIoT. No? So ginagamit sa pareho yan. No? And then yung focus niya, data protection. Sa OT, safety. Sa IoT, control. No? Then yung cyber incident, more frequent. No? Madalas sa IT. No? Problema mo sa OT, minsan lang. Pero more destructive. No? Mas nakakasira siya. Minsan lang pero mas matindi. No? Then IoT, it can be frequent and or destructive. No? So depende dun sa kung kaninong network siya ginamit. No? Then yung security patching, no? Sa IT palagi yan. Frequent yan. No? Sa OT, rarely. No? Ayaw halos nilang i-patch. No? And then sa IoT, nag-increase na kasi nagkaroon na ng standard. No? Yung EN kanina na binanggit ko. No? So nag-increase na yung security patching sa IoT. And then sa equipment, ayan yung mga list na equipment. And then of course, yung network, yung IT and OT actually use the same network, wired and wireless. And then IoT, nadagdagan ng 5G. No? So gumagamit siya ng 5G network. So yung challenges, no? Absence of maturity, advanced smart technologies. No? Kasi pag may advanced at smart technologies ka, meron ka mga cyber physical system and IoT na makikreate ng loopholes, no? Kasi hindi pa ready yung network, no? Then of course, yung skill, no? Cyber security skill ng OT environment, no? Kasi nasanay na sila. No? So yan yung mga challenges na mape-face natin dun sa convergence ng network, no? So yung improvement plans is actually yung pag-assessment ng risk, no? Gamit yung mga standards, no? Then yung pag-utilize ng security tools, no? Such as firewalls. No? Ginagamit na rin naman siya sa OT. Hindi lang talaga deep, no? Hindi in-depth. No? Then of course, advancement of security architecture. No? Palitan mo architecture mo. No? Para hindi siya basta-basta magkaroon ng lateral movement. And then of course, yung upskill ng training of personnel, no? And technology and cyber security. So ito na yung pasok na tayo sa yung convergence network. So, yung converged network security, without converged network security, attack is a matter of when, no? It is not if. Kasi, nandyan na yung connect ka na, hindi yung when you should be attacked, no? If you got attacked. Kasi, meron ka ng vector to be attacked, no? So, ito yung pinaka-main factor ng converged network, no? It is not when you are be attacked, no? It's if, no? Then of course, I will explain a little bit, no, yung mga cyber attack on critical infrastructure. No? So actually, what they call this cyber physical, no, it create actually a weapon of mass disruption, WMD. So actually, Gartner predicted by 2025, no, attack on critical infrastructure may cause injuries or even death. No? So darating na tayo sa point na cybersecurity attack will cause injuries or death, no? Not just data breach, no? Dahil dito sa convergence ng network. No? So widespread of the damage and societal impact, no? So imagine those impact kapag na-damage yung mga public infrastructure. No? And then of course, disruption of essential services like train services, government services, no? Ayan yung mga essential services natin, no? Connection nyo, yung mga internet ISP connection, no? Control of civilian and military resources, no? So yan, no? Pwede mangyari yan. No? So ang first na attack, no, yung Colonial Pipeline. It was done April 29, 2021, no? So what happened, no? Ang hackers na is DarkSide yung name, no? So what happened? May 7, an employee in Colonial Control Room saw a ransom note demanding a cryptocurrency appear on the computer. No? So imagine yung actual attack April 29. Nakakita lang May 7. No? So wala silang threat management. No? Wala nakadetect. No? So yung nangyari, yung entire pipeline was shut down para ma-avoid yung further access ng attackers, no, yung sa network nila, no, kasi na-lock na, no, yung mga attackers, yung mga computer networks nila, no, kaya may ransom note na lumalabas, no. So how they gain access, no? So nung April 29, no, may VPN account, no, na hindi nagre-require ng multi-factor authentication, doon pumasok yung attacker. So ang damage sa kanila is nagbayad sila ng worth 4.4 million, no, na cryptocurrency, no. And the hackers stole 100 gig of data, no. So imagine those 100 gig of data, nagbayad ka na, pwedeng magamit pa ulit yun, no, para atakihin yung network mo. Again, this was an IT attack, but na-shutdown yung plant, no. So may operational aspect na, no. So hindi na safe si OT, no, kasi napasok siya, no. So na-shutdown yung plant because of this, no. Then meron naman yung Oldsmar water treatment, no. This is in Florida. So it's happened noong February 5, no, 2021. So ang nangyari dito, nakita ng employee, no, kasi may monitoring siya na yung chemical level na increase from 100 per million, naging 11,100 per million. In a way, naging poisonous na yung lumalabas na tubig, no, kasi in-increase yung chemical, no. So ang nangyari naman dito, may dormant remote connectivity sila na may team viewer, no. Tapos yung team viewer na yun hindi na ginagamit for the last 6 months. Tapos ang nalaman ng FBI nung inimbestigahan nila to is may sharing ng same password para sa team viewer. Ngayon, meron ng dormant remote, no, na nandun same password ang ginagamit pala, may team viewer. In-access na yan, no. And dahil wala man umaccess dun, wala nakapansin, no. So ang damage dito unknown, pero by default ang nangyari sa kanya is walang visibility, no, ng mga connectivity, no, dun sa network nila. Kaya hindi naging mas madali, no, para sa sa hackers to attack yung water treatment, no. So this also affect yung operational, no. Kasi isipin mo naging lason yung tubig na lumalabas, no? And this one is happen in Iran. So yung train system nila nakapasok na na wiper malware, no? Tinatawag nilang wiper malware, no? Nangyari nung nire-review na to, nalaman nila yung hackers is Indra, no? It happened on July 9, 2021. Pinangalanan nilang Meteor Express, no? Yung malware, no? So ang nangyari, tinarget niya yung mga display screen, no? Pinalitan niya yung mga display screen sa station, nilagay niya na sinasabi niya tawagan niyo to, no? May number silang pinos at yung number na yun is directly dun sa office ng supreme leader ng Iran, no? So I think this is more on a hacktivist, no? But in a way na-apektuhan, no, yung service ng train system, no? So walang information na nakuha, wala ding damage na nasabi kasi ayaw magbigay ng information ng Iranian train system, no. But Indra actually nag-raise sila ng na sila yung nag-attack dun sa train system nila, no. So these are the aspect, no, kung bakit kailangan na protektahan yung converged network, no. Kasi yung operation services has been affected now by cyber attacks. So ito yung list ng mga critical infrastructure, ng mga sectors, no. Nandiyan yung transportation, manufacturing plants, government facilities, financial institution, telecoms, maritime, nuclear facilities, smart buildings, healthcare, utilities, smart homes, chemical plants, power grids, and all gas. So basically, ito ay yung mga tinatawag nila describe, no, dun sa NIST standard na mga critical infrastructure, no. So ito yung kailangan nating i-protect, no, dun sa convergence ng network, no. So yung mga standards, no, ito yung critical infrastructure, ito yung mga standards na ginagamit, no, yung NIST 800-82, no, 29.6% na gumagamit niyan. Yung ISO 27,000, 29.1% na gumagamit. Yung NIST 853, 31.5%. yung ISC 62443, 32%, and of course yung NIST CSF sa yung pinaka parang prevalent na ginagamit ng mga critical infrastructure, which is 47.8%. No? So ito yung mga standards. So yung protocol management, like I said, so sa IT protocols established na yan. And then yung IoT emerging. But these protocols, like yung mga LoRaWAN, nandyan na yan eh. Ginagamit na before. Nandyan na yung mga protocols. And yung problema ni IT is hindi niya kilala itong mga protocols na to. So it is hard for him to protect yung mga hindi niya kilalang protocols. Sa OT naman, mga proprietary protocols. Kasi yan eh. Mawa, ABB, may sarili silang protocol sa SCADA nila. Yung Emerson. Although minsan pare-pareho sila na type of protocol, pero may proprietary dun sa specific protocol niya, yung mga Modbus, yung mga klase ng protocol na yan. So, ito yung medyo mahirap, kasi IT cannot really protect those environment kasi hindi nila nakakausap. So, enable to protect, kailangan ma-communicate mo. So, hindi mo nakakausap kasi magkakaiba kayo ng protocols. So, eto yun, IT-based cybersecurity solutions are not entirely transferable sa IoT and OT. So, mainly because yung application ng device at the same time, yung mga protocols. So, yung data science and cybersecurity, ito yung sinasabi ko kanina, yung relevance. So, basically, ito yung concept niya. Si artificial intelligence, machine learning, and deep learning, magkakasama yan. So, parang sub ni artificial intelligence, si machine learning, saka si deep learning. Pero si data science is actually in a way, nakipag-usap kay artificial intelligence, machine learning, saka kay deep learning, and he's actually getting information using yung big data na tinatawag natin. Si big data is actually connected to artificial intelligence, machine learning, and deep learning. And of course, yung data analytics is actually a sub-branch of data science. So ganito connected yung data science and artificial intelligence, which in fact actually is part ng cybersecurity. So yung tinatawag natin na behavioral analytics, identifying malicious behavior by analyzing difference in normal and daily activities is using yung data science saka yung artificial intelligence. So, yung big data natin saka yung data analytics is actually using either artificial intelligence or machine learning to basically analyze yung mga threats. So, in a way, data science and artificial intelligence is actually part now ng cybersecurity na enhancement. So, part na siya ng cybersecurity. And like I said, magkakaduktong yan. Hindi siya yung different entity and function as one. Meron siyang mga part na kailangan ng bawat isa to really function yung ano yung ginagawa niya. So, part ng cybersecurity is tong behavioral analytics. So, ito na yung tinatawag nating intelligence ng cybersecurity. Then we have big data and big data analytics. So basically, ito yung mga ginagawa niya. So magkakaroon naman kayo ng kopya niya. So ayan yung mga ginagawa ni big data and data analytics sa cybersecurity. And then si artificial intelligence, ito yung mga ginagawa naman niya. Ito yung definition niya. Saka ito naman yung ginagawa niya sa cybersecurity. And then of course, si machine learning, which is also a subset of AI, ito naman yung mga ginagawa niya sa cybersecurity. So ito na ngayon yung paano natin i-protect yung cybersecurity. So basically, ito yung Purdue model na pinaano ko lang, kinompress. So ano yung mga threat access? So meron kang cyber criminal, so going to your IT network, papasok sa IT network mo. So pwedeng access yan. Kung hindi maayos yung TMC mo, makapasok yung OT mo. And then of course, meron kang insider o yung mga employees mo. So can we have remote access, no? Pwede sa IT mo at pwede rin sa operational technology, no? So it doesn't mean na air gap ka, hindi ka na mapapasok, no? Part yan ng ano, no, ng access, no? Yung mga employees mo hindi marunong ng cyber hygiene, pwede sila yung maging access, no? Part yan ng ano, no, requirement, no? Just like what happened to me, no? I was actually COVID positive, no, hanggang ngayon. But hindi ako lumalabas ng bahay, no? Pero nahawa pa rin ako because someone from na lumalabas, nakatira dito sa same house, nahawa ako, no? So ganyan din yun sa pag-manage ng cybersecurity, no? It doesn't mean na hindi ka connected sa network, hindi ka na ma-attack, no? So same yan nung pangyayari, no? So in a way, lahat, no, can be attacked, no? Yan yung parang pinaka-mindset, no? Everyone can be attacked, no? So nadagdag pa tong si IoT, no? So nagkaroon ka ng 5G network, no, sa wireless network, and ito may cloud pa diyan eh. Hindi ko na nalagay ko dun sa external networks, no, pero kasama rin dito yan sa IoT, no. So pwede rin ma-access yan, no? So ayan yung mga threat access natin kapag nagkaroon na tayo ng converged network, no. So dumami, no. Instead from IT network ka lang, dumami na, no. So in traditional cybersecurity, meron kang firewall, no, yung mga end device, IT security, no. Rule-based yan, no. So ginagawa ng IT mo yan, no. Meron kang detection, investigate, then gagawa kang protection, tapos magre-response ka o recover, no. So kadalasan yan, no, manual process yan, no. So tinatanggal yung virus, no. Pupunta sa computer mo pag na-infect, no, i-update, tatanggalin yung virus, no, or i-update yung base threat intelligence mo, no. So ayan yung nangyayari sa traditional, no. Ngayon, kapag nagkaroon ka ng converged network, no, kailangan magkaroon ka ng bagong approach, no. So basically discovery first, no. Kasi maraming connected diyan na hindi mo alam, no. Cybersecurity, you cannot protect what you cannot see, no. Visibility first, no, discovery first, no. So yung OT na yan, marami diyan hindi natin alam kung ano yung nakakonect, no. Kasi walang pakialam yung OT dati sa IT, no. Then of course, mitigation, no. Pag nakita mo na yung mga device, check mo, no, ano yung mga vulnerabilities, no. I-mitigate mo na para hindi na siya ma-attack, no. Then of course, meron kang detection. I-detect mo kung may nangyayaring attack dun sa network mo. And then of course, remediation, no. And then recover, no. So this is yung recovery nito sa conversion, pinakaiba is artificial intelligence and machine learning based na to, no. Tapos compliance based also, may mga compliance na tayo sinusunod, and centralized na yung policy, no, ng enforcement. So mas nagiging automated, no, pagdating dun sa converged network. So yung approach natin, no, so meron na tayo diyan, no, ng IT, OT, IoT, and 5G, no. So of course, yung visibility, no, risk assessment and mitigation, no. Then segmentation, no. We need to segment, no. If you have IT and OT, dapat magkaiwalay na network yan, no, hindi siya isang network, no. And threat detection, no, kailangan may threat detection ka, threat management, no, dun sa network mo, no. And of course, na lahat na nakakonect, including yung wireless, no. So segmentation, in a way, what you can do is i-different segment mo, no, yung mga wireless connectivity mo, or kung sa IT network ka naman, segment mo yung mga access ng mga guests mo, no. So hindi sila makapasok sa network, no, may sarili kang network, pero may segmentation ka doon sa mga uma-access ng wireless mo. At least hiwalay, no, hindi sila basta-basta makaka-access, no. Then of course, yung threat assessment, no, this is protocol-driven solution, no, kasi yung OT natin, sa IoT different yung protocols, no. So, meron kang protocol-driven solution na ginagamit sa OT devices, no. Hindi siya same devices na diniscuss ko kanina dun sa IT, no. And then of course, dumating yung behavior analysis, yung data science natin, saka artificial intelligence. First, yung visibility and risk assessment, no. So basically, yung dalawang standard na yan requires visibility of asset and risk associated, no, with the devices, no. So basically, know what is connected and what are the vulnerabilities and risks associated with that devices, no. So lumalabas dyan, no, kapag halimbawa kinonect ko yung meron kaming tinatawag na no, vulnerability management module, no. So pag kinonect ko sa network ng OT to, lalabas dyan yung mga common vulnerabilities exposure, no, yung CVE. lalabas diyan yung name ng equipment, lalabas yung picture, lalabas diyan kung end of sale na, lalabas kung end of line, lalabas kung yung business risk, no? Halimbawa, yung business na yun nabenta na o binili na ng iba o sarado na, no? Is business risk, no? Kasi baka yung mga vulnerabilities na to hindi na pwedeng i-patch, no? Kasi wala na yung company, no? So those are the risks na nakikita no module ng vulnerability management, no? So this is actually a module na in a way, no, created para sa OT environment kasi yung protocols niya is a way to actually talk to those protocols, no? So next is yung patch management, no? Again, yung standards na to nagre-require ng patch management ng assets, no? Kasi yung risk assessment sa vulnerability management kailangan ng patch management, no? Ngayon, the same vulnerability module can actually know what are the current patch, no? So pag halimbawa, kinonect ko na siya sa network, so malalaman niya, no, yung patch level, anong level na yung patch network or yung lahat ng devices, no, nakakonect dun sa network, no? Ano yung mga available patch, no? Ang nangyayari diyan, since OT to, no, like I said, ayaw nilang ginagalaw yung mga equipment, di ba? Ang nangyayari diyan is dapat yung mga devices or yung mga modules or yung mga cybersecurity solutions mo are agentless, no? Agentless means wala akong i-install dun sa mga RTUs, sa mga PLCs kasi ayaw nila yun. So, ang mangyayari diyan, i-connect ko lang sila sa network, no? Yung mga OT switches, no? So, may tinatawag silang span, no? Span port. So, i-connect ko sila sa span port. Yung span port actually will mirror, no, lahat ng connected dun. Saka yung mga information, no? Mga IP addresses, MAC addresses, nandun yun. Ibibigay nila ngayon dun sa module, no? Tapos, kung gusto mo malaman yung patch level or yung firmware update, no, this information is not nakukuha dun sa span port kasi walang information yung patch level na binibigay itong si devices, no, sa switches. Nandito yan sa mga databases, no, yung mga directories, no. So mangyayari yung module natin, i-connect natin kay directories, no, to talk to the directories and give me those information, no, para malaman mo yung firmware. Ang tawag na dyan is yung parang pinoprobe mo na siya, no, yung devices, pero not the actual device, yung computer yun, no, databases, no, doon ka ko-connect, no. So yan yung part no patch management. So yung OS and firmware update, no. Yan yung tinatawag na vulnerability management, no. Again, para ma-assess mo kasi sinabi ng standard, kailangan ma-assess yung assessment saka yung vulnerability saka yung risk mitigation, no. So sa OT, it's more of what is the most vulnerable, no. Kasi halimbawa, meron akong oil and gas oil and gas environment, no. Meron akong mga platforms, meron akong substations, no. And those substation may be connected, no, sa by SCADA, pero maybe 100 kilometers, no, away from your central control, no. So magagawin mo diyan pag nakuha mo na yung information, meron tayong risk rating. So important 'yan sa OT, no. So titingnan natin, no, kapag ano yung risk rating. Halimbawa, etong device na to, meron known CVEs o yung common vulnerabilities and exposure na, no, and high risk. Ngayon, meron device naman na low risk, no, and this device is 100 kilometers away, no, and yung device na low risk ay yung high risk maybe 30 kilometers away from you, no. So yung risk rating mo will give you information, no. Imbis na mag-deploy ka, sabihin mo umpisahin mo yung malayo, no, hindi mo alam yung pinaka high risk pala malapit lang sa iyo, no. This is how we help yung mga industries to have a proper way, no, to secure the network, no. Kasama yan sa vulnerability assessment, no, and risk mitigation, no. So ito yung tinatawag nating risk rating, no. So ayan yung part, no, tinatawag nating vulnerability management kasama yung visibility kanina saka yung risk assessment. So it also can detect, no, kung mayroong bagong add, no, or bagong delete sa network, no, because partly, no, isa yan sa mga part ng connection, no, na halimbawa, pumasok lang uh, sa na empleyado, no, dala niya yung bago niya iba niyang computer, no, kinonect niya dun sa network, malalaman ng system, no, na may inad saka delete. Makikita kagad sa system na may dagdag dun sa network. So this will help to manage, no, kaagad yung risk na nangyayari, no. So either masabihin na kagad yung employee tanggalin, or i-test yung employee if he is allowed to actually bring his own computer, no. I-test yung network niya, ay yung computer niya. Then what we call segmentation, no. So basically segmentation will prevent lateral movement. So kung halimbawa nakapasok sa isang area, hindi siya makakalipat, no? Kasi segmented na yung network mo. In a way sa VPN, VPN ng ano yan, no, sa IT network, no, parang VPN, nakahiwalay na, no, hindi basta-basta makapasok. No? Yung microsegmentation naman, yung logically divide the network into distinct security segment na, no? So hanggang application na to, no, hanggang individual workload level, no. So sa OT mahalaga to, no. Kasi halimbawa, meron kang manufacturing, yung Division 1 saka Division 2 nag-uusap, no. Partly kailangan na mag-usap para ma-produce nila isang device, no, o isang product nila, no. Ngayon, pagdating sa Division 3, actually they do not need to talk, no. Kailangan nilang ipadala lang yung finished product. And then Division 3 will just go from there, no. So anong nangyayari kung hindi sila segmented, no? Pag may naka-attack, yung tatlong division connected, nakakausap ng attacker yung tatlong division, no? Pero kung segmented sila, yung isang attacker, makapasok siya, hindi niya ma-attack yung isang division or yung dalawang division because of segmentation. So, ganito na yung nangyayari ngayon sa approach, no, sa OT network, because we're talking about RTUs and PLCs, no. Bawat RTUs may sariling function. Bawat PLC may sariling function. And this is very important sa OT personnel kasi gusto nila gumagana yan, no. O yung machine na yan, gusto nila gumagana, no, available, no. Ayaw nila mahunto, no. Kasi may mga production yan, no. May gusto sila ma-meet na manufacturing. O kung train system siya, gusto niya ma-meet yung SLA niya, no. So yun yung mangyayari dyan. Then of course, threat detection, no. Again, iba ang threat detection sa threat detection ng IT, no, because of protocols, no. Kasi iba yung protocol na ginagamit ng mga attackers sa IoT saka sa OT environment, no. And again, dinescribe ulit to dun sa dalawang standard na yan, no? Yung mga guidelines lang, no. So what we have is multi-tier detection na, no. So we have signature based, no, yung ginagamit ng mga firewall, no. In heuristic based, ginagamit ng mga IPS, no. And meron na tayo yung tinatawag natin AI and machine learning anomaly detection, no. This is for unknown attacks and 0 days. So basically, meron na akong nagko-collect ng data dun sa network ko, ano yung nangyari every day, at kino-compare ko yun, no. So kung pag kinompare ko yung data na yun, if this data is creating something na naapektuhan yung network ko or yung sub-device, makapansin ka agad ng network, no. So pwede niyang i-report. So yun tinatawag natin 0 days, no. So yung mga bagong wala pang update sa mga computer nyo, wala pang update sa mga RTUs, PLCs na solution. So 0 days, at least alam na kagad, no. May detection na. Na-detect na kagad. So pwede nang, for example, i-disconnect yung network na yun or protektahan yung ibang network, no. So meron ka ng application. So iba na yung level of protection, no. So in threat management, no, again, sa guidelines ng standard, meron tayong threat management, no. So yung threat management is actually technology based, no. So meron niyang playbooks, may procedures, mitigation and recovery plan, no. So kasama rin yung personal skills and training, no? And before ako mag-go, no, kasi yung threat management is in a way, itong playbooks, no, pwede yung manual, no. Halimbawa, ano yung mga pinakita ko kanina playbooks doon, di ba? Yung before, after, during and after the attack, no. Pwedeng ano yan, no, playbooks na sa incident response, no. Ngayon sa OT environment, yung mga threat management available in the market are actually can create automatic response. Meron silang automated na playbooks. So any anomaly na nangyayari dun sa dun sa ano no, based dun sa threat detection na nangyari no, ini-inform niya na si threat management nag-adapt na siya no. So either binablock niya, dinadala niya dun sa deception technology nila, dinadala niya dun sa mga sandbox. So may automatic playbooks na no? Nangyayari na siya no. So bawas to sa trabaho na in a way no. And then of course yung personal skills and training no. So balik tayo dun sa ano no, technology, processes and personnel no sa three pillars. Then threat intelligence. So threat intelligence are because cyber attacks is getting better no. So every single day nagiging bigger no. So proactive dapat yung cybersecurity solutions natin no. So threat intelligence is basically your key no to protect your network no. So we have different threat intelligence available no. Number one is yung deception technology no. Meron tayong mga tinatawag na honeypots. So yung honeypots they are in a way no, yung pinakita ko kanina ng deception technology no. Kino-collect nila yung information, talagang pinapatak nila. Halimbawa, may IoT device bago no. Bibili ako noon. Ilalagay ko sa network ko yung credentials, I will actually in a way not really protected no para may umatak. Para malaman ko ano yung mga ways to attack this equipment. So it will help me no para ma-defend. So bago ko gamitin yung equipment na to or kung may mga equipment na to na available na nandun sa may devices nyo, malalaman mo paano i-protect mo. So that is deception technology and threat intelligence no. Number 2, research center. Halimbawa may umatak no dun sa deception technology nyo or may actual attack na nangyari sa enterprise nyo or sa OT environment. So what will happen is yung mga research center will actually study no, kung anong ginawa ng attackers. Ano yung mga functionalities na ginamit nila, ano yung mga tactics, ano yung techniques, ano yung procedures no. And research centers will actually provide a solution no, para ma-deter o ma-block tong mga attacks na to no. And then we have feed from dark web no. Alam na natin yung dark web sila yung nag-create no. So kumukuha tayo ng information diyan no. Parang ano yung mga latest. So part yan ng threat intelligence no. Para kumbaga, sabi ko nga sa inyo kanina, merong white saka black hat no. So yung mga same information ang ginagamit nila no. So yung mga white hat napupunta diyan sa dark web to get information para makapag-defend sila. No? So yan yung feed from dark web. And then lastly, yung third-party generated alerts. No? For example, wala kanyang mga deception technology, wala kang research centers, wala kang feed from dark web. No? Yung mga companies can actually rely on third-party. No? Like yung kanina kong mga threat yung video kanina, no? Yung mga threat na nangyayari everyday, you can actually subscribe no? Para makakonect kayo dyan and malalaman ng system nyo, no? Ano yung mga current attacks. And in the same way, kung may AI and ML, nakikilala ng network nyo yung mga klase ng attack na yun at nalalaman niya na hindi na kayo magiging subject for attack ng mga existing no? na attacks na yun. No? So threat intelligence is very important sa merging ng network. So again, yung deception technology is an optional but optional dun sa sa pag-deploy sa OT environment but it can help no to mitigate attacks no? Especially dun sa IoT no kasi bago siya. No? So hindi mo alam kung yung mangyayari. So mas maganda mayroon kang decoy no para atakihin na lang yung mga IoT devices mo na decoy mo lang kaysa atakihin yung real asset mo ng kumpanya no. So this is an option sa OT converged network and it actually in a bigger picture it is already imposed by the threat intelligence no kung gumagamit kayo ng threat intelligence mas malaking feature na nandoon kumbaga yung deception technology sa network is pinaliit lang na threat intelligence no nilagay lang sa loob ng enterprise or ng ICS environment and then of course yung skills upgrade and training no so paulit-ulit tayo na kailangan to no? Again, 98% 98% are victim of social engineering. Sa pagka dito nagre-rely yung mga attackers. No? Then of course, consultation. No? Mahalaga to, especially dun sa mga nasanay sa air gapping because meron kayong vulnerability and risk assessment na kailangan. No? Meron kayong penetration testing to test no? kung kaano ka-safe yung network nyo. And of course, mga compliance nyo sa standard. This standards has been there but hindi lahat nag-follow. No? So kailangan mong tingnan kung yung company nyo or yung enterprise nyo has been complying to the standards. And of course, yung mga policies, no? And procedures, no? Ano yung mga policies and procedures na ginawa nyo, na improve ba siya, and of course, continuous learning. And then, keep up to date, no? Yung sa current technology, saka mga attack scenarios, and mga training available. No? And then, this is basically the converged network, no? So, if you can see, we have level 1 to level 6, level 0 to level 6. So, this is your network, and you have those different, no? You have visibility risk management, vulnerability management, network segmentation, threat detection and management from level 0 to level 3. Then you have threat intelligence, and then you can deploy decoy and deception, no? Sa IT network mo. And then sa corporate network mo, yung kanina mga pinagbabanggit ko, nandyan lahat yun, no? Yung sa IT security. No? So, nilagay ko lang dito yung SOC, SIM, and SOIR, no? Para lang to simulate. No? Pero basically, lahat ng IT security dapat nandyan sa corporate network. And lastly, yung threat management, no? Saka intelligence. No? So, meron ka dyang tinatawag nating integrated SOC, no? So, nandyan na yung SIEM mo sa kaso, no? Pati yung IT and OT and IoT, no? Nandyan na sa loob, no? And of course, dito nang nagaling yung threat intelligence mo sa deception tech, research, saka dark web feed, no? And, syempre, nagkaroon ka ng bagong risk, yung IT mo, IoT, meron kang 5G, and dadagdagan mo ng cellular network firewall. So, in a summary, dito ganito, in a way, secure your converged network. No? So in summary, no, so standard, no, we have a reference on standard. We have a governance, procedures, and policies. No? And of course, holistic approach, no, meron kang complete ng mga binanggit ko, no, na securing your converged network. No? Lastly, dyan nakalagay, no, integration with existing IT cybersecurity solutions. No? And then of course, yung approach ng OT is actually wag masayang, no? Yung ginastos ng company or ng critical infrastructure, no, sa IT security, no? Kaya hindi siya pinalitan, no? Ginawa siyang integration. At the same time, ayaw mo ring kumbaga the implement na yan, eh. So you don't want to create a new environment, no? So mas maganda i-enhance mo lang, no? So kaya mayroon yang integration, no, sa mga OT solutions, no? So again, balik tayo sa 3 pillars, no? So 3 pillars pa rin tayo, no? So lahat ng binanggit ko ng cybersecurity, one way or another, if it's not converged network, IoT lang, OT lang, and IT lang, it always come back to the 3 pillars, no? Kailangan laging meron kang 3 pillars. And we go to what is the next frontier, no, sa cybersecurity. So the next frontier is actually the space, no. So meron ng draft, no. Ang tawag niyan is NISTER N270, no. This is introduction to cybersecurity for commercial satellite operations, no. It is drafted by NIST. The first draft was June 29, 2021. It was just published, no, February 25, no, 2022, and yung comments is due up to April 8, no. So hanggang April 8 magkakaroon ng comments dun sa draft, no, ng NIST standard na to for cybersecurity for satellite operations. So ito yung abstract na nilagay nila dun sa standard, no. Space is a newly emerging commercial critical infrastructure sector. So by default, sinasama na siya sa critical infrastructure. That is no longer the domain of only national government, no? So space and its inherent risky environment in which to operate. So cybersecurity risks involving commercial space, including those affecting commercial satellite vehicles. So kasama yung mismong satellite vehicles, no? So ito yung standard, no, na dinadraft, no. So this is the next frontier on fighting cyber security, no. So by default, like I said, this IECEP Singapore seminar are all interconnected together because of this, the next frontier, no? So the space. And then this was the concept that was provided, no, for space security. And this was listed in the Forbes, no, Forbes information, no, sa website, no. So these are the list, no. So the yung pinaka, i-highlight ko na lang, no, yung security by design, no. So basically, once you build a satellite, nandun na yung security, no, built into, no. So ayun na yung pinaka main concept niya, no. And of course, i-highlight ko rin yan yung number 4, no, yung IDS at IPS, no. So which is actually part ng IT security, no, yung ITS and IPS. Pero in a way, it should be also part ng space security, no? And yung supply chain management, which is more on a approach, no? Kasi yung mga vendors na yan, yung suppliers, mahalaga yan, no? Kasi they are, in a way, sila yung gumawa ng devices or ng software, no? Remember yung kaninang list ko sa cybersecurity attacks, yung sa Toyota, no, hindi sila na-attack pero sila yung nag-shutdown. It was attacked by a supplier, no? So it is important for also for space cybersecurity. And then of course yung segmentation, no, independent anomaly detection dun sa space, no, saka sa ground. Okay, walay dapat. And lastly yung secure development processes, no. So yung kanina yung sa tinatawag natin na life cycle, no, equipment life cycle, no, kasama yung software doon. So yung life cycle is actually, in a way, is how you develop a device o a software from the beginning hanggang sa matapos. Ano yung mga security information na in-include mo. So kasama yan, no? So ayan yung secure development process, no? And of course, meron din cybersecurity sa ground-based, no? So these are the part, no, ng cybersecurity, which is in a way mirroring lang yung lahat ng na-discuss natin, no? So part no ground-based. So I think ground-based has actually been doing this, no? Yung ano, no, yung securing yung cybersecurity aspect nila. And mindset, no, the mindset is technology will always have limitation, no? So whatever we have discussed, and a lot of technologies that basically help us, no, to prevent cyber attacks, may limitation pa rin, no? May limitation. So don't always trust lang yung technology, no? And security is everyone's responsibility. So hindi pwedeng kay IT manager lang yan, hindi pwedeng kay CISO lang yan, no? Hindi pwedeng kay CTO lang yan. So everyone's responsibility. And lastly, dapat si CTO, si CISO ay may proactively updating yung procedures and policies, no, as we go forward, kasi may mga pagbabago nangyayari, no, sa cyber space and nangyayari sa mga attack vectors, no. And lastly, I think majority of you already saw this. This is how I define an engineer. We elevate our hard skills. We niche what we learn. We gather and share. We improve our skills. We nurture our knowledge. We excel and teach. Again, we excel and teach. We exalt the profession. We always repeat the process, no? This is our engineers, no? And for us electronics engineers, we are extraordinary leaders executing community transformation in real time, orchestrating the nation industry for continuous sustainability. So all those industries are part of electronics engineer na na trabaho, no? So we are really a big part of the nation building. So we are those electronics engineers. And before I actually end, I just want to emphasize na nagkaroon kami ng IECEP Committee on Foreign Chapters and Committee on Social Responsibility, no, headed by Engineer Gerard Tan, ng collaboration, no. So the foreign chapters are actually helping them, no, dun sa mga IECEP projects, dun sa mga information. And our main purpose is magkaroon ng pondo. Hindi yung mag-aantay pa tayo na magkaroon ng calamity, then we collect. At least there's a fund, and then when there's already a fund in there, yung CSR will just contact yung Committee on Foreign Affairs that they need money. No? So we will just ask our finance officer to release the money to the CSR. No? So ito yung link na yan, and pwede rin yung scan yung code na yan to donate, and yan yung mga information, name, yung foreign chapter name, kung supporter kayo taga Pilipinas, ilagay nyo lang kung sino yung chapter na sinusupport nyo, and then to be recognized, and then of course lagay nyo yung purpose, IECEP course, and your email address. No? So ito, I'm just hoping na you can help us propagate yung social responsibility ng IECEP as an organization, not just something na kine-create per chapter, but as entirely as an organization. And that's my presentation. So sorry kung napahaba. Thank you very much. So contact me if you have questions. This is my email. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Engineer Chris, for walking us through the cybersecurity, IT, OT, and IoT convergence po, no? So we will now proceed po to the Q&A if we have the participants sending their question on the chat box. But as of the moment lang po, sir, we only have some comments and greetings from our participants, no? Earlier po, before Honorable Enrico Del Moro leave us po, no? He gave us a comment lang po. So I'll read it po before we wait to other participants to send some of their questions. In this presentation of Engineer Chris, I had a flashback to 1991 when I have encountered first time a local computer virus, possessed virus created by Adamson University student John Gomba. It gave me a headaches in the company since we did not have yet a group who handles it. Being the then head of test engineering and the main user of computers at that time, although not network, our only option then was to control all personally owned diskettes to prevent further entry. Then reformat and reinstall MS-DOS, my first cyber experience. A comment po from Honorable Enrico Claro R. Del Moro earlier po.
Actually, magandang comment yan, how we progress na from cybersecurity aspect. Napakalayo na narating. So at the same time, attackers also getting progress. So sumusunod lang tayo.
And just to add a little bit, Sir Chris,
yes.
I hope naintindihan ni Sir Hendrix kung ano ibig sabihin ng disket. Mukhang wala na silang disket eh.
Yes, sir. Mga bagong generasyon na.
Yeah, disket is our USB at that time.
Alright, sir. Kaya pala hindi pa ako masyadong familiar.
Wait, sabihin mo kung gaano kalaki yung memory.
3 point ano? Ano ba kung
MB
memory?
lang.
1.44
MB.
1.4 MB. Yung capacity ng isang floppy disk.
Pino-portable pa namin yun.
Portable yun 1.4 MB. Ngayon, hindi na kasya isang picture dun eh.
All right. Well, so as of the moment, sir, we don't have additional question na po from our participants. So we will now proceed na po to the awarding of certificate to formally acknowledge po you here being with us. So allow us to award you po this certificate of appreciation for being the resource speaker in IECEP Singapore Chapter's 5th Annual General Membership Meeting and Convention entitled Realms of Knowledge from Cyber to the Outer Space with the topic Cybersecurity, IT, OT, and IoT Convergence, conducted through Zoom webinar platform on 27th of March 2022, signed by Engineer Arnie C. Gonzalez, the Governor of IECEP Singapore Chapter, and Engineer Jose Carlos C. Tupas the Sixth, the President of IECEP Singapore Chapter. Once more, sir, thank you so much po.
Thank you very much for the invitation also. I hope I imparted something sa knowledge nyo about cybersecurity.
Okay, sir. So, sir, please remain turning on po their camera since we will be having a short photo op po together with some of the panelists in the Zoom po. Right, so let's wait for a bit lang po for them to open their camera. And I'll count up to 3 as a cue for our committee to screenshot us po. Alright, well, so while waiting. Alright, sir, I'll unshare for a bit. Alright, so may mga humahabol pa po. Alright, I think it's good to go na po, no? So I'll count up to 3 po. 1, 2, 3, smile. 1, 2, 3, smile. Alright, last one po, last one. 1, 2, 3, smile. There we have it. Once more, Engineer Chris Andrew B. Trinidad, thank you so much po for being here with us po. Alright, so some reminders to the participants. Here is the evaluation QR code for this segment. Don't forget to fill up this one for you to qualify the certificate and for you to have your own attendance. All right, so this will be sent also on the chat box, or you can scan it directly for you to be redirected on the link. All right, so we also have some announcement for all the participants. We have an upcoming webinar entitled S Squared Quad Webinar Series for Professional Advancement this coming April 1, 8, 22, and 29, 2022 at 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. via Zoom webinar. Don't forget to register via myicep.net. We have here 4 topics: becoming a PSE or a 9-to-9 journey, Advanced Level Engineering Write-Up for ACPE, ASEAN Engineering Registry Preparation Application and Submission Online Workshop, and APEC Engineering Registry Preparation Application and Submission Online Workshop. All right, so at this point in time, this is some of the most awaited part, the awarding of special awards. All right, so we have multiple awards to be given here. So I'll stop sharing for a while po to begin with our awarding of special awards. The first one would be the Champions Awards. All right, so this Champions Award of recognition will be given for the other chapters collaborating and delivering a quality programs to the members of IECEP Singapore chapter in the year 2021 to 2022. All right, so let's see. All right, we can now start the reading and the citation of the certificate. So we will start with the group, if I am not mistaken. All right po, no? I am po. So we will start with the group Champions Award for group, no, as a group. Right, so let's wait for a while po. I hope everybody is doing good pa po, no? Don't forget to eat dinner later on. All right. Ayan, may pasilip na po. Ayan, so for the 2021 Champions Award as a group, the certificate is signed by the IECEP Singapore President, President Jose Carlos C. Tupaz VI, and IECEP Singapore Governor Engineer Arnie Gonzalez. And here are the chapters to receive the certificate. IECEP Cavite Chapter. Congratulations, IECEP Cavite Chapter. And here next is IECEP Laguna Chapter. Then we have, congratulations. And then we have IECEP Quezon Province Chapter. Of course, IECEP Batangas Chapter. IECEP IECEP Rizal Chapter. Of course, we have IECEP Pampanga Chapter.
Thank you so much, ICEP Singapore. Congratulations.
Hi, Sir Brian. And also, of course, ICEP Tarlac chapter.
Congratulations, ISAF Singapore, and thank you so much.
Hi, ma'am. And also, ICEP Japan chapter.
Thank you very much, ICEP Singapore.
And then, ICEP Qatar chapter. Moving on, ICEP Nueva Ecija chapter.
Thank you so much, ICEP Singapore.
Moving on, ICEP Zambales chapter.
Hello everyone, thank you very much. Congratulations, ICEP Singapore.
Kanta naman.
Ngayon at kailanman.
May pasample bigla si Sir, no? Alright, so moving up, we have ICEP Bataan chapter.
Thank you so much, ICEP Singapore chapter. Congratulations.
Congratulations. And now we'll proceed to 2021. That concludes the 2021 Champions Award for the group now as a chapter. And now we will now proceed to the awarding of 2021 Champions Award as an individual. All right, so let's wait for a while. All right, so this Champions Award of recognition will be given to the chapter's members and guests who have participated and contributed to the chapter's event in the year 2021 to 2022. And also this certificate has been signed by the ICEP Singapore President Jose Carlos C. Tupaz and ICEP Singapore Governor Engineer Arnie Gonzalez. The first one to receive his certificate is no other than Engineer Regino B. Aspiras. Congratulations po. Next is Engineer Mary Grace M. Aspiras. Congratulations. Then we also have Engineer Franklin N. Sacco. Congratulations po. Congratulations. And also we have Engineer Jericho P. Trinos. Congratulations. Also, we have Engineer Winalyn A. Tubay. Congratulations po. Ay, nagulat po ako dun. Hindi pa po engineer yan. Yours truly, Hendrix M. Bautista. Soon pa po yan. Soon. Soon pa.
Name it, sir.
Nagulat ako.
Declare mo na, sir.
Na-pressure tuloy ako, sir. And also we have Engineer Ryan P. Notado. Congratulations po. And also, we have Engineer Ma Vanessa Joyce D. Rodriguez. Next is Engineer Ariel L. Tuazon. Congratulations po. And then Engineer Danjan V. Baricante. Congratulations. Engineer Jedaya P. Puertolano. Congratulations. And also, we have Engineer Wilbur R. Lalu. Congratulations po. Also, we have Engineer Edilberto H. N. Deno. Congratulations po. And then we have Engineer Rico Francis A. Gonzalez. Congratulations po. Also, Engineer Judith Ann D. Tupaz. Congratulations. That concludes the 2021 Champions Award for Individual. And now we will proceed to the President's Award that will be given to the organizations and sponsors who have given their support to IECEP Singapore in the year 2021 to 2022. And this was signed by IECEP Singapore President Jose Carlos C. Tupaz. I'll give him the floor po to award the certificates.
Hi, thank you, Hendrix. Right, so so we have the President's Award being presented to SARTS, Singapore Amateur Radio Transmitting Society, for their collaboration with us last year. Congratulations. And in appreciation of the support of BDO Remittance Singapore, so we are presenting the 2021 President's Award for their support in our programs. Yeah, congratulations. We're also presenting Manulife Singapore for 2021 President's Award for their support in our activities. Congratulations. And we do have PBSS, Philippine Bayanihan Society of Singapore. So we're presenting this President's Award for their support for our organization. Right, so that's everything. Yep, so congratulations to all the winners. Back to you, Hendrix.
Thank you so much, Engineer Jose Carlos C. Tupaz, and also congratulations po, no, to for those who received the President's Awards. And now, we will now proceed to the 2021 Governor's Award. All right, so this Governor Award of Appreciation will be given to all officers for their exemplary service rendered as chapters officers for the year 2021 to 2022. I'll give the floor back to Engineer Arnie Gonzalez po for the awarding of the Governor's Award.
Thank you, Engineer Hendrix. Yep. Again, never-ending pasasalamat po sa lahat ng mga officers for this term. I'm very much grateful dun sa effort and commitment natin for the whole year at walang bumitaw sa atin. So again, to start off, let me award Engineer Adrian F. Obñana, being our Vice Governor for Internal Affairs. Engineer and Governor Lea S. Lawan, being our Vice Governor, External Affairs, and upcoming Governor. Engineer Jervy D. Dumdum, being our Vice Governor for Education. At syempre, ito, personally one of my mentor, advisor, consultant, and lahat na, and our Secretary General, Engineer Paolo Arla Laguna. Right, moving on, Engineer Edemir L. Surigao as our Treasurer. Engineer Arlene Neal B. Santiago as our Auditor. Engineer Chris Andrew B. Trinidad as our ROS Secretary. Engineer Leopoldo V. Lalas as our ROS Treasurer. Engineer Charles Bismarck Q. Bermoy as our Director for Membership. Engineer Eric Christian O. Baldoza, one of our Associate Director for Membership. Engineer Isaac A. Navarre II, another Associate Director for Membership. Engineer Rani C. Ubaldo as our Director of Communication. Engineer Elizabeth C. Cortez as our Associate Director of Communication. Engineer Archie Q. Dolit, another Associate Director for Communication. Engineer Donilyn D. Salazar, our Director of Education. Engineer Michael B. Cruzado, Associate Director of Education. Engineer Christian P. De La Cruz, Associate Director of Education. And then Engineer Gerard Cesar L. Jacinto, our Director for Ways of Mean. Engineer Robinilo O. Tantoy, Associate Director of Ways and Means. And lastly, Engineer Joseph Ivan R. Ruiz, our Associate Director of Ways and Means. Maraming salamat po ulit. Back to you, Sir Hendricks.
Thank you so much, Engineer Arnie C. Gonzalez, and congratulations to those who have received their Governor's Awards. And our last category of award is 2021 Chapter Special Award, in which will be given to all the leaders who have contributed and tirelessly given their time and effort to serve the organization and its members. First certificate. Alright, so 2021 Most Outstanding Chapters Member is awarded to Engineer Aris M. Dairit in recognition for his outstanding, invaluable contribution and continued commitment as a member of the organization. Right, so can we request po Engineer Dairit to open his camera for a short photo op for this special award? Alright, so and the committee will just screenshot this one na lang po. Alright. Moving on to the next award. Yes, sir.
Sir po si Sir Aris.
Ito na po pala. Sorry, sir. Right, po. Can we ask po the committee to pin? Right, nakapin na po. Right, so we will have a short photo op lang po. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Smile. 1, 2, 3. Smile. Thank you so much po and congratulations, Engineer Dairit. Alright, next, 2021 Spark Award is hereby awarded to Engineer Jedediah P. Puertolano in recognition for his invaluable contribution as a new member of the organization by sharing his time, efforts, and talents for the chapter's events and programs in the year 2021 to 2022. Hello po, Engineer Jedediah. Can you turn on for your camera for a short photo op? And once more, congratulations po. Ito po si Sir. Congratulations po, Engineer Jedediah Puertolano. I won't count na po, no? Pa-screenshot na lang po, committee. Standard na po yung kanyang pose. Ayan po. 1, 2, 3, smile. Ay, nagbilang po pala. Right, and then, once more, congratulations, Engineer. Next award, 2021 Torchbearer Award is hereby awarded to Engineer Chris Andrew B. Trinidad in recognition of his remarkable contributions, legacies, and dedications that made an immense impact and helped to bring out the best in the organization. Thank you for your tireless efforts of inspiring the organization to move forward and deliver the best service to the members. Engineer Chris Andrew B. Trinidad, congratulations po. And can we request him po to open his camera? Dito na po pala. Ay, sir, so smile lang po ulit tayo. So 1, 2, 3, smile. 1, 2, 3, smile. Congratulations po, Engineer Trinidad. 2021 Trailblazer Award is hereby awarded to Engineer Paulo R. Lalaguna in recognition for his pioneering contributions, leadership, vision, and commitment in his endeavor to the organization and motivating the members to move forward towards success. Thank you for your tireless efforts of inspiring the organization to move forward and deliver the best service to the members. Engineer Lalaguna, smile lang po tayo. 1, 2, 3, smile. 1, 2, 3, smile. Congratulations po, Engineer Lalaguna. Alright. We also have 2021 Luminance Award is hereby awarded to Engineer Jose Carlos Tupaz VI, President from 2020 to 2022. IECEP Singapore in recognition for his outstanding leadership as the President of IECEP Singapore Chapter in the year 2020 to 2022. Thank you for your tireless efforts of inspiring the organization to move forward and deliver the best service to the members. Ayan po, let's spotlight po Engineer Jose and smile po tayo, sir. 1, 2, 3, smile. 1, 2, 3, smile. Thank you so much and congratulations po, Engineer. And the last one, 2021 Luminance Award is hereby awarded to Engineer Arnie C. Gonzalez, the Governor for the year 2021 to 2022, in recognition for his outstanding leadership as the Governor of IECEP Singapore Chapter in the year 2021 to 2022. Thank you for your tireless efforts of inspiring the organization to move forward and deliver the best service to the members. Let's have a photo op po, sir, and I will give you back the floor. 1, 2, 3, smile. And 1, 2, 3, smile. There we have it po. And for some message, Engineer Arnie.
Meron pa rin ba?
Yes, sir.
I'm overwhelmed, pero I'm very much thankful again. Ulit-ulit na lang ako. Like yung comment lagi ni Sir Santi, pag nag-aaral kami, ulit-ulit na lang po. Ulit-ulit. Pero again, on behalf of the chapter and on behalf of the hardworking officers and volunteers, kung wala kayo, hindi natin ma-achieve yung ganitong heights. And I'm very much grateful talaga for being the governor for this term. Even pandemic, and right now actually nasa Pinas ako since October, but I've managed, they've let me they've let me keep the position until yun nga ma-end yung term ko, and I'm really thankful. And hopefully for the last 12 months, we've shown great tenacity and perseverance as we unravel yung pwedeng mangyari sa atin during the pandemic. And with the virtual presence, fast internet connection, naging possible yung mga collaborations natin even with the other chapters. So again, on behalf of the chapter and all its members, I'm very much thankful po sa recognition, and to all of the collaborating chapters, societies, companies na naka-touch namin or naka-partnership namin. Again, maraming salamat po.
Thank you so much po once more, Engineer Arnie C. Gonzalez, and congratulations po to you and also to those who have received their awards po, no? Congratulations po. Alright, so at this point in time, we are near to the end, and to formally close our 5th Annual General Membership Meeting and Convention, may we call on the Governor from 2020 to 2021 of IECEP Singapore, Engineer Paulo Arla Laguna, for his closing remarks.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Engineer Hendricks. Manifest mo na yun, ha? Kunin mo na yun. Anyway, again, I would keep it short kasi hindi ako talaga yung magko-closing remarks. I would just like to thank everybody here, especially yung pong ating mga VIP who have been very supportive, no? Behind the scene, in front of the scene. So it's just we just like to show to our members, especially in IECEP Singapore, na it really takes a village to deliver yung mga quality CPD activities na deliver namin this past year. No, so sa tulong po ng mga natin dito, ng mga kaibigan natin sa national. So I really would like to extend my most sincere gratitude, no, Ma'am Grace, Sir Jomer, si legend natin, si Sir Romy. No? Kanina andyan sila, sila Sir Ornan, sila Ma'am Michelle, sila Sir Rico. And then itong mga collaborating chapters natin, actually, kompleto sila lahat dyan, Gov Arnie. No? Sila Gov Bray, Ma'am Said, Sir Donald, Sir Ferdy, Sir Jason, Sir Kens, Ma'am Grace, and si Sir PJ. Ihuli ko na yung pinakamahabang pangalan, ha. Si Ma'am Myra, si Sir Noel, si Sir Ron, sila Sir Erwin at Sir Sir Erwin, at lastly yung bunso natin na governor, no, si Gov Michelle Lucila Barbara Grace F. Bidad. Okay, so again, maraming salamat, and Sir Gov Barney, secret lang natin yung nasa Pinas kayo ngayon, nasabi mo na, nalaman na tuloy nila. Okay?
Secret
So,
ba yun?
Secret yun eh. I mean, secret nung lahat nung kakolab natin. Okay? So anyway, yun nga, I would just like to call yung ating bagong governor. Governor Leia. Ma'am, please do the honors. I think I've said so much na. So this is your the spotlight is yours.
Thank you, Sir Paulo. Thank you, Sir Arnie, and to all the leaders and officers of IECEP Singapore. Thank you, everyone, for attending this event. To our attendees, VIPs, for attending our 5th Annual General Membership Meeting and Convention. We are really grateful to all the officers of IECEP Singapore under the leadership of Governor Arnie Gonzalez, our luminance leader, who have contributed a lot that makes this organization achieve an unimaginable success, especially last year, that we have an undeniable accomplishments under his administration. And that we have proven that we are now ready to move ahead and accept the next challenges along the way. You have set a very good standard of leadership, Sir Arnie, and we value all what you have contributed into this organization, especially to our IECEP Singapore chapter. And also to another luminance leader of the chapter, President Engineer Jose Carlos Tupas D6, for your continuous support and leadership on integrating this organization to Singapore society. And to our torchbearer engineer Chris Andrew Trinidad for your tireless support, mentorship, and advices to all of us. And of course, I wouldn't be here without the encouragement and guidance of Engineer Paulo Arla Laguna, who have showed us what a real leader is. I believe everyone are agreeable about this, that a leader was never been about the role, but always about the goal, and not about a one self-achievement, but a success for him is that to let more members to succeed together, to lift one another until we reach the top. You have set a trail to all of us, Sir Paulo, as you believe that we can do more far beyond of what we can. Kaya naman you truly deserve more than a trophy or a plaque. But in our hearts, you are truly a trailblazer, a great leader to everyone. And this year, we will give focus on our members, and so we will be reaching to everyone to bring you closer to the organization, for you to be able to see what the organization can help you on your existing profession and career progression. So in line with the IECEP National's objective this year to focus on members' engagement and chapter development, and to help our fellow members to pursue a professional experience towards excellence. So as one team, together with all my fellow officers, I know that we can do this together as one family, one profession, one goal, and one IECEP. Once again, thank you, and see you all for our upcoming webinars and events that we have prepared for everyone. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you so much po, Engineer Paulo Laguna and Governor Leia S. Lawan, for that wonderful message po, no? As I think this will be your first message as the governor na po, no? Of the IECEP Singapore. All right, so that concludes the 5th Annual General Membership Meeting and Convention of IECEP Singapore. For those participants who haven't filled out the evaluation form, please don't forget to do so. That will serve as your attendance. If you're done with it, you can now leave the Zoom meeting room. Mabuhay po ang lahat. Thank you for staying with us. Mabuhay po. And as requested po, for the last time daw po, panelists po sa Zoom, turn on po for the last time ang camera for a short photo op.
Sir Hendricks, with your permission, I nominate Gov Barbs.
Ako,
Yes po, sir.
Nagkaroon pa ng
nominate Gov Barbs
special
to
task
direct
participation kasi Go Barbs.
Naghanap ka pa ng naghanap ka pa ng barkada.
Siyempre, kabisado mo yan. Kanina ko pa
Okay.
inaantay.
Hindi ko nga nakuhanan yung pero patulong na lang din pong patulong na lang din
Meron
pong
kukuha dyan. Kapag si Sir Romy na paano mo, bibilib na ako sa'yo talaga.
Sir, wag mo pahingain, sir. Ayun.
Ayun po,
Na-pressure
no?
naman ako doon. So may I request everyone to please turn on their cameras and syempre let's be game dito sa ating final pictorial for tonight to officially conclude the 5th AGM of Singapore. Thank you so much IECEP Singapore for the recognition and congratulations po. Ayun. Talaga naganahuna ako bago tayo mag-picture taking. Ayun. Pa-on po ng camera.
Ayan, sige.
Si Govron, parang nagsialisan na sila. Hindi. Ano nangyari?
Santi.
Eddie, Santi, oh.
Sino pa po? Sir Ron, si Sir,
Bukas,
si Govmay. Hindi ko nakikita eh. Ayun.
Mandoni,
Ayun
ayaw
po.
magbukas nilang dalawa.
Ayun po. So, start na po ba ako?
Sige.
Ready na po ba? Ayun, mukhang So, ang request ko lang po is let's just be game and enjoy po yung ating mga poses for tonight. So, back to basic po muna tayo. Yung smile lang po. 1, 2, 3, smile. Ayun. Let's pose. One IECEP. 1, 2, 3, smile. Ayun. Next shot po. Opa heart. Opa heart, yung pong mahilig sa K-drama.
Si Romy, ganito po yung pagdidikitin yung dalawang daliri. Ganyan. Kala mo
Okay na po. 1, 2, 3, smile. Ayan, naka-opa heart.
Okay, para.
Pang last po yung para G, pang finale po natin. pang ano po natin yon. Okay, hamburger heart. Kaya lang,